In the middle of that pitch-black night, rain poured down without mercy. Each heavy drop cutting through the darkness and hammering against the soaked ground. The storm only grew fiercer, swallowing every sound beneath the roar of the downpour. Then, a trembling hand slammed against the muddy earth, and through the cold rain, a line of words appeared before him. "Spin it." Deculine von Grahan remained seated in silence beneath the violent rain, his soaked hair clinging to his face as he stared fixedly at the person standing in front of him. That person tightened her grip around the sword, raised it with chilling resolve and drove the blade straight into his body. Another line of text surfaced. "If she wants to kill me." For a moment, Deculine von Grahan face lost every trace of feeling, as if the shock and pain had hollowed him out from the inside. Julie's eyes were frighteningly cold, fixed on him without hesitation, pity, or even the faintest flicker of regret. The hand wrapped around the sword hilt clenched even harder, her fingers tightening until there was no room left for doubt. Then, with brutal force, she pushed the blade deeper, driving it straight into Deculine von Grahan chest as the rain washed over them both. The pain hit him all at once, sharp and unbearable. And Deculine von Grahan coughed up a thick mouthful of blood that spilled down into the rain. Even then, Deculine von Grahan slowly lifted his blood-stained hand, his fingers shaking through the curtain of rain. Another line of text appeared in front of him. "You still?" Under the pouring rain, a sorrowful smile crept across his pale, bloodied face, and in a faint voice he murmured as if speaking to something painfully precious, so beautiful and heartless. With surprising gentleness, he reached out and brushed his hand against Julie's face, his blood mixing with the rain on her skin. But Julie's expression never softened, and she stepped back from him coldly. Once the distance between them widened, Deculine von Grahan simply stared at her without saying a word. Somewhere beneath that silence, one bitter thought rose in his mind. That damn bastard. Seeing everything unfold like that, he let out a mocking smile, as if the whole miserable ending had finally turned into some twisted joke. At that exact moment, the system message appeared, cold and simple against the scene. "Cancel betrothal. Request Deculine von Grahan death." Kim Woojin looked over the congratulations notification on the screen, and only then did the tension drain from his shoulders. He let out a long breath of relief. Thank God. Kim Woojin dragged a tired hand over his face, covering his exhausted eyes as he muttered under his breath. Finally, the bugs are fixed. He stared at the screen with deep satisfaction, almost unable to believe the bug was finally gone. After dozens of repeated checks and fixes, he had done it at last. That same error had kept appearing again and again throughout the cancel betrothal sequence. "My name is Kim Woojin, and after everything I had just gone through, that single line of introduction felt strangely heavier than usual." He leaned back, stretched his stiff body, and let out a huge yawn, feeling the fatigue of endless work finally catching up to him. "I'm about to escape this endless overtime." With a little pride returning to his tired face, Kim Woojin straightened up and began introducing himself properly. "I am." Then, as if to explain the weight behind his work, the company's reputation came to mind. Since its founding, it had only released top-tier games, one hit after another, and because of that, its name had become famous all over the world. The game Kim Woojin was testing and fixing was Rue's newest AAA title, a project so massive that the entire company's future was riding on it. No matter how exhausted he was, he had no choice but to keep going. Because this was not just another release. It was a matter of survival. In other words, this one game had the power to either lift them to the very top, or drag the whole company down with it. Kim Woojin glanced at the time and thought it was around 11. The game's biggest selling point was that both the difficulty and the story changed depending on the choices each player made. Even though it was designed as a single-player game, it was anything but simple, once someone actually stepped inside its world. At its core was a complex story built around named characters, generated by intelligent AI, making every relationship and conflict feel alive. That fresh approach was exactly what had drawn so much attention from players across the globe. On top of that, the game offered an enormous range of professions for players to choose from. Some were rare and powerful, including knights, mages, adventurers, demons, monster hunters, nobles, and even royalty, allowing players to become almost anyone they wanted inside the game. That also meant one very simple thing. If this game received the recognition it deserved, then the entire company would be swimming in money. And honestly, if the game really lived up to the attention already surrounding it, then the profits would be so massive that everyone involved would be buried in success. But as Kim Woojin thought about it, he knew rewards like that always came with risks. If the game failed, the company would collapse along with it. After taking a short break to steady himself, he turned back toward the screen. "I should check the character data first, and while I'm at it, this is exactly why I've been stuck working overtime for months." The moment Kim Woojin looked at the data, his irritation returned, all because of one character, Deculine von Grahan. Character info. Name: Deculine von Grahan. Occupation: Senior Professor. Mana: 3357. He was the central figure in the death of Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleine segment, and after endless problems, Woojin had finally cleared that part without any errors. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleine was infamous even inside the game's structure, a notorious villain and one of the mid-level bosses players would eventually have to face. Because he was such an important antagonist and was tied to countless other characters, his routes, relationships, and events had created an absurd number of bugs. But today, at long last, Kim Woojin had managed to kill him off properly without any trouble. This time, the cause of Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleine's death was painfully dramatic. He had been cut down by his own fiancée. Kim Woojin stretched his arms, loosened his aching shoulders, and shouted in pure relief, "It's done." Still, even after clearing it, he couldn't ignore how much trouble Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleine had caused throughout the entire segment. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Kim Woojin, breaking through the quiet of the late-night office. "Ah, you're smiling so gently. How's the testing going?" Her voice was light, but it immediately pulled his attention away from the screen. Standing in front of him was a beautiful woman named Yu Ara, the lead programmer on the project. And also, Kim Woojin hesitated for a long moment before finishing that thought. The memories came back before he could stop them. He and Yu Ara had been together for 7 long years. During that time, they had truly been happy. Back then, every ordinary day with her had somehow felt full of warmth, laughter, and joy. He remembered the gentle kisses they shared, the way their hands used to fit tightly together, and the quiet days when they lived side by side, as if that life would continue forever. But the truth was, Yu Ara had always been completely devoted to her work, while Kim Woojin had been the lazy one who kept falling behind. He could still remember how Yu Ara had helped him get hired, pulling him into the company and giving him a place where they could work together. What pushed her forward was not only her own ambition, but also the desire to find work for him, to encourage him, and to make him become someone better than he had been. But when Kim Woojin remembered what happened after that, a dull pain settled deep in his chest. In the end, despite everything they had shared, they broke up, and he knew very well whose fault it was. Yu Ara had tried so hard for him, again and again, but no matter how much effort she put in, he had failed to change. Then Yu Ara looked at him with a gentle expression and said she had heard he was struggling with a bug, adding that she was glad he got through it. Kim Woojin felt the old sadness rise again. It had already been 6 months since their breakup, and he had heard that she had someone new now. Trying to hide the sting in his chest, he rested his hand against the desk with a colder attitude than before. "Looks like you and the new guy are getting along well, huh?" Hearing that, Yu Ara only gave him a soft smile. Rumors traveled quickly in their company after all. "I think that's nice." But the moment Kim Woojin heard her say it, so calmly, irritation flickered through him. It was annoying in a way he did not want to admit. He sulked quietly, turned his eyes back toward the computer, and muttered with obvious bitterness, "I wish you both a lifetime of happiness." Yu Ara laughed at his childish reaction instead of getting upset. "Stop sulking and focus on your work." Then Yu Ara suddenly remembered something and lifted her voice again. "Oh, by the way, the story team says they want to change some settings and tweak a few character templates." Kim Woojin's exhaustion returned instantly, and he complained under his breath, "Again, seriously? They change it every single day." Kim Woojin rested his chin in one hand, his shoulders sagging under the weight of all the work that still refused to end. Then, as his eyes drifted back to Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleine's data, he muttered with a tired frown, "Speaking of this character, is he really just a mid-boss? If players get lucky, can they kill him early?" Yu Ara smiled as if that question had caught her interest. "That's the hook of the game," she said. "The farther Dekuline goes in the story, the more powerful he becomes. And since every player makes different choices, each route branches away from the others, while the difficulty keeps rising along the way." Kim Woojin listened, then gave a small nod. "True." Yu Ara placed a hand beneath her chin and casually added, "You know, that character was designed based on you." Kim Woojin froze in complete disbelief, staring at her as if he had just heard something ridiculous. Dekuline, seeing his reaction, Yu Ara giggled with obvious delight. She leaned into the teasing even more. "When you were shaping him, didn't you notice it at all? You both have that same cheesy, fake-looking appearance?" Kim Woojin's expression twisted in confusion. "But wait, you've only met the writing team a few times, right?" The more confused he looked, the more Yu Ara seemed to enjoy provoking him. With a playful smile, she delivered the next blow. "That's why every time I play, I kill him first." Kim Woojin's eyes sharpened at once, almost murderous. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Yu Ara burst into laughter, clearly enjoying how easy he was to tease. "Your personalities are the same," she said without hesitation. Kim Woojin stared at her like he had been personally betrayed. "Seriously? You're saying I'm like the guy whose final line is that damn bitch?" When Yu Ara saw just how bewildered he looked, she finally eased up and stopped pushing the joke further. "Anyway, don't worry about that. What do you think about the test so far?" Kim Woo-jin's face grew uneasy as the company's future crossed his mind again. The game is fun, but I'm worried about whether the company can survive by depending on it this much. Yu-ara answered calmly. Don't worry about that. There was no hesitation in Yu-ara's voice, only confidence in the game they had spent so long building. This kind of unique gameplay already has the whole world excited, she said firmly. There's no way it'll fail. Just then, Kim Woo-jin's gaze drifted past her and down toward the area beneath the company building. A lone figure stood outside and he narrowed his eyes. Is that your boyfriend down there? Yu-ara followed his line of sight, and surprise immediately crossed her face. Kim Woo-jin pointed toward the person waiting below, leaning against a car in the dim light. Yeah, look over there. See him? The one resting against that car. Yu-ara's expression tightened with panic the moment she recognized him. He's already late. Even though a heavy sadness pressed quietly against his chest, Kim Woo-jin forced himself to act unaffected. He kept his voice steady and said, "What are you still doing standing here? Don't make him keep waiting for you." After saying that, Kim Woo-jin kept staring down through the window by himself, watching the figure below without looking back at her. Go see him. Yu-ara looked at him for a moment, then gave him a soft smile, gentle enough to make the silence feel even heavier. You're right, she said. I'm going now. She turned toward the door, then paused just long enough to lift her hand in a small wave. Goodbye, Woo-jin. You did great today. Kim Woo-jin did not turn warm or sentimental. He only answered in a cool, restrained voice, keeping his eyes away from her as he said, Goodbye. Outside the office windows, the moon hung high above the city, surrounded by a sky full of scattered stars that looked strangely calm after the long night. Inside the office, the clock hands continued ticking forward, each small movement sounding sharper in the quiet room left behind. Kim Woo-jin quickly shook off the lingering feeling in his chest and forced his attention back where it belonged. His hands returned to the keyboard, and he dove straight back into work, back to checking Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. But the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. He stared at the screen with a grim, disbelieving expression. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, are the writers seriously saying this guy is based on me? He clicked through the menus and examined Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's information in detail. The character had 6 attributes, somehow carrying the image of both a prodigy and a mediocre mage at the same time. People in the game always talked about Deculine's dazzling childhood. He had once been praised as a genius and hailed as a magical prodigy, yet the reality was that he had fallen far from that brilliant beginning. What remained was a twisted mix of pride, arrogance, and wasted potential. The more Kim Woo-jin looked at him, the more he suspected the character really had been modeled after him in some cruel way. It was as if they had taken every terrible trait a person could have and packed it into one human being. When he thought about it that way, Kim Woo-jin could not help but question it. Could someone like that even still be called a person? Honestly, looking at Deculine made him start doubting humanity itself. They said the deeper this character moved into the story, the stronger he became, and although Kim Woo-jin disliked him, a strange sympathy still crept in. In the end, Deculine was surrounded by people who hated him, without a single exception. Kim Woo-jin stared at the computer screen for a while, then murmured quietly to himself. Could I add something to his personality? Nothing too obvious, just a small detail that would make him feel a little less awful. His fingers tightened around the mouse, and his expression grew more determined as if he had just found a proper excuse. After all, I'm supposed to be his inspiration. Then his eyes landed on one particular trait in the menu. Let's see, would this sympathetic trait make people feel empathy for him? Or at least feel a little pity? Once he started, he could not stop himself from adding more and more beneficial traits. Do it. At the very least, you should be more lovable than me. If I'm going to do this, I might as well go all the way. As he clicked through the options, he kept muttering to himself, This one's good. I like this one. I'll add this too. But after stacking on far too many features, Kim Woo-jin finally realized he had completely gone overboard. He cleared his throat awkwardly and tried to calm himself down. I added way too many good things. Now that I think about it, I probably shouldn't have done that. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to undo everything he had just added, carefully removing the traits one by one and restoring Deculine von Grahan-Uklein to his original state. While Kim Woo-jin was still editing, a sudden ting from the computer startled him badly enough to make his shoulders jump. The message sound cut through the silence like a warning. He stiffened and thought, What the hell? Who sends a message at this hour? Kim Woo-jin looked closer at the screen, his surprise growing when he realized it was an incoming notification. Wait a second. It's from the writing team. He typed his reply almost immediately, slipping back into work mode, despite his exhaustion. Yes. What do you want to change in the character template? Tell me, and I'll fix it right away. But the answer that came back was strange. No, I just want to watch. I'm only here to watch. Kim Woo-jin frowned at the message, unable to make sense of it. What are they even talking about? He typed again, trying to clarify what they meant. What do you mean? Like check something. The other side only laughed loudly in response, then sent back a chillingly simple instruction. No, look out the window. Kim Woojin was confused, but the strange message still pulled his attention away from the screen. The window? What exactly am I supposed to see out there? Beyond the glass, the peaceful night had vanished. Thick black clouds covered the sky, and violent lightning tore across them, flashing so fiercely it lit up the entire world outside. Kim Woojin's eyes widened as he stared out in shock, his body going still, while his mind struggled to understand what he was seeing. A chill ran through him as he looked upward. What is that? Why is there suddenly a hole in the sky? Then a bolt of lightning crashed down with terrifying force, making the sky itself seem to tremble. The darkness split apart, and the hole above tore open even wider. From within that impossible opening, countless horrifying faces appeared, twisted in agony as their screams seemed to spill out into the storm. Then, one after another, countless hands stretched out from the torn sky, reaching downward as if trying to claw their way into the world. Kim Woojin still could not understand what was happening. His thoughts blurred, his head spun, and confusion swallowed him completely. What's going on? My head is still dizzy. Where am I? Before he could gather himself, a scream full of pain suddenly rang out, sharp enough to cut through the chaos around him. Kim Woojin flinched at the sound, his eyes shifting in confusion as he tried to find where it had come from. Who is that? A cold voice answered from somewhere nearby, low and heavy with warning. Remember this. You must always remain vigilant. The voice continued in the same icy tone. Dikuline von Grahan-Ukleini is not someone you can take lightly. Right now he may be broken. He even tried to brainwash his own son, but he could rise again at any moment. That warning seemed to echo again, colder than before. He could rise again at any moment. The voice pressed on, making it clear that Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini was not finished yet. He is merely rebalancing his talent. After all, no matter what state he was in now, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini was still a despicable villain. Then, without warning, a shrill shout pierced straight into Kim Woojin's ear, yanking him toward awareness. Wake up! Get up right now! Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini jolted awake at the sharp noise, his eyes snapping open as if that piercing shout had dragged him straight out of a nightmare. Yariel von Grahan-Ukleini stood over her brother with a furious glare, her voice rising without restraint. How long are you planning to keep lying there like this? Beside her, a pale and terrified maid desperately grabbed at her arm, begging her to calm down. Miss, please, you must compose yourself. But Yariel ignored her completely and snapped even harder. Can you even still call yourself human? Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini pressed a tired hand against his aching head and let out a weary sigh. Ah, right. It has already been a few days since I ended up possessing this body. He slowly pushed himself upright, clutching his head as the dizziness still pulsed behind his eyes. Everything around him felt unreal, almost like a dream he could not fully wake from, while Yariel clenched both hands and ground her teeth in barely contained anger. Yariel was clearly furious that her brother had become so distracted by love that he could barely function. Her voice trembled with anger as she shouted, "How long are you going to lose yourself over some woman? Are you trying to drag the family name through the mud?" Dekuline remained silent, and that silence only made Yariel's temper burn hotter. She flung the papers she was holding down onto the floor, then turned away with a cold, cutting expression. "I left the files here. If you do not want to be dismissed from that professorship you cherish so much, then get up and do your work." Left alone on the bed, Dekuline sat there in silence with one hand still gripping his head. A week ago, the night sky had suddenly burst into a terrifying blaze. He stayed still for a long while, trying to force the scattered pieces of memory into order. Back then, after that impossible light in the sky, I woke up somewhere I did not recognize, trapped inside a body that was not mine. Dekuline slowly looked around the room, and the moment he took in the familiar surroundings, the truth settled over him. I can say this much for certain. I am inside the world of the game I helped program. The more he looked, the harder it became to deny. Every familiar image, every detail he had seen thousands of times on a monitor, only strengthened the suspicion in his mind. He rose from the bed, moved with deliberate slowness, and pulled off his shirt. Then, with a forceful motion, he changed into another outfit, as if trying to settle into the role this body demanded. In this world, no matter how the story branched, or which path the plot followed, death was something Dekuline could not easily escape. The worst character of them all, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini, calmly slipped on a pair of black gloves, and that single movement only deepened the cold, mysterious air surrounding him. His gaze darkened until it looked almost terrifying. Because the body I am now living in belongs to the final boss. I have become the villain, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleini. Early morning settled over the Uklein manor. Inside Dekuline's bedroom, he sat upright with his back against the headboard, lost in thought. It had already been a full week since he first arrived in this world. He ran his fingers through his messy hair and stared blankly ahead, still looking half-dazed from everything that had happened. At first, I honestly believed this was nothing more than a dream, refusing to accept it so easily. Dekuline pinched his own cheek hard enough to feel the pain. But day after day, Every sensation of being alive in this body forced him closer to the same answer. This was reality. Helplessly, Deculine leaned his head back against the headboard and sank deeper into his thoughts. After dying like that, could this be some strange form of afterlife waiting for me? Whatever the truth was, one thing had become painfully clear to him. Right now, I am the antagonist from the game that was still in development. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine. The fact that an ordinary person like him had been trapped in the role of a villain made anxiety coil tightly in his chest. Deculine was the mid-boss players were destined to encounter no matter which route they chose, an enemy tied to the parents and lovers of countless characters, and the source of all kinds of major events. And now, Kim Woojin had become that very villain. The biggest problem was that he had no idea at what point in the game's timeline he had appeared. The only concrete information he had was his total amount of mana. But even that was useless when he had no idea how to actually control or use it. Refusing to accept such a helpless position, Deculine told himself grimly, I cannot defend myself like this. Still, there was one thought he could not bring himself to say out loud. This was no joke. During development, when he and the entire staff had tested the game's routes over 1,000 times, Deculine had survived in only one scenario. He truly had been created as a villain whose purpose was to serve as a mid-boss and die. As those complicated thoughts drifted through his mind, Deculine's gaze lowered, and he noticed a neat stack of documents placed beside the bed. He looked at the papers and murmured, These must be the documents that girl left behind. Senior Professor of the Royal Academy, Deculine. Basic understanding of magic and fundamental thinking related to mana. As he stared at the packet in front of him, a name surfaced naturally in his mind. Yariel von Grahan-Ukleine. The girl who had left these papers here while he was asleep was Deculine's half-sister, and in his place, she acted as the real manager of the Ukleine family. He also knew one more thing very clearly. Yariel and Deculine did not have anything close to a warm sibling relationship. The moment her name came to mind, a patch of memories rose up with it. The woman Yariel had mentioned, the one connected to all this trouble, appeared in his thoughts as a white-haired woman. Most likely that woman was Julie. It seemed that something serious had happened between Deculine and Julie. He remembered Yariel turning away in anger as she left the room, her voice still sharp in his mind. I will leave the documents here. If you do not want to be fired from your professorship, then get up and work. Deculine gathered his scattered thoughts and muttered to himself. I think she definitely mentioned the professorship. A moment later, the realization hit him with uncomfortable clarity. He had a lecture scheduled for today. Deculine let out a slow breath, reached for the packet of documents, and sighed as he lifted it from the bedside. I should go. He stared at the stack of papers in his hands and fell into thought again. Since I never taught anyone in my previous life, I need to collect every bit of information I possibly can. More importantly, a translucent status window suddenly appeared before his eyes. Goal: survive. Become a character necessary for the game. Task: lecture fees at the academy. Balance: 0.5. Seeing those lines appear without warning yet again, Deculine sighed softly. These messages keep popping up on their own. For now, I will ignore them. He immediately got out of bed, his decision already made. Whether it was because of that strange goal or because of Yariel, he had to act. After all, she was one of the factors that could eventually lead to Deculine's death. With that thought in mind, Deculine quickly headed toward the bathroom. The balance is important too, so how exactly should I handle the lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it should be fine. After all, this body possessed the innate skill called understanding. Just as Deculine grasped the bathroom door to enter, the status window appeared again. Notification: innate understanding, the ability to comprehend everything, can be activated by consuming mana. Before he ever became Deculine, Kim Woojin had added this skill to the character himself, hoping it would make him capable of becoming a little more empathetic. And since this was an innate skill that only appeared in the latter half of the game, there was a good chance it had hidden uses he did not fully understand yet. After some time passed, the bathtub filled with water, steam rising gently as the quiet morning continued inside the manor. Deculine quickly finished bathing, and while he dressed, he found himself thinking about how strange everything still was. The bathroom and the clothes were completely unfamiliar to him, yet somehow he could use them far more naturally than expected. The moment that thought formed, an instinctive answer rose inside him, as if this body had always belonged to Deculine. Standing before the mirror, Deculine studied his reflection and quietly remarked to himself, At first I thought these clothes were far too flashy, but now they feel elegant, comfortable, and strangely fitting. He lowered his gaze and calmly adjusted his gloves, sinking back into thought. This, too, must be because of Deculine's abilities and appearance. His dignity, his bearing, and even his sense of beauty are built into this body. Then, as he realized what that meant, his face suddenly darkened. It felt almost as if the image of his former self from the previous world was being strangled by the character he had transmigrated into. Everything about this body, from its habits to its instincts, seemed to be telling him the same thing over and over. This is your body now. He quickly brushed that unsettling thought aside, but a strange feeling still moved through him. Honestly, I cannot act against the manners this body expects from me. Even the things Kim Woo-jin once would have found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. As Deculine walked on, he casually turned the situation over in his mind. Even if it is only to gather information, attending my first lecture should be the most ordinary and reasonable move. Outwardly, his face remained cold and expressionless, carrying the composed look of a nobleman. But deep inside, a proud thought rose without permission. I am an outstanding and noble aristocrat. Elsewhere, a man stared with an incredulous expression, his voice dropping into a stunned whisper. What the hell is that? Kim Woo-jin, once a healthy young Korean man, was now being called a senior professor and even praised as handsome in another world. Meanwhile, before parting at the car in front of her, Yu-ara stared gloomily ahead and muttered, as if borrowing someone's final words, "A boring, lazy bastard." At that moment, Kim Woo-jin finally held on to one clear truth inside the confusion. Yes, that was who he really was. And no matter whose body he now wore, he refused to let that name disappear from his mind. When Deculine returned, and the driver saw him approaching, the man immediately lowered his head in a respectful greeting. Deculine accepted it with a composed expression. But inside, he kept warning himself again and again not to relax, not to trust this world too easily, and not to drop his guard for even a second. But the moment he climbed into the car and settled into the seat, every careful warning he had just repeated to himself vanished completely. The soft interior, the polished finish, and the sheer luxury around him hit him all at once, making him realize that in his previous life, he had probably never once ridden in a vehicle this absurdly expensive. That small spark of excitement did not last long. As soon as Deculine's thoughts drifted back toward the past, his expression tightened into a frown. Damn it, he thought, the memory surfacing like an unwanted stain of all things. It had to remind him of that moment, and the irritation sank into him immediately. Trying to push those messy thoughts aside, Deculine turned his head slightly, only to freeze when he noticed a child sitting right beside him. The sudden sight caught him completely off guard, and for a second, even his usual calm expression nearly cracked. Although curiosity rose inside him, Deculine did not ask the child's name out loud. He simply stared at the boy in silence, wondering who this kid was and why he was sitting there so naturally. Feeling that sharp gaze on him, Alan turned toward Deculine first and broke the silence himself. "Good morning, Professor." Alan greeted him politely, his posture careful and practiced. As soon as the words left his mouth, he held out a packet of documents with both hands, offering them to Deculine as if this were part of his usual routine. Deculine watched the boy's smooth, familiar movements, then accepted the papers without showing much emotion. While flipping them lightly in his hand, he tried to figure out what role Alan was supposed to play. Was this boy Deculine's secretary, his assistant? Unable to settle on an answer, Deculine finally asked directly, "Are you a mage?" The blond boy blinked at him, his face filling with obvious confusion and suspicion. "What? You've been teaching me for almost 3 years." The answer made Deculine instantly realize he had stepped into dangerous territory, so he calmly pulled back as if nothing had happened. "I was only joking." During the ride, Deculine lowered his gaze to the documents and skimmed through the pages. At first, he assumed they were lecture materials, but the more he looked, the clearer it became. These were not just references for a class, they were lines prepared for him to read word for word. The deeper he read, the more he understood the situation. The entire lecture had already been arranged from beginning to end, with almost no need for him to improvise. Of course, he thought bitterly, there was no way the arrogant, incompetent Deculine would personally prepare an entire lecture by himself. In other words, this boy beside him must have been the one quietly handling all the real work behind the scenes. Once that realization settled in, Deculine gave a small, almost inaudible comment, speaking low enough that it barely seemed meant for anyone else to hear. "Well done." Alan immediately looked up, startled by the unexpected praise, and asked timidly, "Pardon?" Deculine did not repeat himself. Instead, he smoothly shifted the topic and said, "Rest until we arrive." Alan straightened at once and answered, "Yes, I understand." Watching the exchange from the front, the driver could barely hide his shock. The young master had just praised someone, something he clearly had not expected to witness. A short while later, Deculine raised one hand and pressed it against himself, trying to suppress the strange discomfort twisting inside his body. Even as his face stayed composed, his thoughts were filled with complaints. What kind of unreasonable personality was this? His stomach actually churned just because he had praised someone. If this was Deculine's true nature, then the man's pride and arrogance were not merely habits, they were practically carved into his body. He had already sensed something strange before leaving the manor, but now it felt even clearer. His mind was being affected by Deculine's original personality, as if the body itself kept pulling him toward old instincts. Then, before he could think any further, the car came to a stop, and the driver's voice cut through his thoughts. "We've arrived, young master." As Deculine stepped out of the car, his gaze slowly moved across the grand surroundings before him. Even while maintaining his noble composure, he could not help but quietly marvel at the scale and atmosphere of the place. So, this was Deculine's workplace, the Royal Academy, where mages gathered, studied, competed, and measured themselves against the brightest minds of their generation. Standing before the Royal Academy, Deculine searched through the lecture information in his memory. Rodo Hall. That was the place mentioned. Rodo Hall, the lecture theater where he was supposed to appear. Around the building, students were already buzzing with excitement, their voices overlapping in eager whispers. Some could barely contain themselves, thrilled that they would finally attend a lecture by Senior Professor Deculine, the famous genius known for analyzing incantations. The admiration did not stop there. Among the crowd, more students whispered that they had heard he was not merely talented, but a true prodigy whose brilliance had already earned him a towering reputation. Deculine paid no attention to their chatter. With a calm, unhurried stride, he entered the lecture hall and moved into place. Then, with a single firm word, attention, he brought the students' restless murmuring to a halt and watched them settle into silence. He stepped up to the lectern, standing tall before the rows of students, and introduced himself in a clear, controlled voice. I am Deculine von Grahan-Uclane. As a senior professor of the Mage Tower, I have been assigned to conduct this lecture. Without wasting time on unnecessary greetings, Deculine placed the packet of documents neatly on the lectern. His gaze remained cold and steady as he looked over the room and said, "Then let's begin." The moment the students got a proper look at Deculine, several of the female students began whispering among themselves. To them, he looked impossibly handsome, intelligent, and composed, the very image of a cool and unreachable elite professor. Hearing those admiring whispers, Ephorine Luna's body trembled faintly with anger. Cool? That was what they thought of him. After everything, she had finally come face to face with Deculine here, surrounded by students who knew nothing of the truth. No one noticed the murderous glare darkening Ephorine's face. Beneath the surface, her hatred boiled violently as she cursed him in silence. Deculine, that filthy, worthless piece of trash. To her, he was not a genius, not a respected professor, and not someone worthy of admiration. He was the enemy who had destroyed her father. As she stared at him, Ephorine's mind was dragged back to the tragedy that had shaped her life. 3 years ago, her father took his own life at his own funeral, leaving behind a wound that had never healed. Back then, she had not cried, screamed, or even moved. She had only stood there in silence, staring at her father's corpse with empty eyes, as if all emotion had been hollowed out of her at once. Her father had spent years devoting himself to research and the interpretation of sacred texts, but after the shock of having his dissertation stolen, all that effort, pride, and purpose collapsed around him, driving him to end his own life. And the person who had taken that dissertation from him was not condemned. Instead, that man was praised by the public as a brilliant genius, a masterful interpreter of the sacred texts whose name spread far and wide. In Ephorine's mind, the image of Deculine shattered like glass. Her hatred for him burned so fiercely it almost consumed her reason. Yes, the man she was thinking of was that bastard. Deculine. The notices of sealed property still remained painfully vivid in her memories, as sharp as if they had been posted yesterday. Back then, she had been powerless, able only to cry out in despair. After her father died, everything she had ever known was taken from her. At that time, Ephorine was still small and frail, standing alone in a house that had once felt familiar but now seemed empty and cold. She had been born a noble, yet after the fall of her family, she lost not only her loved ones, but also their land, their possessions, and finally even the place she could call home. Ephorine wrapped her arms tightly around herself, saying nothing while her gaze turned colder than ice. It was in that misery, surrounded by loss, that she swore to herself she would someday take revenge on the scum who had ruined everything. To reach this moment, to sit in the same room as Deculine and attend his class, Ephorine had pushed herself relentlessly. From that day onward, she worked day and night, refusing to stop until she was finally accepted into the Royal Academy, the very place where Deculine taught. Her fists clenched so tightly that her hands trembled. She knew something the other students around her did not. Deculine's so-called talent for interpreting sacred texts was nothing but a mask, and every bit of his glory had been stolen from her father after he had destroyed her family. Ephorine's expression hardened, and the killing intent around her sharpened. What enraged her most was how indifferent he looked, as if none of the suffering he caused had ever mattered to him. She stared at Deculine, who still stood there handsome, composed, and radiant under everyone's admiring eyes. Rage surged through her chest. In her mind, that place at the front of the hall should never have belonged to him. It should have belonged to her father. Ephorine's thoughts snapped with a dangerous intensity, her eyes gleaming with barely restrained violence. She wanted to expose every one of his lies, tear down his false reputation, and kill him right there on the spot. She forced herself to stop. Gritting her teeth, Ephorine reminded herself that now was not the time. If she truly wanted to bring him down, she needed patience, preparation, and the perfect chance to complete her revenge. At that very moment, Deculine's voice rang out clearly through the hall. strong enough to cut through every stray whisper. "Attention everyone, I will begin the lecture." He folded his arms, straightened his back, and stood calmly beneath the weight of countless eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor of the Mage Tower, a mage of the king rank, and one who can command myriad elements. I have been appointed as your special lecturer." His voice stayed low, steady, and controlled, while his face revealed almost no emotion. "Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with king positioned 4th from the top. Since all of you have come this far, I trust you already understand that much. First, I will explain the classification of magic." Deculine moved into the lesson without hesitation. Magic is primarily divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. Among the attribute system, the prime attribute forms the foundation upon which magic itself is built. He continued by explaining how the elements operated, moving through the composition of matter, the role of materials, and the intermediary conduits that carried force. Then he shifted to the classifications: summoning, spirit, destruction, support, control, resilience, ward, harmony, and finally, specialization. On the outside, Deculine remained fully focused, speaking as though the lecture flowed naturally from his own expertise. Yet, even as he continued with the words, his mind quietly wandered. Things were going far more smoothly than he had expected, and the students were all listening with surprising attention. Deculine let out a faint breath of relief. This was not only his first lecture, but it was also a lesson on magical theory, a subject he barely understood himself. Even though he was simply reading from the prepared material, he could not help remembering the dense, carefully written book of notes and feeling genuinely surprised by how thorough it was. And yet, the strangest part was that after reading through it, Deculine felt as if the entire lecture had already settled neatly inside his head, almost like he understood the material from beginning to end. He lifted his eyes from the documents and looked out across the room, where the students sat upright in orderly rows, silent and focused. The natural dignity and pressure carried by Deculine's body pulled every gaze toward him, while his elite bearing made standing under all that attention feel strangely effortless. His face stayed cold, still, and unreadable, not betraying even the faintest sign of nerves. Instead of feeling crushed by the pressure of so many eyes watching him, Deculine found it almost natural, as though he had always belonged at the center of the room. He could not help but admit it inwardly. The original Deculine had been right about one thing. These traits truly made him perfectly suited to lecture from a place of authority. With that thought passing through his mind, he moved into the topic of mana, explaining that mana changed in function, depending on where in the body it was stored. As he spoke, clear images of mana storage points formed in his mind. First came the typical mage type. Mages stored mana in the brain, because spells were easiest to visualize and construct there. Then came swordsmen, who held mana in the heart, the organ that sent blood surging through the entire body. Finally, he explained the Dantian, the most universally suitable place for mana storage. Its strength came from the way it connected internal force with external force, allowing mana to circulate and respond more naturally than in any other location. Deculine brought the lecture to a close with a sharp piece of advice. "What I want to tell you is simple. Effort matters, but if your talent is lacking, then careful selection and intense focus become just as necessary." As he said it, he quietly acknowledged how perfectly those words suited Deculine himself. Afterward, his thoughts drifted toward the original Deculine's true ability. In reality, Deculine was not especially gifted, even though this body now possessed 3,375 mana. His eyebrow lifted slightly as another fact came to mind. There was another character who began with more than 30,000 mana. And ironically, that person was the one who needed to take this advice more seriously than anyone else. The thought left him with a faint sense of absurdity. How ridiculous, he mused. In the end, this was still only a pre-written lecture he had followed. Just then, the allotted class time came to an end, and he promptly announced, "Today's lecture ends here. One last thing." Deculine paused for a brief moment, his gaze lowering toward the final line in the prepared material. He felt oddly torn over whether he should actually say it, wondering if this was truly something he needed to read aloud. The hesitation felt uncomfortable because he knew the real Deculine would never have said something like this so casually. It did not match the man's cold, arrogant nature at all. Even so, after a short inner struggle, he chose to follow through and ask the room, "Does anyone have any questions?" The moment the question left his mouth, soft murmurs spread among the students. They exchanged glances and whispered under their breath. But despite the movement in the room, not a single person seemed brave enough to raise a hand. Deculine was deeply satisfied by that silence. Good, he thought. It seemed no one had any questions after all. Just as he was preparing to leave quickly, a clear voice suddenly rang out from among the seats. "Professor Deculine." Deculine felt pleased with how smoothly things were ending, with no questions coming his way. He was just about to step away from the lectern and escape the room, when a sharp, unmistakable voice cut through the quiet. "Professor Deculine." He turned toward the voice without losing his composure, his expression calm and cold. Then, instead of answering directly, he questioned her first. Are you truly a member of the Mage Tower? Ephraim Luna flinched at the unexpected question, her confidence shaken for a heartbeat. Excuse me? Why would you ask that, sir? Deculane looked down at her with an icy gaze and reminded her. If you truly belong to the Mage Tower, you should have stated your affiliation first. Then he delivered the next line with such casual coldness that it struck like a slap. I will not answer a question from an impolite child like you. Ephraim froze on the spot, stunned by the blunt rejection. What? She tried to press him helplessly, unable to accept being dismissed in front of everyone, but Deculane himself was already trapped by a different problem. Sorry, he thought inwardly, but there was truly nothing he could do. A heavy sense of exasperation sank through him. Only now did he fully realize just how much mana it consumed simply to understand magical theory at this level. A mana gauge appeared in his awareness, showing the painful truth. Mana, 2005 out of 3375. Just comprehending the lecture material had already drained roughly 1,300 mana. If that was the cost of understanding prepared content, he did not even want to imagine how much mana an unfamiliar spell would consume. Because Deculane refused to answer her, Ephraim immediately became the target of open mockery from the other students, their whispers turning sharper and more amused. Someone even raised their voice on purpose, twisting the situation into a cruel joke. They said she had tried to draw attention to herself, only to fail miserably in front of the entire class. The moment those words reached her, Ephraim's expression darkened. Her brows pulled together, her teeth clenched, and then she suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Ignoring Deculane's refusal, she pushed straight to the point. The Mage Tower refused to explain it and said it was only a false rumor. But I believe you, Professor, can identify this spell. A moment later, Ephraim gathered her power and released it, forming a spell before everyone's eyes. The spell unfolded inside the classroom, its structure spreading clearly enough for the students to see. Ephraim stood her ground and declared boldly, I formally request that you explain this spell. Deculane only glanced at it once, but that single look immediately tore away a massive amount of his mana. Now the gauge had fallen even further, only 300 out of 3,375 mana remained. Ephraim continued, hoping to force a proper response from him. A few apprentice mages stayed in the dormitory to examine it, but they still haven't made any progress. If you could at least give us a hint. Before she could finish the sentence, Deculane cut in quickly and concluded, this is barrier magic. Ephraim froze, her eyes widening as the answer struck her far more directly than she expected. Pardon? Deculane, however, had no intention of explaining further than necessary. There is no need for hints. His voice remained cold as he clarified the answer in one clean statement. This is barrier magic of the illusion school. Someone attempted to imprison you within it. After saying that, Deculane ended the matter as gently and decisively as he could. That is all. Ephraim was left standing there, stunned into silence, unable to find the words to respond. With that single explanation, Deculane closed the topic completely. That is all. The words left Ephraim frozen in place, her thoughts tangled, and her mouth unable to form any reply. Later, in the dining hall of the Imperial Magic Tower University, students gathered in cheerful clusters to eat and chat after class. Ephraim came as well, still carrying the weight of what had happened earlier. She ate in large, messy bites, barely caring that food was smearing around her mouth. Between mouthfuls, she muttered angrily to herself, unable to hide her irritation. What an annoying man! Her mind kept returning to the scene in the lecture hall. She had planned to expose Deculane's supposedly fraudulent interpretive skill by confronting him with an unknown spell in front of everyone. But instead of cornering him, she had been humiliated. Her fists tightened as she remembered how he had called her rude simply because she forgot to state her name and affiliation first. The embarrassment had been so intense that she felt like she might die on the spot. Then her mood sank lower, and she tried to convince herself that he must have been surprised too. To escape the situation, he had simply labeled the spell as illusion magic and moved on before anyone could question him further. Still, his answer bothered her. Ephraim turned it over again and again in her head, unable to make sense of it. Illusion magic was complicated and usually required some kind of medium, so how could that spell possibly be illusion magic without one? Her memory was clear, and she felt certain of what she had shown him. Even from a single glance, there was no mistaking it. The spell she had used was an exact copy of the nameless magic array that had been drawn on the dormitory's front door the night before. At first, everyone had been alarmed by it, but it soon became research material for the newcomers. Ephraim clenched her thoughts around one stubborn conclusion. She knew Deculane was full of lies. Then, all of a sudden, a voice called out from behind her as Julia hurried over. Ephraim! Julia rushed up with her face shining, barely able to contain her excitement as she announced the news. The magic array from last night has been deciphered. When we restructured the incantation, it turned into a shield. Ephraim stared at her in complete bewilderment, unable to immediately understand what she had just heard. or how the situation had changed so suddenly. Julia laughed brightly, full of genuine amazement. I'm honestly impressed. We were all too scared of the professor to ask him anything, but you were brave enough to do it. Only then did Ephraim snap back to herself and confirm awkwardly. Huh? Wait, you mean it really was a shield? Julia answered cheerfully, still smiling. Yes. Professor Deculine is amazing, right? How did he know it was illusion magic without a medium? Ephraim's face stiffened in horror, her mind refusing to accept it. Impossible. That could not be true. Unaware of the turmoil inside Ephraim, Julia waved at her with a bright, grateful smile. Thank you, Ephraim. We'll file a report about this and make sure your name is included. Ephraim forced herself to answer politely. Yeah, thanks. After Julia left, Ephraim pulled a paper from her bag, desperately searching for some excuse that would make the situation easier to accept. It must have been a lucky guess, she told herself. But the thought only made her feel more ridiculous. In the end, she had only helped raise Deculine's reputation. Sitting there in silence, Ephraim lowered her gaze and carefully read the paper in her hands, every word suddenly feeling heavier than before. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level 5 credits. Lecture by Deculine von Grehen Euclane. The same words stared back at her from the page. Impossible to ignore. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level, 5 credits. Lecture by Deculine von Grehen Euclane. Her fingers slowly tightened into a fist, the tension gathering in her palm as bitterness rose in her chest. If she really had to face that bastard every single day from now on, then she would have no choice but to harden her heart and prepare herself. Ephraim Luna glared in the direction Deculine had gone, her resentment burning hotter the longer she thought about his cold face. Just wait, Deculine, sooner or later, I'll drag the truth into the light and expose you for everyone to see. A translucent notification window suddenly flickered in front of him, its cold letters hanging in the air. Side quest completed. Lecture at the Academy. Story units gained, +0. Deculine's expression instantly hardened, the warmth leaving his face until it looked almost carved from ice. Deep inside, he could only think that the situation had come dangerously close to turning into a complete disaster. He thought back to the exact moment he had noticed the magic inside the classroom. The instant his eyes settled on that magic circle, with its dense web of interlocking lines and layered patterns, his comprehension had activated on its own before he could stop it. That strange spell still left him uneasy, as if its structure had been clawing at the inside of his mind. Merely staring at it had been enough to pull at him, draining away every last drop of mana he had. At that moment, Deculine had been frozen in place, unable to look away and unable to free himself from the pull of it. He had not even understood what type of magic he was facing, and even if he had possessed twice as much mana as he did now, he still would not have been able to grasp its rules. A quiet breath of relief passed through him. At the very least, nothing terrible had actually happened. But just as that thought settled, a familiar voice reached him from across the way, calmly saying that it had been a long time. The voice belonged to Julie. For a brief instant, Deculine was caught completely off guard, his thoughts stalling as he recognized who had called out to him. Standing in front of him was a woman with pale white hair and clear, bright eyes. Her appearance was unmistakable, the kind of face he had already seen countless times before on his computer screen. Julie looked at him with a composed expression and softly asked how he had been. After watching her for a few seconds, he finally placed her identity with certainty. Julie von Dea Frieden. A thought passed through his mind. She was Deculine's fiancée, the famous knight who would one day rise to the very peak of the sword. He had never expected to run into her here of all places, but outwardly he kept his tone cold and answered that he was not even sure anymore. Julie studied his face for a moment, her gaze sharp enough to cut through his calm mask. Then, with restrained irritation, she told him to at least act as though he was fine. Facing Deculine directly, Julie pressed him with a question, asking if he was truly all right. To her, he had broken a promise they had made only a week earlier, and on the surface, his indifferent attitude must have made him seem painfully heartless. But beneath that cold exterior, his thoughts were anything but calm. What promise was she talking about? No matter how he searched his memory, he could not find even the faintest clue. Since he had no memory of the promise at all, Deculine chose the safest path and tried to evade the issue. With a flat expression, he simply told her he did not remember. Julie did not allow him to leave so easily. She stepped directly into his path, anger flickering across her face as she asked if he intended to run away again, just like he had before. Looking at the determined woman blocking him, Deculine quietly assessed the situation. It was clear that she had no intention of letting him slip past with a vague answer. Deculine understood that much at once, and instead of forcing his way out, he kept his composure. He explained that the fever must have caused him to forget, then asked her to tell him exactly what promise they had made. His voice remained steady, but the question was careful, meant to draw the missing memory out of her. The memory that Deculine lacked was still painfully clear to Julie. She looked at him and began to repeat the promise, telling him that if he could be honest with himself, if he could admit his pride and arrogance with his own mouth, then she would marry him, even if the entire world collapsed around them. Julie must have felt deeply disappointed in Deculine. Her gaze lowered, and with a chill in her voice, she told him that trusting him had apparently been her mistake. Then she stepped back emotionally before she did so physically, giving him permission to leave as if she no longer had anything more to say to him. Deculine accepted her dismissal without arguing. He turned and walked a few steps away, but before leaving completely, he paused and glanced back at Julie over his shoulder. He left her with only a single sentence, calmly saying that he would be going, then turned away once more. Behind him, Julie pressed her lips tightly together, unable to hide the frustration and unwillingness still lingering in her heart. As she watched him leave, Julie remembered the day she had first met Deculine. Her engagement to him had never begun with love. From the very start, it had been a union built on advantage. Deculine was known as a gifted mage, while she was recognized as a talented knight. On paper, the match between them looked almost perfectly balanced. Her father had cared only about the prosperity and future power of their house. To him, joining the two of them together would strengthen their political position and improve the bloodline of the family. There had once been a silent meal where the marriage between House Euclane and House Frieden was discussed with calm, practical voices. No one at that table had raised any real objection to the arrangement. Back then, Julie had accepted it as something necessary. Even if she did not love him, she had believed it would be fine as long as the marriage served her family. But before long, both houses began to understand the uncomfortable truth. The talent Deculine was supposed to possess was not as real as everyone had believed. Perhaps he had never wanted to admit his own limits. But he had deceived others by presenting himself as a genius, capable of analyzing magic, and had even become a professor through that image. After several incidents exposed cracks in his reputation, he stopped loudly bragging about his achievements, mostly to avoid being humiliated in public. Even so, the two houses chose to bury the matter. They covered up what they could, smoothing over the uglier truths before they could spread too far. Again and again, the two houses protected the arrangement by hiding the shame behind silence. What should have been confronted openly was instead quietly sealed away. But Julie could not simply pretend not to see it. She could endure a marriage without love, but deceit was different. As a knight, deception went against everything she had sworn to uphold. On that day, after only a few minutes of discussion, Deculine had finally agreed to her terms. He had said that he would do as she asked. Julie's voice had been quiet when she spoke then, almost gentle, as if she had still wanted to believe there was some sincerity left in him. Now, Julie's hand tightened until it trembled. The disappointment she had tried to suppress rose again as she silently wondered if he truly had no intention of keeping that promise. The view shifted to the Imperial Academy, a vast and magnificent place whose grand building stood proudly beneath the open sky. Its magic tower was considered the finest institution in the game, and among all its divisions the magic faculty stood at the very top. To put it simply, the magic faculty was like the College of Medicine at Seoul National University, while the magic tower itself was closer to the National Medical Center, a place carrying both prestige and absolute authority. Deculine looked around the campus, taking in the impressive surroundings with a measured gaze. After a moment, he quietly remarked that the place looked splendid. The campus was alive with movement, packed with students crossing the wide paths as towering academy buildings rose above them on every side. Flower beds bloomed brightly along the walkways, and the gardens were trimmed with almost flawless care. The atmosphere reminded him of one of those polished American universities he had seen before. Deculine found himself remembering the days before he had transmigrated into this world. Back then, he and his team members had spent countless nights trying to create this exact kind of atmosphere, and now he was walking through it for real, passing schoolgirls chatting cheerfully as the freshness of youth filled the campus air. A stray thought crossed his mind. If he had entered some other body instead, perhaps he could have enjoyed this campus life far more freely. Suddenly, someone came rushing through in a panic, only to trip and stumble forward. Deculine's eyes narrowed at once, his body becoming alert as if danger might strike from any direction. Alan crashed down behind him, the crate in his arms slamming hard against his chest. The contents spilled out across the ground, and a startled cry burst from him as everything scattered. Alan tumbled to the floor in a heap, then immediately began apologizing while hurriedly reaching for his fallen belongings. He explained that he was sorry and that he had been rushing to see the professor. Deculine was startled for a different reason, as recognition clicked in his mind. It was the boy from before. For a second, he had honestly thought it might be an ambush, but instead he looked down and asked if the boy was named Zorro. Realizing Deculine had gotten his name wrong, the boy quickly corrected him from the ground. His name was not Zorro, it was Alan. Deculine stared at him for a moment, his expression unchanged, then answered as if the mix-up was nothing more than a minor mistake. Alan, visibly embarrassed, fumbled over his words before asking who Zorro was supposed to be in the first place. Soon after, they arrived at Deculine's office. He settled into his seat, opened the stack of documents, and looked over the papers before asking if this was the reason Alan had rushed over in such a hurry. Alan immediately straightened his posture and answered that it was, explaining that the documents contained the sponsor list for this year's Rookie Mages. Imperial Magic Tower functioned much like a research institute in the real world, and just like any institute, it could not develop without funding. Professors within the tower personally chose promising rookie mages to sponsor, supporting the ones they believed had enough talent and value to deserve investment. As Deculine calmly scanned through the documents, his gaze suddenly stopped on one particular section of the page, as if something there had caught his attention. He lifted one of the personnel files from the stack and noticed that it was faintly glowing in his hand. The name itself seemed to shine, and he quickly guessed that this reaction was likely connected to Deculine's special attributes. He quietly read through the details connected to it. Wealthy magnate, a rare trait belonging to someone with the instincts of a natural tycoon, an exceptional financier who could sense value with almost unmatched precision. The more information he had, the sharper and more accurate those instincts became. Then there was keen vision, another rare trait that allowed intuitive perception through sight. Traits like mana points and elemental affinities were not especially powerful on their own, but they became meaningful when linked with other abilities. Deculine let out a silent sigh in his mind. It had to be the combination of wealthy magnate and keen vision at work. Whatever factor made this name shine, he had a strong feeling it would eventually bring him profit. Without letting any emotion show on his face, he began turning through the personnel files one by one, checking each document with calm, practiced movements. By the time Deculine had reviewed nearly every file, only one among them still stood out, glowing more brightly than all the others. He raised one eyebrow and read the information written on the sheet. Ephorine Luna, a name famous in the game, and one based on the developer who had been responsible for designing her. And Deculine had been the one who took her father away from her. As he continued reading, one particular entry on the information sheet left him with an uneasy feeling, as though the words themselves carried trouble. Deculine looked toward Alan and asked why Ephorine Luna had no sponsors. Alan scratched awkwardly at the side of his neck, hesitating as he tried to explain that, in Ephorine's case, people were probably afraid. Before Alan could finish, Deculine supplied the answer himself. He understood the situation at once. Everyone was afraid of what Deculine might do if they chose to sponsor her. He examined Ephorine Luna's file again, quietly measuring her worth. Her talent was strong enough that she could have entered the Magic Tower directly without even passing through the academy first. But the moment he thought of her as an enemy, his expression grew colder. No matter how gifted she was, Ephorine Luna was still someone who stood against Deculine. To Ephorine, Deculine was the enemy. And in the game, that path led to the worst possible endings. If he allowed events to follow their original course with the broken engagement and the conditions that led to Deculine's death, he would eventually end up meeting the same fate. He skimmed through the available information tied to Deculine's fate. Villain's destiny, the path of a man everyone wanted dead. Yet the trait also carried a cruel twist. What failed to kill him would only make him stronger. In the game, Deculine could die in countless ways. In one ending, a blade would be driven straight into his heart. In another, he would be stabbed through the head. In yet another, poison would quietly take his life from a glass of wine. There were even endings where he died in an explosion so dramatic, it almost seemed artistic. But no matter how the method changed, the final result was always the same. Deculine died. Deculine crossed one leg over the other, his posture composed even as his thoughts sharpened. If he wanted to survive in this world, he could not keep making the same choices as the original. His brows drew together slightly. What he needed was a decision that the original Deculine would never have been capable of making. He picked up his pen, pressed it to the paper, and wrote several lines with firm, deliberate strokes. Then he looked to Alan and ordered him to submit the documents and borrow a few books for him. Deculine added that he intended to write something before returning home. Alan responded at once, quickly and respectfully confirming the order. Alan gathered what Deculine needed, carefully closed the door behind him, and left the office after giving a polite farewell to the professor. Once the door shut, the large office fell quiet, leaving Deculine completely alone in the spacious room. He sank into thought, his mind circling around one unavoidable truth. To survive, he would need a great deal of money, because money could become a shield against many of the deaths waiting for him. Fortunately, Deculine already had a plan for earning it. Sponsoring a mage was not merely an act of support, it could also become a way to make a return. This world despised Deculine far too deeply. No matter where he looked, there were countless names and faces carrying resentment toward him. His hand tightened into a fist as that realization settled in. If any of them were given the chance, they would not hesitate to kill him. So if he truly wanted to survive, what he needed most was not comfort or excuses. He needed a way out. Then Deculine suddenly rose from his seat and a blazing red sphere of power formed in front of him, burning like condensed fire. His conclusion was simple. He had to become stronger. Again and again, Deculine forced that thought into himself. In this world, the best path to survival was not negotiation, luck, or hiding. It was gaining enough power to endure what was coming. However, Deculine's natural talent was only average at this rate. He would never be able to properly handle the threats ahead of him, and he would have no way to survive the many deaths still waiting in the future. The more he thought about it, the darker his prospects became, and the weight of his situation pressed down on him even harder. If nothing changed, he would not survive the countless deaths lying in wait for him. His eyes narrowed as another thought surfaced. Even so, he did have one advantage that the original situation had left behind: his attributes. Deculine could not truly command all four elements the way he had once claimed, but he did have definite potential with earth and fire. The combination of earth, fire, and metal formed another one of Deculine's attributes, known as Midas Hand. This unique ability consumed the user's mana to unlock a target's potential, and with that power he could still find a way to fight. Because of Deculine's talent for metal manipulation, he had the ability to control floating swords through sheer will and magical force. He opened the book and focused on the section about basic manipulation magic. Calling it a flying sword controlled by willpower sounded impressive. But in truth, it was simply the act of moving objects through intent. Even so, in this world, that kind of technique was uncommon, and the weakness he lacked in raw power could be compensated for by mastering the properties of metal. The book carefully explained the techniques he needed. But before he could use any of them properly, he first had to learn how to control that power. Deculine placed his hand directly on the page, focusing his mana as he began to cast. It was time to test whether this would work. A steady flow of power began to radiate from his hand, spreading outward in a controlled and deliberate stream. The spells and seals written in the book responded to him, resonating as they rose from the page and arranged themselves into a magnificent matrix, taking shape in an instant under his command. The magic spiraled upward and pierced directly into Deculine's mind. The contents of the book, along with the incantations of this world, flooded into his head all at once. Deculine gasped sharply for breath, his body briefly overwhelmed by the sudden rush of information pouring into him. Then his gaze shifted toward the quill resting beside him. As he stared at it, Deculine's resolve hardened, and he prepared himself to put this new control to the test. Perhaps now, with only a single command, it would move. Deculine focused his will on the quill, and just as he intended, the feathered pen slowly lifted from the desk and hovered in midair. Deculine could feel it clearly. Now his mind had become noticeably sharper than before. Once he had memorized the basic spell structure, he no longer needed to rely on an incantation to cast it. Watching something that had once existed only inside the game become real before his eyes, he understood that memorization allowed the brain to automatically activate any spell he had fully grasped. Excitement flickered through him as he quickly calculated the possibilities. This was only basic manipulation, and if he stayed at this level, even learning higher-level versions of the same technique would not be enough to reach the power he wanted. His gaze shifted toward the tall stack of spellbooks nearby, their pages filled with knowledge waiting to be used. Then, all at once, a dangerous idea surfaced in his mind, making him pause and wonder what path he should take next. A bold thought formed in his head. What if he carved magic arrays not just onto tools or objects, but across his own entire body? In this world, the size of a magic array directly affected its power. The larger the array, the stronger the result. If Deculine could understand his own body through comprehension, not only with his mind, but also through his heart and inner self, then he might be able to engrave arrays across his whole body and strengthen his will far beyond its current limits. Of course, such a method was far from safe. If the burden became too great, his body could be overloaded, and the side effects might tear through him before he could control them. But Deculine's body possessed the Iron Man attribute, a unique trait that represented top-tier physical ability and innate bodily potential. With that kind of endurance, he believed he had a chance to withstand the side effects that would destroy an ordinary mage. Deculine measured the risk carefully, turning every factor over in his mind. This was something only he could attempt in this world, and with his current mana sitting at 800, he judged that he had enough to at least try a small portion. Once he made up his mind, he did not hesitate. True to his decision, Deculine began repeating the process of imparting magic with firm, controlled determination. Once again, a surge of knowledge rushed into him, pouring straight into his brain with sudden and overwhelming force. The power moved through him like white blood cells flowing through a bloodstream, circulating mana through his body as if it were being carried along invisible veins. Deculine's body was forced to endure an immense load of information, and exhaustion spread through him almost immediately. Then, a terrifying pain struck him all at once. He clenched his teeth against the indescribable agony, refusing to let his face collapse. It felt as though every bone in his body was being crushed apart, while every muscle was being ripped and twisted from the inside. Even so, Deculine stood his ground without yielding. He would not flinch, and he would not allow even a single groan to escape his mouth. To him, that silent endurance was the dignified bearing a noble had to maintain. Only after the procedure was completed did the pain begin to retreat, fading little by little as his body slowly regained control. Deculine's hands continued to tremble, the aftershock still running through his fingers. His mana was almost completely drained, and he realized that the attempt had failed because he did not have enough power to finish it. But when he glanced toward his shoulder, elation quietly rose within him. He had gained something after all. A magic array was now clearly engraved there. At this pace, he estimated it would take around 2 weeks to inscribe arrays across his entire body. 1 month later, at the Magic Tower Academy, Deculine held his seminar on the first day of lectures. Standing before the class, he presented a guidance board for the students to see. Below the board, Deculine addressed them as their professor and stated that he wished to test their abilities. He instructed them to research anything they could from the assigned area and bring back results, explaining that the location was filled with elements suitable for their experiments. Students immediately began whispering among themselves, curiosity and confusion spreading through the room. This was nothing like what the upperclassmen had told them to expect. Some wondered if all his classes were this way, while others complained that he had simply handed them a board and told them to self-study. Their eyes moved around uncertainly as they asked what they were supposed to do with the elements, whether this was the reason they had come here, and where Professor Deculine had gone. Ephorine Luna muttered under her breath, irritation already rising in her voice. Of course he would do something like this. In her eyes, Deculine was exactly the kind of irresponsible man who would vanish after giving vague instructions. She folded her arms tightly across her chest and grumbled to herself with open annoyance. On the very first day, Deculine had told them to study on their own, and she could not help wondering what kind of bastard treated a class that way. Just then, Sylvia Josephina Lade deliberately brushed past her, shoving into Ephorine, as if the collision had been intentional. Ephorine immediately snapped, her temper flaring as she turned toward the person who had bumped into her. She demanded to know who the other girl thought she was, but the instant Ephorine saw the girl's face clearly, her anger froze in place, and her entire attitude shifted at once. Her eyes widened in shock, and her voice dropped into a stunned whisper as recognition struck her. This person was someone she knew. More than almost anyone else, Ephorine knew exactly who stood before her. It was Sylvia Josephina Lade. Sylvia stood there without saying a word, quietly looking at Ephorine for a brief moment with an unreadable expression. Then Sylvia coldly turned her back and walked away, leaving Ephorine standing there furious, confused, and unable to understand what had just happened. A sharp question rose in Ephorine's mind. Did Sylvia truly not recognize her? At that time, Deculine was still absent from the first lesson, leaving the students to handle the assignment on their own. Ephorine practiced magic alone, but the encounter kept bothering her. As she worked, her thoughts circled back to Sylvia again and again. If she was not mistaken, that girl had to be a member of House Illade. Last year, House Illade had feared both her father's potential and her own, and because of that, they had sent soldiers to surround the Luna family manor and threaten them. So why did Sylvia act as though none of it had happened? Why did she seem unable to remember Ephorine at all? Suddenly, the small castle Ephorine had built with her own magic collapsed and broke apart before her eyes. Startled, she looked at the ruined structure and wondered what was going on. At once, Ephorine sensed that the mana she had gathered was being drained away somewhere else. Sure enough, Sylvia, who stood nearby, had siphoned off the small amount of mana Ephorine had collected and used it to construct a massive citadel of her own. Ephorine's patience snapped. She turned on Sylvia aggressively and demanded to know what she thought she was doing, anger burning in her voice. Ephorine confronted Sylvia directly, asking if she even realized she had stolen everything Ephorine had gathered. When Sylvia still did not respond, Ephorine pressed harder, asking if she was listening at all. Sylvia remained completely silent, not bothering to give even the smallest reply, and that only made Ephorine's anger grow hotter. She could not understand what was wrong with this girl or why she refused to answer a single word. Then, in the middle of her frustration, a thought suddenly occurred to Ephorine. She faced Sylvia directly and demanded an answer, asking why Miss Sylvia was pretending not to know her. Ephorine deliberately tried to provoke her memory, insisting that there was no way Sylvia could fail to recognize her, after threatening her family and forcing her to abandon magic. Then, with open hostility, she asked if Sylvia was afraid Ephorine had come to steal all the attention from her. Sylvia answered in a cold, brief voice, saying that she did not know her. That single response made the hot-blooded Ephorine flare up even more, and she shouted back, asking if Sylvia now dared to look down on her. But Sylvia's next words were nothing like what Ephorine expected. She said she did not know Ephorine, but she did know her father. Ephorine froze on the spot and asked what she meant. Sylvia named him with complete indifference, referring to him only as that arrogant noble. Then Sylvia added that she had heard he was dead. The moment those words reached Ephorine, the last of her restraint shattered completely. A brilliant flash of magic erupted around them, lighting up the area so fiercely that the nearby students cried out to one another in alarm. At that moment, Ephorine fully lost her composure. With her emotions boiling over and her magic blazing around her, she made up her mind to settle things with Sylvia right then and there. What did you just say?" The words slipped out in a shaken stammer. as if Ephorine Luna couldn't believe what had just reached her ears. In the next instant, Ephorine Luna's mana burst outward like a flare, violent and unstable, her anger spilling into the air around her as she snapped back. Say that again. Faced with the sudden pressure of Ephorine Luna's rampaging momentum, Sylvia Josephine Alade reacted at once, throwing up a protective barrier before the force could crash directly into her. For the first time, the tension was plain on Sylvia Josephine Alade's face, her expression tightening as she braced herself behind the shield. A devastating blast tore through the ground, sending chunks of earth and jagged rock flying wildly across the surrounding area. The students nearby instinctively threw their arms up, covering their faces as fear swept through the crowd. As the thick dust slowly began to settle, everyone hurried to regain their senses, looking around in alarm. What just happened? Is anyone hurt? But in the chaos, Ephorine Luna had already seized Sylvia Josephine Alade by the hair. Sylvia Josephine Alade's voice turned cold as she ordered, "Let go." Yet Ephorine Luna, completely overtaken by fury, shouted back, "I told you to repeat that. How dare you insult my father?" In that heated moment, Ephorine Luna suddenly froze, her rage sharpening into something far more dangerous. "I'll kill you!" Around them, panic broke loose as people started shouting, "What is that?" Above them, a strange pink rift split open in the sky, pulsing with an aura so lethal that the crowd immediately raised their guard. "What is that light?" The entire class screamed in terror. Ephorine Luna stared upward, her voice trembling as she tried to make sense of it. "What is it? Is that a rift?" Watching the distorted space shift and churn, Ephorine Luna finally understood. That was the spot where her mana had collided with Sylvia Josephine Alade's earlier, and now the rift was drawing in everything around it like the beginning of a black hole's collapse. The students shouted warnings to one another as dread spread through the auditorium. "It's about to explode! Run!" Everyone scattered in panic, but Ephorine Luna stayed rooted in place, staring it down. No, if that thing exploded, the metal fragments would scatter like stray bullets. The worst possible outcome flashed through Ephorine Luna's mind with terrifying clarity. If those fragments burst outward, everyone in this place would be killed. Then, almost before anyone could react, the explosion came, releasing a force powerful enough to feel like hundreds of tons of explosives detonating at once. Ephorine Luna squeezed her eyes shut, clenched her teeth, and forced up a barrier with everything she had, trying desperately to hold back the incoming blast. But then she sensed something strange. There was no impact, no roar, no rain of metal tearing through the air. "What is this? It's so quiet. Did it stop?" Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen had arrived just in time and neutralized the danger before it could spread. The fragments from the explosion hung motionless in the air, suspended inside his controlled mana. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to understand what they were seeing. When had he even arrived, and why were the fragments of the explosion frozen in his mana, as if time itself had stopped around them? With a calm, almost effortless motion, Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen guided the suspended debris aside, and the glittering pieces drifted together as smoothly as water flowing through a stream. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence as Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen's telekinesis moved with perfect control, drawing gasps of admiration from every student who witnessed it. These were students who spent their days sharpening their understanding of magic so they could feel it clearly, the control, the precision, and the elegance hidden within that single spell. It was the kind of spell whose beauty was impossible to deny, enchanting enough to make even the terrified students forget their fear for a moment. The shining fragments gathered together in the air, then settled into a single glittering heap as Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen brought the chaos fully under control. Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen's voice cut through the stunned silence, cold and steady. "Attention everyone, today's class ends here." His gaze turned icy as it landed on the two students responsible for the disaster. "Everyone, except those who provoked this incident, leave." Ephorine Luna's face went pale as the reality of the situation hit her all at once. It was over. She was completely doomed. Before long, both Ephorine Luna and Sylvia Josephine Alade were taken away and escorted directly to the interrogation room. The one speaking there was Assistant Professor Wren, his voice carrying the stiff authority of someone ready to oversee the matter. As expected, their solemn behavior made them look like proper examples for all mages. Behind him came Professor of Spirit Studies Retlan and the Mage University President Adeline Sigilian. Seated beside Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen, they greeted the arrivals with bright, practiced smiles. "Welcome, Professor Retlan. Professor Wren, I apologize for calling you here without warning, and thank you for coming so quickly." Professor Wren settled into his seat, but curiosity was already written across his face. "So, who was it? Who dared lay hands on Miss Alade?" Someone immediately replied, "From what I heard, it was only a lowly brat who isn't even officially enrolled, a truly suspicious character." Wren let out a hearty laugh, then turned his praise toward Deculain von Grahan-Uklainen. "Still, I heard Professor Deculain handled what could have become a major catastrophe with remarkable skill." Retlan quickly joined in, nodding with enthusiasm. I heard the same, quite commendable indeed. But Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine already understood what lay beneath their polite words. Their hearts had long since been transparent to him. They were flattering him on the surface, and every professor in that room knew how to twist a situation to their advantage, which meant the conclusion of this disciplinary hearing was nearly decided before it even began. To Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine, the entire interrogation was little more than a formality. On one side stood Sylvia Josephine Alade, daughter of the powerful House Alade, and on the other stood the child of a fallen noble line. In truth, Ephraim Luna was treated no differently from a commoner here. With that kind of imbalance, it was obvious which side the professors would choose. Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine made his decision in silence. If the outcome was already being pushed in one direction, then he would have to change the course of this disciplinary hearing himself. Earlier, Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine had noticed something unusual. A deep red aura swirling ominously around Ephraim Luna. Only he could see it because he possessed the strange eye. Then the system appeared before him, revealing the fate of the villain. The whole world wished for the villain's death, yet whatever failed to kill him would only make him stronger. Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine was certain of it. The villain's fate had manifested, and if he failed to change the result of this hearing, his own death would draw one step closer. The moderator's cold voice echoed through the room. The disciplinary hearing between new mage Ephraim Luna and Sylvia Josephine Alade begins now. Ren had barely begun before his voice thundered through the chamber. How dare the two of you quarrel in the auditorium? If not for Professor Deculane, someone could have been seriously hurt. His expression remained stern as he turned his questioning toward Ephraim Luna. Why did the two of you fight? She lowered her head and answered in a tight, restrained voice. I cannot speak. Ren stared at Ephraim Luna, who still raised her head with defiance burning in her eyes, and he barked angrily. What did you say? Ephraim Luna carefully swallowed the words rising in her throat. That bastard was watching from somewhere above, so she couldn't say a single careless thing. Sylvia Josephine Alade's insult replayed in her mind, and hot tears of indignation began to gather in her eyes. I heard your father is dead. Did I hear that right? Ephraim Luna lowered her face, thinking bitterly of Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine. Sylvia Josephine Alade had looked down on her father and provoked her with cruel precision, but she couldn't admit that in front of the enemy she hated most. Ren abruptly rose from his seat, his tone growing arrogant as he criticized her. What are you playing at? Is this some kind of inferiority complex? He continued bluntly, drawing a harsh comparison between the two girls. You should understand better than anyone the difference in status between you and Sylvia Josephine Alade, and yet you still dared to act so brazenly. Putting Ephraim Luna aside for the moment, Ren turned towards Sylvia Josephine Alade and asked, Then, Sylvia, tell us what happened. Sylvia Josephine Alade answered calmly. During class, I accidentally destroyed her work, and that led to the dispute. The moment Ren heard that, he aimed his anger back at Ephraim Luna. What? So Sylvia Josephine Alade didn't even do it on purpose, and Ephraim Luna used that as an excuse to cause a disturbance. A nameless, low-born child dares behave like this. Can't you control your temper? Ren pushed even further, turning directly toward Adeline Sigillian with a harsh, uncompromising look. President, we should expel her. That attitude and that violent behavior cannot be tolerated. Ephraim Luna clenched her teeth until her jaw ached, feeling just how powerless she was in that freezing room. Her head throbbed as if it might burst apart. All of this was supposed to be a simple disciplinary hearing, yet she was being forced to swallow insult after insult without being able to fight back. Every accusation landed on her alone. She had reasons. She had pain. She had the truth sitting right behind her clenched lips, but she couldn't defend herself. No one stood beside her either, and the room felt colder with every passing second. Resentment and humiliation gathered in Ephraim Luna's eyes until they nearly overflowed. In the end, all of this was happening because of one name. Adeline Sigillian spoke with calm indifference, as though the matter had already reached its natural end. Then it seems everyone's decision has been made. Then, with a gentle turn of her gaze, Adeline Sigillian looked toward Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine. Professor Deculane was present at the scene. Before we draw a conclusion, let us hear his view as well. Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine's voice rose slowly through the room, measured and firm. I, Deculane, speak as the head professor of the tower and as a member of this disciplinary committee. Ephraim Luna closed her eyes, already surrendering inside. It was over. Then his question cut through the silence. You do not believe you bear any guilt in this incident, do you? Ephraim Luna accepted defeat before the answer even came, certain his words were meant for her. But then Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine called out a name no one expected. Sylvia Josephine Alade. Sylvia flinched and lifted her head. Yes, he repeated sternly, making it clear that the question had been directed at her. Deculane von Grahan-Ukraine asked again, his tone leaving no room for escape. Let me ask you once more, do you truly believe you had no fault in this matter? Ephraim Luna stared at him, completely stunned. Huh? She looked even more shocked than Sylvia Josephine Alade herself, unable to understand how the hearing had suddenly shifted like this. Ren also froze in confusion, his brows drawing together. What are you saying, Professor? Deculine von Grahan-Uklein ignored the eyes fixed on him and pressed Sylvia Josephine Alade without hesitation. You had the ability to stop that incident, yet you chose not to. Or was the ability everyone expects from you actually insufficient? That final question struck Sylvia Josephine Alade hard enough to leave her motionless. At last, unable to deny it, she lowered her head and admitted the truth. I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to fall into even bigger trouble. The moment Sylvia Josephine Alade confessed so plainly, Ephorine Luna's anger surged again. What? Inside, Ephorine Luna could only wonder why Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had questioned Sylvia Josephine Alade first instead of her. No matter how anyone looked at it, wasn't she also responsible for what had happened? Ren stubbornly tried to defend Sylvia Josephine Alade, but still, head Professor Deculine, the fault does not lie with the one defending herself. The attacker is the guilty party. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein replied in a cold, even voice. If we consider the full context, then the fault lies with me, the one responsible for teaching them. Professor Ren, are you suggesting I should take the blame? Seeing Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's firm resolve, Ren immediately withdrew his argument. Of course not. I only thought it would not be appropriate. Ephorine Luna stared in astonishment. He had even rebuked a professor for openly siding with Sylvia Josephine Alade. Why would he go that far? Then, like a sudden shock through her chest, the realization came to Ephorine Luna. He was doing this to protect her. Before the thought could settle, Adeline Sigilian clapped her hands and brought the debate to a stop. Enough! Adeline Sigilian spoke cheerfully, softening the heavy air in the room. They are still children. Friction is also part of growth. These students are only new mages, so instead of arguing over fault and belittling them, let us allow this matter to pass. Then Adeline Sigilian gave the official decision. No one will be disciplined this time. You both may go home. Ephorine Luna's small hand trembled in disbelief. What? She had already prepared herself to be expelled, because the Deculine von Grahan-Uklein she knew would never have done something like this. So why had he done it? As the hearing reached its end, Ren turned toward Deculine von Grahan-Uklein with another smooth compliment. As expected of Professor Deculine, you truly have a distinctive way of examining matters. While the others continued talking among themselves, Ephorine Luna's voice suddenly rang through the room, making Deculine von Grahan-Uklein stop and look back. She tightened both hands into fists, gripping them hard as though she needed every bit of courage just to speak. Ephorine Luna looked straight at Deculine von Grahan-Uklein and said, I have a question. Deep inside, her thoughts trembled. What if he remembered the Luna name? What if he knew her father? And what if Deculine von Grahan-Uklein knew that her father had endured his entire life under that weight, right up until the day he took his own life? Ephorine Luna lowered her gaze, hesitation pressing down on her. But if Deculine von Grahan-Uklein did remember, what would happen if he took back his judgment just to protect himself? Even then, she could not let go of the question buried deepest in her heart. If he didn't remember her father at all, wouldn't that hurt even more? As if he had understood exactly what she was trying to ask, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein answered with quiet decisiveness. You do not need to ask. Then in a tone that sounded almost like advice, he added, do not waste your talent on things of the past. After that, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had turned away, and only the crisp sound of his footsteps echoed through the room as he left. To Ephorine Luna, that was already an answer. The doubt that had been eating at her heart faded, and a quiet certainty took its place. She knew it. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein did know her. He knew her father as well. If he didn't, he would have had no reason to help her, and that meant he must have felt at least some responsibility. Her trembling hand slowly tightened, curling into a small but determined fist. That decision pulled her back to the painful funeral from long ago, and instead of easing her heart, it only strengthened what she already believed. So the reason he helped her was pity? But the tears in Ephorine Luna's eyes were no longer only tears of anger. They carried relief as well. Thank goodness, he hadn't forgotten. If Deculine von Grahan-Uklein still remembered her and her father, then for now that was enough. Ephorine Luna wiped at her eyes and tried to comfort herself with a small, brighter thought. At least for the moment she could accept that. A translucent message flashed before Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's eyes. The villain's fate surviving death. Variation, plot unit +2. Meanwhile, Sylvia Josephine Alade was riding in a four-wheeled carriage with her father. He glanced back at his daughter and calmly asked about the matter. This man was Giltheon Alade, the head of House Alade, and an empathic mage. He reassured Sylvia Josephine Alade in an even voice, telling her she no longer needed to concern herself with that child. Giltheon Alade added casually, as if he were speaking of something already settled. Ephorine Luna does have talent, but she has already missed her chance. Sylvia Josephine Alade fell silent. stunned as an old memory surfaced in her mind. 10 years ago, on the day of the aptitude test for entering the academy, that memory remained vivid for Sylvia Josephine Elaide, pulling her back once more to that same day 10 years earlier, when the academy aptitude test had changed everything. Back then, the examiner had looked astonished as he delivered the result to both Sylvia Josephine Elaide and Ephraim Luna. "Both of you have the talent to become archmages." The announcement immediately stirred up an uproar around them. "What? Those two children from our territory?" Ephraim Luna quietly glanced towards Sylvia Josephine Elaide, and Sylvia Josephine Elaide looked back at her with visible bewilderment. The debate around them showed no sign of calming down, voices overlapping in disbelief. What is going on? Becoming an archmage was like walking a ruined road that led all the way to the heavens. It was the highest peak of the eternal world of magic, a realm even emperors could not touch. Those who reached that level had their names carved into the history of the continent forever. However, by long-standing custom, only 3 people could become archmages in a single era, no matter what branch of magic they practiced. Among mages, that rule was treated as an unchanging law. At that time, aside from the already recognized candidate, only 2 positions remained. But one of those had already been reserved for Adeline Segalian, the Tower Master of the Imperial Magic Tower. Sylvia Josephine Elaide understood exactly what that meant. In other words, she, the heir of House Elaide, and Ephraim Luna of the Luna family, who lived under their control, would have to compete for the final remaining seat. That was the reason the head of House Euclane had personally marched in with soldiers and surrounded the Luna family estate. Even without hearing the rest of the explanation, the truth was obvious. With the pressure of armed troops behind him, he had stood before Kagan Luna and demanded in a hard, unyielding voice that he give up on sending his daughter to the academy. Sylvia Josephine Elaide found herself sinking deeper into that old buried memory. Only on that day did she finally understand why House Euclane had crushed the Luna family so ruthlessly. The answer was not some distant political scheme or family grudge. The real reason had been her. Her eyes drifted blankly toward the far distance as if she were still staring at the scene from years ago. It had all been done so that she, not Ephraim Luna, could be guided toward the path of becoming an archmage. Sylvia Josephine Elaide lowered her voice, the words slipping out with a sadness she could not quite hide. Becoming an archmage had always been her dream. Something she believed was written into her future like an unavoidable destiny. Then her face tightened, the memory turning bitter as Ephraim Luna's question resurfaced in her mind. Was she afraid because she might have to spend her life chasing after that destiny instead of simply claiming it? Sylvia Josephine Elaide let out a slow breath, forcing the unease out of her chest as she shook the thought away. No, this could not be dismissed as mere bad luck or a simple twist of fate. Giltheon Elaide had once warned his daughter with a grave, almost severe expression. She did not need to concern herself too much with that child, but when it came to Deculane von Grahan Euclane, she had to keep her guard up. His voice had carried a firm certainty as he pressed the warning into her mind. Deculane von Grahan Euclane was not an ordinary man. He might be struggling now, but in his younger years, people had called him a prodigy. If the right moment came, he could climb back to the top before anyone realized it. After that interrogation, Sylvia Josephine Elaide had come to understand at least one thing. Professor Deculane von Grahan Euclane had seen straight through the trap she had prepared. When that terrifying explosion tore through the situation, she knew better than anyone that it had not happened naturally. She had been the one pulling the strings from behind the scene. It was Sylvia Josephine Elaide who had caused Ephraim Luna's mana to disappear, stripping it away at the worst possible moment and setting the disaster into motion. She had arranged a trap that would react the instant it came into contact with Ephraim Luna's mana. The greater the explosion became, the deeper Ephraim Luna would be dragged into suspicion and trouble. What enraged Sylvia Josephine Elaide most was how quickly Deculane von Grahan Euclane had moved. He had uncovered her scheme almost immediately. Even though she had carefully checked the room for any trace of observational magic, his relentless chain of reasoning still cornered her until she had no choice but to bend. And instead of openly accusing her or exposing everything on the spot, he had pushed the situation toward compromise, forcing both sides to settle under his control. Sylvia Josephine Elaide could still feel that invisible pressure pressing down on her. It was as if he had been silently telling her that he already knew everything and that she had better obey. It was a threat in all but name, and even though she understood that, she had no choice but to accept it. Until then, she had thought he was only an arrogant man with talent slightly above the average. A shiver ran through her body before she could stop it, fear rising instinctively from somewhere deep inside. Just what kind of person was Deculane von Grahan Euclane? Several days later, inside Deculane von Grahan Euclane's mansion, Roy's polite and respectful voice echoed from outside the room. "Roy here. Are you ready, sir?" After straightening his clothes and composing himself once more, Deculane von Grahan Euclane answered without hesitation. "I'm coming out." Carriage waiting outside the mansion soon began to move, its wheels rolling away from the estate and carrying him toward his next obligation. Seated inside the carriage, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein quietly reviewed his choices. Helping Ephraim Luna had been the correct decision. Because of that intervention, he had removed one fated death from the path ahead and even gained another plot unit in return. He thought back to the class he had taught and still felt a trace of surprise. He had not expected the new mage asking those questions to be Ephraim Luna herself. Yet, among everyone involved, she possessed the strongest capacity to resist Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, holding firmly to his self-first principle. He calculated the situation with cold practicality. Sylvia Josephine Elaide might continue to resent him no matter what he did. But if he wanted to protect himself, there had been no other path available. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein looked out through the carriage window with clear distaste on his face. Social events were the sort of thing he would rather avoid entirely, but if there was a chance to gain more plot units, he could not afford to ignore it. A new objective had already been assigned to him. Attend the New Year's Blossom event, with half a plot unit waiting as the reward. In the end, for the sake of those precious points, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein swallowed his pride and went along with it. He needed at least 5 plot units before he could access the shop, so he had to find out whether any important figures would appear at the event. Before long, the carriage slowed and finally came to a stop outside the venue where the New Year's Blossom event was being held. The moment Deculine von Grahan-Uklein stepped inside, someone was already waiting to greet him. With a polished smile and practiced courtesy, the person welcomed him at once. "Welcome, Professor Deculine." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein calmly swept his gaze across the hall. Everywhere he looked, the guests were dressed in flawless gowns, formal coats, and elegant attire that made the entire room glitter with wealth and status. From a single glance, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein could tell that most of them belonged to the upper ranks of nobility. More than that, he recognized quite a few famous faces mixed into the crowd. Then, as his eyes moved toward the far side of the venue, one figure in the distance caught his attention. Something about that person felt unmistakably familiar. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein quickly fixed his gaze on the target. It was Yeriel von Grahan-Uklein, a person he had designed himself and knew far too well to mistake. In that instant, his judgment became clear. Coming to this bothersome event had been the correct choice after all. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein was so focused on watching Yeriel von Grahan-Uklein that he failed to notice someone else in the hall had already spotted him. A man stepped forward with bright enthusiasm and called out to him. "Well, look who it is. Isn't that Professor Deculine?" That friendly voice immediately drew the attention of nearby guests. The man added that his child studied in Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's class, and before Deculine knew it, nobles were gathering around him with eager smiles. One after another, they showered him with flattery, saying they had always wanted the chance to meet him. Hearing them call out, "Professor," from every direction, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein could only let out a quiet, helpless sigh. He instantly regretted thinking that coming here had been the right choice. While enduring the dull stream of noble conversation, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein suddenly caught a familiar name in the noise around him. Ganesha. He remembered reading about her exploits in the Continental magazine. One noble was still leaning in, trying to keep him there. "Professor, would you care to dine with us? Our family is..." Before the man could finish, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein gave a subtle signal that he had other business to attend to. The noble immediately closed his mouth. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein turned and moved quickly toward the direction where the name had come from. Who had mentioned Ganesha? Meeting her could become a major turning point in the plot, and as far as he was concerned, this was the most valuable thing he could accomplish at the event. His eyes searched through the crowded hall, passing over clusters of laughing nobles in glittering dresses. But where was she? He was certain he had heard her name somewhere nearby. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein hardened his resolve. If Ganesha was truly here, then he had to seize this chance and establish a connection with her. Unbeknownst to him, the very person he was searching for was already on the second floor, quietly watching him from above. It was Ganesha, the adventurer whose presence could shift the course of events. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein grew more anxious as the seconds passed. She had to be close. There was no way he had misheard that name in a place like this. Fortunately, his search finally paid off. His gaze lifted and found her. There she was. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein looked up at Ganesha and silently assessed her. She wore practical adventurer's gear that stood out sharply among the noble's finery, her red ponytail catching the eye as she ignored the atmosphere around her completely. He immediately headed for the second floor, quickening his pace with the thought that he had to reach her before the opportunity slipped away. But just then, an astonished voice rang out from nearby. "Is that who I think it is?" Wilhelm von Barian slowly approached him, cutting across his path. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein felt a flicker of irritation rise inside him at the interruption. Of all possible moments. Why now? With a cold expression, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein called the other person's name. Wilhelm. This was Wilhelm von Barian, a royal martial mage who held the 4th rank. Wilhelm von Barian's voice carried a mocking edge as she greeted him. "How impressive! Chief Professor Deculine actually remembers me. What an honor! It has been a long time. How is your research going? Then she abruptly added that she had heard certain rumors. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, puzzled, Wilhelm, are you serious? Wilhelm von Berian continued to provoke him on purpose. Acting as though she were merely making casual conversation, she said it was nothing much, only that his research had not progressed in 3 years, and some people had begun to question his ability. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine looked at her with open contempt and asked if she had come all this way simply to provoke him. As he studied her more closely, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine recalled who she had been to the original Deculine. This woman had once been his rival during their school days. Wilhelm von Berian kept talking, saying that if he needed help, she was willing to offer it. He ignored the bait and sank into thought instead. They had once been close, but after she lost the chief professorship to Deculine, jealousy had taken root in her heart. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine had turned away, irritation tightening across his face. Maybe the original Deculine would have cared about Wilhelm von Berian's taunts at first, but to him, words like that were nothing more than empty noise. And worse, he could not even deny it completely. The rumors Wilhelm von Berian mentioned were true. Then, all at once, his body stiffened. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine jerked his head up and looked toward the corridor, only to find the passage ahead completely empty. Ganesha was gone. The woman he had finally managed to spot had already disappeared from the place where she had been standing. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine slowly looked back at Wilhelm von Berian, who was still talking as if she had not noticed anything. She went on, saying that if he kept acting so arrogant, no one would ever like him. But by then, anger was already rising inside him. Because of this idiot's pointless interruption, he had lost Ganesha's trail. Without warning, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine stepped closer, closing the distance between them in a single sharp movement. His voice dropped cold and hard as he cut her off. Enough nonsense. Get lost, you bastard. Wilhelm von Berian froze, clearly stunned by the insult, and stammered, What? You just... But Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine had no intention of wasting another second on her. He turned away and left immediately, his mind fixed on only one thing. He had to find Ganesha before she left the party, introduce himself, and make contact. If he missed this chance, his entire plan could start falling apart. After Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine walked away, the people gathered at the party began murmuring among themselves. Voices rose through the hall as they searched for him, calling out, Where did Professor Deculine go? And then again, Professor Deculine? By then, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine had already slipped away from the noise and stepped out onto the balcony. He let out a weary sigh, feeling the cool air against his face. Even after shaking off Wilhelm von Berian, there were still far too many fools blocking his path. This was exactly why he hated parties. Just then, a voice sounded from nearby, cutting through the quiet of the balcony. Professor Deculine? Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine turned his head in surprise, and the person standing before him made his eyes sharpen at once. Ganesha? Ganesha rested her arms casually on the balcony railing. Her posture relaxed but her eyes keen. With a faintly teasing tone, she asked whether this meeting had happened by coincidence, or whether he had been searching for her all along. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine paused for a brief moment, inwardly struck by how strangely fate seemed to move. While trying to escape the clingy nobles, he had run straight into Ganesha. But another question quickly surfaced in his mind. More importantly, did Ganesha and the original Deculine already know each other? He answered with calm composure, saying that he had merely gotten lost. Ganesha let out a light laugh, clearly not believing him for even a second. She told him plainly that she knew he had been looking for her and that there was something he wanted to say. Ganesha folded her arms, looking slightly awkward as she brought up the past. She apologized for that quest from before, reminding him that she had returned both the fee and the cancellation money. Then she asked if he could simply let it go this time. Hearing that, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine quietly reached a conclusion. The two of them must have crossed paths through a quest. When Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine showed no obvious reaction, Ganesha continued speaking. She apologized again, this time for not bringing the child with magical talent that he had mentioned. Then she quickly corrected herself, saying it was not exactly that she failed to bring them. Faint sadness settled over Ganesha's face as her voice softened. She had grown close to that child, and because of that, she could not bring herself to hand them over to Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine was deeply confused by her words, unable to understand the full meaning behind them. Still, from the way Ganesha spoke, it seemed clear that the original Deculine had done this kind of thing more than once before. In his mind, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine suddenly pictured a child bound in chains. That image made the original Deculine's nature painfully clear. He had tried to cover his own shortcomings by collecting gifted children and using their talent for himself. Then Ganesha abruptly shifted the conversation. Her tone changed as she said she wanted to ask him something. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine immediately responded, asking what it was. Ganesha's gaze darkened, and the warmth in her voice vanished. With a cold, direct stare, She asked how long he intended to keep living like this. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine did not answer right away. Silence stretched between them as the question echoed in his mind. Until when, exactly, was he supposed to continue like this? Then memories of the original Dekuline surfaced. Before Kim Woo-jin had taken over this body, Dekuline had listened to the temptations of worthless people and followed their influence. Because of that, he had destroyed the trust others once placed in him, damaged the relationships around him, and hurt many people just to chase his own benefit. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine leaned against the balcony railing, his posture steady as he gave his answer. From now on he would live differently. Ganesha blinked in surprise, then tilted her head while studying him with a suspicious look. That was not the response she had expected at all. She admitted that she had thought he might try to kill her instead. Ganesha then acknowledged the reason for her fear. She had opposed that secret quest and fled from it, so she had assumed Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine would hold it against her. Dekuline only sighed, sounding almost helpless as he told her she had worried too much. He glanced at Ganesha and inwardly questioned the original Dekuline's sanity. Had he truly been serious about killing Ganesha, a top-class fighter, right here and now? Was that man trying to get himself killed? As he looked at the calm, composed woman standing before him, his thoughts continued to churn. He did not know every detail about the original Dekuline, but he knew enough about Ganesha to understand one thing clearly. She was the kind of person who could kill someone with a single hair. Then he recalled the game's information about her. Ganesha possessed the traits of an immortal body and absolute martial mastery, marking her as a warrior standing at the very peak. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine felt a quiet sense of relief. Because Kim Woo-jin was now in this body, Dekuline had never sent an assassin after Ganesha. If he had, the assassin would have been the one to die. His thoughts drifted for a moment, and he realized the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. That only left Ganesha more puzzled as she watched him, wondering what in the world he had eaten today to act this way. Meanwhile, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine felt inwardly pleased. He had achieved his purpose for coming to the party, making contact and building a connection. With that done, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. Before leaving, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine did not forget to give her one last assurance. He told Ganesha that he would come back, so she did not need to worry. Ganesha's eyes widened slightly as she asked if he was really leaving already. Still not fully convinced, Ganesha kept pressing him. Was he certain? There would be no assassins, no killing, and no hidden retaliation waiting for her later. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine looked back at her with an indifferent expression and answered simply that he had no time. Ganesha was left stunned where she stood. For once, she had no immediate response, and the words seemed to vanish from her mouth. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine strode back into the hall with his usual air of authority. As Ganesha had mentioned, he could have used the Adventurers Guild to pressure her if he wished. But doing that would only create more variables, and those variables could easily circle back to his own death. Then, without warning, a notification appeared before him. It announced that he had avoided an antagonist fate and escaped a cause of death. As a reward, his shop money increased by 1. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine recoiled in shock, horror flashing across his face. What had just happened? He quickly replayed the conversation with Ganesha in his mind. Before, he had overcome a death flag, but this time it had been avoided entirely. He had not realized it in the moment, but that conversation itself must have been another cause of death. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine stood motionless in the middle of the hall, the weight of that realization settling over him. In this place, with these people around him, he could not afford to be careless for even a second. At the same time, in another room away from the main hall, Riley sat in a gloomy mood, looking unhappy and listless. She asked how long the other person planned to keep sitting there. Riley was Julie von Frieden's relative, as well as a rank 12 rookie adventurer. Julie von Frieden glanced toward her with a tired expression and admitted that she had not wanted to come here in the first place. Riley could only complain helplessly, telling her to stop acting that way, but Julie still refused to move. Riley fell quiet for a short while, as if debating whether to bring it up. Then she suddenly asked Julie von Frieden how things were going with that person. Julie von Frieden's voice lowered at once as she asked what Riley meant. Riley calmly clarified that she was talking about Professor Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine, adding that she was a little worried because there were so many rumors surrounding him. Julie von Frieden closed her eyes, and the unpleasant encounter from earlier rose in her mind again, making her expression grow colder. Her tone turned icy as she answered that, of course. There was nothing good between them. Riley watched her with concern, and just as she began to warn Julie not to say something like that out loud, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Slow, measured footsteps began descending the stairs, each step sounding clearly through the room. Julie von Frieden startled, and immediately turned her head toward the sound, her eyes widening in shock. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine? He stood there for only a brief moment without saying a word, then quickly turned away and left. Dekuline von Grahan-Ukraine walked on with calm, even steps, passing between two nobles without so much as slowing down. The pair stared after him in surprise, lowering their voices as they whispered that Professor Deculane was already leaving. The man who usually loved gatherings like this was walking away, and he had not even spared a single glance toward his fiancée. The nobles continued chatting as if no one nearby could hear them, casually wondering whether Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine might not care for Julie von Deafreden that much after all. And if that was true, then perhaps the earlier rumor had not been empty gossip. Julie heard every word clearly, and her face slowly darkened with quiet sadness. The guests, watching Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine leave, could not hide their curiosity either. It was rare for him to depart a party earlier than expected, and soon whispers began spreading that the reason might be a disagreement between him and Julie von Deafreden. As Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine walked away, his back was framed against the bright light, making his figure look firm, distant, and unwavering. But Kim Woo-jin, living inside that body, had no way of knowing how others were reading his departure. Right. After he left the venue, a notification flashed before him. The side objective had been completed. Attend the New Year's Blossom event. His shop money increased by 0.5, bringing his current total to 4.5. Time moved quickly after that night. Before Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine knew it, an entire week had passed since he attended the New Year's Blossom event. At that moment, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine was back at home, pushing his body through physical training. Alongside his daily memory exercises and basic man-emotion practice, he had come to realize that his physical strength was far from enough. So he began conditioning himself properly, and the proof was clear from the sweat soaking him as exhaustion weighed down his whole body. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine had been genuinely terrified by what happened before. He had nearly died because of one reckless experiment, and the memory still sat heavily in his mind. A few days earlier, a scream filled with pain had echoed out from inside a room, sharp enough to make the air feel tense. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine had collapsed onto the floor, his body seized by magical anaphylaxis as blood spilled from his mouth. Trembling in pain, he stared at his own hand and muttered that if he had been an ordinary mage, he would already be dead. Perhaps he had only survived because of the Iron Man attribute. After meeting Ganesha the day before, his desire for greater strength had grown stronger, so he carved fire restraint into mana motion alongside his existing artifact mastery, hoping to sharpen his control over metal techniques. His purpose had been to upgrade his abilities by implanting a magical core into mana motion, using a method that could shorten the time normally needed to master a spell. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine said nothing for a moment as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Outwardly, he managed to remain composed, but the seriousness of the danger could not be hidden. The return was powerful, but the risk was extreme. After realizing just how much strain the process placed on his body, he reached one clear conclusion. He had to train his body. That was why Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine now stood in the training room, forcing himself through the routine he had built into his mornings. After spending more time training, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine finally let out a long breath and steadied himself. It was time for him to head to work. A short while later, inside his professor's office, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine raised one eyebrow in confusion as he looked at what had been brought before him. "What is this, Alan?" Alan quietly stepped forward and handed him a thick stack of documents. In a restrained voice, he explained that a formal declaration had just arrived from the Imperial Magic Tower. The air around Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine seemed to darken at once. The sender was the Professorial Qualification Review Committee of the Imperial Magic Tower. His expression tightened with displeasure as he took the papers from Alan, and after reading through them, he immediately hurried away to gather the necessary materials. The declaration stated that a hearing would be scheduled within the next 6 months regarding the progress of the research being conducted by Professor Deculine. Until that time, he was required to prepare every relevant document connected to the work. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine felt unease settle in his chest. If an audit hearing was being arranged, it meant Deculine's research had been stagnant for a long time. Even before Kim Woo-jin entered this body, no matter how he looked at it, this was a bad situation. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine's character information from the game. Deculine had always been treated as a proper professor, and his talent level had been listed as 6. Then realization struck him. Perhaps keeping the title of professor was a condition tied to his path forward. If he lost that position, then any hope of returning might disappear with it. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine soon stopped in front of a certain door. Beyond it lay the laboratory. He reminded himself that he had to find something inside Deculine's lab, no matter how small. Anything connected to the abandoned research could become useful. With caution in every movement, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine opened the door and stepped into the room. The laboratory was in complete disorder. Dust lay thick over the surfaces, and papers were scattered across the floor as though no one had cared to organize them for years. Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine let out a tired sigh at the sight. What a mess. Even though the state of the room exhausted him just by looking at it, he still walked further inside. It was obvious that no one had entered this place for a long time. If the original Deculine had actually visited this lab regularly, there was no way it would have been left in such neglect. Then, in the middle of that dusty chaos, something suddenly caught Dikuline von Grahan-Ukleina's eye. His gaze stopped on a strange pile of devices gathered together in one place. The arrangement looked far too unusual to be meaningless, and he wondered whether something important had been hidden beneath it. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein frowned, annoyance crossing his face. He did not know who was responsible, but if someone wanted to hinder Dekuline hiding his research like this, would certainly be one of the most effective ways. Keeping his distance, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein used magic to move the pile of devices away. He was fortunate to have learned mana motion in time. Otherwise, even shifting the clutter safely would have been troublesome. The moment the devices were removed, a mysterious book appeared underneath them. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein immediately used magic again, pulling the book toward his hand. When he opened it and began reading, Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleinen was genuinely surprised. It looked as though the original Dekuline had encrypted all of his research results to keep them from being stolen. A faint smile touched Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleinen's lips as he murmured that such measures were useless now. Without hesitation, he activated enlightenment. A beam of light burst outward from the book, and even Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein could not hide his astonishment at what unfolded before him. The radiance pouring from the pages was overwhelmingly intense, shining with a force that demanded attention. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein stared at the dazzling golden glow and thought it was almost blinding. If the research gave off such brilliance, then it had to be truly extraordinary. Thanks to the combination of prosperity magnet and keen vision, he was able to perceive that hidden value clearly. But the light faded quickly, and Dekuline von Grahan-Ukleinen's expression sharpened into a frown. As impressive as the research was, it remained unfinished. Parts of it were torn away, many sections had gaps, and the logic in one portion was completely flawed. When he turned to the next page, however, surprise struck him again. Even in its incomplete state, this research was grand enough to trigger Prosperity Magnet. What shocked him even more was the photograph tucked between the pages. He stared at the image and recognized the child in it. This was Ephorine Luna, wasn't it? Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein fell silent as the pieces began fitting together. So that was what had happened. When Ephorine Luna's father worked as a researcher under Dekuline, he must have desperately tried to hide this. A faint feeling of sympathy rose in him. The grudge held by the Luna family of mages against Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein was clear, and because of him, Ephorine Luna had been forced to endure a tragic life. Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein clenched the pendant in his hand, his grip firm as he gave a quiet assurance. There was no need to worry. His expression hardened with resolve as he looked down at the book. He would complete this research through enlightenment, and once the thesis was finished, he would place Kagan Luna's name on it as well. He gave a small nod, deciding to list him as a co-author. Of course, Dekuline von Grahan-Uklein also needed achievements of his own, so he could not place only Kagan Luna's name on the finished work. At the same time, inside a campus cafe, a sharp voice suddenly rang through the air. Someone shouted that commoners had to understand one thing clearly. They needed to stand together. Julia shot up from her seat and slammed her hand against the table, declaring that only 30 people in their class came from common origins. If they failed to cooperate with one another, then sooner or later, they would be the ones who suffered. Then Ephorine Luna's name was suddenly dragged into the conversation, leaving her unsure of how to respond. When Julia asked if she agreed too, Ephorine flinched in surprise. She used to be a noble after all, so she quietly kept drinking and chose to ignore everyone around her. Still, another thought passed through Ephorine Luna's mind. It was fine, really. There was no point talking about noble duties anymore. Without a house, land, or anything left to her name, what kind of noble could she even call herself? Julia grew even more excited and leaned into the moment, insisting that this proved it. Ephorine Luna absolutely had to stay with them. None of the students around them knew that Ephorine Luna had once belonged to nobility, so their enthusiasm only grew stronger. They called her the representative of commoners and reminded her that she had also been a victim of Sylvia Josephine Illade. Hearing that, Ephorine Luna could only force a bitter little smile, realizing they had somehow turned her into a symbol for commoners. Just then, someone in the group raised a more practical problem, cutting through all the excitement. If they really wanted to create an official club, they could not simply gather whenever they pleased. They needed a professor to supervise them, and more importantly, they needed that professor's approval. The student's voice lowered with worry as they added that most professors probably would not be happy seeing commoners organize themselves like this. Julia gave a slow nod, her expression turning serious as she accepted the point. That was exactly the hardest part around the table. A few students began tossing out possible names, trying to find even one professor who might agree. One of them cautiously suggested Professor Wren, as if testing whether the idea had any chance at all. But that name was rejected almost immediately. Professor Wren was already well known for constantly currying favor with that overweight noble, so no one had much faith in him. Julia then tried offering another option, asking about Professor Reline, but before she could even finish the name, someone sharply cut her off. They warned her not to bring him up, because the moment Professor Reline noticed commoners, he would turn away without even pretending to listen. A heavy sigh passed through the group, full of frustration and helplessness. One by one, every possible professor seemed to disappear from their list. And of course, when it came to Professor Deculine, everyone already treated that idea as completely impossible, while everyone else was trapped in confusion and worry. Ephraim Luna's attention had drifted somewhere much more immediate. Her eyes were fixed on the plate of pastries sitting nearby, her gaze almost painfully hopeful. In her mind, she wondered if they were really going to leave those sweets untouched, and secretly wished they would. Then, all at once, Julia shot up from her seat as if a brilliant idea had struck her. Her face lit with sudden expectation, and she turned straight toward Ephraim Luna. That was it. If anyone had even the slightest chance, then Ephraim should be the one to ask Professor Deculine. The moment those words reached her, Ephraim Luna's face went completely pale. The suggestion alone seemed to scare the color out of her. The others looked at her with hopeful eyes, practically pushing the request onto her, as they asked if she would speak to him for everyone's sake. Someone tried to make the idea sound reasonable, though their reasoning was strange in its own way. If they thought about it carefully, Professor Deculine was at least somewhat fair. After all, he looked down on everyone equally, whether they were nobles or commoners. Julia became even more convinced, her voice growing brighter as she leaned into the possibility. She reminded Ephraim Luna that she had avoided punishment because of him, and wondered if that meant she had somehow caught his attention. Ephraim immediately backed away, fear written all over her face as she denied it with everything she had. There was no way that was true. How could anyone believe Professor Deculine was that kind? Her expression drained further, panic tightening across her face as the atmosphere around her became more and more strange. Inwardly, she could not understand how the conversation had turned in this direction at all. She wanted nothing to do with Deculine, not now, not ever. Before anyone could pressure her further, she hurried out of the cafe, telling herself that even if she wanted to help, she simply could not do it. Julia rushed after her, calling out in a pleading voice and telling her not to refuse so quickly. She begged Ephraim Luna to at least think about it. But the more Julia chased, the faster Ephraim moved, practically fleeing down the way as she insisted that everyone had the wrong idea. If she was the one who asked, she was certain it would only make everything worse. At last, Julia managed to catch up and grabbed Ephraim Luna by the hand. But the moment she did, Julia suddenly stopped moving, her body freezing where she stood. Ephraim noticed the change right away and glanced back over her shoulder in surprise. Ephraim Luna looked at Julia's stiff expression and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Her voice came out cautious as she asked what had happened, unable to understand why Julia had suddenly gone so silent. Then Ephraim Luna herself went rigid. Her whole body tightened as fear rushed through her, and for a moment it felt as if even her breathing had stopped. Deculine was there, looking directly at her. The instant their eyes met, Ephraim Luna jolted in shock, as if she had been caught doing something forbidden. Julia had already slipped behind the door, hiding herself while cheering Ephraim on from safety. With a bright little encouragement, she told Ephraim to do her best. Ephraim's face flushed red with anger and embarrassment as she silently screamed at Julia in her mind, wondering when she had even moved there and cursing her for being such a coward. For a moment, Ephraim Luna could only hesitate. Deculine passed by with his usual calm, composed stride, and she watched him move as if the entire hallway had suddenly become too heavy to step through. Finally, gathering every scrap of courage she had, Ephraim Luna stepped forward with the application form in hand. She approached him carefully, her voice tense but clear as she called out to Professor Deculine. Ephraim Luna bowed deeply, lowering her head with as much sincerity as she could manage. She explained that she wanted to form a club and needed his signature on the application. Inwardly, she had already braced herself for the worst, almost throwing up her hands in resignation as if whatever happened now was out of her control. Out loud, she forced herself to speak seriously and respectfully. She told him she had no intention of causing trouble, but she was worried he might refuse because the club would include commoners. Deep inside, she admitted the one thing she hated to accept. She did not want to be involved with Deculine at all. But Julia was right about one thing. The earlier conversation replayed in Ephraim Luna's mind. No matter how much she disliked the idea, it was true that the other professors were unlikely to help them. If they wanted this club approved, their choices were painfully limited. So Ephraim Luna steeled herself, swallowing down the fear and resentment twisting inside her. Since she had already come this far, all she could do was try. Deculine accepted the application from her hand, glanced over it, and without showing the slightest hesitation signed his name. Then, in his usual composed tone, he told her to send the details to his office. Ephraim Luna stood there stunned, unable to process how quickly it had happened, and blurted out a confused response. Before she could fully recover, Deculine had already handed the completed form back to her. Ephraim Luna hurriedly took it with both hands, fumbling slightly as she answered him with a rushed yes. Her gaze dropped to the paper, and there it was. Deculine's neat, unmistakable signature written clearly on the form. Ephraim Luna stared at it in disbelief, genuinely surprised that he had actually signed it. She remained rooted in place, staring blankly after Deculine as he walked away. The reality slowly settled over her. He had approved it. Deculine of all people had really agreed. Julia came running over in pure joy and threw her arms around Ephraim Luna, unable to hide her excitement. She exclaimed that Ephraim had actually gotten his signature, something she had not truly expected to happen, but Ephraim, still confused, could not shake the question forming in her mind. Just like at the disciplinary council, Deculine had helped her again. Why was he being kind to her? Soon it was time for Deculine's class once more. At the front of the lecture hall, he drew clean diagrams across the board, laying out each shape for the students to follow. Today's lesson was about understanding pure elements. He reminded them that elements were the foundation of all magic, yet many mages still failed to properly separate categorized spells from the true nature of pure elements. Ephraim Luna watched him lecture with unexpected intensity, his voice steady and his explanations sharp. As she listened, she tried to invent a reason for his recent behavior, wondering if perhaps it had something to do with guilt. The thought left a bitter taste in her mouth. Empathy? From him? That idea almost felt insulting. This was the man who had driven her father toward death. Even if Deculine was acting kind toward her now, she could only believe it was nothing more than a surface-level mask. Suddenly, the emotions she had been holding back began to slip out of her control. Her expression darkened, and her hands clenched tightly in her lap until they trembled. If he truly understood that he was guilty, then he should reveal his real self and repent right now. Just then, Julia's worried voice reached her ear, asking if she was all right. Ephraim Luna flinched, startled back to the present. She turned toward Julia with a confused sound, as if she had only just realized where she was. Julia looked at her with concern and quietly told her that she did not look well. Julia then tried to comfort her, telling her not to mind those other kids. According to Julia, they did nothing but gossip anyway. Ephraim Luna blinked in confusion, wondering what on earth Julia was talking about. Only after looking around did Ephraim Luna finally understand. Several girls in the classroom were staring at her with openly unpleasant expressions, whispering among themselves with irritated faces. Their eyes were sharp and unfriendly, as if even the act of Ephraim looking back at them had offended them. From the opposite side of the aisle, someone muttered a blunt insult, calling her gross without bothering to hide it. Ephraim Luna felt her heart sink. After everything that had happened, she had clearly made herself an enemy of the noble students. Even though Ephraim Luna was technically a noble as well, that did not seem to matter to them. She turned back to Julia and tried to reassure her instead, keeping her voice steady as she said it was fine. Those people were always like that, so Julia should ignore them and focus on the lesson. Deculine remained unaware of the petty hostility passing between the students. At the front of the room, he continued teaching with calm precision. He explained that even the magic circles they had used until now carried meaning in every single stroke. As the class listened, a thought began to spread among the students. Deculine's lessons really were different from ordinary lectures. To make his point clearer, Deculine demonstrated a small spell himself. A fire spell appeared, and he explained that its color could be changed simply by adding 2 strokes to the circle. Those 2 added lines were not decoration. They directly determined the color of the flame. Then Deculine took out a book, holding it with the same controlled confidence he brought to everything. He told the class that this was exactly what they would be learning today. He opened the book, turned to face the students, and spoke in a firm, serious voice. The spell he was presenting was a stream of fire. But Ephraim Luna's assumption about the lesson was wrong. What was happening in front of her was far more deliberate than a simple explanation of magic theory. In truth, Deculine's lectures were also a stage where he displayed himself as a professor. And now, with Kim Woojin inside Deculine's body, Manhwa was being shaped into something almost beautiful, as if magic itself had become a form of refined art. His teaching carried a depth that struck the new students with real force. Every explanation landed cleanly, backed by insight that made the lecture hall fall into focused silence. Even Sylvia Josephine Elaide, who was seated among them, could not remain untouched by it. Sylvia Josephine Elaide was a beautiful girl with golden hair. Someone so gifted that ordinary study had long since lost its ability to interest her. Her natural talent had made most lessons feel dull, but Deculine's demonstration was different. Deculine moved on to another example, calmly forming a new magic circle before the class. He explained that, as everyone already knew, this particular circle was used to summon water. Then he brought that water circle together with the fire spell he had shown earlier. His voice remained steady as he explained that when the 2 were combined, they immediately produced an entirely new spell. The result appeared before their eyes, taking shape in a way none of them had expected. Sylvia Josephine Elaide's eyes widened in genuine surprise, and Ephraim Luna was just as stunned. Neither of them could easily dismiss what they were seeing. A stream of fire wound through the air, twisting and flowing with the smooth movement of water. The students stared in panic and amazement, realizing that the spell had truly become a current of flame, moving like a living river. Sylvia Josephine Alade drew in a sharp breath, horror and disbelief flashing across her face. To her, what Deculine had just done looked impossible. Sylvia Josephine Alade could hardly accept what she had just witnessed. Her eyes remained fixed on Deculine, and disbelief flickered across her face. She had never imagined his lecture would be this precise, this structured, and so deeply built on theory. For most mages who were called geniuses, magic did not begin with careful explanation. It came to them almost instinctively, as naturally as breathing, with spells forming through feeling, experience, and intuition before they ever needed to break the process apart. For those gifted mages, theory was more like a fixed mold. If every mage placed theory above all else, then every spell would eventually be forced into the same rigid shape. And if someone spent too much time chasing perfect explanations, they would have less and less time left to actually practice casting magic. Trying to understand every single spell only through theory created its own strange consequence. The deeper one tried to explain magic with rules alone, the easier it became to lose touch with the living flow of the spell itself. That was why some mages ended up trapped in training, struggling harder the more they tried to master everything by logic. This was the contradiction hidden inside magic itself. Knowledge mattered, but knowledge alone could never complete a mage. The focus returned to Deculine as his calm voice carried through the lecture hall. To become a truly high-level mage, he said, one needed more than memorized formulas and diagrams. A mage also had to possess sharp intuition. Then the attention shifted towards Sylvia Josephine Alade. High-level mages relied heavily on intuition, yet that same intuition was something they often could not properly explain to others. Sylvia stared at Deculine with a puzzled expression, her thoughts turning over what she had just realized. For someone who had always been treated as a genius, a class focused so carefully on theory should have been nearly impossible to teach with this much clarity. Across the academy, surprise seemed to ripple outward. Deculine's lecture was nothing like the rumors surrounding him. The students could not help but feel that what they were seeing was truly different. Later, at the Magic Tower dormitory, Ephraim Luna dragged herself back to her room with her books clutched tightly against her chest. Exhaustion weighed on her shoulders, and she muttered to herself that she had never concentrated that hard in a class before. Just as she reached her door, Ephraim Luna suddenly stopped. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she noticed the surface had been vandalized again, covered with ugly scribbles and curses. She stared at the mess in silence, frustration slowly tightening her expression. In her mind, she wondered how long they planned to keep up this childish prank. Ephraim Luna slumped with helpless irritation, realizing the harassment had only grown worse after what happened with Sylvia Josephine Alade. Then, as her gaze dropped, she noticed something strange. An envelope had been slipped beneath her door. She picked it up carefully and examined it from every angle. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Inside was a sponsorship certificate. Holding the envelope in both hands, Ephraim Luna forced a crooked smile, almost laughing at herself for nearly believing it. There was no way something like this could be real. Who in the world would sponsor her when both House Euclane and Deculine hated her? But after a moment, another thought crossed her mind. If this certificate was fake, that might actually work in her favor. She could report it to the proper office and maybe receive a reward for exposing the fraud. Yet after visiting the Magic Administration office, Ephraim Luna staggered back out in a complete daze. Her steps were unsteady, and her face showed she still could not believe what she had just been told. The memory of the earlier exchange echoed in her head. She had gasped in shock and practically shouted in the office, unable to hold back her disbelief. Across from her, the professor in charge had remained calm as they confirmed the truth. The certificate was not fake. The seal on it was genuine. Even after hearing that clear answer, Ephraim Luna still could not bring herself to accept it so easily. She had stared at them in disbelief, her voice rising as she asked if they were joking with her. Now, outside the office, Ephraim Luna covered her face with both hands, happiness slowly breaking through the shock. Her heart pounded as she wondered if this was truly happening. Just to make sure she was not dreaming, she pinched her own cheek hard. She told herself that if this was a dream, the pain would wake her up. Wake up, she thought. Wake up already. After doing something so embarrassing in public, Ephraim Luna suddenly froze and glanced around in alarm. Her eyes darted from side to side as she silently prayed that no one had seen her. Back in her room, Ephraim Luna anxiously began stuffing clothes into a bag. Her mind raced with fear. If anyone found out she had received 100,000 elm, something terrible might happen, so she needed to be ready just in case. The more flustered she became, the more she regretted going to the Magic Administration office at all. She remembered the knowing look the clerk had given her in the office, and the memory made her uneasy. That question must have sounded strange. The woman's gaze had felt too sharp, too interested. Ephraim Luna hugged her belongings closer, suddenly afraid the clerk might be after her money. Ephraim Luna cried out in frustration, blaming herself for not being more careful from the very beginning. Then, in the middle of her panic, she clumsily smacked her head against the desk. A sharp pain shot through her, and she immediately grabbed her head, wincing as she muttered that it hurt. All at once, tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Even so, a smile spread across her face as she wiped them away, telling herself that she still had not woken up. A warm, overwhelming joy rose inside her chest, filling the space that had been crowded with fear only moments before. Someone had noticed her talent. Someone had looked at her and decided she was worth supporting. Warm sunlight spilled into the room, softening everything around her and lifting her heart. For the first time in a long while, Ephraim Luna felt that the world might still have kindness left in it. Maybe she really could keep going. With that thought, Ephraim Luna quietly strengthened her resolve. From now on, she would try even harder. Meanwhile, at the Ukraine mansion, Yariel von Grahan Ukraine's shocked voice rang out through the room. She stared ahead in disbelief and demanded to know if what she had heard was actually true. The butler answered in a calm, composed tone. Yes, Deculine had gone to St. Gio's auction, and by now he should have already arrived there. Yariel von Grahan Ukraine grabbed at her own hair in anger, looking as though the news alone had given her a headache. Last year he had lost 10 million, and now she could only imagine what kind of disaster he might cause this time. She shouted helplessly that, if he created trouble again, she would not forgive him. At that same time, in the city of Luton-Sinel, Deculine walked through the streets at an unhurried pace, carrying himself with his usual relaxed dignity. He had finally managed to buy what he wanted, and the satisfaction of that success lingered quietly in his thoughts. He recalled the first time he had used psychokinesis as his primary magic. That experience had made one thing clear to him. Because his natural talent was limited, he needed more metal to make up for what he lacked. The metal he had in mind was not ordinary scrap, but beautiful, sparkling crystals, for now the items he always carried were made from steel and wood. But those were only temporary substitutes. Deculine opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. What he truly needed would appear at today's auction. The moment he entered, Deculine came to a halt. A familiar figure was already seated ahead of him, and the sight made him freeze for an instant. Julie von Dea Freyden noticed him as well. Her expression tightened, and under her breath she cursed, wondering why he of all people had come here. Then Julie slowly rose from her seat. Without avoiding him or hesitating, she walked straight toward Deculine. Deculine remained still, simply watching her approach without saying a word. Julie von Dea Freyden spoke first, offering a restrained greeting and saying she hoped he had been well. Deculine gave no answer, but inwardly he was genuinely surprised. He had not expected to run into Julie here. Julie continued, her tone turning sharper as she brought up something she had heard. Apparently, Deculine had recently sent 2 young mages before the disciplinary council. Deculine answered with calm indifference, asking if that old news was supposed to be a problem. Then he returned the question to her, wondering if she had come here intending to blame him again. Julie fell silent for a short moment. When she spoke again, her expression had turned serious, and her words carried the weight of a warning. She reminded him that they were still newcomers. Did he truly want to crush the dreams of students who had only just begun? One day, she warned, he would feel remorse for what he had done. He should not repeat the same mistakes from the past. After saying those words, Julie von Dea Freyden lowered her head. Deculine listened without interrupting, while she made it clear that this would be her final piece of advice to him. He caught the look on her face clearly, the unwavering resolve in her eyes leaving no room for doubt, and quietly turned the sight over in his mind. Those were Julie's final words to him, the last piece of advice she meant to leave behind. In that moment, it was obvious she had made up her mind to sever whatever remained between herself and Deculine. The two of them still stood facing one another, the tension hanging between them like a thin blade. Deculine, however, found no real issue with her decision. Fine, he thought. I agree. No matter how beautiful she may be, marriage is the last thing I want. In my real life, I never experienced anything like that, and I have no intention of throwing myself into such an unfamiliar trap now. As he looked at Julie, his thoughts drifted to the complicated web of trouble surrounding her. And it was not only politics or family ties. Around Julie, deadly variables were gathered on every side, and the most dangerous one might even be Julie herself. If he made one careless move, there was a real chance he could end up dying on the very day of the wedding. Deculine quietly watched as Julie turned her back and began walking away, her steps firm and restrained. But one question lingered in his mind. Julie was not the kind of person who would casually show up at an auction. So why had she come here in the first place? Unable to hold back the question, he called after her and asked whether she had come all the way to the auction just to speak with him. Julie froze on the spot, then turned her head in surprise, letting out a sharp, confused, "Huh?" The next instant, Julie hurried into a flustered explanation, her voice rising as if she had to crush the misunderstanding immediately. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come here looking for you. I came because there's something I need. I already told you, I'm here for the auction. Seeing her growing worked up, Deculine lightly tried to calm her down. All right. Calm down, he said, his tone carrying a faint tease. One time is enough for me to understand, Deculine added, as if the matter were perfectly simple. Julie's face tightened with embarrassment and irritation, and she puffed out her cheeks without meaning to. Deculine could not stop the thought from slipping out as he looked at her sulking expression. It was cute. This was the first time he had ever seen Julie react in such an unguarded way. Julie, clearly displeased, turned her face away and muttered that it was his fault for misunderstanding her in the first place. Then, without warning, Deculine sensed something strange inside himself. Wait! What was that just now? He had been thinking about how dangerous it would be to stay connected to her. Yet for a brief moment, his emotions had moved in a way he had not expected. Was that Deculine's original heart influencing him? Kim Woojin had been extremely careful, always making sure the two personalities did not blur together, and yet that sudden feeling had slipped through. At that moment, a clear announcement rang out through the magic orb, reaching every guest in the auction hall. The auction was about to begin. Even as the event officially started, Deculine remained caught in his own restless thoughts. Something was wrong. When he looked at Julie, his heart had suddenly begun to race. He quickly forced himself to regain control. Right, he told himself. I'm probably thinking too much into it. Deculine shifted his gaze toward the stage, watching with sharp interest as the first item sat hidden beneath a cloth. When the staff finally pulled the covering away, the auctioneer immediately lifted his voice and introduced the first lot. It was an Eastern vase, its soft curves gleaming under the light, a piece crafted by the hands of an artisan from the East. At that moment, a powerful glow seemed to radiate from the vase, bright enough to catch Deculine's full attention. Deculine's eyes narrowed with interest. It was the same kind of light he had once seen while checking Ephraim Luna's papers. The light of a wealthy magnate. And compared to before, that glow now seemed even stronger. The price of the vase rose at an incredible pace. 993,700, then 1,038,750, then 13 million. One noble after another threw out competing bids, 14, 13, 15 million. Deculine soon entered the contest as well. Buyer number 777 offered 25 million, and while the hall reacted, he quietly ran the numbers in his head. Even after the price had climbed that high, the vase had not lost its shine. To Deculine, that meant one thing clearly. Its true worth was still above the current bid. In other words, the value hidden inside it was far greater than what everyone else realized. His account had more than enough funds, so putting the remaining money into an item like this would not be a bad investment. His current balance stood at $205,238,039, and the auction was only getting more intense. One valuable item after another was brought onto the stage, and Deculine purchased every single one that caught that mysterious light. Rieren's ring was sold to buyer number 777 for 3 million. Lucho's scissors went to the same buyer for 2.1 million. The language necklace followed as well, selling for 4.3 million to number 777. The auctioneer continued announcing the results with growing excitement. Once again, buyer number 777 had won the item, this time for 5.5 million elnas. The nobles around the hall could no longer hide their astonishment. Number 777 had bought almost everything. Then someone finally recognized him and murmured, "Isn't that Professor Deculine?" Julie let out a weary sigh, her expression tightening with open irritation. That ridiculous name, she thought. Even in a place like this, he still managed to draw attention to himself. She truly could not understand him. How could a person throw around such an absurd pile of money just for a fleeting moment of vanity? To her, it made no sense that Deculine did not know even a shred of modesty. Still, after a moment, she pushed the irritation aside. Whatever. Let him do what he wants. Julie's expression gradually turned serious again as she focused on her real purpose. There was only one item she absolutely needed to win: the winter flame, which would appear near the end of the auction. At last, the auctioneer cheerfully introduced the most special item of the day. The final lot had arrived. Countless people desired it, yet it was nearly impossible to find. It was a rare kind of stone, a material that had been used throughout history to forge many legendary swords. The auctioneer's voice rang powerfully across the hall as he announced the miracle of nature known as the winter flame. Its true name echoed through the auction room. Snowstone. On the stage sat a gigantic gem, shimmering with countless shifting colors as if light itself were trapped inside it. The moment it appeared, both Deculine and Julie fixed their eyes on it with intense focus. Deculine immediately recalled the extraordinary nature of snowstone. It was one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, a legendary material most often used to forge swords or other powerful weapons. Just as its name suggested, snowstone was an abnormal material that carried two opposing properties at once: the biting cold of ice and the fierce heat of flame. Only materials of a truly legendary rank, such as dragonbone, could surpass it when it came to sword making. For Deculine, that meant snowstone was unquestionably the finest material he could hope to obtain right now. His decision formed immediately, firm and unmoving. He had to win it, no matter what. Julie's resolve was just as strong. Her eyes stayed locked on the snowstone, because this was exactly what she had come here for. The bidding for snowstone shot upward almost instantly. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. The auctioneer's excitement grew with each call until buyer number 1089 offered 30 million elns, and he asked the hall if anyone wished to go higher. As the auctioneer prepared to close the bid, Julie's face brightened with relief. Great, she thought, almost ready to celebrate she had won it. But then the auctioneer's tone suddenly changed and his voice burst through the room. Number 777, 31 million elnies. Julie fell completely silent. Her head turned sharply toward the source of the bid, anger already burning in her eyes. Number 777. How many times had she heard that cursed number today? Her fury surged higher, hot enough to wipe away her earlier composure. She could not simply let him take this from her. Why would Deculine do something like that? Seeing Deculine remain upright and calm as if nothing had happened only made Julie grit her teeth harder. From that moment on, the contest between Deculine and Julie truly began. Buyer 10,089 bid 32 million, buyer 777 answered immediately with 33 million Ls. Nearby, someone leaned closer in curiosity and whispered that Deculine must want the snowstone to make a sword. Perhaps they guessed he planned to give it to his fiancée as a gift. Another person wondered aloud that if it were meant as a gift, Julie could have simply bought it herself. But that only made the rumor sound more dramatic. Deculine must truly love his fiancée, they concluded. Deculine stiffened slightly and glanced toward the voices, only then realizing the full situation. He was bidding against Julie. For the first time, hesitation flickered through him. Julie must have wanted snowstone as well. If he took it, she would almost certainly hate him even more. But at the same time, Deculine needed that stone. When he saw the determination burning in Julie's eyes, he weighed it against the rarity of the material before them. Snowstone had not appeared even once in the last 3 years. If he let this chance go, no one could say when another opportunity would come. Deculine understood the risk. This choice might put him in danger later. Even so, after a tense moment, he decided to face that danger head-on. With both of them standing as rivals before the snowstone, Deculine's resolve hardened completely. In a calm but unshakable voice, he declared to himself that he would absolutely win it. The auctioneer's voice rose through the auction room one final time. At 42 million Elnis, the ownership of the snowstone was decided, and the result was announced clearly for the entire hall to hear. Final call landed clearly across the auction hall. The winner was guest number 777. In the very next moment, the stands burst into applause, and the nobles began murmuring with excitement. Some smiled as they glanced toward Deculine, saying that Professor Deculine had won after all, and that this auction might have been the most dramatic one they had ever witnessed. None of them noticed the strange, heavy look settling over Julie's face. They simply continued talking among themselves, convinced that Deculine had successfully obtained the prize he had been chasing. Without knowing the truth behind the situation, the nobles spoke as if everything were obvious. They said House Freyden would surely be delighted, believing Professor Deculine had fought so hard to secure a precious gift for the woman he loved. Completely unaware of what was really happening, they repeated the same confident assumption. House Freyden would be pleased, they said, because Professor Deculine had gone to such lengths to win a grand present for his beloved. They still failed to notice Julie's odd silence, and the tension in her expression. Around her, the whispers continued, all agreeing that Deculine had gotten exactly what he wanted. Julie's anger flared until her teeth clenched hard. To her, this felt painfully familiar, almost like the same humiliation from last year was happening all over again. Her heart sank with rejection. She did not want this. Her mind dragged her back to that day, when Deculine had proudly unwrapped a heap of red earth gem jewelry in front of her, looking completely satisfied with himself. He had acted as if he could simply give her all of it, and if she wanted more, he could buy even more. He had claimed he would do anything for her, but to Julie, that engagement day had not been romantic at all. It had been one of the most miserable days of her life. Just by remembering the triumphant look on Deculine's face back then, Julie felt like she could hear the thoughts behind it. He seemed to believe that such a grand display would win her heart, as if showing off his wealth proved how impressive he was. The memory felt absurd to her even now. She stared at Deculine as he once again flaunted his money before everyone, and all it stirred in her chest was humiliation. Julie kept her mouth shut, but one question quietly burned inside her. Did he know? She remembered their past meeting and what she had truly wanted from him back then. At that time, she had turned away and left without the slightest hesitation. She had ruined the engagement herself, believing it was the only way forward. But even after doing that, nothing had gone the way she had hoped. Deculine's furious expression from that day remained vivid in her memory. But his anger had not been the end of it. The nobles' gossip soon turned against her. They whispered that she only pretended to be strong, yet in the end she would still fall into Deculine's arms. Some even claimed she had become captain of the knights by begging him. Julie understood the situation far too well. She did not even need to ask who had spread the rumor that damaged her reputation. Her fury deepened and she ground her teeth in disgust. Did that idiot think she would take revenge just because of this? Her hand clenched so tightly that her fingers trembled. No matter how hard she tried, Deculine was someone she could never love. Back in the present, Julie finally moved to rise from her seat, ready to leave the auction hall behind. But the moment she turned, she suddenly bumped into Deculine, who was standing right behind her. Deculine looked at her with his usual calm expression and asked whether she wanted the entire snowstone. Julie's anger immediately surged again. To her, the question sounded like another insult, and she could not help wondering how much longer he intended to humiliate her. She was about to snap back at him, but before she could get a word out, Deculine spoke first. In a quiet voice, he said he was sorry. Julie froze, completely caught off guard. For a moment, all she could do was stare at him and ask, "What?" Deculine repeated himself with patient composure, then turned as if he had said everything he needed to say. He asked her to forgive him for now and began to leave. Julie remained standing there in stunned silence, unable to immediately process what had just happened. Even after stepping outside, she still could not make sense of it. What was that supposed to mean? Why had he apologized? Was it because he won the snowstone? The Deculine she knew would never lower his head and apologize like that. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her, "Julie." She turned in surprise and saw Josephine Frieden, the eldest daughter of House Frieden and Julie's sister. Josephine gently waved from nearby and told her, with a soft familiarity, to get into the carriage. Late that night, the carriage carrying Deculine finally rolled up to the gates of the Eucline mansion. Even after returning home, Deculine's thoughts remained on Julie. He had assumed she would be pleased with the snowstone, but perhaps she was simply angry with him instead. What surprised him more was that the death variable he had been expecting still had not appeared. Was it waiting somewhere inside the mansion? He wondered just how despicable the original Deculine had been for Julie to reach the point of trying to kill him. As he entered, the servants spotted him and bowed in perfect unison, respectfully welcoming the young master home. Deculine immediately sensed that something about the atmosphere was strange. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked what had happened. The servants wore uneasy, frightened expressions, and their tension only made him more suspicious. They quickly answered that Miss Uriel had returned home. When Deculine went up to the second floor, he saw a figure standing in the hallway, waiting in the dim corridor. He intended to ignore her and simply walk past, but her sharp voice stopped him immediately. That was the family's money, she demanded. So what exactly had he taken it for? Deculine was genuinely surprised by the confrontation. He had not realized Uriel had been managing such a large amount of money, and for a moment he wondered if he had always been this clueless about the family's affairs. Still, he kept his voice calm and told her not to worry, because he had only purchased items that would generate profit. But Uriel's response came like an explosion, her voice rising with pure fury. She shouted that he treated her like a trash bin, as if she existed only to deal with whatever he threw away. Deculine turned toward her with growing anxiety, already feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, tears began spilling down Uriel's face as she looked at him with painful seriousness. She asked if he truly thought she was the one who existed to clean up every mess he made. Her emotions were clearly slipping out of control. The family's finances were unstable, she said, and both she and the workers had been working without rest just to keep the business from collapsing. Yet he had gone and spent that money as if it meant nothing. A powerful surge of energy burst from her, pressing into the air around them. Uriel's voice dropped lower and colder as she asked how despicable he could possibly be. Then she completely snapped, shouting that, just now, he had taken the family's money and gambled with it. Deculine instinctively stepped back in fear, cursing under his breath. Damn it! The villain's fate had been triggered. He could clearly see the unstable energy rippling around Uriel, along with the golden light mixed into her red aura. The Prosperity South needle had activated as well. Facing Uriel head-on, Deculine silently calculated the situation. The meaning was simple. If he failed to survive this confrontation, he would die. But if he managed to get through it, he would be sitting on an enormous fortune. He hurriedly searched for a way out, then forced his voice to remain steady as he told Uriel not to worry. That only made Uriel even angrier. She snapped at him to shut up and fired question after question without stopping. Did she look worried? Did he think she worked herself to the bone just so he could throw everything away? Did he think she wanted this life? Because of him, she had quit university and lost any chance of finding love. Deculine was taken aback and awkwardly answered that she did not have to go that far. Those words pushed Uriel completely past her limit. She lunged forward as if ready to fight, screaming that all he ever did was burn through money, and that after their parents died, he had spent 150 million elni in a single day. Before Uriel could continue her furious outburst, Deculine quickly cut in with the one thing that might stop her. He said he would return the position of family head to her. That one sentence alone was enough to make Uriel freeze, the anger in her face faltering for the first time. Her eyes widened, and she stumbled over her words as she stared at him. You! What did you just say?" Deculine didn't raise his voice or look away. With the same composed expression, he repeated it clearly. "I will return the position of family head to you." Yariel stood there in stunned silence, needing several seconds just to understand what had come out of his mouth. A faint blush crept over her face, not from joy, but from sheer awkward confusion. And then she snapped back almost defensively, shouting, "That's ridiculous!" Deculine answered her outburst without the slightest change in tone. "That is not how a noble should speak, especially someone who stands as the head of a household." But Yariel only dug her heels in harder, her expression still full of suspicion. "Don't lie to me." Deculine gave a helpless, almost tired response. "I am not lying." Seeing that ordinary words would never convince her, Deculine finally brought out his last resort. His gaze stayed steady as he said, "If you still refuse to believe me, then I can swear it." Yariel visibly flinched at that, her sharp attitude cracking in an instant. "Swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'll die if you break something like that. Are you actually serious?" Deculine answered with complete confidence. Yes. That single response threw Yariel into even deeper confusion, but then her brows pulled together. "But that's meaningless." "What?" Without warning, Yariel leaned in closer, narrowing her eyes as if she were inspecting him for some obvious injury. "Did you hit your head somewhere?" Deculine remained perfectly upright and proud, refusing to look the slightest bit shaken. "You are free not to believe me." Only then did Yariel seem to realize how close she had gotten, and embarrassment flashed across her face. She quickly straightened herself, folded her arms, and tried to regain her authority by declaring, "Fine, but if you break your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Deculine accepted her threat calmly, then asked another question as if confirming the next step. "Then are you leaving this place?" Yariel lifted her chin with her usual arrogance and answered without hesitation. "Of course I am. Someone went and spent the family's money, so naturally, I have to go clean up the mess." Deculine said nothing more. He simply watched in silence as Yariel turned sharply, stormed toward the door, and slammed it behind her with enough force to make the room feel suddenly empty. A system panel appeared before him. Villain's fate, survived death, variable, story unit, +2. Deculine let out a long, weary breath, feeling the tension finally drain from the room. The storm had passed, and more importantly, he had come out of it unharmed. When he thought about it calmly, returning the family head position to Yariel was not a bad choice at all. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, letting the quiet settle over him. If he continued changing things one at a time like this, correcting each dangerous path before it could swallow him, Deculine thought there might still be a way for him to escape his fate. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cut through the silence. "Have you really changed?" Deculine's eyes shifted in surprise. And when he looked toward the window, he saw someone hanging outside as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Ganesha?" He watched as Ganesha dropped lightly down from the window, landing with an ease that made her entrance seem almost playful. Deculine's tone sharpened slightly. "An uninvited guest." Ganesha gave a casual apology, as though she had only stopped by for a chat. "Sorry, I was passing by and thought I'd drop in. I have to say, seeing you like that was pretty surprising." Deculine sighed, clearly not amused, and asked again, "Why would that surprise you?" Ganesha's expression turned a little more serious. "Because I worry about business more than I worry about you." She placed one hand on her hip, but her narrowed eyes showed that she was not joking anymore. "Yariel von Grahan-Ukleine." Ganesha lowered her voice, letting the secret fall quietly between them. "She has no blood relation to the Ukleine clan." Deculine's expression twitched, despite himself, the words hitting him harder than he expected. What was she talking about? Deculine searched through what he remembered. But this detail had never appeared in the game. Not once. Inside the Ukleine mansion, Ganesha repeated the truth with unsettling calm. Yariel isn't of the Ukleine bloodline. Deculine had already known that Yariel was not Deculine's biological sibling, but even so, he couldn't completely hide his surprise. In his understanding, she had only been a half-sister, someone still tied to the family in some way. But this was different. The little sister he knew had no blood connection at all. Not to Deculine, and not even to House Ukleine itself. Deculine's thoughts tightened. How had he never known something this important? Ganesha studied Deculine's face carefully, watching the coldness settle over his expression. "Is this really okay? You were the one who asked us to look into it? Professor, you wanted to know whether you and your sister were actually related by blood? We talked about this, didn't we?" Deculine remained silent, lost in thought as the missing context finally clicked into place. After a moment, Deculine stared off into the distance and spoke quietly, as if drawing a firm line inside himself. "Even so, Yariel is still Yariel." Ganesha looked genuinely surprised, crossing her arms as she stared at him. "You really surprised me today. I didn't think you'd say something like that." Deculine, however, kept his thoughts to himself. He was surprised too, but for a completely different reason. He had never imagined this hidden situation existed in the first place. Ganesha turned toward the door, then glanced back over her shoulder with a small, confident promise. "All right, I'll guarantee it. Your sister's secret stays with me." She took a step as if she were about to leave, then paused with one foot near the door. "Oh right, one more thing before I go." Ganesha turned back toward him and delivered the news with a more serious look. "I heard the six-headed serpents have started moving." At the mention of that name, Deculine immediately thought of venomous snakes, deadly and impossible to ignore once they sank their fangs in. The six-headed serpents were infamous across the continent, a criminal organization known for using poison. Their members were dangerous enough that the bounty on their heads reached into the millions. Ganesha continued, giving him the information without dragging it out. "They're after an item at the auction house. Even if the auction house moves it under tight security, you should stay on high alert once that item is delivered to your home." She added one last warning, her eyes drifting around the room as if the weakness was obvious. "It looks like you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I was able to get in so easily. Anyway, I'm leaving now." A haze of smoke flared around Ganesha's hand, curling outward in an instant, and then her entire figure vanished from the room. Once she was gone, Deculine lowered his head and rubbed his temple, leaning heavily against the table as though the night had suddenly grown much longer. He sank into thought, but one conclusion came to him clearly. This was something he did not need to know. Even if he knew the truth, it would not change what had to be done. Deculine leaned over his desk, his gaze falling to the shadow stretched across the floor beneath the dim light. From the very beginning, he had never been the real Deculine. As that thought passed through him, the image of his little sister rose quietly in his mind. Deculine made his decision then and there. Whether Uriel was connected by blood or not, he would continue treating her exactly as he had before. He lifted his eyes toward the bright moonlight spilling through the window, and quietly settled the matter in his heart. Uriel would always be Deculine's sister, and because of that, it was better for the truth to remain hidden. Beneath the moonlit sky, a group had gathered around a crackling campfire. Ganesha leaned against one hand with an amused smile, happily recounting what had happened. "I told you, didn't I? Professor Deculine has changed a lot. It's like there's a completely different person inside the same body. He's nothing like he used to be." Sitting in front of the dancing flames, she continued with a grin. "That jerk actually said something sweet. I mean, really, it was nothing like him." One of her subordinates looked at her with a helpless expression. "Captain, you just like handsome men. If a good-looking guy says anything, you'll like it." Ganesha snapped back at him immediately, her temper flaring. "Then should I cut you up because you're ugly?" The subordinate didn't back down and shot back. "My grandmother says I'm very handsome." Ganesha rejected that instantly. "There was a handsome guy standing behind you when she said it, you idiot." Riley of the Red Garnet expedition, a relative of Julie, planted her hands on her hips and looked at them with open exasperation. "So what you're saying is, Deculine is actually humane now." Ganesha finally stopped bickering and stood a little straighter, letting the mood settle. "Anyway, we don't need to keep watching Deculine anymore. I wanted to check whether he was still recruiting magic slaves, but from what I saw, it doesn't seem like that's the case." She waved lightly toward her teammates, as though the matter had been decided. "Shall we head back now?" Even then, Ganesha lingered for a moment, resting her chin in thought before speaking again. "Oh, one more thing. Everything you heard today stays secret. Keep it among yourselves." With that, all five of them joined hands, and a circle of energy began to form around them, glowing brighter as their power gathered. Blinding light surged along its fixed orbit, tracing the circle in a brilliant flash until the darkness around the campfire was swallowed by its glow. The next morning at the Academy of Magic, Deculine stood with his arms crossed, his posture as composed and rigid as ever. His attention was fixed seriously on the expenditure statistics board, studying every number as though each one could decide his next move. The Level 1 system shop displayed a new option: Enhance First-Grade Magic Quality. It would raise a character's magical quality, slightly improving both magic output and efficiency. The price was 10 story units. Deculine looked over the information and thought to himself that he could finally use the system shop now. But even so, he still didn't have enough currency to buy what he truly needed. The system shop was a place where story units could be spent to directly strengthen a character, and it wasn't limited only to the player's own body either. Even famous NPCs could be enhanced through it, depending on how those precious units were used. Deculine stood in front of the glowing system board, his eyes fixed on the notice as he read through every line with care. Chances to use this shop were extremely rare, and before the end of the second half, only 6 opportunities remained. The system made the restriction painfully clear. The shop could only be used once per level, and every time the level rose, the cost would double, making each future purchase far heavier than the last. Deculine folded his arms, his expression turning colder as he weighed the value of the opportunity in front of him. This was not something he could rush into carelessly and waste on a poor decision. He thought back to all the training he had forced into his daily routine, day after day without pause. He had been sharpening his memory, strengthening his body, practicing chi control, and slowly weaving all of it into the way he lived and moved. But even after all that effort, the truth remained hard to ignore. Compared to the infamous criminals moving in the shadows of the continent, his actual combat power was still not enough. Deculine fell into quiet thought, his hand resting against the table as he considered the path ahead. If he wanted to grow stronger, what he needed most was to raise the quality of his magic. And for that, he had to gather the remaining 4-story units as quickly as possible. A knock suddenly came from the door, breaking his concentration. Deculine pushed the matter aside for the moment and answered calmly, "Come in." Alan peeked his head through the doorway and greeted him politely. "Hello, Professor?" Alan stepped into the room and approached the desk with a careful posture, holding out a neat stack of papers in both hands. "Here, sir, I just received this." Deculine took the documents and looked them over with a stern, unreadable expression. Alan remained in front of him and added, "I think you should be careful. This was just published in Wizards today." The paper contained a wanted notice for a dangerous criminal. Wanted, Lockhart. Witnesses reported that the mage killer Lockhart had been seen near the outskirts, and all mages were warned to be cautious when going outside. Deculine's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "The mage killer? Lockhart?" As he stared at the wanted notice, Deculine immediately understood the weight of the name. Lockhart was one of the greatest threats to mage players during the first quarter of the game. And now, he had already appeared. A faint smile touched Deculine's lips. Of course, if he were an ordinary mage, Lockhart would be a terrifying threat. But as he was now, there was no need to tremble over the man's name. If anything, Deculine thought this might become a useful chance to earn a story unit, and he almost hoped their paths would cross. Deculine stepped away from the table, his decision already made. "There is no need to worry about the mage killer. I'm heading to the library. You should go home." Alan blinked and quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Professor." But just as Deculine was about to pass by him, something seemed to come to mind, and he stopped. "Right." Deculine turned back toward Alan and asked in his usual composed voice, "Alan, would you like to become a professor's assistant?" Alan scratched his head in confusion at first. "Huh? Of course." Then the meaning struck him, and his eyes widened in outright shock. The moment Alan fully understood what Deculine was offering, panic rushed across his face. "You want me to be a professor's assistant? But you've always said I'm useless." Deculine cut through his flustered words with cold directness. "I'm asking because I can see that you are serious now." Earlier, Alan had completed several tasks properly, even if part of that effort had only come from the assistant selection notice hanging over him. Before Alan could ramble any further, Deculine held out a ring and ended the matter firmly. "Enough. Take this." It was a bracelet engraved with the Eucline emblem, a symbol that carried weight far beyond ordinary decoration. "Continue working hard." Alan's face lit up with overwhelming joy, and he bowed deeply, almost unable to contain himself. "Thank you very much, Professor." Watching Alan nearly tear up from happiness, Deculine still did not forget to assess the ring's value and purpose. Alan's ability to manage documents and handle errands was genuinely excellent. A bracelet engraved with the Eucline emblem was a fitting way to keep someone that useful close, because letting him slip away would be a waste. Deculine thought of the original Deculine, the cold-faced man whose cruelty had pushed people away one after another. Even under that kind of treatment, Alan had continued doing everything on his own, but no one could know when his patience might finally run out. Under Alan's puzzled gaze, Deculine handed him money as well, speaking as if it were nothing. "Call it a day early. Use this to buy yourself dinner." Alan stood there awkwardly, staring at the money in his hand, while Deculine walked away without hesitation. "Professor, this is far too much." Deculine paid no attention to the small amount at all. To him it was hardly worth noticing, and he simply continued forward in silence. Alan remained tucked near the door of the staff library room, speechless and still processing what had just happened. Deculine entered the library with a clear purpose in mind. The reason he had come here was because of Luna's documents. When he had reviewed them before, he found several errors scattered throughout the work. The lab papers dealt with inventions related to pure elements, but there were too many mistakes and missing pieces, so he needed to correct them properly. As Deculine moved through the library shelves, another thought crossed his mind. If he could find a useful magic book related to manipulation while he was here, that would be even better. Then, as he passed one of the rows, Deculine noticed a girl nearby, and his expression immediately hardened. His voice came out low and sharp. "Why are you in the staff library?" In front of him stood a blonde girl, visibly fidgeting under his gaze. It was a new student, Sylvia Josephine Illade. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had been quietly watching as a teacher spoke with a professor. She had explained that she was looking for study materials, and the teacher had reminded her that this was an exclusive reading room for senior members. But then Professor Ren's image appeared through the magic orb, laughing as if the whole situation amused him. Ren had waved off the concern lightly. "It's fine. There's no need to forbid the Euclane air, and this year's new pupil. Let the girl use it freely for her studies." After receiving that answer, the teacher turned back to Sylvia and relayed the permission. He said, "It's fine, Sylvia. You may look around freely." Sylvia quickly entered the library, moving with the quiet excitement of someone who knew exactly what she wanted. Her interests were literature and languages, and she had come to the exclusive reading room, hoping to find materials that met her particular standards. It did not take long for Sylvia's sharp eyes to notice a novel written in the Ethansel language from Edino. After the disappearance of the Fae, the value of such works had risen dramatically, making Ethansel novels rare treasures tied to the language of the Fae. Sylvia rose onto her tiptoes and reached carefully toward the book on the shelf, her gaze fixed on the spine as she wondered if it was truly the one she thought it was. By coincidence, Deculine had also come near that same section of the library. This rare book was exactly why Sylvia had entered the exclusive reading room, a place she did not often visit. Sylvia jolted when she saw Deculine, her eyes widening in surprise as she clutched the book close. "I didn't expect to meet you here." Deculine looked at her with suspicion, his gaze immediately falling on the restricted shelves around them. "Why are you in the restricted reading room?" Sylvia hugged the book tightly against her chest and took a small step back. "I came to look for materials. Professor Ren gave me permission." Deculine's voice turned noticeably colder the moment he heard that. "So the professor ignored academy rules, and the librarian allowed you inside? If that is the case, then they deserve discipline as well." Sylvia's face stiffened in confusion and alarm. "What?" Before she could react, the book in her arms suddenly lifted into the air and flew straight into Deculine's hand. He opened it with a calm motion and glanced at the pages. "An Edino novel. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in Ethansel?" Sylvia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but her surprise came out first. "How can you read Ethansel?" "Wait, no, that's not the important thing." Deculine closed the book and tossed it back to her without making a scene. "You like literature and languages? I will let it pass this time." Before leaving, however, his warning came down with the same cold precision as ever. "But if you enter this place again without proper permission, I will discipline you. So unless you're planning to flaunt your family's influence, send someone else to borrow the book for you." Sylvia stood in silence, watching Deculine's back as he walked away. She hugged the book close to her chest, her expression sinking with quiet hurt. The thought settled bitterly in her mind. He had humiliated her. Sylvia Josephine Illade let out a quiet sigh as she stared at the closed door, still holding the book close to her chest. All she had wanted was to learn more about the Fae through a novel written in Ethansel, yet somehow even that small curiosity had turned into humiliation. Still, one question refused to leave Sylvia's mind. How in the world could Deculine read Ethansel so easily? That language had almost no consistency in its structure, which made it notoriously difficult to understand, even for people who seriously studied ancient languages. Deep inside the thick forest of Hydecane, the trainees were scattered across the field, each group busy with its own assignment. Two students chased after a fleeing animal, shouting to each other, "Hey, I'm going that way! Don't let it escape!" Nearby, another group crouched low to the ground, carefully studying herbs among the grass. Retlan looked at Ren and exclaimed with surprise. This is their first real field experience, but they're all so calm. Ren wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled with satisfaction. Training has to end by dusk, but I have to admit, I'm proud of them. Deculine silently looked over the area, taking in the forest and the surrounding terrain while recalling what he knew about the place. Hydecane was far from the academy, important enough to be guarded by a magic tower, and this forest served not only as a student training ground, but also as a rich source of magical materials. But the value of the forest came with danger. Deculine thought of the terrifying monsters and poisonous creatures known to lurk in these woods, because the risk of attacks was high. The magic tower had to maintain stronger protective barriers, and professors needed to patrol properly whenever they were on shift. Ren scratched his head as if remembering something important and turned toward him. "That's right, Professor Deculine. The professor assigned to this week's patrol shift hasn't been decided yet. We need to appoint someone new. Who do you think would be suitable?" Deculine answered without hesitation, his voice flat and direct. "I will do it." Ren immediately brightened, speaking with overflowing admiration. "As expected of you, Professor, your leadership truly sets an example for every professor in the academy." Deculine looked at him with visible exasperation. I am not doing it for such noble reasons. At that moment, a notification appeared before Deculine. Side quest: The Shadow of the Magic Tower. Reward: 1 plot unit. Additional title reward available. Deculine's eyes sharpened, and he turned his gaze toward one direction in the forest. Something was pulling him there, almost as if the quest itself had chosen the path for him. That was probably the real reason he had accepted the patrol shift. A faint uneasiness settled in his chest as he wondered what exactly was about to happen on this mountain. Once night fell, this place could easily turn the game into something closer to horror. At the same time, Ren called out to the students, urging them to pack up. "Everyone, start getting ready to leave." The trainees bowed politely. "Goodbye, Professor," Ren answered warmly. "All right, see you back at the dorms, everyone." 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, the table was covered with cold, colorful ice creams that looked almost too beautiful to touch. Excited voices rose around the table. "They're so pretty. They're almost too cute to eat, and they look delicious," one of them asked in disbelief. "Did you really buy all of these for us?" Smugly puffed herself up proudly, wearing the expression of someone with money to spend. "Of course. Eat as much as you want." Then she smiled with clear satisfaction. "I have 100 million on me now." She leaned into the moment and emphasized it again, sounding almost pleased with herself. "So today, everything is on me." Julia clapped her hands happily, full of excitement as she shared her own good news. "I submitted the club formation plan. It should be approved soon, so this is basically our first gathering." The classmate sitting across from her quickly replied, "I just hope the others won't hesitate too much. We don't have many sign-ups yet." Julia reassured her with a confident smile. "Don't worry if we run the club well, people will naturally join." And Julia shifted the conversation, her eyes sparkling as she looked down at the ice cream in front of her. "I heard there was training at Hidakane today," someone answered. "That's right. 50 volunteers went, even though a lot of accidents have happened there before." Before anyone could take another bite, a loud explosion suddenly thundered through the area, making everyone at the table snap their heads toward the sound. The whole group scrambled up in panic, searching around for where the blast had come from. Julia shouted, "Did you hear that?" Another voice answered hurriedly, "You heard it too? Where did it come from? We need to check." Without wasting another second, they anxiously ran off, their earlier excitement completely replaced by fear and urgency. Then a terrified scream pierced through the air. "Save me!" Julia's face tightened and she urgently pointed toward the direction of the voice. "Over there! Hurry!" But almost as soon as she said it, Julia sensed that something was terribly wrong. "Wait!" Julia reached out in fear, trying to stop the others before they rushed in blindly. Her instincts screamed at her that the situation was not normal. "Something's not right." A firm voice cut through the chaos. "Stop right there!" Julia turned back in confusion, startled by the sudden command. "What did you just say?" But before she could even finish speaking, the surroundings changed. The street vanished, and Julia found herself standing in a completely empty place. Her breath caught. "Where is this? I was just on the street." The cry for help rang out again, echoing through the empty space. "Save me!" Julia flinched, then quickly remembered why she had moved in the first place. Right. Someone was calling for help. She shouted into the emptiness, trying to locate the voice. "Where are you? I'm coming to help." The person answered almost immediately, their voice leading her forward. "Here!" Julia ran toward the girl in front of her, whose loose hair hung messily around her face. "Are you okay?" she asked, hurrying closer. Then Julia froze in place, her eyes widening as horror washed over her. The girl before her was drenched in blood, her body caked in red as she let out a miserable scream. "What the hell?" Julia clenched her hand, instantly preparing to cast a spell as panic turned into alarm. Someone was attacking. Just as she was about to move, she stopped cold. A calm foot stepped into her line of sight, cutting between her and the bloody figure. Julia slowly looked up in surprise and saw Deculine standing there. Irritation and shock burst out of her at once. "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you assault a civilian?" Deculine's response was cold and steady. "Open your eyes and look again. That is not a human." Julia froze, stunned by his words. "What?" The figure in front of them twisted into its true form, revealing a ferocious demon standing where the helpless girl had been. Julia stammered, fear crawling into her voice as she stared at the creature. "What? What is that?" Deculine explained calmly, without taking his eyes off the demon. "It seems you were caught in an illusion cast by demons." Immediately after that, Julia's body lifted into the air as if seized by an invisible force. Deculine gave a stern order, leaving no room for argument. "Do not interfere with this. Leave." A gust of wind hurled Julia away, and she screamed as she was thrown from the battlefield. "What's happening?" Deculine meanwhile remained where he was, facing the demon with perfect composure. Now, the hunt could begin. Deculine narrowed his eyes as he observed the demon's reaction. It was furious, clearly enraged that the prey it had lured in had been taken from it. The demon launched itself forward with explosive force, attacking at a speed so fast that its movement was almost impossible to follow. Its strikes came in a blur, each attack slicing through the air before the eye could fully catch it. Even so, Deculine moved with sharp precision, dodging each blow with practiced control and barely wasting a motion. His expression darkened as the demon pressed the attack. Deculine's gaze fixed on the core embedded in the demon's forehead. Judging from that, its main trait was most likely illusion. He also recalled his own resilience, a resistance that protected him from mental attacks. That was why the demon's illusion had failed to work on him. A strange thrill stirred inside him, and he could feel his blood beginning to boil. His face turned serious as he watched the demon, anger rising from somewhere deep within Deculine himself. An information panel appeared before him. Euclane attribute, unique rank, description, a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or standing in areas rich with demonic energy, the user can purify surrounding mana with their own mana and harness that power. As the user grows stronger, purified mana rises by 1 tier. However, this power also makes the user more ferocious, causing them to gradually lose control of themselves. Deculine nimbly dodged the demon's claws, his thoughts becoming clearer with every movement. This was the legacy of the Euclinaire, a family famous for hunting demons since ancient times. Now, it was obvious that this trait lived inside Deculine as well, and with that power stirring in his blood, he had no intention of letting this demon survive. His eyes looked colder and more frightening than they ever had before, as if all restraint had finally snapped. In that instant, the fury inside him surged outward like a storm breaking loose. The demon threw itself forward once more, charging straight at him with savage force. But the next moment, red blood burst through the air, splattering violently across the scene. A message appeared before him. A side quest had been triggered, the shadow of the magic tower. Plot Unit 1 had begun. Another title unfolded beneath it, Slay the First Demon, Plot Unit 1. The Eucline bloodline had awakened, and with it, the Eucline attribute was finally unlocked. Deculine von Grahan Eucline stared down at the demon collapse before him, his expression filled with open disgust. Even as it neared death, the creature still looked repulsive to him. Filthy beast, spewing filth until your final breath. This ending suits you perfectly. Then Deculine slowly lifted his eyes from the corpse and looked up toward the night sky. The demon's appearance was not just an isolated incident. It was the signal that everything was truly beginning. Above the dark forest, the full moon shone with a cold silver glow, spilling its light over Deculine's figure. Bathed beneath that pale moonlight, he understood it clearly. This was the opening mark of a difficult game that had only just started. By the time a new day came, the academy had already been wrapped in gentle warmth. Soft sunlight poured over the buildings, washing away the darkness of the night before. Iferine Luna's eyelids slowly fluttered open. For a brief second, she simply stared blankly ahead, until shock rushed through her body and she abruptly pushed herself upright. The nurse sitting beside her immediately leaned in, relief crossing her face as she noticed the movement. "You're awake, Luna?" Still dazed, Iferine Luna turned her head and scanned the room, struggling to piece together where she was. "What happened? Wasn't I in the forest?" The nurse answered in a calm voice. "Yes, it seems your memories are still a little unclear." The nurse began explaining everything carefully to Iferine Luna. "Last night a demon appeared at Haxon. You were struck by its dark magic, and after that, you lost consciousness," she continued in the same steady tone, filling in what Iferine Luna could not remember. "Afterward, someone found you and brought you here to the infirmary. Because of that demon, Haxon has been sealed off, and the magic tower is now investigating the incident." Then the nurse added the most unexpected part. "The person who saved you was Professor Deculine." The instant Iferine Luna heard that name, anger flashed across her face, and she cursed under her breath. "Damn it, him again!" A second later, Iferine Luna seemed to remember something important, and her voice rose in panic. "What day is it today?" The nurse paused to think before answering. "It's been 36 hours since you were brought here. Today is Wednesday." Iferine Luna's eyes shifted toward the clock hanging behind the nurse. As she stared at the time, her face slowly tightened. Wait, if today is Wednesday? Then the realization hit her all at once. Iferine Luna threw off the last of her confusion and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'm late!" Inside the classroom, the students all turned their heads toward the door in curiosity, their attention pulled by the sudden disturbance outside. Iferine Luna hurried inside and braced herself with one elbow, breathing hard as though she had run the entire way. "There, I almost missed it." Julia quickly noticed her and called out with excitement, waving to catch her attention. "Hey, over here!" Iferine Luna looked over and immediately spotted her. Julia looked her up and down with concern. "Are you okay, Iferine Luna?" "I went to the infirmary to check on you, but you still hadn't woken up." Iferine Luna gave her a reassuring answer, trying to sound casual. I'm fine. Honestly, after sleeping that much, I might actually be in the best condition I've been in for a while. Then Effarine Luna noticed the strange items arranged across the table, and confusion crept into her expression. But what are all these things? Was there some new announcement about today's class that I missed? Julia shook her head just as uncertainly. To be honest, I don't know either. They were already here when I arrived. Maybe today's class is something special. Just as the students were still wondering what was going on, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein entered the room, and Alan followed close behind him. Effarine Luna saw the unfamiliar face beside the professor. She tilted her head slightly, curiosity showing in her eyes. Who is that? Deculine stepped onto the podium with his usual composed presence and addressed the class in a clear, controlled voice. Before we begin today's lesson, I have an announcement to make. This is Alan. From now on, he will serve as my teaching assistant. The students immediately broke into whispers, their surprise spreading across the classroom. What? I thought Professor Deculine always preferred teaching alone. Yeah, I heard he's never taken on a teaching assistant before. To the students, Deculine stood at the very top, far beyond the reach of ordinary mages. Becoming his assistant was no small matter either. A person had to build their reputation through a professor's evaluation first, and in their minds, there was no way Professor Deculine would ever let someone benefit from that so easily. When Effarine Luna heard those murmurs, she froze for a moment. That meant something very clear to her. It was also the reason her father had remained only a researcher even at 30, because he had never been able to become a teaching assistant. Her attention shifted toward Alan, and suspicion began to rise in her chest. Why would Professor Deculine bring in a mage she had never seen before and suddenly introduce him here? Deculine did not drag out the announcement any further. He immediately moved into the lesson. Today's class will be experience-based. You have 3 hours to solve this assignment. Alan began moving through the room, handing items out one by one. Here is your watch, and this one as well. As Effarine Luna looked down, her eyes caught the ring on her hand, and an uneasy feeling rose inside her. It was her father's legacy. Before this ring, every time she looked at it, the same questions would come back to her, so often that wondering about them had almost become a habit. Her mood slowly sank into gloom. To Professor Deculine, who had her father been? Why had he never given her father a chance? And if he had treated him that way back then, why was he suddenly doing all these helpful things now? Effarine Luna clenched her teeth and forced herself to steady her thoughts. Focus. She had to finish the assignment first. She needed to create a spell as quickly as possible. But no matter how hard she tried, her mind was tangled with too many thoughts to stay clear. Then, without warning, a voice cut through the quiet classroom and drew everyone's attention. 25 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm done. The students all lifted their heads in shock and curiosity. What? It hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Someone nearby answered calmly, as if the result was obvious. Of course. That's Sylvia Josephine Alade. Deculine took Sylvia Josephine Alade's work and inspected it with careful eyes, checking every part of the answer without rushing. Sylvia Josephine Alade stood there with a trace of nervousness on her face, quietly avoiding Deculine's gaze as she waited for his judgment. After looking it over, Deculine gave his verdict in a calm, even tone. Perfect. You may go. At those words, Sylvia Josephine Alade's face brightened, and she rose from her seat with clear satisfaction. Before leaving, she turned her head toward Effarine Luna, who was still struggling over the assignment, and gave her a smug little smile. Effarine Luna clenched her teeth so hard that her jaw tightened, watching Sylvia Josephine Alade stroll away as if everything had been effortless. Under her breath, she muttered angrily, unable to hide her irritation. Damn it, I have to finish this too. After Sylvia Josephine Alade, more students began completing the assignment, one after another. Deculine's calm voice continued to echo through the room. Julia, you may go. Lahin, you may go as well. The number of students finishing kept increasing, yet Effarine Luna still had nothing to show for her effort. Deculine continued calling names. Roten, you may go. Ken, you may go. Jan, you may go. Then Alan noticed the time and leaned in to remind him. Professor, 3 hours have already passed. We should end the class. Even after all that time, Effarine Luna had still failed to make any progress. The weight of it crushed down on her, and she slumped in defeat. I'm finished. She dropped her face onto the desk and gripped her hands tightly, as if trying to squeeze out even one useful idea. Please, think of something. Anything. But the image of Sylvia Josephine Alade came back to her, and Effarine Luna suddenly felt completely useless. Not only had she failed to surpass that damn Sylvia, she was the only person in the entire class who had not managed to do anything at all. Frustration and self-blame twisted painfully inside her. Why was she like this? Was she really so stupid that she could not even handle something this simple? At last, she nearly gave up and started to rise from her seat, bitterness filling her thoughts. Fine, maybe she really was ignorant. If that was the case, then she would get back at that monkey some other way. She could not compete with him here. Then, just as she was about to surrender completely, a voice suddenly rang out across the room. 5 hours and 47 minutes. Ekuline von Grahan-Euclein's voice cut through the quiet room with icy calm, his expression unmoved. How much longer do you plan to make me wait? Ephirine Luna slowly lifted her head, and the moment she saw his cold face still standing there before her, her whole body went stiff. He had not left. He had been there the entire time. Ekuline looked down at her and spoke without softening a single word. You struggled with an assignment this simple and still failed to finish within the time limit. Ephirine lowered her gaze, her voice shrinking into a whisper. I'm sorry. Then, without warning, Ekuline stepped closer, the sound of his approach making the classroom feel even colder. Even if people laugh at you, even if everyone else finishes before you, his voice stayed completely flat without anger or comfort. And somehow that emotionless bluntness made Ephirine Luna feel even more terrified. The person you hate most is standing right in front of you. Ekuline's words came down like a strict command, firm and impossible to ignore. That is exactly why you must keep your head clear and remain alert every second. After saying that, he turned away from her with cold finality. With a mentality that fragile, you will never reach my level. He cast one last glance over his shoulder, and the look in his eyes felt almost mocking. I'm deeply disappointed, Ephirine Luna. I expected more from you than this. Then Ekuline walked out and slammed the door behind him, the sharp sound echoing through the empty classroom while Ephirine Luna was left standing there alone. Ephirine Luna's expression darkened, her face tightening with humiliation and anger. But even then, she did not say a word back. A bell rang out across the academy, its clear chime marking the hour. It was already 6 in the evening. Ephirine Luna dropped back into her chair with a heavy thud, anger burning in her chest as Ekuline's words repeated over and over in her mind. I expected more from you than this. Her fingers curled tightly against her palm, her hand slowly clenching until the tension showed in every knuckle. She ground her teeth together, forcing the bitterness back through sheer stubbornness. So what? All at once, Ephirine Luna pulled up her mana again, rage pushing her body past its limits. I can do this. Even if someone like you is disappointed in me, I can still do it. But she was clearly forcing herself too hard. The strain hit her body almost immediately, and a thin line of blood began to run from her nose. Still, Ephirine Luna ignored it completely. With her eyes fixed forward, she shouted with fierce determination. I will do it. Her gaze grew wilder than ever, burning with a dangerous intensity, as if she no longer cared what price she had to pay to finish. Outside by the window, Ekuline stood with his arms folded, silently watching Ephirine Luna continue to struggle. At this stage, this should not have been a problem for her. He thought quietly to himself that he had already spent more than 6 hours on Ephirine Luna. Still, this was necessary. She had to become stronger if she was going to face what was coming next. After defeating that demon, Ekuline understood the situation more clearly. Since the creature had appeared at Haksan, he knew the main quest was now on the verge of beginning. He remembered the version of Ephirine Luna from the game, the stronger one who appeared when the Age of Evil began to run rampant. When the main quest unfolded, people who stood on the side of good would rise, and among them would be a far more powerful Ephirine. In his mind, he pictured Ephirine Luna standing at the edge of a cliff, still unsteady, still incomplete. Right now, she lacked both the mental strength and the delicate sensitivity that a true mage needed. Ekuline continued watching her in silence. Of course, if that power grew, it could one day become a threat to him. But he had no intention of allowing that future to unfold. His eyes sharpened with unwavering resolve. Fate was nothing more than a belief clung to by those too weak to struggle against it. Ekuline trusted only himself. He remained lost in thought, his expression as unreadable as ever. Like the Ekuline everyone knew, he was not the kind of man who would easily allow anyone new to catch up to him. Then suddenly, a sound came from inside the classroom. Ephirine Luna lowered her head, then pushed the door wide open in one sudden motion, and rushed out without looking back. Ekuline turned his gaze toward the now empty classroom, stepped inside, and walked directly to Ephirine Luna's desk. There, lying quietly on the surface, was a branch glowing with a soft golden light. Ekuline stood still for a brief moment, silently observing it. Then, in a calm voice, he declared, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. He picked up Ephirine Luna's study slip and carefully wrote down his evaluation. The girl had displayed the innate weakness of an academy student. His pen paused for a moment. Then Ekuline set it down with a faint sense of satisfaction. Even so, this result was good enough to compete for first place. A translucent message window appeared before him. The side quest had been completed. His passage had been confirmed, and his balance increased by 1. Ekuline slowly left the teaching building, his steps calm as the long day finally came to an end. Now that Ephirine Luna was gone, he decided it was time to return home. But just then a voice called out from behind him. Professor Ekuline? Ekuline paused in surprise. The man who had called him burst into a loud, cheerful laugh. It's been a long time. Ekuline's brows tightened slightly, irritation flickering across his face as he recognized the man. What was he doing here? The man was Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, head of the Freyden family and Julie von Dea-Freyden's older brother. Deculine immediately recalled the setting from the game. Zeit was the one who had pushed hardest for the engagement between Deculine and Julie. More importantly, Deculine studied Zeit with guarded concern. His initial battle power surpassed even Ganesha, who ranked third, and he was known for his overwhelming physical strength. Why would a man like that come looking for him? A thought crossed Deculine's mind as he remembered Julie's snow gem. Could Zeit have come because of that? Deculine swallowed quietly. If this situation turned hostile, it could become a deadly variable. Against a monster like Zeit, he had no prepared strategy at all. Zeit planted his hands on his hips, looking far too cheerful for someone so intimidating. It's great to run into you like this. I heard you and Julie have been getting along lately, so I was worried. Deculine forced a polite smile. Is that so? Zeit continued without hesitation. So, I'm planning to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free? Deculine quietly let out a small breath of relief. At the very least, Zeit seemed friendly for now. Deculine was just about to answer, I'm free, when Zeit suddenly slapped him on the shoulder and laughed with booming confidence. Decisive. I like that. Zeit grinned, as if everything had already been settled. I'll prepare the dishes you like, so make sure you come. I've already arranged it, so it'll be perfect. Then, in the blink of an eye, Zeit's expression cooled. Well then, I'll see you later, Professor Deculine. Deculine could only stand there helplessly as he watched Zeit's arrogant back stride farther away. The man had not given him even the slightest chance to refuse. He frowned, his face tightening with caution. No matter how he looked at it, this was not a simple request anymore. Zeit had arranged things in a way that left him with almost no room to refuse. He understood Zeit far too well. That man always placed the Freyden family above everything else, and if Deculine disrupted the path he had already chosen, there was no telling how far Zeit might go. A weary sigh slipped from him as the situation settled in. This appointment was no longer something he could simply cancel at his own convenience. The next day, inside House Freyden, Julie von Dea-Freyden's angry voice rang through the room. I don't want to. Zeit looked at her steadily and asked, Why are you fighting against this so fiercely? Julie snapped back without softening her tone. We hate each other, and besides, I'm busy training the cavalry. I don't have time to meet him. Zeit remained calm, as if her anger had not shaken him at all. Are you sulking because someone took the snow gem? Zeit asked. Julie instantly stiffened and denied it. Sulking? Don't be ridiculous. Nearby, a silent figure stood watching the argument unfold, saying nothing as the tension between them continued to rise. Zeit tried again, his voice measured. Why would he want a metal used only for forging weapons, unless it was meant for you? But Julie only rolled her eyes, her jaw tightening. If he's planning to give me a sword, she muttered through clenched teeth. Then I'll break off the engagement on the spot, Julie declared, her voice sharp enough to cut through the room. Zeit clenched his teeth so hard that the veins along his face and neck stood out, and in the next instant, a crushing wave of energy burst from him, pressing down on Julie like a warning. Careful, Julie. His expression darkened as he glared at her. Think very carefully before you speak any further. I told you this before, Zeit continued coldly. If you do that, it would be an incredibly foolish move. I warned you clearly, politics has no space for personal feelings. And he added with a faint sneer, as far as I know, there isn't a single man who loves you in that way. Or perhaps you already have someone you fancy? Julie ground her teeth and forced out a firm answer. No. Zeit studied her face for a moment before asking, Are you still that bothered by Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine's past? Julie immediately denied it. That has nothing to do with this. Her voice lowered, heavy and frustrated. Zeit pressed her again. Then why? This time, Julie had no answer, and fell into silence. Zeit turned away from her, ending the conversation with a final order. Be there on time. If any problems come up, deal with them yourself. Without waiting for Julie to argue any further, Zeit walked off and left the same command behind. Arrive on time, and if anything happens, you handle it. Julie remained where she stood, her fists slowly clenching at her sides as she held back the anger boiling inside her. Then, unable to contain it any longer, she suddenly drew her sword and shouted in frustration, swinging the blade through the air with wild, forceful strikes. The sharp edge tore through the empty space, each clean slash cutting the air, as if she were trying to release every bit of tension trapped in her chest. When the burst of anger finally faded, Julie lowered herself back into stillness, standing motionless once again with the sword in hand. A calm voice sounded from nearby. Your swordsmanship has fallen out of rhythm, my liege. Julie turned toward the voice. It was Veron, a knight of the High Kin regiment and one of her own subordinates, standing there with quiet composure. Her irritation had not fully disappeared, but she still forced herself to speak. I'm sorry, you had to see an ugly side of me, Veron answered in an even, respectful tone. It is nothing, my liege. I understand how you feel. Veron could not hide his objection. I also cannot believe that scoundrel is worthy of you, much less someone your family should force you to marry. Julie's expression hardened at once. "That's enough," she said sternly. "I'm a knight," Julie continued, her voice firm. "Speaking badly of others behind their backs is not conduct I should allow." Then she turned her gaze toward Veron again. And for a brief moment her expression softened into something gentler. "Don't stain your hands because of me," she said quietly. "I'm fine." Veron looked at her in silence, his eyes fixed on her face. But he did not answer. Julie quickly ended the moment and stepped away. "I'm leaving. Prepare yourself." Veron bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, my liege." Yet as his head lowered, the look in his eyes betrayed something cold and cruel beneath the surface. As he watched Julie's back grow farther away, his thoughts clung to her with unwavering devotion. "My liege." His gaze lingered on her face in his memory. At last he believed he had found an answer to the torment eating away at him, a way to prove his loyalty as her subordinate. Veron's hand moved slowly over the hilt of his sword, his expression turning icy. This was something only he could do. Meanwhile, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleinen walked beneath the sunlight, completely unaware that someone had already set their sights on him. In Veron's heart, one thought remained. "I will make you happy, my liege." Elsewhere, at the Council of Elders, a deep and solemn voice echoed across the chamber. "They say a demon has appeared in Haxon," the voice reported. "At first, the mages were forced to use secret arts just to block its malice. If that demon appears again, then we cannot afford to hesitate. We must move at once." At the center of the council table, an old man sat with his hands clasped together. After a brief silence, he gave the order. "Send a letter to the 12 archmages." Without delay, a formal letter was prepared, carrying the urgency of the matter and the need to respond before the situation worsened. Inside a magnificent mansion, Deculine let out a tired sigh after finally finishing the long task of sorting through the items he had won at the auction. He recalculated everything in his head. "I can make use of Riren's ring since it speeds up mana recovery. The Nyga necklace can store mana. As for the rest, I'll place them in the cellar just as Ganesha suggested. With that, there's no need to worry about theft." Then, all at once, Deculine placed both hands on his hips, his mood shifting into unease. Still, one troublesome issue remained. His eyes moved helplessly toward the enormous snow gem standing before him. The most valuable item of all was also the one he still could not properly use. Deculine frowned, sinking into thought. He already knew he could not handle the snow gem immediately. But even after pushing his willpower against it again and again, the stone refused to budge. The gem's radiance glittered so fiercely that it almost blinded him. Deculine wondered if it was rejecting his mana. In the game, it had been an item of incredible value, something he had only admired from afar, never truly learned to use. If he melted it down, could he finally control it with willpower? Then in the middle of his thoughts, Deculine suddenly noticed something. A possible answer began to take shape in his mind. If he wanted to understand the snow gem, he could start by researching its properties in the library. At that moment, a memory of a sword rose vividly within him. A sword that had only been tamed through communication. Determination sharpened in Deculine's eyes as he looked back at the glowing stone. To make this snow gem obey, he first had to communicate with it and truly understand what it was. Deculine slowly extended his hand toward the snow gem, reaching out as if he were approaching something alive and dangerous. The moment Deculine's fingertips gently touched its surface, pain shot through him, and his expression twisted sharply before he could stop it. A brilliant light burst from within the stone, spreading outward until it wrapped around Deculine's body like a cold, blinding veil. Only after enduring that strange sensation for a moment did he slowly pull his hand back from the glowing gem. A translucent status window appeared before his eyes. His insight had increased by only 0.1%, and the mana cost had been enormous. Deculine's face darkened as despair settled in. 2,000 mana for a mere 0.1% at this rate. Taming the snow gem would take years. Still, he wondered if there might be a better way. At last, Deculine made his decision and stepped back from the problem for now. Fine. He would leave the snow gem aside and clear his head by going out for a while. His gaze drifted toward the wall calendar hanging nearby, as if searching for something he had almost forgotten. There, one date had been clearly circled. Tonight he was scheduled to have dinner with Zeit. Deculine stared at the marked date, and his face slowly tightened with obvious displeasure. It was another appointment arranged before Kim Woojin had taken over this body, a plan that had already been set 3 days earlier. Later, at the Von Mel restaurant, faint dust drifted through the elegant air as the evening gathering began. Zeit walked beside Deculine and spoke with a polite smile. "Thank you for coming. Julie went in ahead of us. She is probably already waiting inside." When they arrived, Zeit stepped forward first, while Deculine casually offered his greeting. "Julie, a dress like this suits you beautifully," Zeit called to her in a gentle tone. "Julie!" She stood there in a pure white evening gown, looking almost shy as she faced them. For a brief moment, Deculine found himself completely captivated by the sight of her. As he pulled out her chair for her, his thoughts moved quietly beneath his composed expression. Julie was usually clad in armor, so he had never expected her to look this stunning when dressed up. No wonder the original Deculine had been drawn to her. Just then, another voice rang out from the side, pulling their attention away. Of course, do you know how much effort she put into preparing for this? Zeit smiled when he saw the newcomer. You're here as well? The woman answered sweetly. I came to accompany Julie and look after her. Deculine glanced toward her with unease. He had not expected her to appear, even knowing how deeply she cared about Julie, more than anyone else. This was a woman he did not want to meet in a place like this. He looked at the smiling girl in front of him, and despite her pleasant expression, a frown tugged at his face. On the surface, Josephine Freyden had come as the fiancé's sister. But Deculine knew it was not that simple. His guard rose immediately, because she was the one person here he needed to watch more carefully than anyone. In his mind, he could picture the dangerous expression hidden beneath her graceful smile. Josephine Freyden was the kind of person who would do anything to achieve her goal, even if it made her seem like a madwoman. That same chilling image flashed through him again, making his wariness deepen. He watched as she tenderly smoothed Julie's hair with a soft hand. The only person Josephine truly treasured was Julie, and anyone who harmed Julie would surely send her into a furious rage. Deculine lowered his head slightly, his brow still tense. He did not know why Josephine Freyden had not killed the original Deculine yet, but he was certain she would do it eventually. When he lifted his eyes toward her again, the feeling became even clearer. From the moment she entered the room, Deculine had felt a faint but undeniable fear. Josephine Freyden was radiating a sharp killing intent directly at him, perhaps because Deculine von Grahan-Uklein was bound to the fate of a villain. He closed his eyes for a moment, struggling to steady his thoughts. He could sense her murderous intent plainly, and this death variable was far too dangerous to ignore. To get through this safely, he had to show respect toward Julie. At that moment, Zeit cut into the silence. Let's get straight to the point, Professor Deculine. When would you like to hold the celebration? It has already been 3 years since the two of you became engaged, hasn't it? The words made Julie spring up in alarm. Head of the house! But Zeit stopped her immediately, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is a matter for adults. Deculine hesitated, measuring the atmosphere around the table. Zeit urged him on. Speak freely. Before answering, Deculine quickly shifted his gaze toward Josephine Freyden. She was resting her chin on her hand, smiling in a way that looked gentle on the surface, but carried a dangerous edge beneath it. In the end, Deculine chose the safest path available. I will leave this matter to Julie. If she cannot trust this marriage, then I am willing to renounce it. Julie sat frozen in place, grinding her teeth as anger burned across her expression. Zeit turned on her at once, scolding her with a stern voice. Marriage is a serious matter. How can you treat it so carelessly? Every word made Julie's resentment swell even more. Zeit continued, as if trying to find the source of the problem. Is it because the two of you have spent too much time apart? If that is the case, then go and rekindle your relationship. Marriage is not something you can simply cast aside. The clan elders would never accept that either. Julie could no longer endure it, and finally snapped. My lord! Then she lowered her head, her voice strained as she pleaded. Please allow us to speak privately, please. Zeit glanced toward Deculine, and after seeing him give a small nod, he finally yielded. Very well, let's go, Josephine. Josephine Freyden replied lightly, okay, before leaving completely. Josephine leaned her head back into the room with a smile and reminded them, have a good conversation, you two. With the others gone, only Deculine and Julie remained inside the room, facing each other across the heavy silence. Julie was the first to break it. Her voice was cold as she asked, what are you trying to do this time? She glared at him with open anger, her frustration spilling out in broken words. In the end? Outside the room, Zeit and Josephine Freyden had not gone far at all. They stood nearby, listening at their leisure. Josephine Freyden's expression turned cold as every word from inside reached her ears. Behind the door, Julie continued speaking. What do you want? Julie asked in a low, strained voice. What do you actually want from this? Deculine's eyes shifted quietly toward the door, his expression remaining controlled. He could sense it clearly. On the other side of that door, Josephine Freyden was listening to every word. Deculine understood exactly what was happening. Josephine Freyden may have pretended to step outside, but in his mind, she had only done it to hide some kind of listening device. There was no chance she had truly left them alone. It felt as though an unseen pair of eyes was fixed on them at every moment. Even so, Deculine steadied himself and thought that this could become an opportunity, because Josephine Freyden still had no idea he had noticed her. He began calculating silently, choosing each move with care. If he could convince Josephine Freyden that Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had truly loved Julie, then he might be able to avoid that fatal danger. After a brief hesitation, Deculine turned his attention back to Julie, fully aware that Josephine Freyden was silently catching every word from beyond the door. Then Deculine continued in a low, composed voice. I'll tell you the truth. Julie clenched her teeth, her eyes sharpening as she repeated the word with suspicion. The truth? Deculine explained calmly without raising his voice. As you can see, I cannot cancel this engagement simply because I want to. There's nothing either of us can easily do now. This matter has already gone too far. Julie's fists tightened beneath the weight of her anger. So what filthy method are you planning to use this time to torment me? She sneered as the accusations spilled out one after another. Before the engagement, you used your connections to force this marriage forward. You promised compensation to my clan elders. Do you even remember what you said when you tried to persuade me? Deculine called her name softly, Julie. But she only growled back at him, her anger refusing to settle. Fighting is dangerous, he said, the words quiet but heavy between them. Julie seemed unable to hold herself back any longer. Her resentment poured out through her trembling voice. You forced me to abandon the Empire's will. You suggested that I take over as captain of Second Kin, the unit managed by House Euclane. And when I refused, you spread every kind of rumor about me. Tears began to gather in Julie's eyes as she glared at him, hurt and fury twisting together in her expression. What are you trying to do? Deculine looked at her with an awkward stillness, as though there was no easy way to answer. I know about all of it. He understood what had once lived in the original Deculine's heart. That man had wanted to lock Julie down with invisible chains, mistaking obsessive possession for love, ruining everything around her so she would have no choice but to stay beside him. Deculine had done things that could not be forgiven. He quietly watched Julie's fury burn in front of him, accepting it without defense. That is why I understand your resentment better than anyone. Then he gave her a firm assurance. I will not do that anymore. Julie immediately shot back, her voice sharp. I don't believe you. Deculine continued admitting his fault without flinching. I know I pushed you far beyond what you could endure. Julie's eyes widened in surprise. What? He lowered his head, abandoning any pride he might have shown before. I realized that what I did was wrong. Julie stared at him in astonishment, as if she could not understand how those words had actually come from his mouth. Deculine went on, his tone still calm. But I was not the only one involved. Your sister and your brother also went too far. Julie immediately tried to reject the claim. No, that's... Outside the room, Josephine Frieden froze in place as those words reached her ears. Deculine gently cut into a piece of meat, speaking frankly while his hand moved with steady precision. Besides, if you want to pursue your dream of becoming an Imperial Guard, shouldn't you leave your family behind? Julie looked stunned. How could you? Deculine explained without hesitation. The Imperial Guards are not tied to any clan. They serve only the Emperor, and they protect only the Emperor. His voice stayed even, almost emotionless as he faced her directly. Julie, I am neither honest nor loyal. Confusion spread across Julie's face as she stared at him. What are you talking about? Deculine answered bluntly. I am the complete opposite of the ideal you hold. I am not suited for you. Julie finally lost her patience and slammed the table. Get to the point. He remained perfectly calm. There is only one thing I can do for you. He spoke plainly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Maintain the engagement, but do not marry. I truly want you to be free. But with all these tangled interests surrounding us, I cannot offer anything more than that. Julie stared at him, stunned. You sound like a gentleman. Deculine replied steadily. Use my name to protect yourself for as long as you need, until the day you can chase your dream. I will wait, and I will keep the engagement in place. Julie narrowed her eyes, still unable to accept him so easily. What are you planning? Why are you suddenly revealing all of this now? Deculine remained composed. I am not saying this because I expect anything from you. Then, after a slight pause, he made one quiet request. However, if I may ask for one thing, I want to see you smile once a month. His expression was sincere, and his voice carried no mockery. That is what I want. Julie was left completely stunned, unable to respond right away. A flush slowly rose across her face, turning her embarrassment impossible to hide. What? Julie shouted, flustered beyond words. Outside, Josephine Frieden was just as stunned, causing Zeit to glance at her with curious eyes. Deculine let out a helpless sigh inside. To escape the fatal danger aimed at him, he had simply said the words Josephine Frieden most wanted to hear. Then he looked back at Julie and realized something unexpected. He had never imagined Julie herself would become so flustered by those words. Julie stammered awkwardly, unable to meet his calm gaze. Why would you suddenly want something like that? Deculine could not help but answer with a genuine compliment. You look very adorable. For a moment, Deculine fell silent. He had to admit it now. Even the original Deculine's love for Julie was something that had become part of him. Julie, still embarrassed, fired back in protest. Are you trying to deceive me with such shameful words? Deculine did not look away. My heart is mine as well. Julie fumbled over her words, her composure slipping. Anyway, but she quickly corrected herself, forcing her voice back into a defensive tone. I don't believe it. I will never trust your plan. Deculine chuckled softly in amusement, which only made Julie more flustered. Why are you laughing? I told you I don't believe you. Outside the room, Josephine Frieden listened with a strangely pleased feeling. It was a little embarrassing to hear, but she wondered if his feelings might actually be genuine. If that was the case, perhaps she should watch him a little longer. The air between Deculine and Julie had clearly shifted. Then a system window appeared before Deculine, announcing that he had avoided the deadly variable tied to the villain's fate and gained a reward of 2-story units. 3 days later, a black carriage rolled along the road, its wheels moving steadily beneath the quiet sky. Inside the carriage, Deculine sat in silence, staring out through the window as the passing scenery reflected in his eyes. Those 3 days had disappeared almost too quickly. He remembered the date that had been circled on the calendar, and the weight of it settled over him. The day had finally arrived. After stepping down from the carriage, Deculine slowly entered the cemetery, walking into the stillness of the graves. A gentle wind rose around him, brushing through the graveyard, as he murmured to himself that only the sound of footsteps among tombs could stir such strange feelings. In the end, perhaps it was simply the atmosphere. He looked across the cluster of tombstones standing shoulder to shoulder, their weathered edges almost touching. Thin sunlight slipped down through the tall grass, pooling in the cracks of the old stone like quiet fragments of warmth. My footsteps did not waver as I moved deeper into that silent place. Long before my body arrived, my heart had already sunk into this ground, as if it had been waiting here from the beginning. At last, he came to a stop in front of one grave. The moment his eyes settled on it, a heavy certainty pressed into his chest. This was where my memories had been left behind. A sorrowful shadow passed through his eyes. But that grief did not feel like Deculine's. It was quieter, older, and belonged to someone buried much deeper inside him. He remained there without moving, his gaze fixed on the name carved into the tombstone, studying each letter as though it might answer something he had never dared to ask. The face of a young and beautiful woman slowly surfaced in his mind, but the memory did not belong to Deculine at all. It belonged to Kim Woojin. He remembered a night from before he ever crossed into this body. Kim Woojin had only been getting water when, out of nowhere, a familiar voice cut through the late-night silence and said she wanted to hide an Easter egg somewhere. He turned at once and asked, almost reflexively, "What?" Ara spoke with bright excitement, as if the idea had been glowing in her head for hours. She said it might be nice to add something extra to Deculine's backstory, since he was only a secondary boss in the game. She thought a small hidden detail would be enough, and she had already gotten the author's permission. Kim Woojin tossed the cup aside with obvious irritation and shot her down immediately. "That only gives us more work. We already pulled an all-night shift, and it won't even affect the revenue directly. So don't go creating extra tasks for no reason." Ara's face tightened in displeasure, her brows drawing together as she frowned at him. "Why not? This is actually pretty important." Kim Woojin only let out a tired sigh, his eyes sharpening with annoyance, as another complaint rose to his lips. But Ara simply smiled, still full of that stubborn brightness, and said they needed to put their hearts into the game if they wanted it to mean anything. Kim Woojin's patience finally wore thin. He turned away, unable to hide the irritation in his shoulders, and muttered that she was talking nonsense again. Then, as if he already knew she had made up her mind, he said, "Do whatever you want. You're not bringing this up because you actually want my opinion." Ara answered softly, but there was a steady firmness beneath her gentle tone. She believed it was a good idea, and to her, it would not be something meaningless or wasted. Kim Woojin only stared at her in silence, offering no reply and letting her keep talking on her own. She went on to say that Deculine also had a deceased fiancé. He could never quite understand where Ara found that endless energy. She was always smiling, always throwing out ideas like they were little sparks of fun, and he could not grasp what made those things so enjoyable to her. Even faced with Kim Woojin's cold indifference, Ara did not lose heart. Her expression stayed gentle as she slowly explained that maybe it was for their team, that this was one of the easiest ways to care for the people around them. Then she tilted her head with a playful smile and teased him, asking if he could actually be kind after all. Kim Woojin only found her cheerfulness harder to understand. He had no idea what was so amusing about hiding an Easter egg, or why it made her laugh so freely. In that moment, Deculine's face filled with a deep sorrow, his eyes darkening as realization settled over him. If he wanted to recover Kim Woojin's memories, then he would have to search for the clues left behind. He looked at the gravestone in front of him with a heavy heart. A painful question circled inside him again and again. Had he ever praised her idea as brilliant? Or had he only been cruel to her? Deculine stood quietly before the tombstone, unable to tear his eyes away from the words carved deep into the cold stone. Ara von Fisman, always grateful. A light breeze passed through the graveyard, carrying a silence that felt far heavier than the wind itself. Deculine did not move, but an unanswered question rose slowly inside him. Why had she engraved her own name on this grave? He fell into silence, weighed down by countless thoughts that tangled together in his chest. Deculine had been created with Kim Woojin as the foundation, but why would Ara give Deculine's dead fiancé her own name? The words carved into the stone struck him so deeply that for a moment he could do nothing but stare. And why had she thanked him? His eyes filled with a mournful stillness, while the heaviness in his heart sank even deeper. Deculine slowly knelt before the grave. His hand reached out and traced the cold surface of the tombstone, feeling every carved stroke beneath his fingertips, and before he even realized it, tears had begun to fall in silence. Those tears slipped down and soaked into the chilled stone. A single word, a single meaning seemed to flood his entire body with emotion. He rested his palm against the tombstone, and a swelling ache rose in his chest, almost as if he could hear Yu-Ara whispering beside him. Memories from those earlier days came rushing back so clearly that they felt close enough to touch. Deculine felt each small, precious moment return to him one by one. The way she had admired his drawings with genuine excitement. The way she had wrapped his coat around him whenever she noticed him shivering in the cold. He remembered the warmth of her hand holding his, simple and gentle, yet unforgettable. He remembered her loving words, and the way she lifted him up whenever exhaustion dragged him down. Every moment they had shared remained with him, deeply rooted in a place time had never managed to erase. 7 years spent by her side came back all at once, and Deculine's tears would not stop. He stayed kneeling before the grave for a long time, crying until the grief seemed to pour out of him without end. At that same time, Lockhart stood a short distance away, watching Deculine kneel and weep in front of the tombstone. A thick, murderous aura rolled off him as he clenched his teeth hard enough to grind them. At last he had found him. That filthy mage above them. The sky was wrapped in the fierce glow of sunset, as if the whole world had been covered in a burning cloak. Deculine quietly turned his back on the grave. His face had already returned to its usual expressionless calm, even though his heart was still unsettled. He realized how useful Deculine's temperament was in moments like this, because now he looked composed, nothing like the man who had been crying moments earlier. Then, without warning, a shadow stretched across the ground near him. Deculine reacted at once, his eyes sharpening as he looked up coldly. The face that entered his view was familiar, his voice lowered with suspicion as he spoke the name. Lockhart! Lockhart's face twisted in rage the moment he heard it. You know me? His voice was thick with hatred. He had never expected a sharp-tongued, arrogant mage like Deculine to dare speak to him so calmly. Deculine frowned faintly, his cold gaze sweeping over the man in front of him. This was Lockhart, the one known for killing mages. He observed him in silence. Lockhart was the villain's lieutenant against mages, and there was a simple reason he had naturally become their enemy. He possessed the ability to nullify magic. Then, to Deculine's astonishment, Lockhart lunged forward. His body blurred as he tore through the space between them at a terrifying speed. Lockhart moved as if he was certain no magic could ever touch him. But Deculine did not hesitate. He swung his hand, and a burst of magic flared out. Just like in the game, Lockhart's anti-magic felt as though it had been added like an unfair cheat. And that was not all. Lockhart's abilities seemed almost limitless, and even without considering his magic resistance, the sheer physical force behind his movements was dangerous. Deculine's brow tightened as his gaze darkened. He understood the abnormality at once. Magic would not work inside Lockhart's range. Lockhart charged like a gale, murderous intent pouring from him as he rushed straight toward Deculine without the slightest hesitation. Stupid mage, magic won't affect me. As Lockhart's dagger sliced through the air toward him, Deculine reacted immediately. His body shifted with smooth precision, retreating just far enough to avoid the fatal path of the blade. Lockhart refused to back down. Gritting his teeth, he launched attack after attack, each strike sharper than the last. But Deculine held his ground, moving lightly like wind, as he slipped away from every blow. His eyes stayed icy, as if none of Lockhart's attacks were worth real concern. Most mages would tremble in front of someone like him, but the longer Lockhart kept striking, the more irritating he became. Lockhart roared, rage tearing through his voice. Die! But the instant Lockhart leaned in too close, Deculine moved. Without warning, his fist drove forward and slammed into him with crushing force. Lockhart's body twisted from the impact, pain tearing through him as he rolled across the ground and crashed down hard into the dirt. Deculine looked down at him with chilling indifference, his gaze as sharp and cold as polished steel. To him, Lockhart's anti-magic meant absolutely nothing. Lockhart still refused to accept what had happened. His face contorted with humiliation, and a bitter curse slipped through his clenched teeth. Bastard! Deculine's patience thinned, and his brows drew together in irritation. No longer willing to waste time, simply dodging, he struck Lockhart again, forcing a sharp cry of pain from him. Deculine narrowed his eyes as a memory suddenly flashed through his mind. A few days earlier, he had spent 10 store units from his balance to purchase a mana quality enhancement. Back then, he had quietly stared at the bar fixed to the roof and murmured to himself that the enhancement improved the efficiency of mana control. It seemed he would need to adjust because all he had intended to do was lift it slightly. He looked down at his own hand with a faint frown. With the same amount of mana, he was releasing far more force than before. Then a notification rang inside his mind, confirming that mana quality enhancement level 1 had been applied. allowing him to release more mana than he previously could. Mana itself felt smoother and easier to control, and that sensation gave him a quiet boost of confidence. The effect seemed to apply much more broadly than he had first expected, so he decided he would simply continue with daily life as usual and observe the changes naturally. When Deculine grabbed the pull-up bar, his eyes widened slightly. The metal bent out of shape under his hand, warping as if it could not endure even that casual strength. He stared at it and wondered what had just happened. The enhancement might have been light, but it had clearly raised the quality of the power flowing through him. Back in the present, Lockhart no longer looked imposing at all. He lay flattened against the shattered ground, while Deculine stood over him, his cold eyes calmly sweeping across the ruined scene. Then, without warning, an information panel appeared before him. Villain's fate, survive, indeterminate death. Balance increased by 2. Deculine spoke in a cold, even tone, as if the answer had become obvious. He understood now. The mana quality enhancement had also been applied as a trait. Inside, he felt a quiet satisfaction. His overwhelming strength, combined with Iron Man, had allowed him to defeat Lockhart. But because this new trait was even stronger than expected, the fight had turned out far easier than he had imagined. Lockhart still had a trace of strength left. He spat out his words with venom, cursing under his breath and saying he should have erased that mage's name from existence. His body trembled as he struggled to push himself up. "You damned mage heretic traitors who defy Lord Vethan and break into the magic tower. You're all lunatics. Without magic, you're nothing." Deculine watched him with cold, measuring eyes. That power, so effective it bordered on cheating, that deep hatred aimed at mages, that heretical way of speaking, each detail fell into place in his mind. His frown deepened, and he addressed him directly. "Lockhart, you—" Lockhart had been trying to rise again, but the moment those words reached him, his body froze in place. He slowly lifted his head, staring up at Deculine with stunned disbelief. "You?" His voice carried open surprise now, mixed with suspicion and fear. "How do you know?" The Bloodshroud clan earned its name because its people were said to be born wrapped in a blood-soaked shroud. Their lineage traced back to demons from ancient times. They concealed their identities and lived scattered across the continent, always forced into hiding. They were a race opposed to mages, almost as if magic itself had been created to battle demons. The long conflict between the mage bloodlines and the Bloodshroud clan was one of the core forces that shaped this world. It was also one of the game's main plot lines. Deculine stood there in silence, coldly watching Lockhart tremble on the ground as if his fear did not concern him. For a moment, Deculine sank into his own thoughts. So the Bloodshroud clan had been pushed into mortal danger, simply because of what their ancestors had done. His expression tightened, unease spreading across his face. Somewhere, even at that very moment, a purge could already be taking place. Then Deculine suddenly spoke, cutting through the tense air. "Lockhart, I understand you well. The oppression you have endured must truly have been harsh." Lockhart froze, his eyes widening. Deculine ignored the complicated look on his face and continued in a calm, heavy voice. "But if you kill innocent mages, then you will become the same kind of monster as the ones who persecuted you?" A violent surge of anger rose in Lockhart's chest, as if Deculine's words had struck the deepest wound inside him. For a brief moment, he went silent, then roared back. "What do you know? Stop babbling and just kill me." Deculine released a soft sigh, and a solemn shadow passed through his eyes. It was not pity, and it was not contempt. For once, there was a rare trace of empathy in his low, sincere voice. "I know, because the Bloodshroud clan is innocent as well." In that instant, something inside Lockhart wavered. Deculine's words startled him, but he immediately forced the feeling down. His teeth ground together, anger flashing in his eyes as he growled with renewed hostility. "What? What did you, a mage, just say?" With a composed, almost indifferent expression, Deculine answered. "I am Deculine of House Euclane, born of noble lineage, and I have never once lost my dignity." Lockhart's voice rang out, filled with both confusion and fury. "What kind of act are you putting on before killing me? It's pointless." Deculine remained perfectly calm, ignoring Lockhart's rage as though it were no more than noise. Then he spoke slowly. "The only time I ever lost my dignity was when I stood before a demon." His face was no longer serene. His deep eyes turned icy, carrying such pressure that anyone who met them would feel suffocated. Lockhart stared at him in astonishment, his mouth falling open. Deculine paid no attention to that stunned look and continued. "The Eucline bloodline has hunted demons since ancient times. We become mad, as if we are always expecting demons to appear before us. It is an instinct I cannot overcome." Then, without warning, he asked, "Did I lose my dignity and composure while standing before you?" Lockhart blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the question. "Huh?" A faint sadness flickered across Deculine's expression. "Or did I hesitate when you provoked me?" He did not wait for Lockhart to answer. Instead, he pressed on with another question, his voice steady. "Did I go mad, as if I had been standing on the edge of it all this time?" Then Deculine gave his answer with absolute certainty. You are human. Those words opened a door inside Lockhart that had never been touched before. Lockhart looked up at him as though he were witnessing something sacred, almost divine. In that moment, he felt he was seeing the dignity of a true noble. Even so, doubt still clung to Lockhart's face. You can trust me. But before he could finish speaking, a group of people came rushing from the distance, shouting loudly, "Over here! Hurry up!" Without warning, Deculine kicked Lockhart squarely in the face. Lockhart had no time to guard himself, and the blow knocked him backward, blood bursting from his nose. Looking down at Lockhart sprawled on the ground, Deculine said coldly, "So stay there and surrender." The inspector arrived and snapped into a crisp salute, standing rigidly with an authoritative air. "I am Inspector Ropa!" he exclaimed. Then seeing the state Lockhart was in, he added with admiration, "That was a vicious kick indeed, Professor Deculine. This damned killer, should I give him a few more?" Deculine answered casually, without even giving Lockhart another serious look. "No need, leave him." Hearing that, Ropa immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Deculine then stretched out his hand and used magic to manipulate a nearby tree, drawing the branches under his control with calm precision. Outside, Zeit and Josephine listened at ease, taking in what was happening from where they stood. Under Deculine's magic, a small branch began to twist and bend, reshaping itself until it formed into a rope. Deculine passed the rope over and gave his order in a low, steady voice. "This man can nullify magic, so ordinary magical restraints won't hold him. Bind him with this iron rope instead." Ropa took it with widened eyes, clearly caught off guard. "Huh? Seriously? No wonder he keeps slipping away. So that's why the magic radar couldn't track him either?" Even Deculine seemed faintly surprised as the pieces clicked into place. Then Deculine's eyes shifted toward Ropa, his tone sharpening with suspicion. "But you got here awfully fast. Were you already patrolling nearby?" Ropa frowned, looking just as confused as he was suspicious. "We came because a report came in. Professor, wasn't it you who sent it?" Deculine immediately denied it, his expression unchanged. "Not me. Someone else must have heard the commotion and called it in, and from another shadowed corner, someone remained hidden, silently watching every word pass between them." Once the matter was settled, Deculine turned away with his usual cold restraint. "Then I'll be leaving. Handle the rest yourselves." As he began walking off, a small crease formed between his brows. A quiet thought rose in his mind, heavy with relief. At least this time he had managed to deal with everything without spilling blood. But then without warning, an odd sensation washed over him. His footsteps stopped on their own at the very place where that person's traces still seemed to linger in the air. Deculine slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, staring into the endless dark above as if searching for an answer there. Deep inside, only one thought remained clear. He did not want to hurt anyone. The next morning, Yariel spoke to him in her usual sharp, icy tone. "This is the first meeting in Berkt in 15 years. Inside the training room of the Uklein mansion, Deculine held the scroll in one hand and looked genuinely surprised. "You came all the way here yourself just to hand me this?" Yariel let out a cold snort, her irritation plain on her face. "Because you showed no interest at all, I had no choice but to bring it myself, didn't I?" She kept pressing him, her voice growing sharper with every word. "Isn't it the duty of the head of the household to actually take care of this family?" Then her eyes narrowed as she snapped at him again. "And when exactly are you planning to put on proper clothes?" Deculine gave no answer. He simply unrolled the scroll and read through its contents. Recently, demons had appeared at Black Mountain, and because of that, Berkt intended to gather mages and hold a discussion. At that moment, a mission window appeared before him. Main quest, the summons of Berkt. Rule, within 1 week, add 1 guard, bringing the party to 2. Yariel's eyes widened slightly. "You need a guard? Then I'll send Jeff. He used to be part of a mercenary squad." Deculine rejected the idea at once with a small shake of his head. "No need," he scoffed as if the suggestion itself was absurd. "Someone like Jeff would be even less suitable. These days he's far more familiar with steering wheels than weapons." Somewhere else, at that exact moment, Jeff suddenly sneezed again and again as though the insult had found him from afar. Yariel folded her thoughts inward for a moment, clearly unwilling to let the matter go. "Still, you can't travel there without a guard. I've been there before." Her expression tightened with worry despite her effort to hide it. "The road to Berkt is dangerous enough that your life could be at risk." Deculine listened without interrupting, his face calm and unreadable, and he asked, almost too plainly, "Are you worried about me?" Yariel instantly recoiled from the idea. "Don't be ridiculous. Don't say something so disgusting. I simply can't allow you to die before I officially take the position of family head from you." Even as she denied it, a faint flush crept across her cheeks. She quickly forced herself to regain her composure and moved on as though nothing had happened. "Leave the guard issue to me," Yariel said firmly. "I'll find someone reliable and hire them myself." Around that same time, at the Freiden military camp, The soldiers were deep in training, their movements fierce and disciplined. The ringing clash of steel echoed again and again across the grounds. Julie watched the drills with a commanding gaze and shouted, "Good! That's the spirit! Keep your focus." From a small out-of-the-way corner, someone quietly observed the training from a distance. He seemed troubled, his eyes fixed on the field as he muttered, "What should I do?" Veron glanced back at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The man did not answer right away. Instead, he stayed silent, shifting his gaze around as if checking whether anyone else might be listening. When the other person turned and suddenly met his eyes, he flinched and shouted, "At least make some noise when you walk." After finally calming himself, Veron let out a tired sigh. "Our army just received a major contract, but I'm hesitating. I don't know whether we should accept it." Veron answered coldly, cutting through his hesitation. "I'm sharp, so stop overthinking it. If you're concerned, report it to the commander." The deputy commander only sighed harder. "That's the problem. It's already difficult enough just to bring it up to her." His voice sank with exhaustion as he finally revealed the reason. "The mission is to protect Deculine." Veron's eyes widened in shock. Leaning casually against the wall, he explained the situation in more detail. "Technically, the job is to protect the entire convoy. But they know that if they say Deculine is involved, I won't accept it, so they're trying to make it sound smaller than it is." Veron did not hesitate for even a second. His answer came out cold and absolute. "Take that mission." Ren was reading a letter about Bercht, the highland mountain range located in the northern continent. Resting at an altitude of 3,500 meters, it was known as the home of the Elder Mages. Bercht was the place where every mage faction across the continent sent its ideologies, theories, and research. Ren read the letter with growing focus. Even the magic tower was expected to obey, and not even the floating islands of the mages could openly defy orders issued from there. The more Ren thought about it, the clearer its weight became. Bercht's influence was enormous, reaching across the entire magical world. It stood like a pillar supporting that world. A summoning conference there was extremely rare, happening only once every few decades. And now, Ren's attention settled on the mage who had been called to Bercht for this very event. Meanwhile, Sylvia Josephine Illade quietly approached from behind and stood near Ren, reading the contents of the letter over his shoulder. Being summoned there was both an honor and a recognition of a mage's established status. Elsewhere, Deculine was calmly practicing magic, while Ren's thoughts continued to circle around Bercht. A summons from that place carried glory, but it was also known among mages by a far darker name, a mage's grave. At Bercht's train station airport, a large number of mages had already gathered, filling the area with tension and restless anticipation. Julie looked uneasy as she asked, "Are you fully prepared?" The reply came immediately and confidently. "Of course, don't worry." Then, all at once, someone raised his voice and announced, "He's coming." Alan followed behind Deculine, looking around at the thick white snow in amazement. "It's already April. And yet the snow is still this deep, Professor. This really is the North." Julie stepped forward quickly and greeted him with formal composure. "Thank you for coming all this way." Her voice remained calm, but it carried the firm authority of a commander. "From this transfer station onward, the Freyden Association will protect the first half of the train." Deculine looked at her with a hint of surprise. A flush rose across Julie's face, betraying her embarrassment, but she forced herself to continue. "We will do everything in our power to ensure your safety and comfort." Deculine stared at her in silence, seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, Julie remembered their earlier conversation, and her face grew even warmer. He had once told her he wanted to see her smile once a month. Her body stiffened as panic quietly surged through her. What was she supposed to do now? Should she smile here? Should it be bright and obvious, or small and restrained? Her fists tightened at her sides as frustration burned inside her. Why did she have to endure something like this? Behind her, however, one of the men completely misunderstood what he was seeing. Even though she despised him to the very core, she was still giving this mission everything she had. That alone deserved respect. "Captain." He stepped forward to speak. "Captain, I'll handle." But before he could finish, Veron cut in. He introduced himself in a composed voice. "I'm Veron." His expression remained cold as he continued. "I've been assigned as your escort for this mission. The others are only here to show respect before handing the duty over to me." Noticing Veron's serious demeanor, Julie tried to soften the stiff atmosphere with a small smile. "This kid has talent. Even the association recognizes him. There's no need to worry, Professor." Deculine remained silent. His gaze lowered to Veron's sword, studying it with quiet precision, and he immediately recognized that the man before him was no ordinary swordsman. Deculine's eyes narrowed slightly, his attention settling on Veron with quiet precision. To make certain, he decided he would need to examine him properly with keen vision. Veron glared at him with open hatred burning in his eyes. But Deculine paid no attention to the hostility. His thoughts stayed cool and focused. He could not sense any unusual energy from the man, Maybe he was simply thinking too deeply about it. Veron spoke in a cold, businesslike tone. Most mages have escorts assigned to them. Each carriage has one protector. I'll be responsible for yours, Professor. Deculine accepted it without much reaction, answering casually, I'll be counting on you. Julie stepped in before the atmosphere could grow any heavier. All right then. My part here is finished. Have a safe journey. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Deculine, Alan, and Veron standing there in an awkward silence, all three of them facing one another. But just as she was about to leave completely, Julie suddenly stopped and looked back over her shoulder. Then, as if forcing herself through some strange personal trial, she flashed a smile that looked oddly stiff and unnatural. The man behind her called out, Captain! Deculine, however, merely watched her with a faint smile tugging at his lips. In that brief moment, Deculine realized she had remembered their agreement. In her own awkward way, Julie had kept her promise. Several hours later, the three of them were seated inside the train, the scenery outside sliding past the windows as the journey continued. Deculine glanced over and spoke in his usual composed tone, If you're tired, then sleep. We still have hours before we arrive. Alan quickly accepted the suggestion and nodded. All right then, I'll take a short nap. Train raced steadily along the tracks, its rhythm filling the carriage, while Alan soon drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. Deculine sat quietly, his thoughts turning toward the destination ahead. The summons to Bercht was not feared without reason. Among mages, it had earned the ominous title of a mage's grave. Bercht was called a pillar of the magical world, yet that reputation carried two sides. It was a place of authority and honor, but also a place where danger always seemed to gather. Whenever a summoning conference was held there, unexpected incidents had a way of breaking out, as if trouble itself followed the invitations. Deculine's mind sharpened around one particular threat. This train attack was something he had to avoid by choosing the safest route. If he failed to do that, survival would become uncertain. One of the possible causes of Deculine's death was this very mind game, selecting the safe train bound for Bercht, while knowing that a wrong choice could lead straight into disaster. Resting his chin on one hand, Deculine considered his options. For true safety, he could have purchased information from the underworld about which train would be attacked. The original Deculine would almost certainly have done exactly that. But now, that path was closed. After taking over Deculine's life, he had deliberately severed his connections with the underworld. He glanced at Alan, who was sleeping without a care, and calmly reviewed his preparations before coming here. He had set up several layers of self-defense. For example, he had used insight to study the martial arts of the legendary fighter Ethansel. Then his gaze returned to Alan, and another thought passed through him. Just a little while ago, Alan had been full of excitement, and now he was completely out cold. That sight brought back a conversation from several days earlier. Deculine had asked him, Alan, do you want to go to Bercht as my assistant? It will be dangerous, so you can refuse. Alan had nearly cried from gratitude. Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, this is a real honor. Deculine, however, had warned him with complete seriousness. If your nose starts running, I'm not taking you. The thought of dealing with that kind of mess clearly bothered him. Back in the present, Deculine looked at the sleeping Alan with mild surprise. He truly had not expected him to accept the trip so readily, especially after hearing there would be danger involved. As Alan slept soundly across from him, Deculine studied him with a quiet, assessing gaze. Perhaps this assistant had more ambition hidden inside him than he had first assumed. Then, with a heavy metallic screech and a loud jolt, the train suddenly came to a stop. One by one, the other passengers stepped off the train and disappeared from the carriage until only Deculine, Alan, and Veron remained behind. Deculine rested his chin against his hand again, silently judging the situation. They had reached the final forest station, and after this, only Bercht remained. Nothing had happened so far. Had he really chosen the correct train? He had prepared thoroughly, but now it almost felt as if all that caution had gone unused. His coat, trousers, and leather shoes had all been enhanced by Midas's hand, raising their defensive power. Before departure, he had carefully enchanted his outfit and reinforced it with master-level skill. Then something above caught his attention. A red system panel appeared, identifying steel-tipped darts, whose performance had also been strengthened by Midas's hand. He had even reinforced the steel-tipped wooden pieces hidden in the carriage, and for good measure, he had enchanted Alan's cloak as well, increasing its durability. Deculine frowned, a trace of annoyance crossing his face. He had used Midas's hand so many times that his mana was nearly exhausted. For a moment he wondered if he should have saved that power for something else. Using so much of it here almost felt wasteful. But that thought did not stay long. Preparing for nothing was still preparation. In the end, the best outcome would be for nothing to happen at all. So Deculine remained silent and inwardly hoped for peace, wishing that the rest of the journey would pass without incident. The train continued speeding along the tracks until, without warning, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. The locomotive's image became strikingly clear in the chaos, and even though Sylvia Josephine Illade was aboard the train, She showed no sign of putting down the book in her hands. Several days earlier, before their departure, Ren had been sitting with Sylvia Josephine Illade in conversation. He asked her, "Does the Magic Tower assign you a lot of homework?" Sylvia Josephine Illade answered with casual honesty. "A lot, but I skipped a few classes." Ren chuckled softly at that. "You're destined to become an archmage, and yet you still work harder than anyone." Sylvia Josephine Illade replied without hesitation, "If I can't even handle this much, how could I ever become an archmage?" But inwardly, her real thoughts were a little different. Truthfully, she was not worried about Ephorine Luna. Even so, she still wanted to hear more of Deculine's lectures. Then Sylvia Josephine Illade looked toward Ren and asked, "Father, why are we leaving for Bercht's summoning conference this early?" In her view, there was still plenty of time. Waiting a few more days before departing should have been perfectly fine. Ren thought for a moment before answering her question with one of his own. "Have you heard that the journey to Bercht is called the Mage's Grave?" Sylvia Josephine Illade replied lightly, "I thought that was just a ghost story." Ren shook his head, his expression turning serious. "It isn't." Those few words were enough to catch Sylvia Josephine Illade off guard. Ren explained the grim truth behind the name. Every time a summons to Bercht is issued, some mages die along the way. 15 years ago, 11 of them perished. His voice became stern as he continued. "For a long time, being summoned to Bercht has been proof of a prestigious family's standing. If one of the 20 chosen families attends, its name is carved into history. But if a summoned family refuses to appear, that family is erased from the list forever. That is the rule, and once a place is emptied, a new family rises to take it." Ren looked directly at Sylvia Josephine Illade and asked, "What do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious family?" She faltered, unable to answer. "I don't," Ren continued in a calm but heavy voice. "Exactly." Then he explained the truth plainly. The road to Bercht was like walking across thin ice, where one wrong step could send an entire family plunging into ruin. Those who hunger for prestige so badly often end up throwing away their lives for that ambition, chasing honor until the path itself becomes a grave. Sylvia Josephine Illade's expression tightened as fear crept into her eyes. Giltheon Illade continued without changing his face. "That is exactly why we are hurrying. I received word that there is a plot to attack the next train. By bringing you with me now, I am being as cautious as possible." Hearing that, Sylvia's face fell, her worry becoming impossible to hide. Giltheon Illade added in a lower voice, "But if this information spreads, it will cause serious trouble." Deep down, he believed Sylvia needed to hear it anyway, so she could understand just how cruel the world of mages truly was. Then Giltheon Illade asked her, "Among the 12 traditional families, which one do you think always claims to uphold tradition?" Sylvia hesitated, unsure of how to answer, and looked back at him questioningly. He spoke more gently after that. "If anyone is punished for this, it will be mages as a whole." Under the weight of that grim atmosphere, Giltheon Illade explained further. Deaths that happened on the way to the conference were treated almost like natural deaths within the magical world, as if danger itself were simply part of the journey. Back on the train, 2 men sat in the carriage in silence. One was calmly reading, while the other had already fallen asleep. Then from beneath the train, a bomb detonated with a violent roar, shaking everything with a deafening blast. Veron frowned sharply as the impact hit. One thought cutting through his mind. Deculine was on this train. Deculine's gaze changed in an instant, hardening with clear resolve as the danger finally revealed itself. A brilliant flash burst through the carriage, swallowing the moment in blinding light. Alan jolted awake, lifting his head in a panic, his voice cracking as he shouted in confusion. "What's happening, Professor?" he cried out. Then he looked ahead and froze. "Look!" The entire train was floating in midair. Its side had been torn open by the blast, leaving a gaping hole, yet the massive body of the train remained suspended, instead of crashing down. Deculine let out a quiet sigh, and beneath that calm expression, relief settled over him. They had survived the first strike. A system notification appeared. Basic telekinesis had been memorized. Deculine understood immediately. Ethansol's martial arts had helped, but memorizing basic telekinesis ahead of time was what had truly saved them. Then black-cloaked figures suddenly appeared on top of the train. One of them whispered in disbelief. "Unbelievable? The whole train? Are professors really this different from ordinary mages?" Another answered quickly, forcing the group back into focus. "It's a little surprising, but this is only the beginning. Stay sharp. If we succeed, the reward will be worth it." They lowered ropes from above and swung down, landing near the hole ripped open by the bomb, dangerously close to Deculine and Alan. Deculine barely spared them a proper glance. He simply muttered under his breath, "Idiots!" Sharp stones rose into the air around him, their edges glinting with deadly intent. Unfortunately for the attackers, Deculine had already expected something like this. Stones shot forward all at once, tearing through the air as they struck at the cloaked figures. One of the attackers outside the train froze in place, completely baffled by how quickly the situation had turned against them. Alan stammered in fear. his face pale as he looked around the damaged carriage. "Professor, this is an attack! What is going on?" Before Alan could panic any further, a swift force struck the back of his neck. Deculine knocked him unconscious in one clean motion, then turned his attention toward Veron. "Veron, was it? Get this kid somewhere safe, and if there are any other passengers still on board, evacuate them as well." Veron immediately lifted Alan and carried him away, leaping straight through the blasted opening in the side of the train. Deculine stood above, looking down over the scene with a frown. Something about this felt too soft, too easy. With the 5 keen senses of House Euclane sharpened to their limit, every faint sound, movement, and trace in the air reached him more clearly than before. And because of that, Deculine could tell for certain that something was wrong. Still, he pushed the thought aside for the moment. First, he had to handle the enemies in front of him. The rest could be considered later. Remembering how this event was supposed to unfold, Deculine spoke coldly to the attackers. "You started this yourselves, so you must already know that your deaths are waiting here." The cloaked figures turned pale, terror spreading across their faces. Deculine's voice remained merciless as he continued. "This will be a natural death." Around him, a blue aura of power began to radiate with overwhelming force. Near the tracks, a hand appeared beside Alan as Veron set him down in a safe place. After making sure Alan was away from the danger, Veron lifted his gaze back toward the train. Above him, the entire train was now wrapped in a fierce blue light, glowing as if caught inside Deculine's power. The bodies of the cloaked attackers were scattered across the train, evidence of how completely Deculine had crushed the ambush. Deculine sat on a sofa inside the ruined carriage. Blood splattered across him as he breathed heavily. This had taken far more effort than he had expected. His eyes moved over the fallen figures as he silently calculated the cost. Suppressing the blast and fighting at the same time had drained his mana heavily. His hand trembled faintly, and the system reported his remaining mana, 10, 3, 6, 57. Veron rushed back into the carriage and reported at once. "I've moved the remaining passengers to safety." Deculine gave him a calm word of praise. "Well done." But even as he said it, his gaze turned thoughtful because he had noticed something strange. Veron stared back at him, his eyes darkening with a dangerous glint. Inwardly, he thought that this man looked different now. Deculine closed his eyes for a moment and gave a faint chuckle inside his mind. He assumed the attack had shaken him, and Veron was probably just surprised as well. Before that thought could even finish forming, the air around them suddenly flared red. Deculine's eyes opened in surprise. What he saw was Veron, radiating an intense crimson power that filled the space with killing intent. Deculine immediately understood. This was the villain's fate revealing itself. Looking more carefully, he realized Veron had been moving alongside him from the beginning while hiding his true traits. He had been careless. Veron raised his sword, the blade catching the red aura around him. "You're lucky you survived." Then he faced Deculine directly, his terrifying power pressing down through the carriage. "I'll kill you myself." Veron pointed his sharpened sword straight at Deculine, rage twisting across his face as he declared, "I've safely evacuated the other passengers." The blade still aimed at Deculine. Veron's voice turned colder. "Now it's your turn to die." Deculine looked at Veron and asked with steady calm. "One last question. Are you doing this because someone ordered you? Was it Julie?" The name had barely begun to leave Deculine von Grahan Eucline's mouth when Veron's expression twisted with fury, and his voice thundered through the air as he roared for him to stop. Veron's anger exploded all at once. He warned Deculine that if he dared to speak his master's name one more time, he would never be forgiven. To Veron, Julie was a noble and fearless warrior, someone who would never even consider such a disgraceful thing, and he demanded that Deculine erase the thought from his mind completely. His gaze turned as cold and sharp as ice. Veron glared straight at Deculine and declared that, for the sake of his master, he would cut him down with his own hands. Deculine studied him in silence, carefully weighing every detail of Veron's reaction. Judging by that raw outrage, this matter did not seem to be connected to Julie after all. He quickly measured the situation in his head. Veron was clearly trusted by his own people, and Deculine only had about 10 mana left. In this battered state, even if the Freeman Association were involved, he had to wonder whether he could truly defeat someone with that level of skill. Veron shouted again, his body launching forward in a blur. With killing intent pouring from him, he charged straight at Deculine and declared that his duty as a guard ended right there. Deculine barely managed to move out of the way, forcing his injured body to dodge by the smallest margin. At the same time, one thought cut clearly through his mind. This was the only path left to him. Then something outside suddenly pulled Veron's attention away for a split second. Deculine caught that opening instantly, realizing that the answer was to release his telekinesis completely. The train, which had been held suspended in midair by Deculine's power, lost that invisible support in an instant. Without telekinesis keeping it afloat, the massive body of the train dropped toward the abyss below. Inside Sylvia's room, the atmosphere was much quieter. She sat alone with a weary look on her face, letting out a long, tired sigh as if the weight in her chest had still not gone away. Sirio stepped inside while holding 2 ice creams shaped like little snowmen. With his usual bright tone, he asked if she wanted one, explaining that they were a local specialty called Eternal Snow Ice Cream. Sylvia only shook it off, saying she was fine and that he could have more if he wanted, since she had already grown sick of them. Sirio simply chirped back with an amused little, "Aha." A voice came from outside, asking whether everyone had gathered. Sirio glanced toward the sound and asked what they meant by everyone. Sylvia guessed that they were talking about Ukraine and Rewind, then said that everyone was already here. Looking back at her mistress, Sirio asked if she was waiting for someone in particular. Sylvia let out another quiet sigh, her expression unreadable, and answered that she was not waiting for anyone. Sirio noticed the heaviness in her voice and decided not to press any further. He politely excused himself, saying he would leave for now and that she only needed to call if she wanted anything. Sylvia gave him a small nod and quietly agreed, letting him know that was fine. Left alone again, Sylvia softly whispered Deculine's name while gazing out at the bright sunlit sky. In her heart, she admitted that she had never meant to witness something like that. A memory surfaced of Sylvia standing before a grave, where a bouquet of white flowers rested quietly against the stone. Words carved into the tombstone read, Cielia Iliade, proud wife of Mage Giltheon Iliade and mother of beloved Sylvia. Sylvia sat down in front of the grave as if she had come for an ordinary visit. In a soft, familiar voice, she asked how her mother was doing, speaking as though it were just another peaceful day spent visiting and chatting together. Then, as if confessing a small complaint to someone who would always listen, Sylvia grumbled that Professor Deculine was terrible. He gave out so much homework, she said, as though his class were the only one she had to attend. A sudden sound cut through the quiet moment and made her pause. Sylvia lifted her head, curiosity sharpening her gaze as she wondered where that noise had come from. Keeping herself hidden behind a large tree, Sylvia carefully looked toward the source of the sound. The moment she saw what was there, she froze, stunned by the sight in front of her. Only Deculine's back was visible from where she stood. But that was enough. Even with his posture slightly bent, Sylvia could still recognize that unmistakable noble presence. She did not need to see his face. Just one glance at the shape of his back was enough for her to know that the man before the grave was Deculine. Sylvia silently wondered why he had come to a place like this. From what she knew of him, she had never imagined that Deculine would be the type to mourn someone else's loss, so she stayed hidden and watched him from afar. But then she saw it clearly. Deculine was crying. His face twisted with a grief so deep that it seemed completely unlike the cold, untouchable professor she knew. Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. Deculine was crying? That strict, icy man who always seemed so distant and unshakable was actually standing there with tears falling from his eyes. It felt almost impossible to believe. As Sylvia walked away, the image stayed with her, and she thought about how she had always seen him as nothing more than an irritating, arrogant professor who looked down on everyone. But now she realized there was another side to him. Deculine also carried memories of losing someone precious, memories heavy enough to break even his cold mask. The sight of those tears would not leave her mind. They had streamed down his face like falling stars, bright and fleeting, yet impossible for Sylvia to forget. With one hand resting over her chest, Sylvia remembered Ren's warning. He had said that a certain group was planning to attack the next train. The more she thought about it, the more troublesome it all seemed. One problem after another kept piling up around her. Still, after listening to Deculine's lecture that day, Sylvia found herself wanting to test something for herself. She held up a mana stone and examined it closely, her eyes narrowing with focus. If she used this as the base, then maybe her idea could actually work. Among the 3 original magical attributes, every form branched out from source spells and their many variations. Sylvia's own magic was built by combining those fundamental principles together. At first, she used the mana stone as a medium, letting it become the center of her spell. Then she carefully shaped the magic according to her will, guiding it little by little. The stone began to glow, and soon different colors shimmered around Sylvia's body, wrapping her in a soft radiance as the spell took form. Sylvia's face brightened as she exclaimed that she had done it. Resting in her hand was a tiny yellow bird, glowing faintly with a warm and beautiful light. She looked at the little bird with a gentle expression and gave it a name, telling it that from now on it would be called Sweet. Sylvia leaned in and softly touched her forehead to the bird's head, sharing a brief, delicate moment with the tiny magical creature. Then she raised her hand and released Sweet into the sky, telling it to fly and show her everything it could see. The memory returned to the train. Inside the wrecked carriage, Deculine was covered in blood and injuries, forcing his battered body to rise even though every movement looked painful. Through the pain, Deculine realized the train had somehow held together. It had not completely fallen after all. It was still clinging to the edge of the cliff, hanging there by the barest margin. He steadied his breathing and tried to reassure himself. A few bones might have been broken, but thanks to Iron Man, his body should recover far faster than normal. Just then, a red aura suddenly surrounded him. The unexpected surge of power made Deculine tense, his attention snapping sharply toward the danger. Veron rushed in without hesitation, closing the distance in an instant and driving a powerful strike straight toward him. The blow landed hard, sending Deculine flying backward through the wreckage. That attack had been far too fast. With what little strength he had left, Deculine forced himself to retaliate, releasing a burst of blue energy toward Veron. Veron drew in a sharp breath as he saw the force surrounding Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. A protective aura had risen around him, and even Veron could not hide his surprise as he muttered that Deculine was far more resilient than expected. He was strong. Even after that brutal exchange, the battle showed no sign of ending, and the two continued clashing amid the shattered remains of the train. Both of their faces tightened with strain, every muscle pulled tense from the pressure of the fight. Deculine watched Veron closely and admitted in silence that this man was truly powerful. Veron was far beyond what Deculine could handle in his current condition. In fact, even if Deculine had been at his best, victory would still have been uncertain, and before that thought could settle, another heavy attack slammed into him. Cold message surfaced before him, recognizing a rare resolve that refused to bend even after being shattered. In battle, that willpower kept his mind standing until the very end, making him almost completely resistant to psychological magic. Deculine clenched down on his pain and told himself that he would never collapse here. Not in a place like this. Ahead of him, Veron was already preparing what looked like the final blow. With rage burning across his face, Veron swung with terrifying force and tore Deculine's defense apart into 4 clean pieces, every movement filled with the intent to destroy him. Deculine's expression hardened as the danger closed in. His mind raced desperately, searching through every possible method of escape. Sweat slid down the side of his face while Veron charged again, his entire body surging forward with overwhelming power. Deculine's lips barely moved as he cursed under his breath, his voice cold and low. "Damn it!" Veron's sharp sword cut through the air, aiming straight for him. In that instant between life and death, countless questions flashed through Deculine's mind at once. If this blade struck him, would the game simply end? Would he open his eyes back in the office as though none of this had ever happened? And if that was not the case, then what would be waiting for him next? A burst of blood suddenly sprayed across the inside of the train, making it impossible to tell whose body had been cut. High above the ruined train hanging at the edge of the cliff, Sylvia's golden bird hovered in the air, watching the disaster unfold below. Veron moved again, lunging at Deculine with a speed so sharp and sudden it was almost like a streak of lightning. As the sword came straight toward him, Deculine faced the blade with a faint smirk on his lips, as if accepting that the moment had finally arrived. It was over, but then his body jolted. Something was wrong. The space around them trembled, and Deculine instantly sensed that something unseen had disturbed the battlefield. A thin line of blood suddenly appeared across Veron's wrist, as clean and precise as if the air itself had sliced him. In the next breath, his hand was severed, and blood poured out violently from the wound. Veron screamed in raw agony, his attack collapsing along with his balance. Deculine did not miss that single opening. He had no idea what had just happened, but that did not matter. Whatever caused it, this was the chance he had been waiting for. Gathering the last of his mana, with only 1/3 remaining and the count falling to 657, Deculine fired a crystal shard straight at Veron's legs. Veron's footing broke at once, his body tilted, lost its balance, and began tumbling down through the wreckage. Even as he fell, Veron pulled out a short sword and stabbed it into the body of the train, using the blade as his last anchor to keep himself from dropping into the abyss. His hand trembled violently around the hilt, fingers straining as he clung to it with what little strength remained. Then a foot stepped into view right in front of him, stopping just beyond his desperate reach. Deculine stood over him, looking down with a cold, unreadable stare as Veron struggled to hang on. Veron lifted his eyes, hatred burning through the pain on his face, and demanded to know what Deculine had done. Deculine answered plainly that he did not know then. Without raising his voice, he turned the question back on Veron and asked what mattered more. Why had Veron tried to kill him in the first place? His tone stayed calm and controlled, as he added that he did not remember any personal grudge between them. Veron sneered bitterly and spat back that he remembered Deculine's crimes against his master. Deculine pressed him with the same cold composure, asking if he had done all of this for Julie's sake, even though she had never asked him to. As he spoke, his expression grew sharper and more severe, and Deculine asked the question directly. What exactly was Julie to Veron that he would go this far for her? Veron gave a mocking scoff, his voice rough with contempt, and told Deculine that he would never understand. The memory pulled Veron back to a day he could never forget. Two noblewomen were speaking warmly with Julie, thanking her again and again, saying that without her help, things could have ended badly. Julie bowed with humble restraint and replied that there was no need for such gratitude. She had only done what any knight was supposed to do. Nearby, a frail teenage Veron fought against the people restraining him, his thin body twisting as he shouted for them to let him go. He insisted he had done nothing wrong and that the other boy had started it. The noblewoman pointed at him with a shrill, accusing voice, demanding whether he knew how important her son Jeden was. Behind her, Jeden hid with a smug little grin and echoed her words, while Veron snapped back in fury, asking if he wanted to die. The woman barked at him again, asking if he still had not learned his lesson. Veron growled in response, unable to swallow his anger, while Julie stood nearby and watched everything in silence. The noblewoman sneered down at him and declared that she would hand him over to the police. She told him to wait and see what would happen next, and that soon he would be begging for mercy. She continued with venom in her voice, saying that since Veron had struck her son, he would be charged with assault and trespassing. Before things could go any further, Julie stepped in and calmly asked the woman to wait. When the woman turned a glare on her, Julie looked back steadily and asked if she had truly said the boy had trespassed. The woman's voice rang through the mansion as she confirmed it, adding cruelly that his behavior matched his low status perfectly. Julie turned her eyes toward Veron, taking in the sight of the scrawny boy accused of climbing over the high mansion walls. Then, with a serious expression, Julie addressed the woman again and offered to take the boy to the station herself. She told the woman to rest, and the woman agreed at once, saying it would save her the trouble. Veron was dragged away while still protesting, shouting that they should let him go. He insisted he had only defended himself and had done nothing that deserved being taken to the police. Julie remained silent for a while, and that silence alone was enough to stop his shouting. Then, in a calm voice, she said that the Frieden family was notorious for its behavior. She added that she was sure at least part of what he said was true. Veron immediately shouted back that it was not just part of it. Julie raised her voice even louder, cutting through his protest as she told him that even so, he should never hit people. Veron flinched at her words, startled into silence. Then Julie gently reached out and touched his hand. Her voice turned firm, but not cruel. She told him to follow her, and in return she would teach him how to control himself. Then she asked what he would choose. Veron stared at her in stunned silence for a moment before whispering the only question that came to mind. Would she feed him? He let his mind drift back to the beginning, to the moment that had shaped everything. That was how he first met the person he would come to call his master. He went on, remembering those early days after joining the Knights Association. Back then, Veron had been nothing more than a lonely outsider, a young knight who seemed to stand apart from everyone else. Because of the way he had grown up, and because of his own difficult nature, Veron never truly blended in with the others, but when he looked back now, the one person who cared about him more than anyone was Julie. With that gentle expression she always wore, Julie would look at him and ask, "Veron, is something troubling you?" Veron would lower his gaze and quietly answer that everything was fine. But deep inside, he truly believed it was fine, because as long as he could remain by his captain's side, nothing else mattered. He remembered the way Julie stood fearless on the battlefield, the way her face softened around ordinary people, and how she never hesitated to reach out when someone needed help. He could never forget the sight of her rejecting filthy money without the slightest hesitation, nor the way she refused to bend before anything she believed was unjust. As Veron watched her from a distance, saying little and keeping his feelings buried, the respect he held for her slowly deepened into something far stronger. Veron pressed a hand against his chest, as though feeling the weight of it even now. Along with that admiration, his love for her had quietly grown as well. Standing before Deculine von Grahan-Ukleine, Veron finally admitted the truth. He knew his feelings only placed a burden on Julie, and the thought made his heart ache, because he understood they had become a weight she never asked to carry. Even so, Veron clenched his teeth and hardened his resolve. No matter what he felt, he had to kill Deculine, because one day Deculine would surely bring ruin upon his master. For a moment, Deculine fell completely silent. Veron's words struck close to the truth, because in the game, Kim Woojin knew so many tragedies had begun as ripple effects from Deculine's own actions. Deculine's voice did not waver when he answered. Veron was wrong. Deep within this body, he was not the same Deculine anymore. He was Kim Woojin. He would change the path Deculine had been walking. He would make certain that the ending waiting ahead was not destruction. With a serious look in his eyes, Deculine slowly extended his hand toward Veron. "Take it, Veron." No matter what happened from that moment forward, Deculine swore he would never harm Julie. Veron froze where he stood, his eyes fixed on Deculine as each word settled heavily into the air between them. Then, all at once, Veron raised what remained of his severed arm, as if forcing his battered body to move through sheer will alone. Deculine flinched as a fierce aura burst outward, the sudden surge sharp enough to make the air around them tremble. His jaw tightened, and he gritted his teeth as the pressure closed in. Anger flashed through Deculine's voice. Don't try to change your mind now. Varen's reply came cold and unwavering. No, I haven't changed my mind. No matter what you say, I will still kill you. Deculine's fingers tightened around a stone until his grip turned rigid. Slowly, he raised it, and his voice dropped into an icy calm. The foolish choice you make today. Varen watched the stone come down toward him, and Deculine's final words reached his ears.
It will haunt you for the rest of your life.
At that exact moment, far away from the cliff, Julie suddenly jolted as if fear had stabbed straight through her chest. A man beside her immediately noticed and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Julie steadied herself and answered softly that it was nothing. He tried to reassure her, but Julie's thoughts had already gone to Varen. She wondered how he was managing on his own, then forced a small smile, and told herself he would be fine. Varen's final tears slipped down in silence as his last wish remained unspoken in the air. "Master, I hope you can be happy." High above the train carriage, a golden bird cut across the sky. Through its eyes, Sylvia witnessed everything that had happened from beginning to end. At first, the sight looked simple and brutal. Deculine had killed his guard, and the guard's body had dropped swiftly from the cliff. But Sylvia quickly corrected that thought. It was not that simple. The knight had attacked Deculine first, and Deculine had killed him only after being forced to defend himself. Before Sylvia could think any further, a servant approached and interrupted her. "There you are, Lady Sylvia. We should head back." "The conference is about to begin," Sylvia answered at once. "All right." Still, as she turned away, Sylvia cast one last worried look into the distance. Deculine, would he be able to arrive in time? Back at the wreckage scattered along the tracks, a group had already gathered. A stern voice greeted the new arrival with respect, and there stood Lilia Premian, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. Lilia confirmed the situation in a calm, controlled voice. "There was an explosion and an attack?" The train conductor nodded and explained that there had been, though incidents like this were apparently common whenever the box summoning conference drew near, so it was not treated as a major issue. Lilia gave a brief nod and checked the notes in her hand. "Understood. Were there any casualties?" The conductor reported carefully that while there were casualties, no one among the passengers had been injured. However, 2 people were missing, a guard named Varen and Professor Deculine. Then he pointed toward Alan, who lay unconscious nearby, and added that the survivor might be able to provide more details once he woke. Lilia narrowed her eyes and asked who the man was. The conductor admitted he did not know, explaining that Alan had not regained consciousness and was likely still in shock from the incident. Lilia began questioning the passengers one by one. One man told her that a knight had saved him, and that for a short while the entire train had been floating in midair. When he came to his senses, it had already fallen, and he assumed assassins had attacked again. Lilia's brow tightened. Midair? The man quickly held out a photograph as proof. He said he had been so stunned by what he saw that he instinctively snapped a picture. Lilia studied the image closely, her interest sharpening as she realized what it showed. Someone had lifted the entire train with magic. A faint scoff escaped her lips. The whole thing sounded completely ridiculous. Then, without warning, a voice echoed directly inside her mind. Knight Varen was dead. For some unknown reason, Varen had tried to kill Deculine and failed. The voice continued, saying Professor Deculine had survived. Lilia immediately grew wary, her eyes sharpening as she thought, "What? Where is this telepathic signal coming from?" Without making a sound, she scanned the surrounding crowd, searching for anyone who looked suspicious. Suddenly, someone pointed behind them and shouted that a person was approaching from that direction. When they saw the man's disheveled face and battered appearance, recognition spread through the group. It was Professor Deculine. Deculine remembered Varen's nearly fatal strike, and the thought lingered coldly in his mind. If that strange phenomenon had not occurred at exactly the right moment, he would have been killed by a knight whose name he barely knew. And in that realization, Deculine felt the full weight of his own helplessness. Without that mysterious help arriving at the perfect moment, Deculine could hardly accept what had happened. The thought dug into him bitterly. Had he really been that powerless? Deculine's brows drew together as confusion settled over his face. If he had not saved himself, then who had stepped in and helped him back there? Lilia Premian's voice pulled him sharply out of his thoughts. "Professor Deculine, I'm glad to see you're safe. I'm Lilia Premian of the Security Bureau, and I need to ask you several questions about this incident." But instead of answering her, Deculine immediately turned the question back on her. "What time is it?" Caught off guard by this sudden demand, Lilia answered without thinking. 3:30. Deculine looked toward the ruined tracks, his mind already moving faster than the scene around him. 6 hours remained before the deadline. Lilia steadied herself and prepared to question him properly, but Deculine cut in before she could begin. "Is this train the only way to Bach?" Lilia clenched her teeth, visibly irritated by the way he kept steering the conversation away. Still, she answered, telling him there was also a land route and a sea route nearby. Trying to regain control of the situation, Lilia drew herself back into her official tone. "Then, let me ask again. Please listen carefully. On the night you were with? But when she lifted her gaze, Deculine was no longer standing in front of her. Lilia turned toward the conductor in disbelief. Wasn't Professor Deculine just here? The conductor could only shrug helplessly, and Lilia forced herself to reason it out. He must have used acceleration magic. The more she thought about it, the more astonished she became. After holding up an entire falling train with telekinesis, fighting off assassins in Veron, he still had enough power left to cast high-level acceleration magic. Just how much mana did Deculine have? Excitement flickered through Lilia's expression as she muttered to herself. So this was the Deculine she had heard about, the green-black mage. Meanwhile, inside the box conference hall, the atmosphere was already heavy with noise as the gathered crowd filled the room with restless movement and low voices. John von Lude sat with his posture perfectly straight, composed and formal among the waiting guests. The time was almost 9:30 would be the precise moment when the stars aligned. Sylvia glanced anxiously toward the empty seat, her chest tightening. Deculine still had not arrived. Then a deep, resonant voice rolled across the hall. Before the conference officially began, he expressed his gratitude to everyone who had answered the summons. A powerful purple aura swept through the room like a wave, pressing down on everyone present. Sylvia gritted her teeth and clutched the arm of her chair. The force of that magic was extraordinary. It had to belong to Dagon, the great elder of Bach, the living legend said to be closest to becoming an archmage after abandoning worldly society. Her expression grew solemn as she stared ahead. If she wanted to challenge the realm of an archmage one day, then this was the level she needed to reach. Dagon announced that they would begin once the roll call was complete. He read the first name, and Jin of House Sed answered that he was present. Next came Ethansel of Housebrand, who also responded that she was present. Then Baron of House Vor gave his reply as well, confirming that he was there. Ihelm of House Rewind answered after that, and soon Dagon reached the name everyone noticed, Deculine of House Euclane. Silence filled the hall. Dagon paused, then repeated the question, asking whether Deculine had still not arrived. Impatience crept into his voice. If Deculine failed to appear before his name was called 3 times, Dagon would consider him absent and remove him from the 12 mages immediately. The crowd immediately broke into murmurs. Removing House Euclane from such a position was no small matter, especially when their first summons had taken place 200 years ago. Someone sneered from among the gathered nobles. For an event this important, surely it should have been foreseen. Deculine's ability was far beneath that of his ancestors. Another voice chimed in, and rumors had always said his talent was mediocre. Laughter rippled through the room. Sylvia felt a sharp ache in her chest as she listened. How had Deculine lived all this time surrounded by people like this? Was there truly no one who cared about him? The thought made him seem painfully pitiful. She lowered her head, her brows knitting together as frustration rose inside her. It was unbearably irritating. Dagon called out for the first time, "The current head of House Euclane, Deculine." Then came the second call. The current head of House Euclane, Deculine around the hall. The snickering grew harder to hide. Sylvia could only listen helplessly as Dagon began the third and final call. The current head of... At that instant, the door creaked open. Sylvia turned toward the sound, her eyes widening in shock. Deculine stepped into the hall with calm, measured strides, as if he had not just barely crossed the line between arrival and disqualification. Sylvia watched his firm silhouette in silence, deeply moved by the sight of him standing there at last. Deculine raised a hand and brushed it smoothly back through his hair before speaking in a clear, composed voice. Deculine von Grahan Euclinen, present. Every gaze in the hall locked onto him. His face remained cold and unreadable as the current head of House Euclane made his arrival known. Not long afterward, the meeting began in a heavy silence and moved forward with surprising speed. The first matter placed before the gathered mages was the monster at Haxon Mountain. Ethansel of Housebrand flared with anger as she spoke. The appearance of a dark demon on the map was an extremely serious matter, and they needed to send orders to every magical faction or work together with the Holy Church. At the same time, mages would have to be dispatched to suspicious regions for inspection and surveillance. The debate continued, but the first issue passed without much resistance. Once a family head stated their position and no one opposed it, the proposal was approved smoothly. Before long, a female guard stepped forward and announced that they would take a short break. Deculine quietly let out a breath, feeling the exhaustion settle through his body. This was draining. He had rushed here like a madman, without allowing himself even a single second of rest, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both his stamina and his mana were in terrible condition. Even so, not a hint of weakness appeared on his face. Deculine's traits and personality held firm, keeping his composure steady no matter how worn down he felt inside. As people began rising from their seats and moving toward the exits, a voice suddenly called out to him from nearby. Deculine turned his head and saw Alan hurrying toward him, his face pale and filled with panic. Alan stumbled over his words as he reached him. "Professor, are you okay? I apologize for arriving late and missing such an important meeting." Deculine von Grahan Euclin's voice stayed calm and even without the slightest trace of panic. I'm fine, so there's no need to worry. But inside, his thoughts were far colder than his face suggested. He could no longer look at Alan like some harmless, innocent kid. Something about Alan's eyes and behavior made it clear he almost certainly knew Deculine was concealing his true identity. That only made the question sharper in Deculine's mind. Why would Alan realize something so dangerous and still remain silent? What exactly was he trying to gain by staying close and pretending not to know anything? Deculine's gaze slowly deepened, becoming distant and thoughtful. In that moment, a famous line from Kim Woo-jin's Old World surfaced in his memory. Keep your friends close, and your enemies even closer. Then Deculine turned his attention back to Alan and spoke in a measured tone. Alan, from now on, stay beside me. Alan looked startled for a brief second, as if the order had caught him completely off guard, but he quickly lowered his head and nodded. Deculine watched him quietly, thinking that the safest choice was to keep him within arm's reach. Alan, sooner or later, I'll uncover whose side you're truly standing on. Once the short break ended, the attendees returned to their seats around the table, and the heavy atmosphere of the meeting settled back into place. Then the chair's voice rang clearly across the room. Next, we will discuss how to handle the recent incidents involving the Blood Clan mages. The moment those words were spoken, the entire mood around the table changed. The air seemed to tighten, and even the smallest movements became tense. Deculine immediately understood that this was not the kind of subject that could be settled with a few calm words. A sensitive issue like this would never end cleanly or easily. A thunderous bang suddenly shook the room as Vethan brought his hand down hard against the table, the force of it cutting through every quiet breath in the chamber. The Blood Clan are filthy vermin, Vethan spat, his voice thick with disgust. They multiply by hiding among ordinary society, infiltrating our lands and eating away at this country from the inside like a disease. Ethansel's expression hardened as he shot back in a stern voice. What proof do you have to make such a claim? We don't even have a reliable way to distinguish members of the Blood Clan from other races. Vethan snapped back without hesitation. Then we find one. There must be some clue, some racial trait that exposes them. With the Imperial Magic Tower's royal magic, we should identify them early and wipe them out before they spread any further. Ethansel slammed his words down just as sharply. Old man Vethan, watch your mouth. Wipe them all out. What kind of nonsense is that? Deculine thought, watching the argument sharpen before his eyes. He had expected their beliefs to collide, but seeing it unfold so openly only confirmed how deep the divide truly was. Vethan raised his voice again, refusing to back down. I don't know how they're doing it, but the Blood Clan have begun recognizing one another and gathering into groups. That means there must be someone leading them, and we have no idea what they're planning. Ethansel struck the table in anger. That is nothing more than your one-sided speculation. But Vethan's glare did not waver. Speculation, you say? Their leader is hiding somewhere, quietly pulling allies together in secret. And none of us knows what kind of schemes they're building behind our backs. Does that not make your skin crawl? Around the table, several others gave grim nods, clearly swayed by his words. Vethan's voice rose into a roar. 60 years ago, countless mages died because people like you hesitated when action was needed. The debate slammed into a deadlock. For a moment, no one spoke, and a heavy silence spread through the room like a lid closing over the meeting. After that tense pause, someone finally turned toward Deculine and asked, Then, what does Deculine of House Eucline think? Everyone knows your family comes from a renowned demon-slaying lineage, one that has long stood at the front lines against dark forces. Deculine remained still for a moment, letting the room's attention settle fully on him. As someone who came from a modern world, he understood this kind of situation too well. Hatred that abandoned reason never ended with justice. It only created suffering that did not need to exist. More importantly, persecuting the Blood Clan now would be a grave mistake. Even if Deculine could not completely stop the others, he at least had to delay them for as long as possible, because only then could he later complete the main quest properly. The true enemy of this world was not the Blood Clan. At last, Deculine spoke, his voice calm, but firm enough to command attention. Historically speaking, the Blood Clan has indeed been treated as a common enemy. However, if we look carefully through the records, the origin of that conflict can be traced back to a mistake. Vethan let out a scoff, his face twisting with disbelief. A mistake? Deculine met that reaction without flinching. Yes, a mistake. 237 years ago, during the Rodan witch incident, Rodan was falsely convicted and burned alive for a crime she did not commit. That single wrongful execution ignited a massive purge, and countless members of the Blood Clan were killed. They fought back to survive, and from there, the cycle of slaughter only continued. But the situation has already settled compared to those days. The incident you mentioned from 60 years ago was political at its core, tied to a mana stone mine discovered on Blood Clan territory. Vethan bristled at once. Political? A Euclane, whose family seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered more of the Blood Clan than anyone, has no right to speak that way. They are a bloodline born with dark aura in their veins, Vethan continued harshly. Violence and war are part of their nature, A demon-slaying family like yours should understand that better than anyone. Deculine stayed composed, but his gaze turned sharp and icy. Our family tradition is the hunting of demons. It is not the massacre of the Blood Clan. Vathan slammed back immediately, his voice cutting through the room. The Blood Clan are demons. The tension in the room reached its highest point. Every eye fixed between the two men. Deculine, however, did not raise his voice. He simply continued. Will you take responsibility for those words? He asked. Beside him, Alan listened in uneasy silence, his posture stiff as the atmosphere pressed down around them. Deculine's expression remained severe as he emphasized each word. Do not carelessly brand humans as demons. Their blood is red, just like ours. Those who so easily say such things may be the ones closer to demons. Vathan's face burned with anger, but for once, he had no answer. And with that bitter silence hanging over everyone, the first meeting ended without reaching a resolution. The matter was pushed to the following day. Elsewhere, Jan looked at his daughter with a regretful expression and said, It's a shame I have to leave you alone for the next meeting, my dear. She answered lightly, We're going to see each other again tomorrow anyway. Still worried, he asked. According to the box rules, every family member has to stay in a separate room. Will you really be all right by yourself? She blinked at him, almost offended by the question. What are you talking about? Kids my age already have their own rooms. Stop treating me like I'm still a little child. Jan's shoulders sank as he muttered sadly. My daughter doesn't love her old father anymore. She stared at him, completely speechless. After a short pause, Jan chuckled and softened his tone. See you tomorrow. The high mana density in the box can cause strange magical phenomena at night, so make sure you read the hotel rules carefully. She let out a small sigh and answered, Yes, I'll behave, don't worry. Once she arrived at her lodging, she held the paper of rules in her hands and glanced over it with a doubtful look. These rules feel like they were written just to scare children, she muttered. All I have to do is sleep normally, right? Later that night, while she rested quietly in the room, a small golden bird appeared nearby, its glow standing out against the dimness around her. Not long after, she stirred awake, her throat dry and uncomfortable from thirst. Still half asleep, she made her way toward the table, reached for the water, and drank to ease the dryness in her throat. Then, all of a sudden, her eyes shifted, as if she had sensed something wrong in the room. A dangerous feeling began to spread through the space, heavy and suffocating, making the quiet room feel instantly unfamiliar. From behind her, a dark aura slowly drew closer. It moved like a black curtain falling over the room, swallowing the surroundings as it crept toward her. Startled by the sudden shift, Sylvia Josephine Illade reacted on instinct, her body lowered into a guarded stance, her eyes sharpening as she prepared herself for whatever might emerge from the darkness. Then she realized the room around her was no longer a room at all. The space had twisted into a long corridor, stretching out in front of her like some unnatural maze. Her mind raced in confusion. Did she break one of the rules without realizing it? Sylvia quickly noticed that her surroundings had completely changed. With tension rising in her chest, she pulled out the guide again and scanned through the rules, searching for the mistake she had overlooked. One line in the guide stood out with chilling clarity. Once you lie down to rest, you must not leave your bed before sunrise. If you do, you may be transported to an unpredictable place. Sweat gathered along Sylvia's face as the truth struck her. So once she had gotten into bed, she was supposed to remain there until morning, and because she had ignored that rule, she had ended up in this nightmare. Few days earlier, when she had been in the second corridor, nothing like this had happened. But now, with family leaders and powerful figures gathered nearby, the dense mana filling the box had likely grown unstable enough to trigger this strange displacement. Sylvia clenched her jaw and scolded herself inwardly. She had been far too relaxed, assuming nothing dangerous could possibly happen inside her own room. Forcing herself to breathe, she tried to steady her thoughts. Calm down. I have to stay calm. But then, from somewhere behind her in the corridor, a cold and unpleasant sound echoed through the darkness. A wave of black aura began crawling closer, and Sylvia's pupils tightened as fear flashed across her face. She whipped around, her hair shifting with the sudden movement, and one thought struck her with absolute certainty. Something was coming for her. Without wasting another second, Sylvia turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, her footsteps ringing sharply through the empty corridor. Before long, she saw a purple staircase glowing faintly ahead of her. But the sight only made her heart sink, because she remembered the warning clearly. Rosary Hotel was supposed to have only one floor, and the guide had specifically warned guests not to follow any staircase that appeared, whether it led upward or downward. Next, she passed by an open door, where a faint light leaked from within and dark aura seeped out around the edges. Another warning from the guide flashed through her mind at once. If you encounter an open door in the corridor, do not enter. Sylvia squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to run past it. Don't panic, she told herself. She remembered there should be another door ahead, one that might give her a way out of this corridor. When she finally reached it, she raised her fist and pounded on the door with desperate force. Is anyone there? Please, help me. Fear flooded her mind, and at the same time another rule surfaced with cruel timing. If someone knocks on your door at night, do not answer, and do not make any noise. That warning made Sylvia's chest tighten even more. Whoever was inside might think she was the danger and refuse to open the door. Still, with the darkness closing in behind her, she kept knocking in desperation. "Anyone, please, help me." A few silent seconds passed, but to Sylvia, they felt painfully long. Terror gripped her heart, and tears began to gather in her eyes as she stood there helplessly in the corridor. Then all at once, the door opened. Warm light spilled out over Sylvia's stunned, tearful face, and a familiar gentle voice came from inside. "It's late, and yet you're wandering around, Sylvia?" Standing beyond the doorway was Deculine von Grahan-Uclane. The moment Sylvia recognized him, some of the fear pressing down on her finally began to loosen. Her eyes were still wet, and she looked unable to speak properly. Deculine simply looked at her and said in a calm voice, "All right, come in." Sylvia obeyed immediately, stepping inside as quickly as she could. In a small, shaken voice, she murmured, "Thank you." Before long, the fireplace inside the room was lit, and gentle warmth began spreading through the space. As Sylvia slowly regained her composure, she lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "I'm sorry for causing trouble. I carelessly left my bed in the middle of the night, and because of that, I was teleported into a random corridor." Deculine remained completely unruffled as he answered, his voice as steady as ever. "Chaotic magical phenomena often occur inside the box. Wandering spirits, lost in magic, can cause all kinds of trouble." He paused briefly, then added, "That is precisely why you should have read the rules more carefully." Sylvia sat quietly and listened, but her eyes kept drifting toward him. He was composed as always, his gaze unwavering and calm. She wondered whether the losses and pain he had endured were the reason he had still chosen to break the rules and open the door for her. While Sylvia was lost in thought, a low, chilling growl suddenly slipped through the narrow gap near the door. A thick purple ooze began seeping through, gathering and twisting into the shape of a horrifying skull. Then it opened its mouth and roared directly toward her. Sylvia froze on the spot, her body stiff with shock. But Deculine's calm voice cut cleanly through the fear filling the room. "Stay calm," he said evenly. "There's no need to be afraid." In the next instant, two magical constructs shot past Sylvia, moving so fast that they crossed her vision like streaks of light. They struck the dark spirit head-on before it could reach her. The terrifying shape shattered and dissolved, breaking apart into nothing before her eyes. Only then did Sylvia realize what had destroyed it. Floating in the air were ice crystals, cold and sharp, hovering with silent precision. Her eyes widened as she gasped. Amazing! The wandering spirit had been completely erased. Deculine only spoke lightly as if the act meant nothing at all. "There is no need to be surprised. It is merely a spell meant for killing, nothing worthy of attention." Then he fell quiet for a moment, as though those words carried a weight of their own. Magic, after all, was not something that should exist only for the purpose of killing. That unexpected remark made Sylvia's cheeks flush slightly. For once, she did not know how she was supposed to answer him. Trying to shift the mood, Sylvia's gaze moved toward the fire flickering in the room. She looked closer and asked, "Isn't that flowing flame?" Deculine glanced up briefly from his book, giving the fire only the slightest look before answering. "Yes." Wanting to draw more of his attention, Sylvia began casting one spell after another. Lightning flashed, metallization formed, wood magic appeared, and even a fire sprite sparked into view in her hand. But Deculine did not react the way she expected. He continued to ignore her displays, barely even lifting his gaze, and Sylvia's irritation grew stronger. He had not even glanced properly at the light glowing in her hand. Frustration stirred inside her, and she wondered if she needed to do something even more impressive, something bold enough that he could no longer pretend not to notice. Then, without warning, Deculine spoke. "You did well." Sylvia blinked, caught completely off guard by the sudden praise. He continued in the same calm tone. "However, the wind magic circle you wove into your fire spell is slightly unstable." Sylvia looked at him in surprise and immediately asked, "Professor, what part of it is unstable?" Deculine answered coldly, without offering her the explanation she wanted. "That is something you should figure out yourself." Annoyed, Sylvia pushed back. "But you explained everything in detail for Ephorine." Still focused on his book, Deculine replied, as if it were nothing. "Ephorine understood it on her own. It was not because I taught her." Sylvia bit down on her lip, unable to hide the frustration that tightened across her face. Then Deculine's voice reached her again, calm but firm. "Set aside your impatience and your haste, Sylvia." He paused for a moment before continuing. "You are still young, and you have enough time to grow. As long as you continue striving, you will reach your goals soon enough." Deculine tilted his head slightly, his voice steady and filled with quiet certainty. "So move forward one step at a time, carefully and deliberately." Then he closed his book and looked directly at her. "After all, you are one of the 3 most talented young mages in the world." Sylvia froze. Was this truly Deculine's judgment of her? In that instant, memories of all the praise she had heard before rose in her mind. My gosh, a genius. People had said she would surely become an archmage. They had admired how powerful she was for her age and spoken endlessly about the brilliant future waiting ahead of her. Sylvia had long grown tired of those empty, predictable compliments. And yet, for some reason, Deculine's words felt completely different from all the rest. Before long, Sylvia Josephina Lade's exhaustion finally caught up with her. Seeing how drained she looked after everything that had happened, Deculine von Grahan Ukraine offered her the bed so she could rest properly. After Sylvia settled down to sleep, Deculine returned to his book as if nothing unusual had happened. But then, in the stillness of the room, a faint and unfamiliar power brushed against his senses, strange enough to make his attention shift. Deculine slowly turned his gaze toward the window, looking out into the night beyond the room. That power lingering outside felt unusual, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be what he suspected? Soon after, Deculine stepped into the forest beyond the lodging area, moving through the darkness with calm, measured steps. As he walked, he recalled the warning he had received before coming here. Outside the box meeting grounds, this remote mountain path was supposed to be forbidden, but precisely because it was off-limits, Deculine suspected there might be something hidden there, perhaps even an item rarer than he had expected. Behind him, a shadowy demon suddenly emerged from the darkness. It raised its limbs in a threatening gesture, lunged forward with exaggerated menace, and let out a terrifying roar meant to frighten him. Deculine did not react at all. He continued walking forward with the same steady pace, as if he had neither heard nor seen the monster trying to scare him. The demon froze for a moment, visibly confused, and even seemed to sweat from embarrassment. Still, it followed after him, unable to understand why its intimidation had failed completely. Again and again, the demon repeated its scare tactics, roaring and gesturing from behind. But no matter how hard it tried, Deculine remained utterly unmoved. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Deculine suddenly stopped in place. The abrupt halt startled the demon behind him, making it recoil as if it had been caught doing something ridiculous. Deculine turned around and looked at the creature with casual indifference. Then, as if asking directions from a passing stranger, he said, "Hey, have you seen any items with strong magical power around here?" The demon flinched violently at the question. It let out a strange, incoherent wail, then turned tail and fled into the darkness as fast as it could. Deculine stared after it with a faintly puzzled expression. He could not help but wonder what exactly had frightened the creature so badly. Even so, he did not waste time thinking about it. Deculine continued searching through the forest, and before long, he finally found what he had been looking for. There it was. Resting before him was a piece of tree trunk radiating a powerful golden glow, its mana shining through the darkness like buried treasure finally uncovered. When Deculine picked it up, the system revealed its details. It was pure mana wood, a fragment from the mana tree that had been struck by lightning. The lightning had refined the vast mana within it, turning the wood into excellent special material. Deculine studied the wood in his hand with quiet admiration. Just as he had thought, it was high-quality material. Since arriving in this world, he had trained and studied without rest, yet the limitations of this body had disappointed him again and again, leading to repeated failures. But with this wood, he could craft a superior wand and raise his power considerably. As he stared at the golden surface, a calculating gleam entered his eyes, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. This was even better than he had hoped. After a night of rest, the families gathered once again to continue the meeting they had failed to settle. Compared to before, the air in the room felt much heavier, and the tension between the attendees had only grown sharper. The head of House Vathun roared across the table. "Demon blood flows through their veins, does it not?" Then, what else could they be but demons? Deculine remained completely unfazed and answered coldly. "That logic is absurd. If you add salt to water, do you start calling the water salt?" The fierce back and forth between Deculine and Vathun left many of the attendees stunned. Whispers spread around the room, some wondering if Deculine was truly siding with the enemy, while others suspected he might be deliberately trying to draw the opposition out. Zekden, the head of another house, watched Deculine with sharp, suspicious eyes. He studied every word and gesture, wondering what kind of picture Deculine was trying to paint, and what game he was really playing. Nearby, Sylvia glanced toward her father, and quietly reflected on the atmosphere around her. She felt certain that not only her father but nearly everyone present believed Deculine had some hidden motive for defending the so-called enemy. But Sylvia saw it differently. The words Deculine had spoken to her the previous night echoed in her mind, and she became convinced that they were all mistaken. He was not plotting anything. He was simply saying what was obviously true. In the middle of the heated argument, an authoritative voice suddenly cut through the room. "Enough!" The single word belonged to the revered elder, and it immediately drew everyone's attention. The elder spoke gravely, his tone leaving no room for further dispute. "Without consensus, no formal conclusion can be reached. The issue of the Blood Clan will be placed on tomorrow's agenda. For now, focus on the other matters. Unlike the bitter conflict over the Blood Clan, the remaining issues were handled quickly and without much resistance. Several days later, the meeting finally came to an end, and the attendees began filing out one by one. Still frustrated after losing the debate, Vithan brushed roughly against Deculine as they passed, bumping into him in a childish attempt to vent his anger. Deculine frowned at the petty gesture, irritation flickering across his otherwise composed face. He had only wanted to win the argument for the sake of future critical missions, yet somehow he had ended up making another enemy. The following day, the scene shifted to the shopping district of Berkt, where the streets were lined with stores selling all kinds of magical goods. Deculine and his aide, Alan, walked together through a magical tool shop, browsing the shelves filled with strange materials, enchanted items, and glittering supplies. Deculine picked up several shimmering gems and examined them with a thoughtful gaze. He needed to craft a wand before returning to the academy, but choosing the right material was proving difficult, since he had never done this himself before. Every option demanded careful consideration. Alan's eyes suddenly shifted toward the entrance of the shop. Someone had just stepped inside, and the sight immediately caught his attention. With sudden excitement in his voice, Alan called out, "Professor?" Deculine turned his head slightly and raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Alan pointed toward the newcomer, his face brightening. "That's my hero. They were the one who got me here safely." Deculine showed a brief flicker of surprise, but it vanished almost immediately. In the next moment, his usual composed expression returned. The person who had entered was Lilia Premian, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled when she saw him and greeted him lightly. "What a coincidence, Professor Deculine." After that, they decided to continue the conversation at a nearby eatery in town. Deculine considered it a fitting way to thank her for making sure Alan had arrived safely. Lilia smiled warmly as she sat across from him. "Thank you for the meal, Professor. I know it may be inappropriate to bring this up while we're eating, but the investigation is almost complete." Then she asked directly, "What happened to your escort, Veron?" Deculine answered without changing his expression. "He died during an enemy ambush. The others either died or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia gave a slow nod. "I see." As the staff began serving the food, only Alan seemed genuinely cheerful at the table. While watching Deculine's stoic face, Lilia quietly studied him. Something about the man sitting in front of her did not quite match what she had heard, and the difference lingered in her mind. Her thoughts drifted back to a recent conversation with Lockhart. By imperial order, the Empire's Security Bureau had been escorting him to Rekadak, the infamous prison, a fate that was unavoidable after he had killed innocent mages. During that conversation, Lilia had asked him, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Lockhart remained silent, his eyes distant and thoughtful, as he seemed to organize the thoughts inside his head. Lilia crossed her arms, visibly exasperated by his refusal to speak. "Are you planning to stay silent through the entire interrogation?" Then, without warning, she gave him a command. "Activate your power." Her gaze turned cold, and her voice dropped with a heavy pressure that made the room feel tense. At those words, a smile slowly spread across Lockhart's face, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. A surge of energy burst through the room, and in an instant the recording devices were disabled, cutting off every outside trace of their conversation. The interrogation room became a sealed private space, leaving only Lilia and Lockhart facing each other with no witnesses listening in. Lilia slammed her hand against the table, her eyes blazing with anger as she snapped at him. "You fool! I have warned you more times than I can count," Lilia said, her voice low and sharp. "Do not go around creating trouble where none needs to exist. Why do you always have to make everything worse?" Her glare hardened as the words spilled out. "It's because of people like you that racists keep treating us like demons." Lockhart only stood there with a faint smile, giving her no answer at all. Lilia clenched her jaw so tightly it looked painful, her anger barely contained. "If you weren't carrying that same blood," she hissed, "I would have killed you a long time ago. If this truth gets out, you won't be the only one cornered. I'll be the one taking pressure from the other families as well." Lockhart let out a quiet chuckle. "Do you really think you can run from the Empire forever?" Then his joking tone faded, and his eyes grew serious. "It can be done as long as our race's secret never comes to light. We were born different from ordinary people." "Different," he continued sternly, "because we were born with demonic power. That power is the only thing they truly fear." Lilia snapped back at once, her patience breaking. "Shut your mouth. The Blood Clan aren't the only ones in this world born with special abilities." "And why provoke Deculine?" she demanded, her eyes narrowing. "We've been watching House Euclid for ages, haven't we?" Lockhart's smile faltered for the first time, and his body stiffened slightly. "You mean you're planning to kill him?" Lilia's voice eased, but the warning in it remained. "For now, we're only observing him. But if he continues stirring up trouble, we'll have no choice but to remove him." Lockhart's expression changed at once, turning unexpectedly firm. "Don't," he said. "That man is a true noble. We have no reason to kill Deculine. Lilia stared at him as if she had misheard. A true noble? What kind of nonsense is that? Have you lost your mind? I have piles of evidence proving the crimes he's committed, Lockhart answered without hesitation. Think back to what he said in the graveyard. Deculine claimed that his blessing proved the Blood Clan were not monsters, but humans. When he said it, there wasn't a trace of deception in his eyes, only conviction and something close to justice. If more people like him existed, the world could change, Lockhart said with a quiet certainty. The Blood Clan might be able to live beside humans without being crushed by prejudice. He knew I was Blood Clan, and even then, he didn't kill me. For a moment, Lilia looked genuinely surprised. Then a bitter laugh escaped her. Do you even know what the ancestors of House Euclane did? They led the purges. They slaughtered the Blood Clan. Lockhart met her gaze and replied, I know, but if we treat their descendants the same way they treated us, Lockhart said, his voice steady, aren't we proving their point? Aren't we admitting we really are demons? Lilia froze. What? That family has never stopped trying to destroy the Blood Clan. You said that yourself? Lockhart looked at her and asked, how long do you think you can keep holding that powerful position before someone catches you? Lilia only shrugged, as if the danger meant nothing. This is the life I chose. Besides, no one can tell Blood Clan apart from humans just by appearance or bloodline records. Lockhart smiled faintly. But isn't there something we can't eat? Lilia waved the remark away. Idiot. I don't even need to touch that. Then she shifted the subject. In any case, the Emperor's health is declining. A successor will appear soon. We'll watch how the next ruler treats the Blood Clan, and after that we decide our next move. Until then, keep quiet and wait. Her eyes slid toward Lockhart, and a small smirk crossed her face. And while you're in prison, she added, try behaving yourself for once. Back in the present, Lilia watched Deculine closely from across the room, studying every calm line of his face. How is someone like him a true noble? She wondered. He doesn't look any different from the rest of them. Then the sound of approaching footsteps cut through the air, pulling everyone's attention toward the source. A heavy stench of alcohol drifted in before the man even arrived. Lilia immediately raised a hand to her nose, her brows pinching in irritation. Is that liquor? A voice came with the smell, rough and dismissive. What's this? I don't have anything to say to you. The man was blonde, and Deculine recognized him as the same person he had once scolded at a banquet. Back then, the man had been furious but powerless to respond, and now he seemed to have come looking for revenge. His voice carried the arrogance of someone trying to reclaim wounded pride. Oh, well, I have plenty. I want to hear from you. Seems like there's something hidden inside that dark soul of yours. Meanwhile, at House Premium, Julie sat frozen in place, her face pale as she struggled to believe what she had just been told. Her voice trembled, barely holding together. What? Say that again? The captain standing before her hesitated, as if forcing himself to speak the painful truth. It is difficult to accept, but Veron died during the recent mission. Each word struck Julie like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned, breathless, and unable to move for a moment. Then, still reeling from a reality too cruel to accept, she forced herself to give an order. Prepare immediately, the moment Deculine returns, Julie said, her voice tight with shock and urgency. I need a proper explanation from him. Ihelm approached Deculine with an arrogant, unsteady stride, while Deculine quietly thought to himself that this man must be the head of House Rewind. Deculine looked at him without changing expression. What is going on? Ihelm's slurred speech made his drunkenness impossible to hide. You really surprised me at that meeting, he said, leaning into each word. I kept wondering why you acted that way. Were you trying to pick a fight with another family? That question has been stuck in my head ever since. Ihelm continued, his eyes narrowing. So tell me, what was the real reason? Don't tell me you're taking the Blood Clan's side. You come from a family known for killing demons. Even under that openly provocative challenge, Deculine's face stayed perfectly composed. Across from him, Lilia stiffened in shock, her eyes widening. What? Didn't you once want to wipe them all out? Ihelm pressed on. What changed? You called those vile, impure creatures unworthy of existence. Your essays condemning the Blood Clan are still stored in the university archives. Ihelm leaned closer, his mouth twisting into a sneer. Or what? Did you find yourself a Blood Clan slave for your research? And now you've decided to defend them? Alan could no longer hold back. His hand slammed down on the table with a sharp crack. How dare you insult the professor? Deculine calmly wiped the corner of his mouth, as if the insult had barely reached him. Easy, Alan, it's fine. His brain has rotted into stinking cheese. Deculine said coolly. So naturally, nonsense is all that comes out. I understand. The blond man's teeth clenched hard, anger flashing across his face. Still, he forced his lips into a strained smile, trying desperately to preserve what little dignity he had left. Fine, Ihelm said through that fake smile. Let's see how long you can keep acting so smug. Your research presentation is due in 6 months, or was it 3? Either way, I'm looking forward to seeing that defeated face of yours. It should be entertaining." With that, he stormed away, leaving behind a tense silence. Lilia remained where she was, her heart heavy and her hands trembling faintly beneath the table. Deculine was opposing everyone around him just to defend the Blood Clan. Lilia stared at him, shaken, and muttered under her breath, "Is that really Deculine?" It was almost impossible for her to believe. As Lockhart's words resurfaced in her mind, she silently wondered, was what you said actually true? A few days later, before leaving, Deculine stopped by the magic tool shop once more. There, Deculine entrusted a renowned artisan with the creation of his wand. Without realizing it, he had fulfilled the hidden requirements connected to Rockaloc's wand, possessing enough fame or infamy, showing either kindness or cruelty, bringing premium materials that could catch the artisan's interest, and visiting the shop twice. The artisan was famous for a reason, and it seemed Deculine's earlier visits had unknowingly satisfied every condition needed to draw Rockaloc's attention. After the high-level conference had finally come to an end, the situation began moving toward its next stage. After everything that had happened, Deculine and his aide finally stepped onto the train, leaving the conference behind as they began the long return toward the academy. On the way back through the Empire, they ended up sharing the same carriage as Vithan, and he made no effort at all to hide the cold hostility in his eyes. Thankfully, despite the sharp tension hanging in the carriage, nothing serious broke out between them. Deculine remained quiet, sinking into his own thoughts as the train carried them onward. At last, after what felt like an endless stretch of travel, the long and exhausting journey finally reached its end. Inside the crowded station, surrounded by the noise of travelers and rushing footsteps, Alan lifted his arms and stretched with a tired groan. Then, still looking worn out from the trip, he turned toward Deculine and said, "Professor, we only have one more transfer left, right?" Alan glanced out at the white-covered surroundings and muttered with clear fatigue, "Will we finally get to see something other than snow soon?" But before Alan could even finish speaking, a group of knights approached through the station, with Julie at the front, her gaze fixed directly on Deculine. Deculine looked at her calmly and greeted her in a simple, almost casual tone. "It's you," Julie answered him, but her face was darker than he had ever seen it. The grief over Veron's death still too fresh for her to accept. Her voice trembled faintly as she spoke, though she tried to keep herself composed. "I heard you were ambushed. I'm glad you made it back safely." Deculine gave a small nod. "Thank you." At the same time, he understood from her expression that she had already learned about Veron. For someone like Julie, who cared deeply for every subordinate under her command, this could not have been easy to bear. Deculine briefly glanced at the soldiers standing behind her, sensing their stiff hostility, and thought that whatever they had heard, none of them seemed pleased that he was the only one who returned alive. Julie forced her emotions down, her fingers tightening into fists at her sides. Her voice cracked slightly as she said, "I read the news. You worked together with him to save the passengers, didn't you?" she asked, barely holding her gaze steady. "There's only one thing I want to know." With her teeth clenched and her voice shaking under the weight of grief, Julie asked, "How did he die?" A heavy silence fell around them, and while some might have mistaken her words for blame, this was not anger speaking, it was mourning for a subordinate she had personally cherished and raised. Julie's eyes stayed locked on Deculine, and inside them was a pain that could not be repaired, a hollow loss that refused to fade. Deculine met that gaze without looking away, but for the first time, he did not know what answer he should give. Certain truths would only cut deeper into a wound that was already bleeding. For several long moments, neither of them spoke, and the quiet between them became heavy enough to swallow the entire station. Deculine wondered if he should tell Julie the truth that Veron had tried to kill him, and that it had been part of a plan prepared in advance. Yet the confrontation between them had ended in a way no one expected. At first he had intended to reveal everything, but now that Julie was standing right in front of him, with grief written across her face, the words would not come out. Should he really tell her what had happened that day? The truth was there, clear and unavoidable, but giving it to her now would be far too cruel. Julie's resolve as a knight might have been unshakable, but her heart was not made of steel strong enough to endure such a brutal reality without breaking. If she learned what Veron had done, Julie would blame herself before blaming anyone else. That was exactly the kind of person she was. She would shoulder her subordinate's mistake as her own responsibility and torment herself with it forever. Some truths, Deculine thought, were better left untouched, hidden away where they could no longer wound the living. If keeping that truth buried meant he had to accept Julie's anger in its place, then Deculine was prepared to bear it. Just as Deculine hesitated, the conductor's announcement rang through the station and broke the silence. Train 4 bound for the Empire is departing. All ticket holders, please board immediately. Passengers began moving in a hurry, dragging luggage and rushing toward the platform, leaving Deculine with no chance to let the conversation stretch any longer. After a slow pause, Deculine finally answered, "It is difficult to say. He was too emotional at the time." Julie's expression sank at those words, and a faint, sorrowful sigh slipped from her lips. Because she knew Veron so well, Deculine's answer eased a small part of the burden pressing on her. Julie lowered her head in a formal bow and said, "I understand, we will search for him. Please rest." Julie and her knights left quickly after that, but their departure only left Deculine standing there with more doubt and reflection than before. The image of Veron hanging from the train returned to Deculine's mind. In a strange, bitter way, Veron had not been so different from others, driven by overwhelming emotion. Strong feelings could blind reason completely, but even knowing that, Deculine still wondered what the right answer truly was. After the knights had gone, Alan frowned and grumbled under his breath. "That was rude, Professor. We were victims too, but they still looked at us like we did something wrong." Deculine replied in his usual calm voice, "It's fine. They are merely fools." Then a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Why did you hide it, Professor?" It was Sylvia Josephine Elaide, who had also returned on the same train, and was now standing behind him with her usual composed expression. Deculine turned toward her, slightly curious. Hide what?" Sylvia reached into her bag, took out a book, and held it out to him as she said softly, "This is a gift for you." After placing the book in his hands, Sylvia turned away almost immediately and hurried off before he could ask anything more. Alan blinked in surprise, staring at the book now in Deculine's possession. "Professor, what is that?" Deculine let out a tired sigh, his patience worn thin from the journey. "I don't know." The trip had dragged on far too long, and even though it was finally over, exhaustion clung to him heavily. At that moment, all Deculine wanted was to return home and rest in peace. He glanced toward Alan and made a small gesture for him to follow. "Let's head back." Alan straightened at once and replied, "Yes, Professor." During the first ambush, Professor Deculine had succeeded in stabilizing the train, protecting the passengers and working alongside Knight Veron to keep the situation under control. But when the second attack struck, everything changed. The carriage itself was overturned, and the danger became far more violent than before. In the chaos of that moment, Veron appeared to have fallen from the cliff together with the train by some miracle. The VIP carriage where Deculine had been riding remained hanging from the cliff instead of plunging all the way down. Both Deculine and Veron had done everything they could to control the disaster, but during the second ambush, Veron was lost. After hearing all of that, Julie lowered her head and bowed in quiet thanks. Still, her expression, and the faces of the knights standing beside her, grew even darker, each of them sinking into their own troubled thoughts. Julie turned to leave, but the deputy commander stayed behind to ask one more question. "Did he leave anything behind?" Deculine answered evenly. "Regrettably, nothing." The deputy commander pressed further. "What about the ones behind the ambush? Surely you know who they were." Deculine replied, "I'm sorry, but there is an unwritten rule regarding crimes exposed on the route to Berkt. We are not meant to investigate them further, so I cannot assist you with that." Later, Julie silently made her way to the cliff where Veron had fallen, standing before that cold drop as the weight of his loss settled over her once again. She stared far off into the empty distance, sorrow pooling in her eyes as if the weight of the moment had finally settled on her chest. Had she truly lost the right hand she trusted most, just like that? She had never imagined Veron would disappear in such a meaningless, pointless way. "You absolute fool!" she muttered bitterly. The words leaving her lips like a curse, meant for someone who could no longer answer. Meanwhile, back at Deculine's mansion, the air was anything but calm. His sister, Yeriel, had exploded in anger, her voice sharp enough to shake the entire household. "You wrote another family check for some ridiculous waste of money?" Yeriel snapped, nearly trembling from rage. The butler hurriedly stepped in to hold her back, lowering his head as he pleaded. "Please, calm yourself, milady." But Yeriel was nowhere near finished. She turned her full fury on Deculine, shouting, "Have you already forgotten everything? Our family is not swimming in money the way you seem to imagine. If this continues, we will not even survive 2 months, much less keep feeding your pointless spending. Do you ever think before doing anything?" Deculine thought back to the wand he had bought from Bercht, remembering how the price had been even higher than he expected. So this outburst was the result of that check. But if House Euclane's finances could truly last only 2 months, then this was no longer something he could ignore. He kept his voice steady and tried to soothe her. "Calm down, Yeriel. I already have a way to bring money in." Yeriel's eyes sharpened at once, and she demanded, "What way?" The two of them headed down into the family vault, where the treasures Deculine had purchased at an earlier auction were being kept. Each item had cost a fortune, and the room itself seemed packed with expensive things. Yeriel looked around with open suspicion, her expression twisting as she asked, "What exactly are you planning now? Didn't you buy all of these just to show off how wealthy you were?" Deculine let out a tired breath, clearly irritated by her shouting. "First, calm yourself. Speak like a proper lady instead of throwing a tantrum. You're supposed to become the next head of this family, aren't you?" Yeriel's temper flared even hotter. "What did you just say? You have the nerve to criticize how I speak when you're the one pushing this family toward bankruptcy." Ignoring Yeriel's furious complaints, Deculine walked deeper into the vault. At first he had never understood why auction treasures gave off such a strangely luxurious, almost excessive aura. Back then, he had assumed it worked the same way as investing in art in the real world, expensive objects gaining value simply because people decided they were worth something. But while preparing for Berkt, Deculine had discovered the proper way to use these treasures. If handled correctly, they were not just decorations, they could become a source of incredible wealth. He lifted one hand and activated Midas Touch. A soft glow of golden mana spread from his fingertips, wrapping around an ancient vase until the entire piece shimmered as though its hidden worth had awakened. Yariel frowned from behind him, completely unimpressed by what she saw. "Why are you just standing there and waving your hand around? Have you finally lost your mind?" Deculine ignored her jab and turned to the butler with a calm order. "I will put these items up for auction again. Call an appraiser." Yariel's face changed instantly. "What? You only just bought these, and now you want to sell them?" Yariel shouted. "Antiques are meant to be kept. You will be lucky to get even half of what you paid." Deculine cut in coldly. "Be quiet, Yariel." Her voice rose again. "Be quiet. You of all people are telling me that while you throw our money away?" Deculine turned away from her and called to the servant with firm authority. "Roy, bring an appraiser here and have these items moved." The butler immediately bowed his head and answered. "Understood." As Deculine glanced at the transformed vase, his confidence settled. He had made the correct decision. The vase now radiated a glow of prosperity, and its details were far from ordinary. It was a work crafted by an Eastern master artisan, shaped with his heart, soul, and every bit of talent he possessed. Thanks to the effect of Midas Touch, the vase's dormant potential had been awakened. Any flowers placed inside it would never wither, and over time, they would slowly become new blossoms, each petal carrying a mid to high-grade recovery effect. Deculine allowed a faint smile to appear. A vase that had cost 2.5 million LN had now become something so valuable that he almost did not want to sell it at all. "Handle it carefully," Deculine warned as the servants prepared to move the vase. "If you damage it, none of you will be able to afford the cost." Yariel watched the entire scene in stunned silence, unable to find the words to respond. At last, Yariel forced herself to speak. "We need to talk. Are you seriously selling all of this? Do you want our family ruined that badly?" Deculine answered without hesitation. "Do not worry, we will make a profit." Yariel immediately snapped back. "What am I not supposed to worry about? Explain it properly." Deculine, already tired of the argument, smoothly dodged the conversation. It seems it is time for work. We can continue this later." At the academy, inside the Magic Exploration Club room, the atmosphere was completely different from the tension at the mansion. Ephorine and her friends were gathered together, laughing and playing with the carefree energy of students finally able to enjoy themselves. Ephorine placed down a 3-card straight with a confident flick of her hand, winning the round so easily that it almost looked unfair. She laughed brightly and said, "I do not even know what this hand is called. Just leave it there." One of her friends groaned in disbelief. "No way. Ephorine won 3 rounds already?" Another burst out laughing. "Ha, that means I'm free from cleaning duty for a week. I was this close to winning," one friend complained, staring at the cards in frustration. "If I had just drawn one more card, I would have had it." Ephorine answered with a smug little smile. Losers do not get to make excuses. The whole group broke into cheerful laughter, and for Ephorine, that warmth felt almost unreal, like a dream she had once lost and never expected to find again. Ephorine Luna had been born into a baron's family, but her path had never been easy or comfortable. Unlike many of the students around her, she had not been able to attend the academy from the beginning. After entering the tower, she had been met with hateful stares from nobles and cruel treatment from professors who looked down on her. Hardship after hardship had forced her to lower her head, and every quiet bow carried the weight of the grievances she had swallowed. And yet, after all of that, she had never imagined there would come a day when she could sit in a club room like this, laughing freely with people she could truly call friends. Ephorine smiled with genuine warmth and said, "I'm really starting to love this original Magic Exploration Club." A red-haired girl immediately corrected her, sounding half serious and half amused. "Overall, we are just a normal Magic Exploration Club." "Watch how you say it, Ephorine." Ephorine grinned back without taking offense. "Oh, is that so? Sorry about that, Min." Before she could finish relaxing into the moment, the door opened, and a harsh voice cut through the room. "What is all this noise? You stupid brats! What exactly is this club even doing?" The ones who had entered were Professors Relin and Beck, both looking furious. Beck sneered as he spoke to Relin. "Professor, these low-life commoners are wasting tower space on this nonsense." Ephorine's face immediately hardened. "Those two again. Every time commoners were involved, they appeared like trouble waiting to happen." Relin's eyes moved to the sign on the room, and his expression twisted with contempt. "Normal Magic Exploration Club? How utterly ridiculous!" He barked at the students. "What are you children doing here?" Even though his presence was unwelcome, Ephorine had already expected something like this might happen. She kept her tone polite and answered carefully. We submitted a club proposal, and it was approved. This is an official club. Ellen snapped at once, practically snarling like a rabid dog. What? Who in the world approved such a stupid club? Then his eyes landed on Ephraim more closely, and recognition crept into his voice. Wait, you're that punished commoner from before, aren't you? Ephraim's eyes narrowed, anger flashing across her face. There it was again, that word commoner, spoken like an insult. Beck noticed her glare and immediately mocked her. Look at that insolent brat. She even dares to stare at a professor with those filthy eyes. Hey dog, are you even listening? Beck spat, his voice dripping with contempt. Fix that ignorant attitude of yours. Beside Ephraim, one of her friends quickly leaned in and whispered with alarm. Ephraim, calm down. From behind Relin, Beck wore a smug little grin, clearly savoring every second of it. Watching a commoner student get scolded seemed to amuse him far more than it should have. Beck lifted his chin and sneered. Fine then, if you're so confident, go ahead and say it. There's no way any professor actually approved a trashy club like this. Ephraim's eyes suddenly widened, her expression freezing for a split second, as if that question had struck something she had not fully considered until now. Beck immediately seized on her reaction, his grin growing wider. See? I knew it. You cheeky little brats were just making up nonsense trying to fool me. Right in the middle of those insults, a cold, familiar voice cut cleanly through the room. I approved it. I authorized the formation of this club myself. Deculine stepped into view and fixed his icy gaze on Relin. Do you have a problem with my decision, Professor Relin? That chilling stare carried enough pressure to silence the old man on the spot, and Relin could only stammer. What? Ephraim stared at Deculine with suspicion written across her face. Why had Professor Deculine appeared at this exact moment? His sudden arrival changed the entire atmosphere, pressing the room into a heavy, breathless silence. As she looked at him, Ephraim could not tell whether she felt grateful, wary, or simply confused, and the same uneasy questions seemed to pass through everyone there. Would everything begin to change from this moment on, and could they keep walking the path they had chosen until the very end? At that moment, Deculine stood directly between the students and the two professors who had come there to intimidate commoners, his presence alone forcing the room to quiet down. His expression showed clear displeasure, and his voice was calm enough to sound even more dangerous. I approve the formation of this club. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Relin? I heard you shouting all the way from the hall, Deculine continued, his eyes never leaving Relin. If there is a problem, then say it clearly. Did I need your permission to approve this club? The sharp exchange made the students tense up, their shoulders stiffening as the room filled with pressure. For Deculine, it had already been an exhausting day, and this was merely another irritation piled on top of everything else. Ariel had spent the morning scolding him over money, and now, while he was supposed to be teaching, these two had interrupted him with their pointless commotion. Even worse, Relin had dared to raise his voice and throw insults around. Under Deculine's stare, Relin's face quickly lost its color, sweat forming as he hurriedly stammered. Sir, that is not what I meant. Relin quickly pointed toward the clubroom, grasping for the flimsiest excuse he could find. Isn't this place simply too shabby? I only thought that mages of the Imperial University Magic Tower deserved better equipment and proper furnishings, Relin said with a forced laugh. Ha ha. Seeing the room in this state upset me, that is all. I will take responsibility and replace everything with something better, Relin added quickly. Deculine's expression eased just a little, though he could tell at once that the old man was as slippery as any seasoned con artist. Still, since Relin's excuse would not harm him, Deculine accepted it smoothly. You are always considerate, Professor Relin. This room is indeed old and worn down. I will keep your offer in mind. Then Deculine turned his gaze toward Beck, the one who had clearly stirred up the trouble. His voice dropped colder than before. Lowly schemers always behave this way. Since they are capable of nothing else, they create trouble wherever they go. With those words, Deculine turned and left the room, leaving both professors frozen in place, too stunned to immediately respond. Beck burned with humiliation, his face twisting in anger. But he could do nothing except grit his teeth. In front of Deculine, he had no power to fight back. Soon after, the setting moved to Deculine's classroom, where the students gathered for the day's lesson amid a low buzz of whispers and curious glances. It's been a while since Professor Deculine held class, hasn't it? One student murmured. Yeah, he was busy and Berked. I wonder what happened there. Another replied with a shrug. Who knows, but that train attack was in last month's Witch magazine, someone else whispered. Right, I saw it too. They said the entire train floated. That's insane. While the room quietly buzzed with rumors, Sylvia calmly kept her eyes on Deculine. Sylvia leaned slightly toward her friend and asked, Do you think he will talk about Berked? At the front of the classroom, Deculine placed one hand on the desk and gave a single firm command. Silence. The room immediately settled, and Deculine's lesson began. We'll begin the lecture, so listen carefully, Deculine said, his voice even and controlled. Today's topic is pure elements and magical interference. To put it simply, he continued, Magical interference occurs when one mage's spell is blocked, disrupted, and then overtaken by another mage's magic. Deculine let the words settle before moving on. We will start with a warm-up. At his signal, Alan stepped forward carrying a box filled with magic stones. Deculine gave a sharp snap of his fingers, and in that instant, his spell activated. The magic stones rose from the box, wrapped in Deculine's mana as they floated into the air. Their soft glow spread through the classroom, giving the entire space a strange, mesmerizing atmosphere. One by one, the stones drifted across the room, each one stopping in front of a different student, as if carefully assigned. Sylvia received one, and so did Ephorine, the glowing stones hovering just close enough to tempt them. Deculine looked over the class and explained, "Each magic stone in front of you is worth 3,000 elm. I will keep them suspended with my psychic power," he said. "Your task is to interfere with that control and seize the stone for yourselves. If you succeed, the stone is yours." The moment Ephorine heard that, she slapped both hands onto the table in excitement. "Yes, Professor." For a poor noble like her, 3,000 elm was no small amount. Her red-haired friend quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment and whispered, "Ephorine, don't shout while the professor is speaking." Although Deculine was clearly annoyed by the interruption, he continued without lingering on it. For any spellcaster, preventing interference is just as important as casting powerful magic. If your spell is disrupted midway, you lose. Those with strong magical defenses will always have the advantage. In this lesson, give it everything you have. Without wasting another moment, the students began pushing their mana outward, each one trying to break through Deculine's psychic control and claim the floating stones. The classroom fell into a tense silence, with no one willing to miss such a valuable chance. As the students struggled, Deculine thought back to what he had accomplished. He had lifted an entire train before, but in truth, he had only recently mastered the basics of psychic power. He needed to keep using it until it became natural. At the same time, he wondered how long he could maintain psychic power against 150 young mages, and how he would fare against the most talented among them. Sylvia and Ephorine both poured their focus into interfering with his magic, but Deculine's control did not yield easily. Ephorine, still full of energy, fixed her eyes on the stone in front of her. Magical tools were expensive, and her funding was already nearly gone. Since Professor Deculine was handing out magic stones, she thought she might as well gratefully take one. Sylvia glanced sideways at Ephorine, and Deculine's earlier words echoed in her mind. Ephorine had succeeded through skill. That thought lit a fire inside Sylvia. She could not allow herself to lose, especially not to Ephorine. The rivalry between the two prodigies grew sharper in that moment, with neither one willing to back down or fail. Around them, however, the other students began to falter against Deculine's psychic power, unable to push past his control. Some students strained so hard that blood trickled from their noses, while others trembled from the effort, their bodies shaking under the pressure, and yet they still could not take the stones. Alan could not hide his amazement as he watched from the side. "Professor, you're incredible. Even while facing 150 opponents, your control is flawless. The students can't interfere with you at all." Even Deculine was a little surprised by the sight. He had expected the freshmen to struggle, but he had not expected them to push themselves so hard that some would end up bleeding from the nose, draining their strength completely, and still fail to take control. Then, all at once, one of the floating stones shook. His psychic power was disrupted for the first time, and Deculine's eyes immediately shifted toward the student who had broken through. As expected, Sylvia Josephine Alade was the first to succeed. But even she was breathing heavily, her shoulders rising and falling as exhaustion showed plainly on her face, proving just how difficult the task had been. After securing her stone, Sylvia slowly turned her gaze toward Ephorine, checking whether her rival had managed to succeed as well. When she saw that Ephorine had not yet broken through, Sylvia quietly released a breath of relief. For the moment, she was the only one who had won, and that meant she had taken the lead again. Deculine approached her with his usual calm expression and offered a brief but clear compliment. "Well done, Sylvia. You are the first to succeed." Sylvia looked slightly startled by the praise, as if she had not expected him to say it so directly, then gave a small nod in response. Deculine had known that Sylvia was capable of doing it, but seeing how much effort it demanded from her made him realize that the challenge had been tougher than even he expected. He swept his gaze across the rest of the classroom and asked, "Is there no one else?" All around him, the students continued struggling desperately, but not a single miracle seemed ready to appear. Before the moment could fully pass, Deculine paused and corrected himself. "No, another one has just succeeded." Sylvia's eyes widened in shock. "What?" And just as expected, Ephorine's talent finally revealed itself, shining through at the very last moment. Ephorine looked as if she might collapse any second, but even through her pale face and ragged breathing, a bright grin spread across her lips. "Hey, I did it! That 3,000 elm is mine!" Sylvia's expression immediately soured. The rivalry between the two of them had only grown sharper. And from this point on, it promised to become even fiercer and far more interesting. Across the room, the students kept pouring every bit of strength they had into the exercise, sweat running down their faces as they strained to pierce Deculine's magical defense and seize the shimmering stones. Their faces grew haggard from the effort, and some even had blood dripping from their noses, yet they still clenched their teeth and refused to back down. Seeing the room descend into chaos, Deculine frowned and ordered the preliminary test to stop before it turned into a complete disaster. No sooner had he spoken than one student, pale and green-faced, suddenly vomited from dizziness, while another lost strength entirely and collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Deculine pressed a hand to his face and let out a weary sigh. "You lot are pathetic. Take a break now and clean up this horrific mess." The students slowly forced themselves to stand, their legs shaking so badly that they looked ready to fall over again, then began shuffling away in exhausted silence. Julie, still panting and drained from the exercise, turned toward Ephraim with a mix of curiosity and admiration. "Ephraim, how did you do it? I gave it everything I had, thought I was going to die, and still couldn't break through." Ephraim, pale and slumped over her desk, answered with a weak smile. "I nearly died too. I can't even feel my tongue right now." "But," Ephraim added, her voice still faint, "I really did realize something." Julie's eyes widened at once, her tired expression filling with eagerness. "What? What did you realize?" Ephraim smirked slightly, her eyes sparkling despite her exhaustion. "I'm not that good with psychic power, but when I pierced Professor Deculine's magic, it felt like tearing through an invisible curtain. It was amazing." Julie immediately squealed in envy. "Gods, I'm so jealous." Ephraim, nearby, Sylvia watched the exchange in silence, her brows tightening as confusion and frustration stirred inside her. It made no sense to her. How had someone considered a bottom ranker suddenly risen all the way to second place? A troubling thought crossed Sylvia's mind. Could the rumors be true? Was Deculine really giving Ephraim private tutoring in secret? Had he lied to her? The thought made Sylvia's gaze sharpen, and she glared directly at Ephraim. Her eyes burned with irritation as she stared. What was so special about that dimwit? But beneath Sylvia's disdain, her caution rose to a new level. After all, Ephraim had been prophesied as one of the 3 great archmages of this era. Sylvia gritted her teeth, unable to ignore the danger in front of her. She was far too arrogant. After that brutal warm-up finally ended, Deculine returned to the podium, and his steady voice carried through the classroom as he began explaining the magic they had just experienced. "In practice, you threw everything you had into disrupting my magic and psychic power," Deculine said. "However, there is a much simpler way to counter psychic power without exhausting yourselves to that extent. Those who succeeded may have already sensed it," he continued. "It is not some mysterious secret or advanced trick hidden beyond your reach. It is surprisingly simple: mana disruption." His voice remained calm and captivating as he let the term settle over the room, then continued his explanation. "Unlike blocking a spell after it has already been cast, mana disruption is the technique of understanding an opponent's magic and breaking it apart before it can fully take shape. However, it comes with a major limitation," Deculine added. "Only mages who possess multiple magic circles are capable of using it, and even then, it only works against magic they understand well. In actual combat, it is rarely used, because shields and counter magic are usually safer and more reliable. If you want to truly excel," Deculine said, his tone sharpening, "then you must be willing to attempt what others avoid. I want every one of you to master mana disruption. The hardest part is locating the central pulse of a magic circle. Every spell, whether it is offensive, supportive, or elemental, has its own distinct pulse hidden within its structure. Once you can trace that pulse, you can disrupt the spell. With enough training, the process will eventually become second nature." Deculine continued the lecture, turning toward the board and pointing to the diagrams he had drawn. "Now I will teach you how to find the central pulse of common magic circles. Look at Thunderhammer," he said. "Attack spells tend to have a pulse that burns outward, bright and violent like fireworks. Support and healing spells, on the other hand, move more gently, flowing in a softer pattern like this." The students scribbled as fast as their hands could move, trying desperately to keep up. But Deculine's pace did not slow down at all, and several of them began to panic under the relentless flood of information. The lecture continued like that for 2 full hours, with Deculine pushing through the material, without giving the exhausted students much room to breathe. At last, Deculine glanced at the clock and stopped mid-flow. "The lesson is not finished, but time is up. You wasted my time earlier, so I will not accept complaints," he said coldly. "Study what you were given, reflect on it properly, and grasp the remaining parts yourselves. The midterm is approaching, and it will include an open practical exam. Engrave today's lesson into your bones because it will be critical. Class dismissed. Goodbye." With that, Deculine left as swiftly as a passing storm, leaving the stunned students behind with their mouths hanging open. "Huh? He didn't even finish and just walked out?" One student muttered in disbelief. "What is with that professor? It feels like he abandoned us in the middle of the lesson." Julie stretched her stiff body and groaned. Gods, how are we supposed to figure all of this out? I'm completely dead. Beside her, Ephraim looked strangely radiant, as bright as sunlight after a storm. But today, Ephraim said with a glowing smile, I feel like I opened a new door. I can't really explain it, but it was incredible. A sharp, unpleasant voice suddenly cut into the moment. Hey, Ephraim! Commoner representative? Ephraim turned around and saw Beck standing there, the loathsome snitch wearing that same smug noble sneer on his face. Her red-haired friend immediately snapped at him, already bracing for trouble. Beck, what do you want this time? Last time, you dragged Professor Rellin here just to mess with us. She continued, glaring at him. So what is it now? What's itching you this time? Beck curled his lips into a crooked smirk, his eyes full of open mockery. Gods, you commoners really do love putting on a show. Ephraim, how exactly did someone crawling around at rock bottom suddenly climb all the way to second place? Ephraim stayed strangely calm in the face of his sneer, only letting out a dismissive little scoff through her nose.
I could explain it to you, but honestly, I doubt your head could keep up.
Before Ephraim could even finish brushing him off, Beck's expression twisted nastier, and he threw out an insult without hesitation. So what, did a homeless, penniless commoner like you bribe the professor somehow? The moment those words hit her ears, Ephraim's temper surged like fire through her veins. Her eyes sharpened, and she barked back with a furious roar. What did you just say? Beck only sneered harder, acting as if he had just stated something obvious. The truth, everyone already knows you've been getting private lessons from Deculine. Ephraim snapped at once, her voice rising sharply. That's complete nonsense. I never did anything like that. Nearby, Sylvia remained quiet, but her gaze flickered with a cold, curious shine. Beck leaned into the accusation, his tone growing more smug with every word. It's clear as day, and you're still denying it? A dunce, who was practically outside the academy, suddenly improves that fast? He clicked his tongue as if the answer was already settled. Deculine must be favoring you, right? Tossing mana stones your way like charity for a lucky little commoner. A harsh ripple of mana burst around Ephraim as her patience finally cracked. Her teeth ground together. Her fists tightened at her sides, and for a second, she looked ready to knock Beck straight to the floor. Ephraim had always been quick to flare when her emotions took over, and this time was no different. Her voice exploded across the space as she growled. Say that again? Beck's noble pride was stung, and instead of backing off, he lifted his chin with arrogant defiance. You think I won't, filthy commoner? The air between them tightened and crackled as if one wrong breath would set everything off. Sylvia's heart gave a nervous jump as she watched the two of them square off, the tension rising so fast that even she began to worry about what might happen next. Just before Ephraim could move, Julie reached out and grabbed her firmly, stopping her before that anger could turn into action. Let it go, Ephraim, Julie warned, keeping her grip steady. Don't let your temper take control of you right now. Julie's voice lowered with urgency as she reminded her of the danger. If you get punished again, it could ruin everything you've worked for. Those words cut through Ephraim's rage and dragged her back to herself. In that instant, Deculine's advice echoed in her mind. As a mage, she had to keep her head cool. If she hit Beck here, all of her effort would collapse in a single moment. Ephraim slowly pulled her hand free from Julie's grip, her face still dark with anger, yet she forced a bright smile onto her lips. Thanks, Julie, Ephraim said, letting out a heated breath as she steadied herself. You're right. I let myself get way too worked up. I almost lost a simple argument to brainless trash. Julie exhaled in relief and muttered, Good, at least you're calm now. Beck's face flushed purple with rage as he snapped. What did you just call me? Ephraim answered with a cheerful grin, her voice suddenly light and almost sing-song. Julie, let's grab something tasty on the way back. Julie nodded without hesitation. Sure. The two walked off together, leaving Beck behind, seething as he spat. I'm not done with you. Sylvia watched them go from a short distance away, her eyes following Ephraim's back. A faint curve slowly formed at the edge of her lips. To Sylvia, the whole situation had begun to look far more interesting than expected, as if an entertaining little storm was about to break loose. Outside the academy grounds, Ephraim walked down the path with heavy steps, the anger she had swallowed still burning hot beneath the surface. She clenched her teeth so hard her jaw ached. Thanks to Julie, I managed to hold back. But what am I supposed to do about that damn Beck? Her shoulders trembled as she muttered under her breath. I feel like I'm going to explode. Then, almost by chance, Ephraim noticed someone standing ahead as if they had been waiting for her. Still fuming, she grumbled. What am I supposed to do with that elite jerk? But the moment she clearly saw who it was, Ephraim froze in place. Sylvia, what is she doing here? Sylvia stepped closer with quiet, measured steps, her voice soft like a passing breeze, while her eyes remained cold as ice. Can we talk for a bit? Their gazes locked, and the air between them seemed to freeze solid, pressing down with suffocating tension. Sylvia's suspicion burned beneath that calm face, and the rivalry between them suddenly felt ready to shift into something far more dangerous. The instant Ephraim heard Sylvia's request, her face twisted with a mix of confusion, annoyance, and leftover anger from everything that had just happened. What's her problem now? Ephraim thought, her eyes narrowing. Is she looking for a fight too? Because this is seriously the worst possible timing. I just want to be left alone. Sylvia didn't flinch at Ephraim's fiery reaction. Instead, she went straight for the point, her voice turning cold and precise. You're receiving private lessons from Professor Deculine, aren't you? That single question poured oil straight onto the anger Ephraim had barely managed to contain. She erupted on the spot, shouting, "What did you say? I knew you were here to pick a fight. Fine, bring it on. Why are you even asking me that? What do you know about my past with Deculine? Why would I need private lessons from him? You don't know anything. Did you stop me here just to throw that nonsense in my face? Why is everyone trying to mess with me today?" Seeing that raw, explosive reaction spill out of Ephraim without the slightest hesitation, Sylvia understood one thing clearly. Ephraim wasn't lying. Sylvia turned her gaze away, and her tone lost some of its sharp edge. "I understand." Ephraim only huffed in irritation. "Whatever, who cares?" Sylvia's lips lifted into a small smirk. "Who cares? Then let me ask you something. Did you know, after your father died, Deculine didn't set foot inside the lab even once for 3 entire years?" Ephraim's expression instantly brightened with proud satisfaction. "Ha, obviously, what could Deculine possibly do without my father? My father was a legendary genius." But that smug confidence began to fade as Sylvia's next words cut in, sharp and clean like a blade. "Then you should also know this. 3 months ago, he started going to that lab every single day. He's been cleaning it, choosing assistants, and buying piles of magical tools. So, what do you think he's preparing to do in there?" Ephraim's face shifted at once, her arrogance draining away and giving way to doubt. Her eyes widened in visible shock as she whispered, "No, that's impossible." A terrible thought pushed into her mind before she could stop it. "Is he trying to revive my father's research? No, Deculine doesn't have the talent to do something like that." Her fists clenched tightly at her sides, trembling with the force of her refusal, as if her whole body was trying to reject the idea before it could take root. Still, Ephraim forced herself to sound calm, though her strained voice betrayed her shaken heart. "Who knows? Maybe he's just doing some experiment. He's a professor after all. But what does any of that have to do with me?" When Sylvia saw that Ephraim was no longer so easy to provoke, a mysterious smile touched her face, and she slowly turned as if the conversation was already over. "Nothing," Sylvia said lightly. "I just thought I'd tell you in case you hadn't heard about it yet. Don't worry too much." After Sylvia disappeared from view, Ephraim remained standing there in a daze, unable to move for a while. Her thoughts churned restlessly as one question repeated in her mind. What is he really planning? Several days later, during Deculine's class, the students found themselves gathered not in their usual lecture hall, but inside an unfamiliar arena that immediately made everyone uneasy. Low whispers spread through the crowd from every direction. Standing near Ephraim, Julie looked around the strange place with a puzzled expression. "What kind of practice is this supposed to be?" Julie murmured. "Why bring us all the way out here?" Ephraim gave a small shrug, though her eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Who knows? He's probably planning something again." Without warning, Beck moved in from the side and shoved Julie's shoulder, wearing that same smug smirk, as if he had been waiting for a chance to stir trouble. Julie immediately snapped toward him, ready to fire back. But Ephraim caught her and pulled her back before things could escalate. In a low voice, she said, "That blockhead again. Ignore him, Julie. Don't waste your energy on a brainless jerk like that." Then from the raised platform, Deculine appeared before the gathered students. His presence alone seemed to press the entire arena into silence, and when he spoke, his voice rang out like thunder. "Class, silence." Deculine's gaze swept over the gathered students, calm and unreadable. "It's time. As I announced earlier, today will be your final practice session before the midterm exam." With a sharp snap of Deculine's fingers, the heavy curtains covering the arena stand suddenly dropped away. In an instant, the hidden seats were revealed, packed with a roaring crowd whose cheers rolled through the arena like a wave. Standing at the very center of the arena, Deculine raised his voice so every student and spectator could hear him clearly. "Today's exercise will be a public battle." Ephraim and Julie both froze with wide eyes, their mouths slightly open as they stared up at the massive audience. "Gods, there are so many people here," Deculine continued without the slightest change in expression, his voice steady and firm. "In front of this audience, each of you will engage in magical combat. Every student will face one opponent and use everything they have learned to bring that opponent down. During the battle, you must cast at least 3 different pure elemental spells. Do not become obsessed with victory alone," Deculine warned, his eyes moving across the class. "Your priority is proper spell execution. I will be watching closely, recording your strengths and weaknesses so you can improve before the midterm." Deculine then gestured toward the side of the arena. Professor Relin will make sure no one dies during the exercise, so there is no need to hold back. Relin burst into loud laughter and puffed himself up. Haha, leave that part to me. Deculine gave a small nod as if that settled everything. If there are no questions, we will begin. First participant, step forward and choose your opponent. One match after another began to unfold in the arena, the atmosphere growing livelier with each clash. The students slowly adjusted to the pressure of the crowd, and their magic visibly sharpened under the weight of all those watching eyes. Below the platform, Deculine wrote his observations with careful precision, his pen moving steadily across the page. Meanwhile, Relin was already struggling to keep up with the pace of the battles around him. As the practice continued, the quality of the fights rose noticeably. Bit by bit, the students stopped worrying about the audience and began focusing on their spells instead. Of course, for a few students, that overwhelming pressure barely mattered at all. Sylvia Josephine Alade stood out immediately, moving through her match with effortless grace. She overwhelmed her opponent so cleanly that the victory looked as light and natural as a passing breeze. Watching from the side, Beck and the other nobles around him burst into gleeful laughter, clearly enjoying the sight of another defeated commoner. "Ha ha! Another commoner crushed already?" one of them mocked. "People like that should just serve us, not embarrass themselves inside the Imperial Magic Tower." Farine clenched her jaw, her eyes burning as she listened to their laughter. Those bastards! If they had to fight Sylvia, they'd be the ones getting their butts kicked. Then she turned toward her friend, softening her expression as much as she could. "Cheer up, Ferris. You did great out there." A moment later, Deculine's voice rang through the arena again. "Beck, step forward. Choose your opponent." Beck's lips curled into an ugly smirk as he raised his hand and pointed without hesitation. "I choose Ephorine." His finger remained fixed on her, his grin widening as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. "I want her." Ephorine let out a sharp scoff, and her aura flared around her like a warning flame. "Oh, you're on. Ready to eat dirt?" In the middle of the vast arena, the two of them faced each other like predators circling before a fight, their gazes sparking with open hostility. Beck tilted his head and sneered across the distance. "Are you sure you'll be okay? Your private tutor isn't here to save you now." Ephorine fired back instantly, her voice sharp enough to cut. "All your mouth is good for is barking nonsense. Did your parents only teach you how to spit garbage? And look at that cheap Deculine knockoff outfit. Aren't you embarrassed wearing that?" Beck's pride took the hit dead on, and his face twisted as he roared. "What?" Ephorine lifted one hand, mana gathering around her in a fierce rush. "I'll show everyone that your magic is just as pathetic as you are." The two rushed into action at the same time, their anger blazing through every movement. Beck bellowed across the arena. "Lowly insect!" Mana gathered around Beck in a violent surge, and he unleashed a fierce counterspell with a venomous shout. "I'll send you to the underworld to meet your parents." The spell tore through the air straight toward Ephorine, forcing her to retreat as the pressure pushed against her body. A heavy explosion erupted across the arena floor, blasting dust and debris upward until the space between them was swallowed in a thick cloud. Beck laughed loudly through the haze, already convinced of his victory. "Aha, idiot!" But that smug grin slowly stiffened when he noticed something was wrong. The spell he had fired began to twist and warp, no longer moving the way he intended. Ephorine had interfered with it. Instead of dodging blindly, she had seized control of Beck's own magic right in front of him. Her eyes gleamed coldly through the dust, and her voice dropped with icy confidence. "There's an old saying in the Imperial Magic Tower, nobles deserve a thorough thrashing." With a decisive motion, Ephorine redirected Beck's spell straight back at him. Panic flashed across his face, and he tried to run, but a pampered noble's speed was nowhere near enough to escape. The blow landed cleanly and sent Beck sprawling across the arena floor in complete humiliation. From the stands, Julie shouted with bright excitement, "Amazing! Ephorine!" Of course, that so-called old saying did not actually exist at all. Beck dragged himself across the ground, crawling in the dust with his pride shattered in front of everyone. Ephorine walked over to him with confident steps, planted her hands on her hips, and looked down at him proudly. "So, how does it feel getting stomped by an insect?" Beck glared up at her from the dirt, his voice twisted with humiliation and fury. "That was just luck, you filthy commoner." From a distance, Deculine watched the pathetic ending and shook his head slightly. "These fools, finished already? I invited all these spectators, and there was hardly anything exciting to see." Ephorine immediately cut in, her eyes still bright from the battle. "If you're bored, then give me another shot. I was supposed to use 3 elemental spells, but I only had to use 1 because my opponent was too weak. The fight ended before I could even finish properly." Deculine considered her words, then gave a calm nod. "I see, that is not your fault. Very well. Choose any opponent for the next round." Without even a second of hesitation, Ephorine raised her hand and pointed directly at Deculine himself, her voice steady and unwavering. "I choose Professor Deculine. May I?" The arena exploded at once. the crowd roaring with shock and excitement, as if they were about to witness a battle that could shake the entire place. Ifarine's bold declaration sent a frenzy of gasps and whispers rippling through the stands. Is she insane? Professor Rellen's face flushed purple with anger as he shouted. What? Look at that crazy brat. Do you even understand what you're blabbering about? Down below, Sylvia narrowed her eyes, watching Ephraim with a sharp, suspicious gaze as confusion stirred restlessly inside her chest. Harsh criticism flew from every direction like daggers, but Ephraim stood tall in the middle of it all, completely unfazed. Her eyes burned with fierce determination as she thought, just as expected. Everyone around her was visibly stunned. But Ephraim wasn't some reckless fool throwing herself forward without thinking. This was the one opening she had been waiting for, a rare golden chance to stand against Professor Deculine himself. Even if the others mocked her for it, even if they cursed her nerve, as long as she could seize this moment, every bit of it would be worth it. Not far away, Deculine watched the situation unfold, the corner of his mouth slowly lifting into a faint, unreadable smile. The atmosphere grew even sharper, and Rellen, still burning from the humiliation he had suffered before, suddenly raised his voice. See? That girl has no idea what she's doing. But Deculine cut through his outburst with a cold, steady tone. Enough, Professor Rellen. Calm yourself. Rellen flinched and stammered back. But that brat! Deculine turned his gaze toward Ephraim, his voice carrying clearly through the arena.
Well done. I accept your proposal.
I said you could choose anyone, Deculine continued, standing there with absolute composure. There are no exceptions. I will be your opponent. He raised one hand slightly, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, commanding edge. However, it would hardly be fair for a professor with no restrictions to face a freshman head-on. So I'll allow you to attack first. If you can make me take even a single step from this spot, you win. Ephraim answered with a bright smile that seemed almost fearless, though a flicker of nervousness trembled deep in her eyes. Got it! The two of them stood facing each other inside the suddenly quiet arena, with only the thin whistle of the wind and the dusty swirl of sand moving between them. Inside Ephraim's chest, her heart hammered so violently it felt like it might burst through her ribs. The moment she had dreamed about for so long was finally real. She was standing face to face with Deculine, and Deculine's voice rolled across the arena like distant thunder. If you're ready, begin. Ephraim didn't waste even a heartbeat. Sharp arrows of wind burst into existence around her, slicing in from every direction as they all converged on Deculine. She knew better than anyone that the difference between their power was far too wide to overcome right now. Even so, she refused to back down, her eyes burning as she fixed them on him. This was the enemy she would someday defeat to settle everything between them, and this fight would show her exactly how far she still had to climb, pouring everything she had into the attack. Ephraim layered wind and fire together, shaping a dazzling dual-element spell that burst outward like brilliant fireworks across the arena. Deculine remained exactly where he was, calm and unmoving, watching the spell approach with a trace of intrigue on his lips. Not bad. The spell detonated right in front of him, filling the air with violent force. But even that explosive impact failed to break through Deculine's ironclad defense. Ephraim clenched her teeth and forced out even more power, refusing to let go of the faintest hope. She added earth into the mix, trying to complete a flawless combined attack with every ounce of focus she had. In an instant, the arena was swallowed by roaring fire, thick smoke, and rolling clouds of dust until Deculine's figure disappeared completely from view. Below the arena, Rellen stared with his mouth hanging open, unable to hide his shock. The commoner girl he had looked down on had just unleashed magic powerful enough to make even him feel threatened. The entire audience fell into a stunned silence, every eye locked on the spectacular display as if no one could look away. No one could clearly tell how the attack had ended yet, but Ephraim's spell structure and execution had already reached a level far beyond what anyone expected from a freshman. Deculine had been trapped inside molten earth so hot it resembled lava, but for a high-ranking professor like him, breaking free from such a prison was nothing difficult. He emerged completely unscathed, standing tall amid the fading heat and smoke, his eyes shining with quiet expectation as he watched Ephraim. Ephraim's frustration boiled over, and she shouted with everything in her lungs. "I'm not done yet." A fresh barrage of wind spells tore through the air toward him, one after another, but none of them managed to leave even the slightest meaningful mark. Deculine seemed to decide that the demonstration had gone on long enough, and his calm voice cut through the storm of magic. Your magic has a fatal habit. The larger and more dramatic your casting movements become, the easier they are to read. The moment those words left his mouth, Deculine interfered with the flow of her mana and shattered the spell before it could form. Ephraim froze in place, her eyes widening. What? My magic stopped. He had seen straight through her. Deculine's voice dropped lower, calm but absolute. From this point on, you won't be able to cast in front of me. So tell me, Deculine asked, still not moving from his spot. What will you do now? Ifrine clenched her jaw so hard it looked like she might crack her teeth. Damn it, he blocked everything. But even if my magic won't work, I still have one last trick left. With that thought burning through her, Ifrine suddenly rushed forward, abandoning spellcasting and switching straight into close combat. Her fist tightened, her body lunged in, and she swung with all the strength she could force into that desperate blow. But Deculine didn't even bother stepping aside. He merely lifted his hand and flicked his finger. An unseen force slammed into Ifrine and sent her flying backward, throwing her nearly 10 meters across the arena. She crashed down hard like a stone hitting the ground, her body landing in a pitiful sprawl beneath the eyes of everyone watching. And with that single merciless exchange, the match came to an undeniable end. Deculine quietly considered what he had just witnessed. Ifrine had combined fire, wind, and earth into a brilliant, dazzling assault. Her sensitivity to mana was truly impressive, but without proper elemental control, that gift would never reach its full value. Even so, her talent and ability to sense mana pulses clearly marked her as exceptional. If she had that bracelet, her ability to handle every element would surge to a completely different level. It was no wonder so many people coveted that bracelet. Deculine let out a quiet breath, looking genuinely satisfied. Ifrine was already moving down the right path. Someone with a righteous heart like hers would surely accomplish great things. Then Deculine stepped forward, his voice warmer than before as he addressed everyone. The result is clear. To be honest, he said, looking at Ifrine, you fought well. Ifrine stood there stunned, her eyes widening as the words sank in. Deculine had actually praised her. Deculine turned away after that, leaving one final instruction behind him. Public training is over. Put your focus on the midterm. The students below immediately burst into excited whispers. What? Deculine actually said that. That has to be the first time. Yeah, Ifrine was incredible. The fight with Beck was boring, but this one was amazing. Beck, utterly humiliated after everything that had happened, could only grind his teeth in silence. All of his earlier arrogance completely gone. Ifrine's face slowly lit up with a delighted smile. She had done it. She had been recognized. Her friends came rushing toward her at once, surrounding her with cheers and bright faces. Wow, Ifrine, you were awesome. That was so cool. You're our pride. At the docks, Hunter Ganesha and the rest of her team had already gathered, waiting with restless excitement as they watched the harbor. The ship finally pulled in, and the moment it neared the pier, Ganesha's team hurried forward with bright faces. Leo Kalos, long time no see. You still doing well? A boy sprang down from the ship with a huge grin and answered cheerfully, Ganesha, it's been ages. Then, from up on the deck, a clear voice rang out over the noise of the harbor. Ganesha, welcome. Ganesha's lips curved into a mischievous smile as she looked up and teased. You never miss me, do you? Yuria? Ganesha called, her grin widening. Yuria gave her a playful look and replied lightly, well, maybe just a little. As Yuria gently rubbed the boy's head, the truth behind her identity lingered beneath the surface. She was a girl from the Dodoi Islands, but inside her was Yuara, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend from his former life. The docks were crowded and alive with movement, filled with the cries of sailors and the sharp scent of the sea, and Ganesha's mercenary crew had been waiting there for this exact arrival. As the ship settled into place with the salty breeze rolling in, Ganesha rushed forward without holding back and wrapped Yuria in a warm, crushing hug, her face shining as brightly as the sun. Oh, my darling, I missed you so much! Ganesha squeezed her tightly, full of affection, and Yuria's cheeks flushed at once from this sudden embrace. Her teammates quickly hurried in with alarmed looks, calling out, Captain, easy, you're crushing the poor girl. This is basically bullying a kid. Ganesha burst into hearty laughter and finally let Yuria go, scratching the back of her head with an apologetic smile. All right, my bad. Yuria lowered her gaze after that, her expression growing quiet and thoughtful as distant memories began to stir. She remembered the fateful moment when she had first been thrown into this world. On that day, the blinding light that had filled Deculine's office suddenly swallowed her whole, pulling her away as though her very existence was being erased. The light had flared with unbearable brilliance, wrapping around her from every side until every sound, every shape, and every trace of the world dissolved into pure nothingness. When Yuria finally opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a dazzling, unfamiliar world filled with mystery. The very first voice she heard there belonged to Ganesha, and it was burning with anger. Deculine dares to use a child like this? I'm not taking this job. One of her teammates immediately argued back. Then why did you accept it in the first place? Were you seduced by his charm or something? Do you even know the penalty for canceling? As Yuria stared at those familiar faces, realization struck her hard. These were people she and her team had spent so long designing, yet now they stood before her alive, breathing, and painfully real. Ganesha stepped closer to Yuria, who was sitting there in silence, and softened her voice. You're Yuria, right? Yuria looked around at the dockside breeze, the fading sunset glow, and the strange world surrounding her. Memories of the game's lore surfaced in her mind, and she understood who stood before her: Ganesha and her legendary red mercenaries. If this truly was the world of the game, then she had no choice but to answer. With anxiety coloring her soft voice, she said, "Yes, I'm Yuria." And from that moment, her fated meeting began. Inside the very world she had helped create, Yuria found herself placed at the center of a stormy journey, back in the present. Ganesha's voice carried loudly across the docks. "Hey Leo Kalos, stop running around like that, or you're going to fall." As Yuria held Ganesha's hand, she quietly thought to herself that this woman beside her was Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in the world. For Yuria, the most important goal was simple and brutally clear: she had to survive. And the safest way to do that was to stay close to Ganesha, the strongest shield she could possibly find. At the same time, Yuria would keep searching for a way back to her original world, no matter how faint or impossible that hope seemed. At Deculine's mansion, a package from the Magic City finally arrived in his hands, and the instant he saw it, his heart quickened. It was here. When Deculine opened the package, his eyes lit up with unmistakable satisfaction. Inside rested his custom wand, Eucline's Rockalock staff, a masterpiece crafted by Master Rockalock exclusively for Deculine von Grahan Eucline. Though it was classified as a magic staff, its abilities went far beyond a simple casting tool. It could store up to 500 mana, function like a mana regeneration ring, and support the user's spells with seamless enhancement. Deculine held the staff carefully in his hand, unable to fully hide the awe rising in his chest. Every inch of it was crafted with exquisite precision. Its design carried an almost supreme sense of beauty, the kind that made it feel less like a tool and more like a work of art. But it wasn't only beautiful. The staff could synchronize with its user, adjusting itself to make their magic flow more efficiently and cleanly. It even adapted to match his attire, making it both a fashionable masterpiece and a magical weapon of rare quality. Its unique ability was even more astonishing, as the Euclane staff held tremendous power in exorcism and purification. Deculine muttered under his breath. 9 million Ellens sounded excessive at first, but this is worth every coin. It was both elegant and powerful, and with this in his hand the road ahead would become far easier to walk. Just then, Butler Roy's voice came through the door. "Master, dinner is ready." Deculine turned slightly toward the sound and answered in a calm, soft tone, "I'll be down." When Deculine arrived at the dining table and saw the luxurious dishes laid out before him, he was genuinely stunned. "What is all this?" he asked, looking over the feast. "Aren't our finances supposed to be tight? This spread looks like something prepared for a festival banquet." Across from him, Uriel answered with a slightly shy expression, though she tried to keep her composure. "Of course it's grand. It's meant to boost morale." Roy smiled from the side and explained the situation for her. "Do you remember the antiques we sold according to your orders?" The response was far better than we expected. The auction listing drew in crowds almost immediately, and before long, the whole thing turned into an absolute frenzy. Lady Uriel and I honestly felt like we were dreaming. The money we earned didn't just cover the deficits, it secured the family's stability for years to come. Uriel's cheeks flushed as Roy added with a gentle smile, "This meal is Lady Uriel's way of expressing her gratitude. Please accept it." Deculine smiled warmly and gave a quiet nod, saying nothing more than a simple, sincere compliment. "The meal is delicious." Uriel, however, still couldn't completely drop her usual sharp attitude, and she let out a small huff. "I suppose you do know what you're doing after all?" After that, they ate in calm silence, sharing a rare and peaceful moment that almost felt like true harmony between family. But Deculine couldn't resist adding one small tease as he glanced at her hand. "You're holding the knife wrong, Uriel?" Later, inside his academy office, Deculine sat with a thick stack of documents in hand and let out a weary sigh. The mess left behind by the old Deculine was worse than he expected. It was pure chaos, the kind that made every page feel like another problem waiting to be cleaned up. The midterms drawing closer, Deculine had no choice but to work tirelessly, preparing proper exam questions for his students. Looking for inspiration, he reviewed the questions written by the old Deculine, only for irritation to creep across his face. These weren't exams, they were simply torture designed for students. It was as if the old Deculine had wanted to show off with every question, declaring, "I am Deculine, the supreme mage." The questions practically screamed, "Despair before my exam." More than anything, they exposed the old Deculine's petty arrogance and desire to look superior. Deculine shook his head, unimpressed. The old Deculine seemed to believe that making exams absurdly difficult was proof of greatness. But he had no intention of following that path. What he wanted were questions with meaning. Questions that were challenging, thoughtful, and capable of pushing students to grow. It could be difficult to solve, of course, but reaching the answer should leave the students with real insight and help them take another step toward becoming true mages. With that hope in mind, Deculine glanced toward the final box of materials, wondering if there was anything inside that could actually be useful. Deculine reached into the final stack and pulled out one particular question, only for his eyes to widen the moment he read it. This one was different, completely different from the rest. The structure was polished, The concept was deep, and every line carried a strange elegance, almost as if it had been written by an entirely different person. In that instant, Deculine's thoughts naturally drifted toward Ephraim Luna's father, Kagan Luna. He lowered his gaze to the paper and murmured quietly, wondering if the old Deculine had stolen this question from him. The question was still extremely difficult, but unlike the old Deculine's cruel and arrogant problems, this one stirred genuine curiosity. Anyone who solved it and guided their mana properly would be rewarded with something truly remarkable. Then, all at once, vivid multicolored mana burst out from the paper in Deculine's hand, flooding the office with brilliant light before gathering into the shape of a radiant magical woman. Deculine lifted his head, his eyes sharpening with interest as the figure formed before him. Fascinating. So this was what happened when the problem was solved correctly and mana was channeled through it. Each color shining from the figure represented a different element, and together they blended into a breathtaking display that stirred the room with living magic. For teaching pure elemental magic, it was close to perfect. The exact kind of tool Deculine had been searching for. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a sudden rush of envy. The old Deculine must have recognized the brilliance of this question, yet had never been capable of creating something like it himself. Then Deculine's gaze settled on the woman formed from mana, and a new question surfaced in his mind. Who exactly was she? If Kagan Luna truly wrote this problem, then the woman taking shape from the spell might very well have been Ephraim's mother. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, another quiet moment was unfolding. The principal held a report from the Magic Council in her hands, her eyes moving across the page as she murmured with interest. Quite interesting. The matter concerning the Blood Clan had been postponed until the next meeting, and at the bottom of the document was the signature of Bircht's Grand Elder, Dezekdan. The principal leaned back slightly, considering the result. So this was where the discussion had ended up. Likely because Deculine had strongly opposed suppressing them. It was an unusual change, one she hadn't expected. Her eyes shifted toward the people standing behind her, and her voice lowered with a faint trace of amusement. It isn't only Deculine. All of you gathered here seem to be full of surprises, don't you? The principal of the Imperial Academy's magic tower was Adeline, a mage powerful enough to be considered one of the leading candidates for the title of Archmage. Despite her overwhelming magical power, Adeline carried herself with a lively, cheerful air that made her feel surprisingly approachable. She had a deep fascination with other people's stories, and that curiosity often drew her into quietly listening in on matters that had nothing to do with her. What? Professor Deculine fought Knight Julie? Professor Relin failed his diet again? Oh heavens! Her endless curiosity about the world, along with her love for gossip, was closely tied to the secret bloodline she carried. Adeline was a half-elf, which explained both her vibrant nature and her nearly limitless mana. Yet even someone like her had to sit patiently and wait on a day like this. Seated calmly in the Tower Master's chair, she rested her chin lightly and murmured to herself. Deculine defended the Blood Clan? How fascinating! Once every month, the professors gathered in this room to offer praise and courtesy to the Tower Master. As always, the one person missing was Deculine. After all, he was exactly the type to scoff and say, "A noble like me, groveling before others." But this time, while Deculine was absent, an unexpected subject suddenly came up among the professors. I heard Luina will be attending this magic conference. The name immediately drew attention. Luina? You mean the one who dulled Deculine for the senior professor position, then gave it up because of his plan? I thought Luina had returned to the kingdom. That sounds rather intriguing. Why would Luina make such a sudden move? Are they already in the Empire? Another professor chuckled. Haha. With a stable position waiting, anyone would hurry back in an instant. If that happens, our magic tower would benefit tremendously. Luina is highly respected in the kingdom after all, especially compared to Deculine, who went as far as defending the Blood Clan. No offense meant toward our current senior professor, of course. Fine, Adeline finally said, bringing the discussion to a close. If Luina returns, I'll consider it later. The moment she said that, the professors around her visibly relaxed. Deculine seemed to be disliked by almost everyone in the room. Adeline glanced over them and said, "That's all for today. I have work to handle, and those of you who still haven't submitted your exam questions, hurry up, all right?" The professors quickly answered. Yes, ma'am. Once she was alone in her office, Adeline's thoughts returned to Deculine. Lately, he had been acting far too strangely to ignore. The exam questions he submitted were so well made that she found it hard to believe he had written them himself. Someone else had to be involved. A playful smile tugged at her lips as she wondered whether she should stir him up a little. If old rivals like Luina and Deculine were made to face each other again, what kind of sparks would fly? Adeline laughed softly to herself, already entertained by the thought. That kind of clash would be a riot, and she could already tell it was going to be fun. Several days later, the midterm exam for pure elemental magic finally began. The lecture hall immediately filled with restless complaints. Is this serious? This is supposed to be a test? Yeah, what kind of exam works like this? Deculine's questions are always strange, but this is just absurd. Ugh, I give up already. Deculine's assistant quickly stepped in to settle the room, raising his voice over the noise. All right, everyone, calm down. I understand why you're confused since the structure of this test is unusual, but this is the official exam. The Pure Elemental Magic midterm will continue for 10 days ending at midnight on Sunday when the Magic Tower's academic schedule closes. Each student will be assigned a private room for the exam. During that period, you may take your other tests, eat, or sleep whenever you choose. However, removing any test materials from the rooms is strictly forbidden. As already mentioned, this will be an open exam. Ephraim and her friend groaned as the rules sank in. An open test lasting 10 whole days? Just how brutal was this thing supposed to be? Even a final exam wasn't usually this complicated. It was so painfully like Deculine to hand down bizarre rules through his assistant, too lofty to appear in person himself. There is one critical point from the professor, the assistant continued. Anyone who earns a perfect score on this exam will receive a personal recommendation letter from him as a senior professor. The noisy hall went silent in an instant, the students frozen in shock. A recommendation letter from a senior professor was an honor beyond compare. Among mages, ranks stretched from the first tier, where immortal archmages stood, all the way down to the 11th tier, where novices began. Climbing those ranks was never as simple as sitting through classes or waiting for time to pass. Advancement demanded real ability, recognition, and achievements that could not be faked. Every rank came with its own promotion trial, and none of them were the kind a mage could stumble through on talent alone. Each tier demanded something different, something sharper, and every test was infamous for crushing even students who thought they were prepared. But then came the real surprise, a recommendation letter from Deculine, a 4th-tier Imperial mage with a name that carried weight throughout the Magic Tower. That single letter was no ordinary favor. In the eyes of the Tower, it was a powerful endorsement, the kind of prestigious card that could turn the entire promotion exam in someone's favor. Ephraim Luna's eyes narrowed the moment she heard it. Deculine's recommendation? Her sworn enemy was supposed to vouch for her? Just the idea made her stomach twist, and her motivation nearly vanished on the spot. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. But then, her thoughts slowed. If she earned a perfect score and forced that endorsement out of him with her own ability, what would happen then? A wicked little fantasy flashed through her mind. She imagined Deculine humbled in front of her, regretting everything from years ago, begging for mercy, while she laughed down at him like the victor she always wanted to be. A sly grin spread across Ephraim Luna's face as that vengeful daydream sank in. Just imagining Deculine's reaction felt ridiculously satisfying, and her fighting spirit sparked back to life. Deculine, she thought, just watch me destroy this test. Beside her, her red-haired friend could only stare in confusion, watching Ephraim Luna suddenly break into a villainous cackle as if she had already conquered the entire exam. By the 4th day of the test, inside the quiet exam room, Ephraim Luna was no longer laughing. She sat hunched over her desk, gripping at her own hair in frustration, as another question left her completely stuck. It was brutal, far harder than she had expected, the kind of difficulty that made even breathing feel annoying. When she glanced over the remaining problems, her mind started estimating the time one by one. This one might take an hour, the next could eat 4, and another looked like it might steal 10 whole hours from her life. The deeper she went, the harsher the questions became, and her scratch paper was already a battlefield of failed attempts. And yet, despite how exhausting they were, Ephraim Luna could not deny their quality. Every problem was painfully difficult. But the moment she broke through one, it felt like a door opening in her mind, giving her a kind of enlightenment she had never experienced before. That was what made it so unsettling. Had Deculine really created these questions himself? No matter how much the struggle wore her down, the thrill of discovery kept pulling her forward. That sharp, dazzling moment of understanding was too addictive to ignore. Deculine. Just wait, Ephraim Luna thought, her eyes locked on the page. I'll take that recommendation letter from you no matter what. But first, there was still this impossible question blocking her path. After staring at it until her thoughts began to blur, she finally leaned back with a groan. She still had no clue where to begin, and forcing herself any further would only make things worse. For now, she needed air, space, and a chance to clear her head. If she kept overthinking like this, she felt like her brain might actually give out. Out in the lush garden, away from the suffocating exam room, Sylvia Josephine Elaide sat beneath the shade of a tree and drew in a long, steady breath. She stretched her tired arms and shoulders, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. At last, after wrestling with it for what felt like forever, she had finally solved the problem. One single question had taken her 30 hours. Even for Sylvia Josephine Elaide, that was enough to make her admit she needed a proper break before pushing herself any further. As she rested, the assistant's words returned to her mind. Anyone who achieved a perfect score would receive Deculine's recommendation letter. A faint smile touched her thoughts. To Sylvia Josephine Elaide, that kind of reward felt almost meaningless. Anyone capable of clearing this test perfectly on the first attempt would never struggle with an ordinary promotion exam, so the letter itself hardly mattered. Still, she wanted that perfect score, not for the points, not for Deculine's endorsement, and not for any official advantage, but simply because she wanted to prove it to herself. Every question had been carefully polished, each one forcing her mind open in a different way and guiding her toward insights she had never reached before. If she could solve the final one as well, Sylvia Josephine Elaide felt as if she would step beyond her current limits and become a true mage in every sense. While she sat there lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out from nearby. "Oh, Sylvia?" It was Ephraim Luna, who had also escaped the exam room and wandered into the garden for a much-needed rest. The moment Sylvia Josephine Elaide saw her, curiosity sharpened in her eyes. She could not help wondering how far Ephraim Luna had managed to get. "Hey, which question are you on?" They both asked at the exact same time, each trying to measure the other's progress. The perfect overlap caught them off guard, and for a brief moment, both of them looked strangely embarrassed. They were rivals, not close friends, and yet their thoughts had lined up so neatly that neither of them knew how to react. Sylvia Josephine Elaide recovered first and answered in her calm, composed way. She was currently on question 8. Ephraim Luna jolted at the answer. "What? You're already on 8? Then she quickly corrected herself, realizing Sylvia Josephine Elaide was still working through it. But even so, that pace was frighteningly fast. Ephraim Luna admitted that she was stuck on question 7. Even though Sylvia Josephine Elaide was one step ahead, she did not let herself relax for a second. Sylvia Josephine Elaide's mind immediately tightened with caution. Ephraim Luna was only one problem behind her? Was that really true? Or was she hiding something? Either way, there was no time to sit around. Sylvia Josephine Elaide had to get back, sharpen her focus, and finish what she started. Ephraim Luna blinked as Sylvia Josephine Elaide moved to leave. "Wait! Did she only walk away because I showed up? I just came here to rest, nothing more than that." While the exam continued to burn through the students inside the magic tower, Deculin began to sense something far larger stirring beyond those walls. He stood in his office with a recent intelligence report in hand, his gaze fixed on the words before him. In a low voice, he murmured that it was finally beginning. The report was clear. Emperor Kerbime's condition had become critical. Inside his office, Deculin searched through his memories, trying to recall the path of the story he himself had once created. Emperor Kerbime was gravely ill, and that single fact marked the beginning of a dangerous shift. Kerbime had been known as a gentle ruler and a skilled diplomat, a sovereign who tried to maintain balance between divine authority and imperial power. Because of that, he had avoided openly hostile policies against the Blood Clan. The true problem would come after his death, when the new emperor rose to take his place. In this world, the emperor was always the most important figure on the board, and also the most difficult one to deal with. If Deculine's memory was correct, the name of the one who would inherit that position was Sofian Yekaterina August von Gebrein. Before long, this world would be swept into an upheaval unlike anything it had faced before. Time passed quickly, and soon the final day of the midterm exam arrived. By then, many students had already given up on Deculine's merciless marathon of a test, unable to endure its relentless pressure any longer. Even so, the results had made one thing painfully clear. The distance between the highest-ranked students and those at the bottom had been carved out with brutal precision. And strangely enough, regardless of their actual scores, many students began bragging afterwards simply because they had survived and completed the test, as if finishing it alone was already a legendary accomplishment. Instead of rushing off to celebrate, the students did something no one expected. They gathered their materials, looked back over what they had learned, and reviewed the lessons with unusual seriousness, drawing attention from everyone around them. Even the professors of the Magic Tower grew curious about Deculine's now famous exam. But once they saw the questions for themselves, their curiosity turned into stunned silence, because the brilliance behind the test was impossible to deny. In the end, only 2 students managed to push all the way to question 8. Of course, they were the 2 fiercest rivals in the room, Ephraim Luna and Sylvia Josephine Elaide. At her desk, Ephraim Luna glared down at the page, her brows drawn tight as she muttered under her breath. This cursed question 8 had become the final wall in front of her, and no matter how ugly it looked, she had to break through it. After forcing down copious coffee and dragging herself this far, quitting now was simply not an option. She had suffered too much to walk away empty-handed. Her face had grown pale and hollow from sleepless nights, but her eyes still burned with stubborn focus. If she could just concentrate a little longer, just hold on a bit more. She felt like she might finally crack it open. Out in the hallway, Deculine and his assistant stood watch over the last 2 students still fighting the exam. Then, from one of the rooms, a sudden glow burst through the doorframe, silently announcing that someone had succeeded. Alan's eyes widened as he turned toward Deculin. "Professor!" Deculin understood immediately. One of the 2 had solved the final question. Deculine answered with his usual calm expression, but inside, there was no surprise at all. He had known she would be able to do it. Without wasting another moment, he walked straight toward the glowing room and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, shimmering light spilled across the room, wrapping everything inside in a dreamlike glow. Deculine stepped inside slowly, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, and spoke in a voice softer than usual. "I knew you could solve it, Sylvia. Congratulations." Sylvia Josephine Alade turned toward him, her eyes wet with tears and shining with pure joy. She looked at the completed magic as if she could hardly believe it herself, wondering if the final question could truly be this beautiful. Magical lights filled the room like a painting brought to life, as if Van Gogh's Starry Night had been lifted from a canvas and transformed into a spell that could be touched. Elemental magic flowed through every vivid color, making each shade shimmer with a living brilliance. Even the deep blues carried a strange warmth beneath the glowing stars, and within that darkness, tiny sparks of hope seemed to shine brighter and brighter. Warm tones and cold tones blended together with stunning precision, creating more than just a beautiful sight. The spell carried warmth, depth, and reality, like a masterpiece shaped by human hands and human longing. Deculine reached toward the twinkling stars suspended before him, and for once, a genuinely joyful smile spread across his face. Although he had designed the question himself, his own talent was not enough to bring this vision into existence. He could imagine it, but he could not manifest it with his own hands. Deep at the heart of that question lingered Kim Woo-jin's old dream. He had once wanted to become a painter even without the skill to make that dream real, because more than anything, he had wanted to move people through art. Now Deculine's sense of beauty and Kim Woo-jin's buried longing had come together in one perfect moment. Deculine, the man who loved beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, the man who had once yearned for art school, both found a quiet fulfillment in what Sylvia had created. After taking in the spell's beauty for a little longer, Deculine finally turned to leave. "Well done, Sylvia," he said, and then added something she did not expect. "And thank you." Sylvia Josephine Alade froze, her expression filling with confusion. She could not understand why Deculine was thanking her. Before she could find the words to ask, Deculine had already walked away, leaving Sylvia alone with the glowing spell and a storm of thoughts she could not untangle. I want to thank him too," Sylvia whispered inwardly, reaching out to touch the magic she had brought to life. For so long, the expectations placed on her shoulders had felt like a heavy cage she could never escape. People had always said she had to become an archmage. They called her a rare genius, wondered aloud what heights she might reach, and praised her as a true descendant of an archmage family. But as Sylvia Josephine Alade gazed at the beauty of that completed spell, it felt as though the path ahead of her had finally become clear. No, more than that. The magic itself was breathtakingly perfect, so flawless that it seemed to answer something deep inside her. Meanwhile, Alan stepped into Ephorine Luna's room and quietly delivered the announcement. "Student Ephorine Luna, time is up." Even after pouring everything she had into the exam, Ephorine Luna had not managed to solve the final question. She stared at the page for a moment, then gave a tired little nod. "Oh, I see. Sorry." Alan immediately softened his tone, trying to reassure her. "You did wonderfully, Ephorine Luna. Until the very end, only you and Sylvia were able to challenge this question." Ephorine. Luna suddenly raised her voice, unable to hold back. "What about Sylvia? Did she solve it?" Alan gave a small nod, confirming the answer. Ephorine Luna groaned in defeat, her shoulders sinking. Sylvia really was a monster, and that only made Ephorine Luna feel even more jealous. Before she even noticed it happening, thoughts about recommendation letters and Deculine had quietly faded from her mind. What remained inside Ephorine Luna was something much purer. The hunger of a mage who wanted to know more, understand more, and reach the answer with her own mind. She wanted to solve every single question on that exam, not because someone promised her a reward, but because the answers themselves were calling to her. Ephorine Luna suddenly pushed herself up from her seat and declared with renewed energy, "Well, the exam may be over, but the questions are still here, right?" Her eyes fixed stubbornly on the unsolved problem. No matter how long it took, she was definitely going to solve this one. Then, despite her exhaustion, she broke into a bright smile. Next time, she would do better. Alan looked at her with quiet understanding and offered a gentle encouragement. "Good luck. I'm rooting for you, Ephorine Luna." His words were simple, but they warmed her after the long fight.
"Thanks,"
she replied. After the exam finally ended, Ephorine Luna trudged through the academy halls, her steps heavy with exhaustion. That marathon of a test had drained her completely. If she had managed to answer everything, at least she could have walked away feeling victorious. But after surviving such a brutal exam, all she could picture waiting for her was a vandalized door and a cold, lonely bed. The thought was so miserable, it almost became funny. While she grumbled to herself, a familiar voice called out, "Ephorine Luna." When she looked up, her closest friends were standing there waiting for her. Seeing them gathered with such confident, familiar smiles, Ephorine Luna felt her gloomy mood crack, and she could not hold back her joy. "Julie, what's up?" Ephorine Luna asked, trying to sound normal despite how dead on her feet she looked. Julie studied her face and answered bluntly, "Ephorine Luna, you look like a corpse." Julie's eyes softened with pity as she asked if the test had really been that awful. Then she turned to everyone else and announced that since Ephorine Luna had worked so hard, they should all go eat something to celebrate. Then came the catch. Of course, Ephorine Luna is paying. Ephorine Luna's expression instantly collapsed. "Huh? When did I say that?" Few days after the exam had finally come to an end. Ephorine Luna sat alone with the last problem still lingering in her mind. The question she had failed to solve during the test now unfolded before her at last, and as the answer took shape, a faint, glittering light shimmered right in front of her eyes. Ephorine slowly broke into a gentle smile, the kind that came from pure relief and quiet triumph. Her eyes brightened with pride as she looked at what she had accomplished, and with her throat tightening from emotion, she whispered softly, "It's beautiful." Just then a familiar voice called from the other side of the door, pulling her back from the moment. "Ephorine, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend, waiting outside. Ephorine quickly wiped away the tear at the corner of her eye, let out a small smile and answered, "Julie, I'm coming out." The two of them soon made their way to a cafe near the academy, settling in together as the pressure of the exams finally began to fade. Over drinks, they let out everything they had been holding in during those exhausting tests. "Doesn't it feel amazing to be done?" one of them said. "It does, but we'll probably be busy again before we know it. Days like this are precious." Ephorine's voice warmed as she added, "I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded with the same quiet excitement. "Me too." For a moment, Ephorine's expression softened, and her gaze dropped as the weight of everything she had endured came rushing back. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time," she said quietly, "and that I forced myself to keep going until the very end. Out of everything I've experienced with magic, this might be the most meaningful moment I've ever had." Before Ephorine could sink any deeper into her thoughts, Julie suddenly leaned forward, her eyes sparkling as if she had been waiting to share something. "Have you heard the news?" Ephorine blinked in surprise and looked up at her. "News? What happened?" Julie lifted a finger and pointed toward the sky, lowering her voice as if she were sharing a secret too big for the cafe walls. "It's about Professor Deculine. Apparently his exam caused a huge stir." Ephorine's eyes widened at once. "What do you mean by that?" Julie continued, her voice growing even more intrigued. "The rumor is that the professor was personally summoned to the Sky Island because of it. That was no ordinary place either. The Sky Island was the famous floating isle that hovered far above the world below." Ephorine stared at Julie in open astonishment, as if she needed to hear the words again to believe them. The floating isle? The Sky Island was a landmass suspended permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, a miracle born from the combined brilliance of countless arcane scholars. It was a place where mages from every corner of the world gathered, drawn by curiosity, ambition, and the pursuit of magic. Within that floating sanctuary rested an enormous collection of knowledge and magical study separate from the rules and systems of the mainland. It stood as a neutral zone, a place that respected the independence and individuality of mages above all else. So naturally, the Sky Island had become a paradise for strange geniuses and obsessive researchers who lived for knowledge and magic. And now, Professor Deculine's exam was being praised there for its originality, its difficulty, and the sharp creativity behind its design. Word of the exam spread quickly across the Sky Island, becoming a topic that mages could not stop discussing. Before long, the attention grew so intense that Professor Deculine was invited to deliver a special lecture, where he would personally explain the exam and the reasoning behind it. On the floating isle itself, Deculine appeared before the gathered mages, carrying himself with his usual composure, though even he was quietly surprised. His exam had been received far more favorably than he had expected. That teaching invitation was not merely an honor. Being asked to lecture there brought with it a level of prestige that any mage would recognize immediately. And beyond the reputation attached to it, the assignment also granted Deculine a practical reward, increasing his mana by a full 30 points. Deculine considered the situation with calm satisfaction. How fortunate. On top of everything else, the payment was remarkably generous, worth around 1 billion Korean won. At this rate, pursuing opportunities on the Sky Island in the future might not be a bad path at all. Deculine set the test paper down with measured precision, then turned toward the audience and began his lecture. Inside the hall, many familiar figures had gathered, including Professor Relin and several mages from the Royal University. Deculine stepped up to the podium, looked across the room with a steady gaze, and opened with a composed greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Standing before them that day was none other than Deculine von Grahan-Ukleina, the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a sovereign-ranked mage, and a master known for his command over the elements. The focus of the day's lecture was the midterm examination from the Magic Tower University, and the session had been arranged to run for a full 2 hours. Before diving directly into the individual questions, Deculine calmly addressed the hall. "Before we move on to the problems themselves, I will begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As Deculine began speaking, Headmaster Adrian gave a quiet chuckle and leaned toward the person beside her. Have you seen the exam? A cold voice answered without hesitation. Yes. It's plagiarism. There is no way Deculine could have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own. One speaking with such open hostility was Luina von Schleratt-McQueen, a mage who had once competed against Deculine for the position of head professor and lost. Despite the hushed words being exchanged in the audience, Deculine's lecture continued without faltering, smooth and controlled from the very start. Deculine worked carefully to guide the listeners through each issue, drawing from the lessons he had already taught in previous Magic Tower sessions and connecting them to the exam in a way that was easy to follow. Even the mages who had arrived with doubts gradually found themselves drawn in. The structure of his explanation felt fresh, precise, and unlike anything they had heard before, and one by one, their attention settled fully on him. After moving through the earlier material, Deculine calmly shifted to the next part and said, "Now we will go over question 6. Just as he was about to begin breaking down the question, Adrian's sharp voice cut through the lecture hall. Professor, I have a question. Deculine turned his eyes toward the headmistress, who was signaling with far too much energy to be ignored. Adrian raised her hand and traced a magic circle directly into the air, letting the glowing pattern form between them before posing her question. As you explained in the lecture, she began, if we separate pure elements from magical attributes, then how should this sixth spell be combined with a destructive system in the most efficient way? Deculine paused for a brief moment, using his comprehension trait to examine the structure of the question. Then a faint smile touched his lips. So the headmistress came all the way here as well. Her reason for attending was painfully obvious. Adrian had always been known for her cunning. And considering Deculine's past, it was hardly strange that she would come prepared to question the exam so directly. Deculine's gaze sharpened slightly, as if he had already decided how to handle her.
Very well then. Shall we arrange this properly?
He lifted his hand and drew a clean straight line into the magic circle Adrian had created, calmly altering the structure until it became something under his control. You only need to add a core circuit and a straight line here. That is enough. Deculine's answer was so immediate and precise that Adrian froze for a moment. Her confidence wavered, and she stumbled over her response. Yes, that is true. Thank you, Professor. But Adrian was not finished yet. With almost childlike curiosity shining in her eyes, she continued throwing tricky questions at him one after another. Deculine, however, never lost his composure. Relying on his comprehension trait, he answered each challenge smoothly, turning aside every difficult question as if he had already expected it. Little by little, the mood in the hall began to change. The mages who had once been listening with interest started glancing toward Adrian with irritation, clearly feeling that she was interrupting the flow of the lecture. Sensing their displeasure, Adrian finally quieted down. With only 10 minutes remaining, Deculine gathered his materials and spoke in a heavier tone. I have spent too much time answering questions. Because of that, I will not be explaining the final question individually. At once, every pair of eyes in the hall shifted toward Adrian. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration, but instead of arguing, she bit her lip and forced herself to stay silent. Then, from somewhere else in the room, another voice rose. Professor, may I ask a question? The voice said, Did you truly come up with question 8 on your own? The one who asked was Luina von Schleratt-McQueen. Her stare was fixed on Deculine, and her eyes burned with unmistakable hatred. Deculine frowned slightly as he recognized her, remembering that she had once been expelled from the Magic Tower because of him. His reply came cold and controlled. State the specific meaning behind your question. Luina did not back down. She held her ground, her expression firm and unshaken. I only want to know whether you truly created question 8 yourself. That is all I'm asking. The moment those words landed, murmurs rippled through the lecture hall. Huh? What does she mean by that? Is she saying he copied it? Is this about plagiarism? Deculine answered in a cold, even voice, showing no sign of being rattled by the sudden suspicion spreading through the room. Taking inspiration from others is common. Then Deculine released his mana across the room in one sweeping motion, and the air before everyone transformed into a dazzling image, vast and swirling, like a magical painting that called to mind Van Gogh's The Starry Night. He let the magnificent display hang there for a moment before speaking with absolute certainty. This entire question was created by me from beginning to end. His voice remained steady as he continued, making it clear that the proof was right in front of their eyes. This piece was made here and now, on the spot, and what you are seeing is completely separate from question 8 on the recent exam. They are not the same thing at all. After saying that, Deculine slowly turned his gaze toward Luina von Schleratt-McQueen, his expression calm but cold enough to silence the room. Then, in a measured tone that carried clearly through the hall, he asked, Is that enough to satisfy you, Professor Luina? Luina's face twisted with bitterness as the words struck her. Her jaw tightened, her teeth clenched in fury, but the situation had already slipped far beyond her ability to control. With that final exchange, the lecture reached its end, and Deculine's assignment on the Sky Island was completed without further interruption. His mana had risen by 30 points, but as Deculine made his way back, his thoughts settled on Luina. Judging by the original flow of events, there was no doubt that his relationship with her was already in a terrible state. Even though everything had gone smoothly today, he could not shake the feeling that this calm would not last. Trouble connected to Luina was almost certainly waiting for him somewhere ahead. After all, unexpected problems always seemed to gather around Deculine, as if the world itself refused to let him move forward peacefully. Then, as he was walking, Deculine suddenly stopped in place, his attention caught by a mysterious person passing nearby. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the figure. That face stirred something in his memory. Who was she? Why did she look so strangely familiar? The woman turned back and met Deculine's gaze, and her eyes were icy with open hostility. The look she gave him was sharp enough to kill, as if her hatred had been burning for a very long time. Deculine felt a faint unease rise in his chest as he watched her expression twist. What was this situation? Her face looked so furious that she seemed ready to punch him at any second. For a while, the two of them simply stood there facing each other, neither saying a word. Their irritated expressions hung in the tense silence between them. Deculine searched through his memories, piecing together the faint traces of recognition, until he finally remembered who she was. She had once been Deculine's fellow student back at the university. He stepped forward with a composed expression and extended his hand in what looked like a friendly greeting. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Charlotte's eyes narrowed with confusion and displeasure. "Oh my, Deculine. I don't believe we are close enough for you to call me by my first name." Deculine did not react to the rejection. Instead, he answered with the same calm expression. "Then call me Princess Maho." Whether Deculine and Charlotte had ever been close did not matter right now. What truly mattered was Princess Maho, the person Charlotte was protecting, because with the current state of things, Emperor Gibrain's death was drawing near. And when that moment arrived, it would become a major turning point, one that could shift the course of the entire game. Many named figures would soon be thrown into life or death situations, and new crises would begin to unfold one after another. This time, the person who had to be saved was Maho, a character Kim Woojin himself had created, and in the latter half of the main quest, she would become a crucial force for changing events in a positive direction. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life was constantly under threat. She was second in line to the throne of the Republic of Orin, and third in line for the Kingdom of Riak, a princess carrying royal blood that made her both valuable and dangerous. At the moment, she was staying within the Empire under the convenient excuse of studying abroad. But once the Emperor died, and Maho was forced to leave the safety of the Empire, danger would close in on her immediately. Charlotte's eyes tightened with displeasure as she looked at him. "Even after all this time, you are still very good at forcing people to say cruel things, Deculine." Without warning, Deculine took out a crystal orb and held it out to her, leaving Charlotte staring at it in stunned silence. He continued in a low, steady voice. "Do not get too worked up. I will become the lifeline for the teammate who has chosen the path of death." Charlotte could only stare at him, unable to make any sense of the strange words he had just spoken. Later, Charlotte returned to her room, still holding Deculine's crystal orb in her hand, as if it were something she could not decide whether to trust or throw away. The conversation from earlier replayed in her mind. It was a communication crystal, and Deculine's words lingered with it. "Once you decide what you need to do, contact me." At the time, Charlotte had shouted back at him in anger, unable to hide her disgust. "You expect me to ask a favor from someone like you? Absolutely not." Deculine had only looked at her calmly and replied, "There is not much time left. I'm certain you already know that. If you still refuse my help, I will not force you. The choice is yours to make." After leaving her with those words, Deculine turned away coldly and walked off, leaving Charlotte behind to wrestle with the decision on her own. Charlotte let out a weary sigh, her shoulders heavy with exhaustion, because no matter how hard she thought about it, she still could not tell what the right choice was. Then a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Charlotte, you don't look well." It was Princess Maho, the very person Deculine intended to protect. Charlotte quickly rose to her feet and answered, "I'm fine. I just understand what's happening. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Maho." But Maho's eyes drifted sadly into the distance as she spoke. "My brother's henchmen will come here soon. They will either try to use me or remove the thorn in their side. Who even cares about the succession anyway?" Maho turned toward Charlotte, and her voice dropped into a worried whisper. "I'm very afraid. I came to the Empire under the excuse of studying," she admitted quietly. "But the truth is, this place is comfortable to live in. More than anything, it is safe." "Came to the Empire under the excuse of studying," Maho repeated, as if the thought weighed heavily on her. "But the truth is, this place is comfortable to live in. More than anything, it is safe. But the heir to the throne will never leave me alone. That is why we have to leave this place immediately." Charlotte pressed a hand to her head and thought in silence for a moment before answering, Yes, I understand. Maho seemed to notice the exhaustion in Charlotte's face, as well as the worry she was trying so hard to hide. The princess picked up a suitcase and stepped forward, offering it to her. This is the money I have saved until now. Charlotte blinked in confusion. Huh? But why are you giving this money to me? Maho answered calmly, her expression steady. I know you do not have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us home. Charlotte? Charlotte immediately shook her head. No, princess. I will handle the money myself. Maho turned away slightly, but her voice remained firm. Do not try to carry everything alone like that. This money belongs to everyone, so using it for our safety is not a waste at all. Hearing that, Charlotte could no longer bring herself to argue. She simply fell silent, accepting the weight of Maho's trust along with the money. I understand, princess, Charlotte said, her voice steady, even though the situation was clearly tightening around them. It may not be something I should say so openly, but I'll put this money to use right away and hire more mercenaries for protection. Beyond the window, far off in the dim distance, a shadowy figure stood still, almost as if they were silently watching every movement inside. Even with danger creeping closer, Charlotte forced herself to stay firm and said, no matter how bad this becomes, we'll face it together and make it through. Charlotte's eyes suddenly sharpened, her gaze locking onto something that felt wrong. Without wasting another second, she rushed toward the door, threw it open with force, and shouted into the hall. Who the hell are you? But the moment he was confronted, the mysterious figure gave no answer at all. He simply turned on his heel and fled, disappearing before Charlotte could pull another word from him. A heavy look of worry spread across Charlotte's face as the meaning of what had just happened sank in. Her expression darkened and she muttered under her breath. This is bad. The situation was no longer just tense. It was clearly sliding towards something far more dangerous. If they continued without outside help, every step from here would only become riskier and harder to control. At that same time, far away from Charlotte's location, the scene shifted to the grand manor of House Euclane. Inside his quiet study, Deculine von Grahen Euclane sat surrounded by the stillness of the room, his attention completely fixed on the book in his hands as he read with intense concentration. Uriel stepped into the study and immediately noticed how absorbed he was. With a teasing smile tugging at her lips, she said, You really do read a lot, brother. I honestly didn't know you enjoyed books this much. When Deculine did not even bother to look up, Uriel's smile faded into irritation. Brother, she called out, trying to draw his attention. At least answer me when I'm talking to you. She circled around him restlessly, refusing to be ignored, and continued speaking. I heard you were invited to give a lecture on the floating isle, right? And from what I understand, they paid you a rather generous amount for it. Without changing his calm posture, Deculine answered flatly. I'm not giving you a single coin. Uriel blinked, caught off guard by how quickly he rejected the idea. What? What are you talking about? I hadn't even brought that up. Brushing past that topic, Uriel tried to move on and pulled herself back into business mode. Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The new students from the Magic Tower want to visit our lands during their trip. But before she could properly explain the matter, Deculine cut her off without hesitation. No, Uriel immediately protested. At least think about it first. Deculine's mind instantly filled with the unpleasant image of reckless young mages drinking too much, stumbling around the manor, and leaving vomit across the estate floors. To him, that alone was enough to make the request completely unacceptable. We are not cleaning up after some chaotic student trip, Deculine said coldly. I will not allow it. Uriel stared at him in confusion, unable to understand where his imagination had taken him. What are you even talking about? Uriel reached into her pocket, preparing to take out the document she had brought with her. Don't be ridiculous. Just look at this first. We're not doing everything for free, and besides, this is a good chance to show the new students what our territory's magic is capable of. But Deculine raised one hand before she could present the paper, shutting the conversation down with a single gesture. Get out, Uriel. She frowned in disbelief. Huh, just look at it once. For some reason, Deculine's expression turned unusually serious, his gaze hardening in a way that made the air in the study feel colder. Leave, he said, his tone low and firm. Right now. Uriel still looked confused, but the sudden change in his attitude made her stop arguing. With a reluctant sigh, she backed down. All right, I'm going. She turned away with visible annoyance, her step sharp as she headed for the door. He really is impossibly stubborn, she muttered, clearly irritated by his refusal. Deculine watched her leave, his eyes following her until he was certain she had gone. Only after confirming that no one else remained in the study did he finally allow himself to move. From his hand, he slowly revealed a communication crystal, keeping it low and hidden, as if he had been waiting for the room to clear. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and controlled. Speak, comrade. Charlotte's voice came through from the other side, tense and unwilling, as though she hated having to admit the truth. I think we have no choice. We need to leave immediately. There's no time left. Her tone lowered, carrying both urgency and desperation. "Please help me, Deculine." Deculine turned from the desk and used his magic to pull a map from the corner of the room, drawing it smoothly toward him. "Very well," he answered. "From this point on, you will follow every instruction I give you. Do you understand?" Charlotte hesitated. "What do you mean?" Deculine spread the map across the table and lowered his gaze to its marked paths. "Princess Maho has only one route of escape left. It is extremely dangerous, but that danger is exactly what makes it the safest option." Charlotte's voice sharpened with concern. "What route?" Deculine answered with complete calm, as though he had already considered every other possibility. "Crevice Canyon?" The name alone struck Charlotte like a shock, and for a moment she could barely respond. "What?" she burst out, stunned. "That place is completely polluted with magical energy. Someone like you should understand better than anyone how dangerous Crevice Canyon is, Deculine." Deculine clicked his tongue, irritation cutting into his voice. "Do you truly believe taking the normal road will let you avoid a path of death?" His tone steadied again, firm and impossible to shake. "Trust me, Charlotte, if we move through Crevice Canyon, we will make it across safely." Crevice Canyon was a brutal mountain region, where every path seemed carved out by danger itself. The wicked aura hanging over the place was so thick and suffocating that many compared it to a demon's den. Some people even claimed that demons occasionally appeared there wandering through the corrupted land. Because the area belonged to no country, it was not protected by any nation's laws, rules, or order. And yet that lawless and terrifying place was the only road Princess Maho could take. Once she crossed Crevice Canyon, the Principality of Urin would finally come into view. Charlotte's voice carried obvious doubt. "It's not as if we never considered the advantage of that terrain. But even taking that into account," Deculine cut through her hesitation with a cold observation. "You must not have expected an insider from Urin to be involved." Then he reassured her in his usual composed way. "Do not worry, I will guide her myself." Charlotte sounded genuinely stunned. "What? You're going to lead the way personally?" The moment Charlotte heard those words, she went completely still, as if she had never imagined Deculine would put himself directly into the danger. After a brief silence, she asked in confusion, "Why would you go that far, Deculine? This journey does not bring you any obvious benefit." Deculine leaned back in his chair, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. "I am someone who places great value on politics, Charlotte, and when it comes to intellect and judgment, I have always been above you." Charlotte immediately snapped back. "What? Are you just trying to brag about yourself now?" Deculine narrowed his eyes, and his voice dropped into a colder, more serious tone. "I only want Princess Maho to survive because her survival benefits my family and my domain. This is business, and our interests happen to align. It is not charity, so do not misunderstand my intentions." Charlotte fell silent for a moment, absorbing his answer. Then, setting aside her doubts, she asked the only question that mattered next. "Where is the rendezvous point?" Deculine answered immediately, his decision already made. "In 3 days, at the entrance of Crevice Canyon. If you fail to reach that point, then you are not worth saving." Charlotte's reply came back sharp and biting, matching his arrogance with her own edge. "Understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as that mouth of yours." A glowing panel appeared before him, announcing the new task. Independent quest. Rescue. Shop reward. 4. Additional achievement rewards were also listed alongside it. 3 days later, in the Eucline domain, excited voices rang out from every direction. "Wow, is this Hydicane?" one newcomer exclaimed. "Looks like it," another replied. "It feels like we stepped into a completely different country." Someone else looked around in awe and added, "Yeah, the scenery here is really beautiful." Hydicane, the capital of Deculine's territory, was known as a lively tourist city filled with entertainment, fine food, and elegant streets designed for comfort and beauty. It had been modeled after famous cities from the real world that were praised for how pleasant they were to live in. Even so, no matter how many times people had requested to hold gatherings there, Deculine had rejected them every single time until now. Standing beside him, Uriel glanced over with a teasing look, clearly enjoying the chance to poke at his inconsistency. "Why did you suddenly change your mind? You always said gatherings couldn't be held here. Weren't you the one constantly complaining about how filthy they were?" Deculine quietly considered the real reason. Hydicane was close to the planned meeting point at Crevice Canyon, only about 3 or 4 hours away by ride. When the right moment arrived, he would simply slip away without drawing unnecessary attention. Deculine turned his gaze toward Uriel and asked in a calm, practical tone, "Where will the newcomers be resting?" Uriel answered without missing a beat, already having the arrangements prepared. "I reserved an entire floor of the Hydicane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. The standard rooms are set up for 4 people each, but anyone who wants privacy can pay for a separate room themselves." Deculine gave a short, satisfied response. "Good. Of course," Uriel replied, as if the matter had already been handled perfectly. After that, Deculine stood before the guests not only as an academy professor, but also as the Lord of Hydecane and delivered only the most minimal instructions. Gatherings should be free and relaxed, Deculine said, letting his gaze sweep across the students and professors. I have no intention of interfering with how you choose to celebrate. However, there are a few rules of mine that every one of you will follow. As he spoke, Deculine's expression suddenly sharpened, and the air around him seemed to grow colder. His face carried a silent threat, and his voice dropped low enough to make the listeners tense without realizing it. If even one of you dares to dirty my hotel or my territory, Deculine warned, each word cutting through the lively mood, then you can forget about spending the rest of your life peacefully at the Magic Tower. Once that was settled, Deculine devoted his remaining time to preparing the necessary groundwork. Bit by bit, Hydecane was transformed into a strategic base that could support his next move, and by the end, every arrangement was in place to a level he could accept. Uriel then guided him toward the mages stationed in the city, proudly showing them off with a pleased smile. What do you think of the mages from our Hydecane Tower? They're obviously the best among the regional towers, aren't they? Deculine did not answer right away. He simply watched in silence, and through the combined power of his clairvoyance and divine intuition, he could clearly see a golden aura surrounding the truly talented mages. After observing them for a moment, Deculine lifted his hand and pointed with complete certainty. Give that mage a raise, and that one as well. As for the man with glasses, dismiss him. Uriel's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? What? Why him? Deculine had been so focused on checking every detail that he failed to notice how quickly the day had slipped away. By the time he looked again, dusk had already fallen, and everyone had gathered around a massive campfire. The professors sat in a neat line with stiff posture, looking almost like students waiting through a supplementary exam. Among the gathered participants, Sylvia Josephine Alade was the first to step forward. Sylvia sent her magic soaring into the night sky, and a chain of explosions bloomed above them one after another. Sparkling flowers of light spread across the darkness, bright enough to bathe the open space below in a dazzling glow. The old professor immediately showered her with praise, nodding again and again in approval. As expected of Sylvia? Absolutely perfect. 10 points. The female professor beside him reacted the same way, her eyes still lifted toward the fading lights. The fireworks are beautiful. 10 points. Julie let out a tired sigh, clearly unable to hide her frustration. Why does the professor assign homework even during a trip like this? We came all this way, and somehow we're suddenly being forced to perform a magical fireworks experiment. Ifirine answered with a weak, bitter laugh, her shoulders drooping as if she had already given up on resisting. Ha, right? Seriously? After Sylvia's display ended, the next group called forward was Ifirine's team, and the attention of the camp slowly shifted toward them. Ifirine hurried to begin her explanation, speaking quickly as she prepared their magic. For this one, we combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic as well. But before she could properly finish her introduction, a professor's voice cut sharply through her words. She barely had time to continue before that interruption swallowed the rest of her explanation, stopping her presentation right in the middle. Enough, the professor said impatiently. Spare me the boring explanation and just launch it already. Ifirine flinched at the blunt command, then quickly answered, Ah, yes. Ifirine lit the fireworks stick in her hand, and in the next instant, the magic shot upward, streaking into the sky above the campfire. A burst of glittering light erupted across the darkness, spreading wide enough to fill the entire sky with brilliant color. For a moment, its glow was powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sylvia's earlier display. Even the students watching from below could not hold back their admiration. Wow, that's really beautiful, one of them breathed. Another nodded, impressed. Ifirine's group did a great job too, didn't they? But despite the crowd's reaction, the old professor looked deeply dissatisfied with the result. His brow tightened as he gave his score without hesitation. 6 points. The explosion was far too loud. Female professor beside him was even more unforgiving, her judgment falling colder and harsher than the first. 4 points. Julie immediately looked ready to protest, unable to accept the unfair score. What? Why? But Ifirine stopped her before she could argue any further. It's okay, Julie. Then, without warning, Deculine's voice rose above the fading murmurs and completely broke the atmosphere. 10 points! It achieved a perfect balance between destructive magic and harmonizing magic. Deculine declared calmly. Both professors beside him stared with open surprise, unable to hide their shock at the score he had just given. Ifirine herself looked just as doubtful, blinking as if she had misheard him. Huh? 10 points already? Once the evening exercise finally came to an end, Deculine wasted no time leaving the gathering behind. He headed straight toward the place where his horse had been prepared. At last, everything that needed his presence had been handled. Now he could leave without drawing attention. As he approached the horse, one thought pressed at the back of his mind. Had Charlotte reached the rendezvous safely? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, cutting through the night and making him stop. Is it because of guilt? Deculine turned his head and looked back, his expression composed but his tone firm. What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp. Ephraim stood there with worry written plainly across her face, refusing to back down. Please tell me. During the disciplinary hearing, during the club incident, and even today, why do you keep treating me this way? Is it because of my father? Deculine did not give her the answer she wanted. He quickly stepped into the saddle, preparing to leave, and replied in a cold, clipped voice, Figure that out on your own. Then he looked down at her and added, You are no longer a child who can simply sulk whenever things do not go your way. Those words struck Ephraim hard. She could do nothing but clench her jaw and grind her teeth, bitterness rising in her chest as she stared up at him. As Deculine rode away and his figure began to disappear into the night, Ephraim shouted after him with everything she had. I will apply to become your assistant. Her voice trembled, but the determination in it did not fade. Professor, I will uncover the truth myself. I'll find out why my father committed suicide. Ephraim cried out into the darkness. I'll find out why he had to do something like that. No matter what it takes, I will surpass you, she continued, her words burning with frustration and resolve. I will become greater than Professor Deculine. After shouting those words, Ephraim was left standing there by herself, with Deculine already gone from sight. The quiet space around her felt painfully vast, and the silence only made the loneliness inside her small wounded heart feel even heavier. At last, Ephraim lifted a hand to her face, wiped away the tears gathering there, and slowly made her way back toward the camp. At the same time, Deculine's mind was not calm either. Chaotic thoughts churned inside him as he rode through the darkness. Would Ephraim really try to follow him as his assistant, and yet his villainous fate still had not been triggered? What exactly had the original Deculine done to Ephraim's father? That was the part he still did not know in this situation. But if he truly had committed something unforgivable, then Deculine understood one thing very clearly. His life would be in danger. When he reached the meeting point, Deculine dismounted and gave his horse a clear instruction before sending it away. You cannot go any farther. The malevolent energy begins here. Return to the stable for now, then come back at noon. After saying that, Deculine turned his attention to the area around him, scanning the surroundings. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could reach for the communication crystal, Charlotte's voice called out to him through the darkness. Deculine. Deculine responded in a gentler tone than usual, as if he had already expected the exhaustion behind her voice. You must have had a difficult journey getting here, didn't you, Charlotte? Charlotte then stepped into view with Princess Manhwa beside her. Only 2 guards remained with them, both pale and visibly wounded. Though by sheer luck, their injuries did not appear fatal. Just as promised, Charlotte's group had reached the rendezvous point. There, at the edge of danger, Deculine finally met Charlotte, the injured Princess Manhwa, and the last surviving guards who had managed to make it this far. Deculine stepped closer to the exhausted group, his posture straight and composed, then lowered himself into a formal bow with the grace expected of a Ukraine noble. I'm Deculine von Grahan Ukraine. He introduced himself in a calm, dignified voice. A professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University. From this moment forward, I will clear the path for the princess's escape, so you may put your worries aside. Princess Manhwa quickly lowered her head in return, answering with sincere relief. We are truly grateful for your assistance. Deculine's eyes moved over the group, taking in their pale faces and battered state. The road here must have been harsh, he said quietly. You all look terribly drained. Just then, Charlotte stepped forward and pushed a folded letter into Deculine's hand. He glanced down at it and asked, What is this? Charlotte's expression was grim as she replied, Keep it. I took that paper from the mercenaries. Deculine unfolded the letter and read through its contents in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly as the meaning behind the words settled in. A moment later, his hand tightened, crushing the letter into a crumpled ball. Disgusting, he muttered coldly. They truly know no limits. Charlotte watched him with visible anxiety and asked, Will you really be all right? Of course I will, Deculine answered without hesitation. Just stay close to me, and everything will be fine. Princess Manhwa looked up at him with a puzzled expression, as if she could not fully understand the confidence behind his words. Deculine turned away from them and faced the dark path ahead, his decision already firm. If there are no other problems, then we depart now. The group began moving into Crevice Canyon, and the 3 walking behind Deculine were forced to cover their noses against the foul malevolent energy drifting through the air. Only Deculine advanced without needing any protection at all. As they walked, Princess Manhwa turned her worried gaze towards Charlotte and quietly asked, Charlotte, what was written on that paper? I noticed Professor Deculine's expression changed after he read it. Manhwa continued, her voice soft but uneasy. He looked unwell for a moment. Charlotte looked at the princess with concern in her eyes, clearly reluctant to burden her with more fear, but she still answered honestly. That paper said there are as many as 37 assassins chasing us, Charlotte explained, her voice heavy. And among them is one called Dianon. Charlotte's expression darkened further as she slowly continued. Yes, Dianon is a hybrid creature, born from both demon and spirit. Because of that, he is extremely difficult to destroy, whether by physical force or magic. That is why he is far more troublesome than the assassins themselves, Charlotte said, her grip tightening as tension filled her voice. Princess Maho's face stiffened in disbelief. No, that cannot be. And what makes it even more revolting, Charlotte added, her tone sinking lower, is that Dianon is a being created through a pact. Maho repeated the word in shock. A pact? Dianon can only be summoned through a dark spell known as demon summoning, Charlotte explained. To call something like him into existence, they use human bodies and demon horns as materials. In other words, they are using the kind of cruel dark magic that only the most vicious sorcerers would dare touch just to hunt us down, Charlotte said bitterly. And people like that want to become rulers of a kingdom. Still, if there is one thing we can place our hope in, Charlotte continued, looking toward Deculine's back, it is that the person accompanying us right now is a member of the Euclane family. Euclane bloodline was ancient, and across countless generations, it had carried a prestigious reputation as a family of demon hunters, feared by fiends. A translucent notice flickered before Deculine's eyes. The Euclane bloodline displayed exceptional power when vanquishing fiends. When facing demons, or when the surrounding malevolent energy grew dense, those born from this lineage could purify the malefic aura around them and convert it into their own mana. The quality of that purified mana would rise by one tier. The farther they advanced into the canyon, the more Deculine understood why this place was truly called Crevice Canyon. It was no mystery that people had come to call it a den of demonic creatures. The malevolent energy in the air was so thick it almost seemed to crawl across the skin. For ordinary people, even breathing in this place would be enough to cause real pain. But for Deculine, the situation was completely reversed. The dense malefic aura surrounding him became an unbelievable advantage, and even if only for a short time, Deculine's mana quality rose to tier 4. Mana quality was so important that even a single tier difference could create a noticeable gap in skill between mages. In general, mana quality was divided into 10 tiers. Most ordinary people remained around tier 9 or 10. Anyone with mana quality at tier 7 or higher already had enough potential to attempt the path of a mage or knight. From tier 5 and above, the number of people capable of reaching that level dropped sharply. The famous figures known throughout the continent often possessed mana quality around tier 3 or tier 4. Tier 1 was more of a symbolic realm, spoken of as a level meant for gods and never truly reached by anyone. Even tier 2 belonged to only 4 people across the entire continent: the Dean of Berkt, the Imperial Guard Knight of Freydin, the Archmage de Man, and finally, Adrian, headmaster of the Royal Magic University. Now that Deculine's mana quality had temporarily reached tier 4, handling an enemy like Dianon was well within possibility, as long as no unexpected variable appeared. From behind him, Charlotte called out in a strained voice, unable to hide her anxiety. "Deculine, can you move a little faster?" Deculine looked back at her with a calm expression and answered evenly. "Charlotte, are you allowing impatience to cloud your judgment? Stay composed. If you rush through this place, you will only increase the risk of contamination." Charlotte's expression sank at his words. But at that moment, Princess Maho gently tugged at her sleeve. The princess looked up at Charlotte and spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. "Charlotte, everything will be fine. Please." Maho added gently, trying to calm her despite her own fear. "Do not worry too much." Charlotte quietly looked down at Maho, and a sorrowful tenderness filled her gaze as she saw the princess trying to comfort her instead. "Princess," Charlotte thought, her heart aching, "you truly have such a kind and warm heart. Even though you must be more frightened and anxious than anyone here, you are still worrying about the feelings of the people serving you." Charlotte's resolve hardened in that moment, and she silently vowed that she would never allow anyone to harm Princess Maho. Suddenly, Princess Maho raised her voice and pointed toward the path ahead. "There's something over there." From somewhere in the murky air, a flock of falling demons came flying toward them, locking onto the moving party as their target. Each one was not especially powerful on its own, but their numbers were far from small. Charlotte immediately tightened her hand around the hilt of her sword and muttered through clenched teeth, "So they finally arrived." But before Charlotte could even pull her blade free, Deculine stepped forward and stopped her with a quiet command. "Leave them to me." Deculine raised his focus and activated his telekinetic power, preparing an attack with absolute precision. Around him, the sharp stones he had prepared in advance lifted into position, hovering like a deadly storm waiting to be released. Without the slightest hesitation, the stones shot forward, tearing through the air at terrifying speed toward the incoming falling demons. Their razor-edged surfaces caught the dim light, making each stone more dangerous than an ordinary blade. The falling demons were struck from every direction at once, leaving them with no space to dodge and no chance to break through. Some were sliced cleanly in two, while others had their heads blasted apart before they could even reach the group. One after another, they tumbled from the sky, shredded like autumn leaves, and crashing to the ground before they could do anything at all. Once everything in their path had been handled, Deculine turned around without the slightest trace of panic on his face and spoke in his usual calm voice. "Let's move. We don't have much time to waste here." The people behind him could not stop themselves from whispering in awe. With a single strike, he had wiped out that dense swarm of falling demons as if they were nothing more than dust in the wind. Truly, Professor Deculine was on a completely different level. And so their dangerous march continued. One after another, monsters sprang out from the shadows, throwing themselves into the road as if they were desperate to stop the group from advancing. But every creature that dared stand before them was cut down almost instantly by Deculine, sent to its death before it could even understand what had happened. One of the guards glanced around uneasily and muttered, "The weaker monsters keep rushing at us in waves. But so far, we still haven't run into anything that could truly be called dangerous, have we?" At that very moment, Deculine seemed to notice something out of place. His gaze sharpened, and a faint look of displeasure settled over his otherwise composed face. "How unsightly," Deculine said coldly. "Let me make one thing clear. If any of you take even one step closer, I will tear you apart right here." Charlotte and Princess Maho immediately grew tense. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes darting toward the surroundings as anxiety crept into their faces. Deculine, however, did not waver. He simply observed the situation with a steady gaze, his expression showing neither surprise nor hesitation. Then, from high above the cliff, the sound of footsteps began to echo again and again, growing clearer as they moved along the stone. One of the assassins sent after them let out a mocking laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! For someone standing at death's door, your senses are not bad at all." Across the cliffside, dozens of assassins gradually revealed themselves. They had been hidden there since the afternoon, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "If that is the case, then you must already understand what is about to happen to you, don't you?" Deculine turned his head slightly and spoke without raising his voice. "Charlotte, take the princess and head to the Duchy of Urin first." Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief, and the shock on her face was impossible to hide. "What? And you?" Deculine answered at once, his tone still perfectly composed. "Are expecting me to act concerned for my own safety? My apologies, but that is completely unnecessary." Charlotte snapped back in anger. "That insolent mouth of yours really has no cure." Deculine merely lifted his hand and pointed toward the assassins. "Look over there." At the very spot where the assassins had gathered, Deculine aimed his wand with quiet menace, the tip fixed on them as though their fate had already been decided. A heartbeat later, a violent explosion ripped through the cliffside, blasting the area apart and sending the assassins crashing down with effortless precision. One after another, they collapsed before they could even grasp what had struck them. Jagged stones flashed through the air, slicing through their bodies like streaks of unstoppable light. In only a few moments, every assassin in that area had been swiftly slaughtered. Their bodies sprawled across the ground in pools of blood. Charlotte could only stare, stunned by the sheer speed of it. Deculine spoke again, his voice calm but firm. "Now do you understand? Your task is to leave this place as quickly as possible." Charlotte's eyes narrowed as she weighed his words, her expression tightening with a mix of frustration and thought. At last, she turned toward the princess and said, "Princess, we need to go now." But just then, Maho seemed to notice something beyond them and called out, "Hey, look, Charlotte!" Charlotte immediately followed the direction of the princess's pointing hand, turning sharply to see what had caught her attention. There, on the cliff, stood a mysterious figure wrapped in thick, oppressive manna, his entire presence carrying a dark and terrifying gloom. He stood among the assassins like he belonged above them all, looking down at the people below with a proud, confident gaze. Princess Maho quickly asked, unease rising in her voice, "Charlotte, what is that?" Charlotte's face hardened at once. "Damn it, he's dangerous." Ignoring Charlotte's concern, Deculine remained as calm as ever, as though the appearance of that ominous figure changed nothing. "The plan remains the same. Take Princess Maho to the Duchy of Urin immediately." Charlotte protested anxiously. "But you can't defeat them by yourself." For a brief moment, Deculine fell silent. Then he spoke in a low, steady voice. "I will kill that man." The swordsman beside him stepped forward and added, "I will assist the professor as well. Please leave this place quickly." Charlotte's expression grew heavy, and guilt pressed down on her chest as she realized how little she could do in that moment. Seeing that look on her face, Deculine continued, "There is no need for you to grieve or torment yourself over this. Once Princess Maho regains her power, repay the Euclane family for the help given here. I will send some summons to escort you, so stop wasting time." Charlotte clenched her teeth, anger burning in her eyes as she cursed her own helplessness. Then she grabbed the princess's hand and broke into a run, leaving behind only one final promise. "We'll meet again at the Duchy of Urin." The lesser assassins immediately moved to chase after them. "After them! Don't let her get away!" one shouted, while another sneered. "Ha! How far do those two women think they can run?" But before they could rush forward freely, Deculine's voice cut through the air. You would be wise to worry about yourselves first. The enemy glared down at Deculine and spat. You arrogant mage, with nothing but a few summons that do not contain even a drop of mana, do you really believe you can kill this body? He continued with a mocking confidence. Your magic will not help you much either. In this place, mana and spells are swallowed by the malefic aura. So tell me, how exactly do you plan to kill me? He stood there boldly, every word soaked in arrogance, as if he had already decided that victory belonged to him. Deculine studied him in silence, and slowly reached his own conclusion. The man was confident to the point of vanity, but his confidence was not entirely baseless. Ordinary physical attacks and common spells could not easily kill something like him. His body was almost liquid, and this place was deeply unsuited for normal magic. However, that disadvantage applied only to ordinary mages. For the Euclane bloodline, this environment worked in the completely opposite way. The advantage here did not belong solely to the enemy. In this place, Deculine's mana quality had not been weakened at all. Instead, it had risen, and even the speed at which his mana recovered had improved. Along the route leading to this very point, Deculine had already layered several mana effects onto his summoned items, strengthening them in preparation for battle. Because of that, the enemy standing before him was not especially troublesome at this moment. A summon appeared directly above the enemy's head, positioned perfectly as if it had been waiting for the exact instant to strike from above. In the next instant, a stone shot forward at terrifying speed and severed his head cleanly. But even after that, it was immediately clear that his body was nothing like that of an ordinary person. Deculine knew with absolute certainty that a single blow like that would never be enough to finish him. So he pressed the attack without pause, continuing to tear into the creature's body again and again with relentless force. The enemy retaliated by unleashing dark mana, but Deculine met it head-on and blocked the attack with ease. Behind him, the swordsman warned in a worried voice, "Professor, that thing may move slowly," but Deculine cut him off at once. "I know. Focus on the battle." Deculine's eyes burned with unwavering determination as he continued his assault. He would keep attacking without giving the enemy a single opening until that creature was truly dead. Deculine raised his power again, and in an instant, dozens of razor-sharp stones formed around him, each one hovering like a blade waiting for the final command. The very moment Deculine brought his arm down, the suspended stones answered him at once, and the true finishing assault finally began. Before the creature's strange body could stitch itself back together, dozens of stones came crashing down like a merciless storm, ripping it apart into hundreds of fragments, while it could do nothing but suffer helplessly. What echoed through the battlefield after that was no longer arrogance or mockery, but only the creature's pitiful screams filled with pain, terror, and despair. The swordsman could not hold back his excitement and shouted from behind him, "You're amazing, Professor!" At the same time, the last remaining shard shot forward with deadly precision, flying straight toward the enemy's head. With that final strike cutting through the air, the battle was finally brought to its end. Meanwhile, on Charlotte's side, she had been forced to fight desperately against the assassins, chasing them from behind, struggling until she finally managed to cut them down. The moment the danger cleared, Charlotte rushed straight to Princess Maho's side and called out in alarm. "Princess? Are you all right?" Princess Maho sank to the ground, her body drained of strength and her face pale with exhaustion. "I'm fine, just a little nauseous." Charlotte immediately understood the danger behind those words. It was an early sign of malefic aura poisoning, so she spoke gently but urgently. "We've just made it out of the crevice. Please hold on a little longer." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them, cutting through the tense air. Princess Maho turned toward the voice and saw a face she knew well. Standing there was her grandfather, Juron, the Minister of the Interior of the Duchy of Yurin. The moment she recognized him, a little of the fear and tension in her expression finally eased. Juron then turned his attention to Charlotte and asked, "And you are?" Charlotte bowed with proper respect and replied, "I am Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." Juron nodded, his voice softening. "I see, Knight. Charlotte, thank you. You brought Maho all the way here on your own." A shadow of sadness crossed Charlotte's face for a brief moment. "No," she answered quietly. "There were others who helped us get here." After saying that, she turned her gaze back toward the ravine they had only just escaped from, staring into the distance with worry in her eyes. Then, after a moment of thought, Charlotte looked to the minister and asked, "Minister, could you wait for them just a little longer?" Juran answered without hesitation, his voice calm and steady.
"Of course."
And so the group waited there from the first light of dawn all the way until dusk. But even after all that time, Deculine and the swordsman still did not appear. Only an empty road stretched before them, with no figures coming into view, while the fading light of evening washed the entire space in a deep crimson glow. Princess Maho looked down the road with anxious eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Will Professor Deculine really be all right?" Charlotte's expression darkened as she listened. After everything that had happened, she knew Deculine had truly placed his life on the line to protect the princess. Juran gently placed a hand on Princess Maho's shoulder and patted it lightly. "We should go," he said in a quiet voice. And then just when hope was beginning to fade, the person they had been waiting for finally appeared. Deculine walked toward them at a slow, unhurried pace, his sharp voice carrying clearly through the evening air. "It seems you arrived safely." Beside him, the swordsman scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha! Somehow we're still alive." Under the glow of the evening light, the two waiting figures hurried toward them with open relief, their emotions swelling as if they were meeting again after a long separation. After wiping out the assassins and making sure the princess had reached safety, Deculine wasted no time and quickly gave his farewell. "I will be returning now." Charlotte immediately asked in surprise, "What? Aren't you going to rest for a while?" Deculine lightly brushed the dust from his coat and replied, "There is no need. The matter is finished. Let Juran explain the details to you." With that, Deculine turned away and began to walk off, leaving Charlotte and Princess Maho silently watching his back as he departed. Charlotte narrowed her eyes in thought. Before this dangerous journey began, she had carried more than a few doubts about him. At first, she had believed Deculine's involvement would only bring trouble and that he might simply make everything more difficult. But in the end, he had truly risked himself to help her and Princess Maho reach safety. He had taken the danger onto himself, standing alone in the most perilous place, while guiding everyone else toward escape, even with all the disagreements between them in the past. Charlotte felt that she could not let him leave without giving him her thanks. She quickly reached out and called after him, "Deculine." Then she gave him a gentle smile, one filled with relief and honest gratitude. "Thank you." But the only response she received was Deculine's usual cold indifference. He looked at her and replied bluntly, "Fine. Judging by your condition, you only just arrived and have not even had time to bathe. I refuse to shake hands with hands covered in blood." Charlotte froze for a moment, completely caught off guard. Then her teeth clenched in irritation as one thought burned through her mind. This damned man really never changed. Deculine continued walking down the sunlit road at an unhurried pace, his figure gradually growing smaller as silence settled around him. Suddenly, Charlotte shouted his name once again from behind, and Deculine stopped with clear annoyance in his voice. "What is it now?" Charlotte called out brightly, her voice full of feeling. "Travel safely. I will repay today's kindness someday." Princess Maho also raised her hand and waved happily. "Thank you so much, Professor Deculine." Deculine only looked back at them in silence, his face as expressionless as ever. Then he turned away without giving a proper reply, raising one hand in a small, quiet wave as his farewell. A message appeared before him. The independent mission had been completed, granting him 4 shop coins and an additional 30 mana. Time passed quickly, and by evening the scene shifted to the minister's residence. A familiar voice called from outside the room, "Minister, it's Charlotte." From within, Juran answered, "Come in." Charlotte slowly stepped inside, gave the proper customary salute, and then took a seat in the chair across from him. Her mind was crowded with worries as she sat there. She could not tell what Juran intended to say, and one troubling thought rose first. Could the Duchy of Urin be planning to refuse them? Or perhaps there was some other hidden scheme at work? But Charlotte quickly denied the thought. No, if they had truly meant to harm them, they would have acted the moment they first met. Juran sat down in the chair beside her, his expression serious as he began to speak. "Charlotte, what I'm about to tell you is important. Listen calmly, and try not to be too shocked." Then in a steady and solemn tone, he continued, "The Grand Duke wishes for Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke's house belongs to a founding lineage, completely independent, and unlike ordinary dukes, it is not bound under the royal family." The moment Charlotte heard those words, her entire body went still, and for a full 5 seconds she could do nothing but freeze in place. For a moment, Charlotte could only stand there in stunned silence, because she had no idea what kind of unbelievable words had just reached her ears. Charlotte's voice caught in her throat as she struggled to respond. Yes. Are you saying that the princess is going to become the next Grand Duke?" And the answer came back without hesitation. "That's right." Perhaps even before Maho's letter had ever arrived, the Grand Duke had already reached that decision in his heart. From the sound of it, he simply did not place much faith in his own nephew. Juran went on in a lower, heavier voice. "In any case, this matter must remain absolutely secret. Other than him, only you and I know the truth right now." Charlotte's eyes tightened with unease, her expression slowly filling with concern. Could something like this truly happen so suddenly? Not long ago, Princess Maho had nearly been killed because of the vicious struggle over succession. She was penniless, physically small, and so fragile that it seemed the world could crush her at any moment. Yet the moment she finally set foot inside the duchy, that very same princess had been chosen as its heir. Everything had unfolded far too quickly for Charlotte to properly understand. Then, as if a thought had struck her all at once, she quickly lifted her head and asked in a hurry, "Sir, aside from me, is there anyone else who already knows about this?" Juran lowered his head slightly before answering in a slow, measured voice. "What are you talking about?" "Of course not. I only heard it from the Grand Duke myself just a few minutes ago." On the outside, Charlotte accepted his explanation without argument. But deep down, an uneasy doubt still clung to her. One she couldn't quite put into words. Deculine's earlier words began echoing inside her mind again. He had said he only wanted her and the princess to survive because it would benefit his house and territory. He wasn't protecting Maho out of kindness. He was making a deal that worked in his favor. So there was no need for Charlotte to overthink it. If she felt guilty, that guilt did not belong there. Once Princess Maho obtained real power, she only needed to repay that debt to House Euclane. After all, Maho was an extremely valuable ally. The more Charlotte replayed those words, the more tangled her thoughts became. What exactly had Deculane meant back then? His attitude had been so calm, almost as if he had already seen this outcome coming. He had once told her that he was well-versed in politics, and that in both intellect and understanding he stood far above her. At first, Charlotte had dismissed those words as nothing more than Deculane's usual arrogance. But now, she couldn't help wondering if he had truly known everything from the beginning and quietly arranged the pieces ahead of time. As that possibility settled in, Charlotte's face grew darker. A single thought slipped through her mind. What a terrifying monster. Even so, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, what Deculine had accomplished was now an undeniable reality. Charlotte's tense expression softened, and a small smile of relief finally appeared on her lips. Then, almost without realizing it, she found herself wondering whether Deculine had managed to return safely. At that very same time, in his own residence, Deculine was lying comfortably across a warm bed, his body finally still after the chaos of the day before. After only a short rest, he opened his eyes and pushed himself upright. Had he really slept for only about 2 hours? He turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, the sky was still dim, and the sun had not yet fully risen over the horizon. Deculine changed into his sleepwear, calmly realizing once again that his steel persona trait allowed even a brief nap to wipe away nearly all traces of fatigue. No matter how severe yesterday's events had been, his body had already recovered, as if nothing had happened. Because of that inconvenient recovery, Deculine had no excuse to remain in bed, and he reluctantly forced himself to get up. First, he decided he should test once more how well he could control and manipulate objects using only his mind. A faint thought crossed his mind that people from the modern world would surely envy a trait like this, steel persona. But then Deculine suddenly stopped, feeling something stir quietly within him. He let out a tired sigh, weighed down by the thought that he should have trained with this kind of discipline much earlier. Wake up, then train. And after that, train again. No rest, no stopping, always searching for his own flaws and weaknesses, so he could grind them down and correct them. That relentless habit had likely taken root, because Deculine von Grahan Euclina had always lived close to danger. But danger alone was not enough to explain the depth of that instinct. Discipline, unbreakable willpower, and a spirit hardened like steel. Those were the things that allowed him to live without wasting his days. Deculine stared up at the ceiling in silence, thinking to himself that he wished he had lived like this long before. A memory surfaced of his girlfriend looking at him with a weary, exhausted expression. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? No, I'm leaving. Oh, okay. Back then, he had not understood just how pathetic he looked, obsessing over worthless things, while everything important slipped away from him. If Kim Woojin had been even a little more like Deculine was now, perhaps she would never have walked away from him. Deculine muttered a complaint under his breath, saying that even wanting a little more sleep had become difficult because the steel persona made it far too inconvenient. For someone like him, trapped inside this game world, 22 waking hours in a single day truly felt absurdly long. Meanwhile, the setting shifted to the docks where the students had finally returned to the capital. Wow, this was actually fun. I'm kind of sad we have to leave. Yeah, next time we should bring the whole family along with us. Inside a narrow alley near the docks, Ganesha was quietly keeping herself hidden from sight. The children with her, however, could barely contain their excitement. Oh, there are so many mages, I want to watch too. Someone explained that they were rookies from the magic tower, returning from the ravine. Leah, standing off in the corner, tilted her head with a puzzled look. But why are we sneaking around and hiding here? Ganesha turned back with a strained smile, trying to sound casual. Uh-huh. It's just crowded, that's all. We're only standing a little to the side. We're not really hiding. But Leah only narrowed her eyes and muttered, That sounds suspicious. Ganesha quietly shifted her gaze toward the gate where the dock convoy was gathering. Damn it! Why did Deculine have to show up here at a time like this? There had been rumors lately that Deculine had changed, but even so, appearing in public with someone connected to a previous mission target was still far from a good idea. And yet, even while sneaking around like this, Ganesha couldn't stop herself from staring. That face was so unbelievably handsome that she almost wanted to keep looking at him forever. How could someone that beautiful actually exist in the world? While Ganesha was still caught up staring at Deculine's almost unreal beauty, Leah slipped past her with a calm, casual step. No matter how crowded it is, squeezing into this alley is still too much. I'm going outside. Ganesha immediately snapped back to herself and reached out in a panic. Don't! But that sudden shout was far too loud. and in the next instant it drew Deculane's attention straight toward them. His eyes shifted in her direction, sharp and unmistakable. Damn it! Ganesha had been noticed by him. Beside her, Leah stopped as well, staring ahead with a blank, distant look, as if she had just encountered something she couldn't understand. The moment Ganesha saw the person standing before them, her expression changed completely, stiffening with open astonishment. At that exact moment, fragments of the past rushed into her mind one after another, so fast she could barely breathe. Those memories surged up like a sudden wave, breaking through every wall she had tried to build inside herself. They were memories she had worked so hard to bury deep where they would never trouble her again. In an instant, her eyes grew wet, and tears began to gather before she could stop them. The 8 years they had shared together were not something time could erase so easily. Why was that image returning to her mind now, so clearly and painfully? He should have been nothing more than a character inside a game, so why did every detail about him feel so vivid? As if those memories had never faded at all. On the other side, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein was reacting in almost the same way. He stared at the girl in front of him, unable to look away. She looked exactly like Uara. The same bright smile, shining like sunlight, the very image that had once helped him endure countless hardships in his previous life. For a while, neither of them said a single word, and they simply stood there facing each other. The space between them seemed to freeze, as though that single fateful moment had stopped everything around them. Their eyes remained locked for a long time, both filled with the same stunned disbelief. Then Deculine abruptly turned his head away, forcing the thought down. He was overthinking again, staring at someone who was only a game character. Leah also turned her face aside, scolding herself inwardly. Pull yourself together. Damn it, he's only Deculine. She stretched her body as if shaking off the strange feeling, then walked away like nothing had happened. Ganesha watched her go with a faintly judging look in her eyes. Deculine, trying to sweep away the awkwardness, turned toward his students instead and scolded them. If you walk while eating and drop crumbs everywhere, I'll deduct points. Watching him act as if nothing unusual had happened, Ganesha quietly wondered to herself, so he noticed us, but chose not to say anything. Had he really changed that much? Was this truly Deculine? A few days later, in the city, a carriage raced swiftly down the road, its wheels rattling against the stones. Inside the carriage, Yeriel sat trembling from head to toe, unable to hide her fear. Seeing her fidget like that, Deculine warned her in a cool voice. Calm down, Yeriel. Stop wriggling around like a drenched dog. Yeriel turned back at him, clearly unable to accept that. But we're on our way to see the new emperor. It would be stranger if I wasn't scared. Deculine continued in the same steady tone. All you need to do at the coronation is bow. We haven't been granted a private audience, so don't cause a scene. Then, without making a big deal of it, Deculine handed her a packet of papers. Here, take this. Uriel accepted it with a puzzled look. What is this? Deculine answered calmly. Observations. I inferred them after analyzing several conditions, including the new emperor's temperament. Keep them in mind when managing the territory. Inwardly, Deculine thought back to the situation. 12 days had passed since the late Emperor Krabame died. Once the new emperor officially took the throne, conflicts along the frontier would begin moving faster, so he had written down the important events in advance. If Yeriel followed what he had prepared, then the difficulty of future missions might be reduced even if only by a little. As Yeriel read through the papers, she flinched in surprise. Huh? Are you some kind of fortune teller? Don't act like this is normal. Deculine did not answer her directly. Instead, he warned her. I'll check later. That made Yeriel smile awkwardly, as if she had just been caught. When they arrived at the palace, a soldier stepped forward and guided them with practiced formality. Members of House Uklein, this way please. They continued walking deeper inside. And Yeriel looked around with wide eyes. There are already so many people here. As they moved through the crowd, someone suddenly crossed in front of them, making Deculine pause in surprise. It was Julie von Dea Freyden. Julie glanced at Deculine for only a brief moment, then gave a small bow before continuing on her way. Deculine felt a faint awkwardness settle over him as he watched her pass. Was she still struggling because of what had happened with Veron? While he was still caught in that thought, a wave of noise suddenly rose from the crowd behind him. They turned around and saw that the Emperor's carriage had finally arrived. Deculine, Yeriel, and everyone else around them lowered their heads in formal salute. From inside the carriage, a pair of small feet carefully stepped down into view. The new Emperor began moving forward, heading inside to complete the ceremony waiting for her. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward the throne that stood ahead. With her arrival before the throne, the investiture ceremony formally began. There, in front of the throne, the crown was carefully placed upon the new emperor's head. The sound of drums thundered through the palace, blending with the roaring cheers of the people who had gathered to welcome their new ruler. And so a new emperor was born. Her name was Sophien Yekatera August von Gibran. After enduring an unbearably dull inauguration ceremony that clearly failed to interest her, Sophien let out a long yawn, completely ignoring the fact that every eye in the room was fixed on her. Yeriel stared at her in disbelief and whispered, She's yawning. The new Emperor Sophian is actually yawning. Even with unmatched authority and power resting in her hands, Sophian always seemed bored by everything around her. And that emptiness came from the very nature she had been given. In the world Deculine knew, Sophian possessed talents so overwhelming they almost felt unfair. If she had chosen the sword, she could have risen as a guardian knight. If she had walked the path of magic, she could have become a grand archmage. No matter what field she touched, her ability was astonishing. But because everything came to her so easily, nothing in the world could truly hold her interest for long. Of course, there was a much bigger problem right now. Deculine suddenly felt an intense pressure pressing down on him, as if someone's gaze had locked onto him alone. A cold sweat formed before he could stop it. What was this feeling? It was as though someone was staring straight through him. He slowly looked around, trying to locate the source. Who the hell was watching him like that? Then he realized where that burning red gaze was coming from. It came from Sophian herself seated upon the throne. Uriel, who stood beside him as a lower-ranking noble, noticed the direction of that presence and whispered aloud. Her Majesty is watching the nobles. She's been looking this way for a while. But Deculine immediately denied that in his own mind. No, she was not watching the nobles. She was looking directly at him. The question was, why was Sophian staring at him with such obvious interest? On the throne, Sophian toyed with a chess piece between her fingers and muttered with open dissatisfaction. What a boring ceremony. At this point, I'm almost hoping for an ambush or a bombing. Chiron, standing close beside her, was already used to her temperament and gave no response. As Sophian's personal guard, he simply remained silent at her side. Sophian continued, her eyes still fixed ahead. But there is someone here who has managed to catch my interest. I heard about that little thing he tried. Do you remember? With just one casual remark, he caused quite an uproar. Now, I've finally seen the person who created it. A faint smile touched Sophian's lips. That is why I'm looking at him. This should be the first time he has ever met me, and yet somehow, he seems to understand me unusually well. Charon answered calmly. Who does not know your Majesty? Sophian shook off that answer. No, he is different. I cannot explain it perfectly, but I can tell. He is measuring me. Even after he noticed that I was staring at him, his gaze did not falter at all. Sophian smiled with amusement, almost laughing to herself. How interesting. It feels as though I have met an old acquaintance again. Understanding what she meant, Charon gave a quiet nod. I understand. Then Sophian rose from the throne, stepped forward a few paces, and spoke as if the decision had already been made. Now that she was emperor, it was time for her to begin her work. She would start by removing the old, unwritten customs that had lingered for far too long. And among those customs, the first one she had in mind was the emperor's class. Some time later, the atmosphere at the academy was almost strangely peaceful. Deculine had begun preparing for the new term, walking through the academy grounds with his assistant Alan at his side. As they moved along, Deculine spoke in his usual cool tone. Even though the new term has started, the students remain as foolish as ever. Alan laughed awkwardly beside him. Haha, I think the newcomers simply need some time to adjust. While they continued forward, they noticed a crowd gathered in one place, clustered near the gate. Alan looked toward the commotion and asked, why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? Deculine answered without much interest. I don't know. After that brief exchange, the two of them continued on and entered Deculine's office. Inside, Charon was already waiting with soldiers from the Imperial Guard. The sight of the palace's royal seal made Deculine's thoughts sharpen. Why would someone connected to the imperial family come looking for him? Chiron then brought out an imperial edict and read it aloud in a formal voice. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine, please receive this with reverence. Without the slightest delay, Deculine and Alan dropped to one knee, respectfully lowering themselves to receive the order. Chiron continued reading. The imperial family intends to grant Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine, head of House Ukraine and senior professor of the Magic Tower, the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Deculine has been placed on the list of candidates for the position of Imperial Teaching Mage. Therefore, please demonstrate your ability by solving the problem presented by Court Mage George. Deculine was somewhat surprised by the sudden proposal. The Emperor had chosen him? The Empire had a tradition that during the first year after ascending the throne, the Emperor would learn about the world from outside instructors. Knights, mages, and scholars were selected through their own examinations and appointed to guide the ruler. Chiron repeated the key point in a steady voice. Professor Deculine's name is on the candidate list for the Emperor's guiding mage. Prove your qualifications by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. Deculine weighed the matter inwardly. The Emperor had selected him? This was not a turn of events he had expected for Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine, but it was certainly fascinating. Normally, he would not have cared much about such a matter. But if an opportunity like this had landed directly in his hands, there was no reason to simply turn it away. After all, anything connected to the imperial family usually came with rewards generous enough to be worth the trouble. And beyond that, this might also give him a chance to learn why Sophian had been watching him so intently. Chiron looked at him and added, "Will you accept the challenge?" If you believe your skills are insufficient, you may forfeit. Deculine answered at once, without a trace of hesitation. I accept the challenge. Chiron then presented a sheet of paper containing the test prompt. Take it. And with that single handoff, the matter seemed to be settled. After taking a few steps away, Charon turned back and looked at Deculine once more. He remembered George saying this was a problem difficult enough to make anyone rack their brain for at least 3 days, and that only those who solved it could qualify as an instructor. Chiron quietly wondered how long the rumored Deculine would take to overcome a challenge that Sir George had declared so difficult. But before that thought could even settle, a blinding light suddenly burst from the paper, startling Chiron where he stood. Deculine watched the phenomenon calmly. At that moment, a stream of mana rose from within the rolled paper and shaped itself into the image of George. With a cheerful smile, the man addressed him in a bright, formal tone. Congratulations, mage. I am George, a court mage. Your ability will be judged by how quickly you manage to solve this problem. If you can finish it within a single day, that alone will already be considered impressively fast. The soldiers nearby immediately broke into a restless murmur, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, is it already solved? One of them blurted out. Another soldier, still staring at the answer, gave a stunned nod and confirmed, yes, it really is. He calmly turned toward the soldiers and explained without showing off. That puzzle was by no means simple. I was only able to solve it because I happened to study ancient rune language recently. It was more luck than anything else. From behind him, Charon's voice quietly cut in, carrying genuine admiration. Even so, that is still an excellent result. Inwardly, he understood the real reason far too well. The ancient rune language used in the problem was a difficult script that usually appeared only in old and obscure texts, but to him, it was completely different. Back when he had been a game designer, he had personally adjusted and fine-tuned that very rune font. It had been a long time ago, but the shape, structure, and logic of those runes were still buried clearly in his memory. With that knowledge and understanding, a question at this level was hardly a challenge at all. Once Charon confirmed that the problem had truly been solved, he stepped forward with a composed expression and presented a letter to him with both hands. Deculine von Grahan Uklani. This is an invitation issued by the royal family. You have been judged qualified to take part in the examination. Deculine accepted the letter without hesitation, his expression remaining calm as he gave a brief and courteous reply. Thank you. Back at the palace, after listening to Charon's report, Sophian's eyes sharpened in surprise. He solved it in 5 minutes? Charon lowered his head and confirmed without delay. Yes, your majesty, Sophian immediately continued, as if the answer had already become obvious. Then there is nothing left to consider. We will choose Deculine. Charon, however, quickly raised an objection. Your majesty, that decision may be too hasty. I believe we should observe the matter a little longer. Sophian turned toward him, her gaze filled with disbelief. What else is there to observe? He solved the very problem George swore was extremely difficult, and he did it in only 5 minutes. That is already more than enough. She released a tired, exasperated sigh, then fell silent for a few seconds, as if weighing the situation in her mind. After that brief pause, she spoke again. Ah, you mean the one who supported that woman named Luina von Schlerot McQueen instead of Deculine? But that mage needed 4 full hours to solve the problem. 4 hours would have been impressive if no one else had finished it in 5 minutes. But now that such a result exists, the conclusion is already painfully clear. Sophian's expression suddenly shifted, as though a clever idea had just taken shape in her mind. I have just thought of something brilliant. Charon, carry out my orders immediately. Once Sophian revealed the details of her plan, Charon could do nothing but stand there in stunned silence, completely dumbfounded by what he had just heard. Meanwhile, at the Frieden battalion, Julie was still out in the training yard, forcing herself through her drills with the same relentless discipline as always. The knights watching from a distance looked increasingly uneasy. Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? One of them murmured. The blonde knight beside him nodded with concern. True, she really doesn't look well. Then the dark-haired knight added quietly, at least she is still holding her sword. Earlier, I honestly thought she might collapse. One of them lowered his voice, as if grasping for the only thing that might help her recover. The only thing that could lift Captain Julie's spirits now is? Understanding what he meant, the dark-haired man answered. You mean news about finding Veron's body? But since it fell near the cliff, the search is definitely going to be extremely difficult. Just then, from outside the yard, a soldier rushed in at full speed, gasping for breath, as if he had run without stopping. Captain! He called out urgently, hurrying straight toward Julie before relaying his message to her. The moment Julie heard what he had come to say, her expression changed completely. Her eyes widened and shock spread across her face. A clear and formal voice rang out, carrying across the training ground. Julie von Dea Frieden, you have been granted the honor of conversing and dueling with Her Majesty. You have been selected as a candidate for the position of Knight Instructor, with the duty of demonstrating swordsmanship before Her Majesty. Pass the examination and prove your ability. Julie straightened herself at once, her tiredness seeming to vanish beneath firm resolve. With unwavering determination in her voice, she answered. Understood. After receiving the official decision, Julie made her way through the snowy mountain path, heading toward a house that stood alone near the summit. The instant she opened the door and stepped inside, a familiar voice greeted her from within. Long time no see, Julie. Julie looked deeper into the room and saw that 3 people were already seated there, waiting as though they had arrived before her on purpose. She gave them a respectful nod and replied, Yes, it has been a while, seniors. The blond young man answered with an easy, cheerful smile. I had a feeling you would be among the candidates. Come on, sit down, make yourself comfortable. He quickly slipped into lively conversation, his tone light and nostalgic. I wonder what kind of test they are planning for us. Seeing everyone gathered together like this really reminds me of group projects back in school, doesn't it? The short-haired woman among them was Gwen, the Holy Knight. She answered with a composed but sharp attitude. I cannot say I feel the same. What I can say is that I will not go easy on anyone, so all of you had better be prepared. The broad, sturdy young man was the mighty knight, Raffle. He gave a firm nod, agreeing with her without hesitation. Of course, every one of us came here for the same purpose. After that brief exchange, the conversation slowly died down, and the room settled back into its usual heavy silence. Then the blond young man shifted his gaze toward the chair placed at the center of the room. I suppose that must be the judge's seat, he said, studying it with mild curiosity. They are running a little late, aren't they? Gwen then added. I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who was originally supposed to judge this test, is resting because of an injury. So who is coming in his place? Raphael simply shook his head. Who knows? At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. Everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance at once, Julie's gaze fixed on the doorway with particular intensity, her eyes narrowing as if she sensed something unpleasant before she even saw who it was. Then, from beyond the threshold, a pair of calm and measured footsteps entered the room. The instant Julie saw the person walking in, her body stiffened in surprise. He slowly removed his hat with a controlled motion and introduced himself in a cool, even voice. Greetings. I am Deculine von Grahan Uklein, the temporary examiner for the Night Instructor Selection Test. It was not only Julie who reacted. Everyone in the room was visibly shaken by his sudden appearance, their expressions tightening with shock. Deculine walked past Julie's position without slowing down, his face unreadable, while a faint thread of thought passed through his mind. Julie, however, had her own thoughts raging beneath her controlled expression. A mage serving as examiner for a knight's test? Why? What exactly is he plotting this time, Deculine? There at the threshold stood a dark silhouette, his jet-black cloak cutting sharply against the blinding white snow outside. It was Deculine. His arrival swept through the room, like cold water poured over the pride of the elite knights gathered there. Every pair of eyes locked onto Deculine, the high-ranking mage and noble infamous for his arrogance. Raffle, the mighty knight, could no longer hold back the anger swelling in his chest. He shot to his feet and roared, You are the examiner? What the hell would a mage know about a knight's spirit? How dare you judge us? Even under that open hostility, Deculine did not flinch. He stepped inside at an unhurried pace, calmly removed his gloves, and settled into the central chair with an unsettling composure. His gaze, cold and still like a frozen lake, slid toward the furious knight. Yes, I am a mage, not a knight, therefore I will not judge you by flashy sword movements, but by the professional standards required by the palace. You seem displeased that I am seated here. However, remember this clearly. I am Her Majesty's official guiding mage, and my presence here is the result of a direct imperial order. Do you intend to raise that sword against the will of the crown? The room fell silent in an instant. The authority of the crown seemed to tighten around every throat like an invisible rope, choking off any thought of resistance. The knight faltered, his face burning red with humiliation and anger as he stammered, Chosen as a teaching mage? You? At that, one of Julie's senior knights narrowed his eyes at Deculine, his tone edged with open sarcasm. Then, Sir Examiner, can we truly believe this trial will be fair? You will not favor anyone because of personal ties, will you? The room immediately stirred with uncomfortable whispers. Everyone there knew about the complicated connection between Deculine and Julie. Julie herself said nothing, keeping her head lowered while her hands tightened beneath the table, silently enduring the gossip pressing in around her. Deculine calmly closed the file in front of him, his expression unchanged, and his voice as cold as winter ice. I'm only here to supervise and record the results. The final decision still belongs to Her Majesty. The trial begins early tomorrow morning. For now, all of you should go rest. Preserve your strength. One by one, the knights climbed the stairs, their low murmurs trailing behind them. Even as they left, doubt still hung in the air. In the end, they could not fully accept that this would be fair. But no matter what they thought, the final judgment belonged to Her Majesty. Deculine's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched them leave, and in the quiet that followed, he admitted the truth to himself. What they had said was not entirely wrong. From the very beginning, this trial had never been fair. But the reason was not the one those knights were imagining. Deculine had not come here to help Julie pass. On the contrary, he intended to use every method available to keep her from being selected. That night, the blizzard outside raged without pause, howling across the snowy mountain as if it wanted to tear the entire house apart. Inside, Deculine sat alone beside a flickering oil lamp, slowly turning through the pages of an ancient text. The unstable flame threw wavering patches of light and shadow across his sharp features, making his face look even colder than usual. He turned his gaze toward the window, where the darkness of night had been swallowed completely by endless white snow. Nights, after all, always began by measuring themselves against one another through combat. Watching Julie carry such fierce determination made Deculine think of the deep, shadowed corridors of the royal palace. The only reason he had accepted this absurd role as examiner was because of her. Because of Julie. A mage with no real knowledge of swordsmanship judging elite knights was nothing but a farce. Deculine knew that better than anyone. But right now, Julie absolutely could not be allowed to set foot inside the palace. Hidden beneath that palace, there still existed the greatest unpredictable danger, a single variable powerful enough to bring Deculine's life to an end. Fryden's abyss. That demonic mirror was still there, waiting in the depths. At this point in the story, Julie must never come face to face with it. Until that mirror was shattered, Deculine would not allow Julie to enter the palace under any circumstances. The next day, Deculine sat before the assembled knights and clearly announced the first part of the trial. Your first challenge will test observation skills and perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, there are many rare magical items. Each of you will receive a detailed description of the item you must locate and retrieve. Without delay, Deculine produced 4 separate assignments and handed them out to the 4 candidates, giving each knight a different target to find. The only condition is that you bring the item back here completely intact. If even one petal is crushed, or even the smallest scratch appears on a leaf, your result will be invalidated immediately. Deculine leaned back with an unmoved expression and continued. As for me, I will remain here and wait for your results. Does anyone have an objection? If you do, say it now. Once the trial begins, there will be no second chance. The knights exchanged glances, each of them reading the tension on the others' faces. For a moment, the entire room sank into a heavy and strained silence. Deculine coldly took out his pocket watch, checked the time, and gave the final declaration. Good. Since everyone has accepted the terms, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins now. Out in the blinding blizzard, Julie forced herself forward step by step. Snow had piled up to her knees, making every movement feel as heavy as dragging chains. The wind tore through her cloak, carrying a bitter cold sharp enough to numb her body and freeze the blood in her veins. The item Julie needed to find was an ice flower, a transparent blossom that grew only on sheer cliff faces high in the mountains. Because it bloomed in such brutal conditions, harvesting one was never easy. Still, since 10 of them bloomed and withered each day, the task was difficult, but not impossible. Julie pushed herself onward, her eyes sweeping desperately across the vertical cliffs around her. Yet, even as she searched, one question kept gnawing at her mind. Had Deculine truly come here only because of Her Majesty's command? After hours of struggling against the storm, Julie finally let out a quiet breath when she spotted an ice flower, its crystal-clear petals shimmering faintly beneath the falling snow. The flower was growing at the very top of a towering rock outcrop, perched in a place where one careless movement could send her falling. Julie held her breath and used every ounce of a swordswoman's precision to pluck it without damaging it. Then, cradling the fragile blossom carefully, she raced back toward the wooden house as fast as the storm would allow. But when Julie presented the flower to Deculine, he did not even bother to reach out and touch it. He merely lowered his gaze, gave it a brief inspection, and said in a cold, flat voice, "It is damaged." Julie froze on the spot, her heart tightening painfully in her chest. "What? What did you just say?" Deculine answered without the slightest change in expression. "I said the item must be intact, without any damage whatsoever." "Look closely." Deculine pointed toward one of the petals. "On the edge of the third petal, there is a tiny cut. It is less than a millimeter long." Julie clenched her teeth and brought the flower closer to inspect it. Sure enough, there was a scratch so faint it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Bitterness rose in her throat as she thought to herself that she had made a mistake. She should have checked it more carefully before handing it over. Then Julie lifted her head and stared straight at Deculine, refusing to back down. "I will go get another one." With those words, Julie turned sharply and rushed back out into the swirling white storm. The second time, she discovered another ice flower clinging to the cliffside. But this one was even higher than the first. Julie climbed with all the strength she had, fingers digging into the frozen rock as she struggled upward. At last, through sheer effort and a stroke of luck, she reached it. But the violent gusts of snow battered her from every side, nearly tearing her loose and sending her slipping down the cliff. When Julie finally brought the second flower back, Deculine's icy expression remained unchanged. A corner of one leaf is missing. It was cut away by the wind and snow. Meanwhile, one of her seniors sat comfortably nearby, enjoying a hot meal as if the trial had nothing to do with him. He spoke with casual satisfaction between bites. Another defect, huh? Julie's empty stomach twisted in protest, and the exhaustion from the cold began to make her head feel light and unsteady. Deculine looked at her with a stern, unyielding gaze. You are not permitted to touch the food until you complete the task or give up. Then he asked in that same cold voice. Well, will you give up? Julie's resolve flared hotter than ever, and she shouted back without hesitation. No. I will find another flower. Julie Von Day Afraiden forced herself back into the storm, stepping once again into the knife-like wind. The blizzard had grown even harsher than before, and although her armor helped her resist the freezing cold, her body was already reaching its limit. She knew that if she failed to find another ice flower soon, everything would be over. Then, on her third attempt, Julie finally discovered one that looked absolutely perfect, untouched and shining beneath the snow. Her eyes sharpened at once, narrowing with fierce resolve, as though this single flower was the final chance she would ever be given. Julie gathered the fragile flower close to her chest, as if it were something priceless. She bent her body around it to block the snow, letting frost gather thickly across her own shoulders instead. By the time she carried it back, Julie was certain deep in her heart that this attempt had finally succeeded. But Deculine only inspected the flower for a brief moment before his cold judgment came down again. Even this one, he said harshly, was still damaged. Julie's mind reeled. No, there was no way. After everything she had done, this could not be happening again. Deculine brought the ice flower closer to her, his gaze fixed on its delicate petals, and continued in the same merciless tone. There was a tiny crack running along one of them. Julie nearly sank onto the wooden floor, her strength giving out as tears of frustration burned in her eyes. How could this happen? Why did it keep happening? The outside had been perfectly clean, without even the faintest scratch, so why was every flower being ruined? Then, all at once, her tear-filled gaze lifted, catching on something inside the room. Her eyes swept slowly across the shelter, before finally stopping on the campfire, blazing warmly in the center. A sudden realization flashed through Julie's mind, sharp enough to cut through her exhaustion. Could that be the reason? Julie did not waste time explaining herself. She stood again, her eyes burning with a fiercer light than before, and asked for permission to go out one last time. She turned away and headed back into the snow to continue the search. But this time, she did not make her way toward the old cliffs. Deculine watched her thin, frost-covered figure disappear into the storm, her back small but stubbornly resolute. Inwardly, he judged that she seemed to have noticed the pattern at last, but even knowing it would not change anything. There was one place she absolutely could not enter, no matter how desperate she became: the palace. Back at the night examination center, unease hung heavily in the air, pressing down on everyone waiting inside. The knights paced back and forth, unable to settle, their eyes repeatedly drifting toward the white blur beyond the entrance. One female knight quietly asked whether Julie could really succeed, while Julie's senior clenched his fist, his uncertain voice admitting that even he did not know. Just then, through the roar of the wind, a shout rose from behind them. Julie had returned. She appeared out of the snow, breathing hard, both hands holding a glittering ice flower as she called for it to be examined. The knights stared at her in sudden joyful surprise, relief spreading through them as they realized she had made it back. Deculine, however, remained still inside the shelter and spoke without warmth, ordering them to bring Julie in. But Julie did not move forward. She stayed rooted in the snow outside, her trembling voice carrying a firm edge as she asked Deculine to step out instead, insisting that this ice flower was flawless. In the dim light, Julie looked painfully worn down. Her clothes were smeared with filth, thick ice clung to her cloak, and the merciless cold had drained nearly all color from her face. Inside, Julie could only mock her own slowness. How had she not realized it sooner? If an ice flower was brought into a warm room with a burning fireplace, it would begin to melt and collapse almost instantly. That hidden temperature trap had been the true nature of the test. Even so, Deculine did not take a single step. His answer came back colder than the wind outside. He refused. He reminded her that he had stated the rule clearly from the very beginning. Until the examination ended, he would not step outside, not even once. Anger flared in Julie's eyes, and she clenched her teeth so hard her jaw tightened. In her heart, she was certain Deculine had never intended to let her pass from the very start. As if he had seen through that thought, Deculine continued calmly. Before the test began, he had asked whether anyone had questions or objections, and at that time, Julie had remained silent. If she failed to account for the surrounding environment, then that failure belonged entirely to her. Julie shouted back that yes, it was her fault, but even then, she refused to give up here. For the first time, a faint flicker of surprise passed through Deculine's expression at the sheer force of her will. A moment later, Julie lowered the ice flower carefully onto the block of ice resting at her feet. Then she began to draw out her mana, and a powerful surge of energy burst from her body into the air around her. Everyone inside stared in shock, unable to look away, but the strain immediately showed on Julie's face as pain twisted across her features. In the next instant, the unleashed energy swept through the entire shelter like a violent storm. Frost crawled rapidly over the walls, spreading across the room as the remaining warmth was forced out. Deculine watched the change unfold, silently assessing her choice. Was she truly trying to freeze the entire space with mana? Before long, the heat inside had vanished completely. Once the temperature in the shelter had fallen to freezing, Julie stepped inside at last and raised the ice flower before Deculine, asking if it should be acceptable now. The room went utterly silent. Deculine studied the flower for a long stretch, then quietly shook his head. His voice remained completely indifferent as he delivered the verdict. The flower was still flawed. He explained that Julie had used mana to protect it, but that very mana had reacted with the flower and changed its internal structure, damaging it in the process. Julie froze in place, as if the last of her strength had been pulled from her body. No, she thought desperately, this could not be true. She no longer even had enough breath to argue. Her vision blurred, her body gave out, and she collapsed onto the cold floor directly in front of him. Every desperate effort she had made had come to nothing, and with that, she was eliminated. Julie was carried away to a quiet room so she could recover. Outside, the knights whispered among themselves, saying she had fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature had fallen dangerously low, and she had no strength left to leave on her own. Another knight could not hide his anger, muttering that he had never seen such an unfair examination. It was cruel enough to leave a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Meanwhile, Deculine stood alone in a shadowed corner, his eyes narrowing as he thought back over what he had witnessed. It was the first time he had ever seen Julie use mana directly like that, and through his sight, he had noticed something deeply strange. What exactly had his mana sight just revealed? A status window appeared before him, showing an abnormal condition: mana damage. Deculine was stunned. Mana damage, did that mean Julie's Dantian had been severely injured? An injury to the Dantian was not something common, and it certainly would not come from ordinary circumstances. In the original storyline, he had never heard of Julie carrying such a serious wound while still becoming the greatest knight. So what had happened to her? Just then, Julie's senior stepped forward with a heavy sigh. He admitted that the test had been far too difficult, and even he had failed to notice the temperature trap hidden in the ice flower. In truth, no one could have passed it. Deculine looked at the man before him and considered the connection. They had been classmates, and they were also Julie's seniors, so perhaps they knew something about her past. He decided to ask directly whether Julie had ever suffered a serious injury before. The knights turned toward him at once, their faces filled with a mix of anger and disbelief. Julie's senior snapped at him, asking if he truly did not remember, because the reason was Deculine himself. It had happened during the escort mission at Merrick that year. The senior's expression darkened as he wondered aloud whether the after effects from that incident were still tormenting Julie even now. Deculine was genuinely taken aback. The Merrick escort mission? That name struck him like something buried outside the original story, a piece of pre-game history Kim Woo-jin had never been allowed to know. He turned toward the man standing beside him and quietly asked Raphael, who had crossed swords with Julie before, whether he had noticed anything unusual during their match. Raphael hesitated, his words coming out unevenly, before admitting that whenever he sparred with her, Julie always seemed to restrain her mana on purpose. Julie's sword intent was undeniably refined, but she had never once dared to push her mana to its absolute limit. If that was true, then perhaps she really was suffering from an incurable after effect. Deculine remained silent for a long moment, then finally gave a calm order for everyone to return to their rooms, and wait until the eliminated contestants had left, before beginning the second test. Sometime later, as the sun began sinking behind the snow-covered mountains, Julie had already awakened and was standing alone outside the shelter. Her figure looked small against the cold white landscape, wrapped in loneliness and disappointment, and the long sigh that slipped from her lips said more than any words could. Deculine stepped out from behind her, and this time, his voice carried a faint softness that had not been there before. He told her that the result was truly regrettable. Julie lowered her head, her voice tight and close to breaking. She said he was right, that this had only been a test, and she had failed because she herself had overlooked something crucial. The moment she received the assignment, she should have examined every condition far more carefully. Deculine simply looked at her, saying nothing as the cold wind moved between them. Then he called her name and asked if, before she left, he could ask her one question. Julie lifted her gaze slightly, wondering if he meant something related to his duties as an examiner. But Deculine's question went somewhere else entirely. He asked her to tell him about the promise he had broken first, saying that he wanted to hear it directly from her own mouth. Julie froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard by such an unexpected and strangely personal question. Deculine already knew that the promise had been shattered long ago. It was the very wound that had made Julie despise him so deeply. Yet even he did not fully understand why he was stopping her now to ask about it. Perhaps beneath all his reasoning, he was only searching for an excuse to keep her in front of him a little longer. Or maybe he was trying to build some fragile justification for himself. For the Deculine he had become, after inheriting a life filled with someone else's sins. Julie stayed quiet for a while, her expression unreadable, before finally speaking in a slow, heavy voice. She said it had already been half a year, hadn't it? Then she paused again, as if sorting through painful memories, and asked where she should even begin. Back then, Julie had received a letter from members of the Luna family. It had been written by the mother of the mage who took his own life while serving under Deculine. And every line of that letter recorded the wrongs Deculine had committed. Julie had demanded that he explain whether the accusations in that letter were true. But instead of answering her, Deculine had burned the letter right there. And that single act became the reason she chose to break their engagement. She looked at him with pain still lingering in her eyes. At that time, Deculine had told her she could not cancel the betrothal, that he would do anything she wanted, that she only needed to forgive him. Only after that had he promised to clarify the truth and apologize. Julie's voice tightened as she asked why he was bringing it up only now. After all this time, what meaning could that question possibly have anymore? But the answer Deculine gave was far from what Julie expected. He admitted it plainly. It had been his fault. Everything that happened back then had been entirely Deculine's fault. Then he explained that the research was still ongoing. The study that man had begun had not been discarded. Deculine had continued refining it, and of course, the original researcher would still be named as a co-author. If the work ever earned any income, he intended to divide it fairly among everyone involved. He also planned to help restore that fallen family. And on the day the research was finally published, he might at last be able to offer a proper apology. Deculine said he only hoped he would become someone worthy of forgiveness. Hearing that, Julie's anger burst out at once as she shouted, asking why he had not said such things back then, because if he had spoken sooner, maybe everything could have been different. Before she could finish, Deculine cut in quietly and apologized. He added with a faint heaviness in his voice that the only excuse he could offer was this: the Deculine standing before her now might no longer be the same Deculine from the past. For a while, neither of them said a word, and the silence between them became almost absolute. Julie stared at him blankly, as if the man before her had suddenly become someone she could not recognize at all. Deculine took a step closer, his tone low but firm, and told her that from this day forward he would try not to love her anymore. Julie blinked in confusion, unable to hide her shock, and asked what he was even trying to say. Deculine answered that they should now walk separate paths. From this point on, she would no longer have to carry any burden because of him. He said he would make the effort to change his own heart, and someday that change would truly become real. After saying those words, he quickly turned his back on her. But before leaving, he offered one final, quiet admonition. She had worked hard, so she should go home and rest properly. Julie's heavy steps pressed deep tracks into the long stretch of white snow, while Deculine's words echoed in her mind again and again. He would try not to love her anymore. A small smile touched Julie's lips, bitter yet strangely relieved. As she continued through the falling snow, she wondered to herself whether Deculine had truly changed. From the window, Deculine stood motionless, watching Julie's small figure gradually disappear behind the pale curtain of snow. Even with Deculine's iron will, the feelings he carried for Julie seemed to be something he still could not fully command. 3 grueling days of selection finally passed, and with the last evaluation complete, the results were ready to be announced. An official document was released, displaying the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as the palace's training knights. After an exhausting and merciless screening, the council had decided to accept all 4 candidates, including Raphael and even Julie. Deculine's gaze then shifted to the section listing the guardian mages, where he saw his own name and portrait printed clearly. As for the position of training mage, the outcome should have been obvious. But as Deculine continued reading, his eyes widened ever so slightly, revealing a rare flicker of surprise. He remained fixed on the paper for a long while, silently turning over the unexpected result in his mind. Soon the setting moved to the grand interior of the imperial palace. An oppressive sense of royal authority filled the hall, and when the first name was called, the towering doors were pushed open with solemn weight. Deculine stepped forward with perfect composure, his footsteps ringing clearly across the polished marble floor as he approached the throne where Emperor Sophine was seated. Sophine looked completely indifferent, her head resting lazily against one hand as she let out a long, bored yawn. Once Deculine had taken his place before the throne, the herald's voice rang out again, announcing the next name. Deculine kept his eyes facing forward, but his attention shifted toward the woman who had just stepped in beside him. He had never expected that he would be sharing the role of training mage with Luina von Schulrott-McQueen. 2 of them knelt before Sophine in formal respect. Luina was someone Deculine could never bring himself to like, and ever since the incident on the floating island, they had been fortunate simply not to cross paths. Now that they had been placed together, the days ahead already looked painfully exhausting. Luina adjusted her glasses with a cool, precise motion, and her sharp golden eyes slid toward Deculine with unmistakable coldness. To her, The sight of him dragged up the bitterness of their shared past, and once again she was forced to face him in this place. Memory pulled back to several years earlier, to the time when the university was preparing for its professor promotion review. In those corridors, quiet rumors drifted from mouth to mouth, and the lecturer's whispers filled the air like smoke. A circle of professors had gathered around Luina, each one speaking with open enthusiasm and confidence. They insisted that the position of head professor naturally belonged to her, urging her to do her best, while others nodded along and said that if an arrogant, overbearing man like Professor Deculine became head professor, even imagining it was unbearable. Their disdain for Deculine was impossible to hide, written clearly in their voices and expressions. Luina accepted their encouragement with a restrained, modest smile, thanking each of them for supporting her. Back then, the battle for the head professor position had essentially narrowed down to two people, Deculine and Luina. Their strengths were closely matched, though in very different ways. Deculine possessed terrifying magical analysis, a deep grasp of theory, and the crushing influence that came with the bloodline of House Euclid, while Luina held the upper hand in overall research achievements. Luina believed that the difference in their character would be the deciding factor. She had earned the respect and support of many professors, while Deculine stood isolated, wrapped in his own cold arrogance. Because of that, Luina was completely certain the head position of the Magic Tower would eventually fall into her hands. But every bit of that confidence, every whisper of support gathered around her, had already reached Deculine's ears, and naturally, he had not taken it pleasantly. A few days later, at the McQueen family mansion, the calm atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by the frantic sound of rushing footsteps echoing through the halls. Someone shouted for everyone to hurry, their voice sharp with panic, warning that a serious emergency had broken out. Luina, confused by the sudden commotion, quickly stopped one of the people rushing past her. She demanded to know what had caused such chaos. The man turned toward her with a pale face, sweat soaking his skin, and stumbled over his words as he tried to explain the disaster that had just struck their family. The news slammed into Luina like a nightmare made real. The lord of the house had been gravely injured, and yet that terrible blow was only the beginning. One catastrophic report after another began pouring in, each worse than the last. Her brother's business was suddenly on the verge of collapse after partners cut their contracts without warning or reason. Her sister had suffered a horrific accident, and even their ancestral lands were no longer secure as bandits started invading their territory. Then came the final report. Even the lady of the house was now in danger. Luina stood alone in the dim great hall of the mansion, feeling the weight of her family's crumbling legacy pressing down on her shoulders. It had begun with her father being gravely wounded and losing his mana, and after that misfortune had struck them again and again like a storm that refused to end. For Luina, it was not difficult to understand where all of this had come from. In the darkness of her thoughts, one name rose above every disaster and covered the ruin before her eyes. Deculine. She stood with her head lowered, her face hidden beneath shadow, silently resisting the very idea of submitting to him. To Luina, Deculine was nothing less than the embodiment of evil. She feared that if she bowed to him now, House McQueen would never be able to stand tall again, so she told herself to endure, believing her family could survive these relentless calamities somehow. But reality was far more merciless than Luina had imagined. Rain began to fall over McQueen Manor, a cold, endless downpour that seemed to mirror the family's despair. Inside the mansion, her father sat beneath the dim light, his body worn down and his spirit nearly broken. He looked at his daughter, fully aware of just how much the head professor position meant to her. In a weary voice, he asked whether she could give it up. Her career was important, he knew that, but the survival of their family had to come first. Luina was left with no real choice. When she looked back at everything they had already lost, it was clear that their entire family was standing at the edge of total collapse. They simply did not have the strength to fight against the overwhelming power of Deculine's hand. And so, beneath that stormy night sky, Luina made her way to Deculine's mansion. At the gate, the knights on guard immediately blocked her path, their armor glinting coldly through the rain. They told her she was not permitted to enter and ordered her to leave. But Luina pleaded that she had urgent matters to discuss and begged to see him just once. The answer remained the same: leave. Soaked to the bone and driven to desperation, Luina finally screamed into the rain, her voice cracking with fury as she called Deculine out and demanded that he face her. At last, the mansion doors slowly opened. Deculine stepped out into the rain, without a single drop touching him, protected by an umbrella held by his subordinate. He looked down at Luina with a gaze completely empty of sympathy, and asked what she thought she was doing causing such a scene at someone else's door. Luina trembled from the freezing rain and the humiliation crushing her chest, but she still forced the words out and shouted that she would give up the position. She begged him to stop attacking her family immediately, saying she would yield the place she had fought so desperately to obtain. A long, suffocating silence settled between them, broken only by the steady patter of rain striking the ground. Deculine tilted his head slightly, and a faint condescending smile slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. He asked with chilling calm, what exactly she wanted him to stop, claiming he had no idea what she was talking about. Luina could only stare back at him in stunned disbelief and whisper, "What?" Deculine continued, his tone hardening into cold authority. Since she had come all the way there so abruptly, he said he had expected an apology from her, and now it seemed he had been mistaken. He said that House McQueen had long survived thanks to the support of House Euclane, and yet, after living under the grace of his family, one of their servants dared to behave like a treacherous dog, so of course he deserved an apology. After speaking those words, Deculine turned away and began walking back, while Luina remained frozen in the rain as if her body had forgotten how to move. The insult burned into her more painfully than the cold. He had destroyed her house so brazenly, and still he dared to call her family ungrateful dogs with absolute arrogance. That cruelty lit a white-hot rage deep inside Luina. Every filthy word he had thrown at her was something she never imagined she would have to hear. Those same disgusting words echoed again and again in her mind, each one sinking deeper, turning her disbelief into a hatred she could no longer suppress. Deculine watched her trembling figure with cold, probing eyes, as if he were studying how far she would break. With no path left, and with the last remnants of her family depending on her, Luina finally let her body collapse. Her knees struck the soaked ground with a heavy thud. Lowering her head into the rain, she whispered again and again that she was sorry, that she would do anything he asked as long as he stopped. The humiliation was complete. And to Luina, it hurt far more sharply than the cold water soaking through her clothes. Still, she kept telling herself that no matter how deeply her pride was trampled, she had to endure this for the sake of protecting her family. Deculine looked down at her as she knelt in the mud, his face showing nothing but contempt and disgust. Then he muttered that she was truly a miserable, lowly creature. Without any warning, Deculine's boot struck her hard, slamming painfully into her body. The force of the kick tore a pained groan from Luina's lips. Deculine towered over her, his shadow falling across her like a wall of darkness, as he called her a wretched insect from a family with no roots and no history. He said it disgusted him that someone of her station would crawl before him, without understanding her place, asking whether even a dog believed it could sit above its master. Deculine then issued his final order in a voice as cold as the rain around them, driving her away without the slightest mercy. He told her to disappear, and if she truly wanted her family to recover and survive, she should never let him see her face again. With that, Deculine turned his back and walked away, leaving Luina broken on the ground. Her knees were bruised, smeared with black mud, and she remained there beneath the relentless downpour. That memory of his brutality had been carved deep into Luina's soul, and now, in the present, it returned as vividly as a fresh wound. In the royal palace's great hall, the two of them knelt side by side. Luina kept her gaze lowered to the floor, but the memory of that rainy day felt as clear as if it had happened yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Deculine's boot, or the scorn dripping from his voice, and as her jaw tightened, her eyes filled with hatred. This time, Luina swore to herself that she would never lose again. The humiliation she had suffered that day would be returned to him 100-fold. By the next day, the atmosphere inside the Imperial Magic Tower University had turned strangely heavy. Whispers spread through the halls like smoke, students leaning close to one another with uneasy faces. "Is that seriously true?" one of them muttered. Another nodded quickly, voice lowered. "Yes, that's what I heard. They say she vanished all of a sudden without leaving even the smallest trace behind." "No, I understand that part," another student said, his brows tightening as he glanced around nervously. "What I'm asking is, did Professor Deculine von Grahan-Eucline really have something to do with her disappearance?" Just then, Deculine von Grahan-Eucline strode down the corridor with his usual composed expression. The moment people noticed him, the noisy crowd fell silent and instinctively moved aside, splitting down the middle as if making way for something untouchable. Deculine's cold gaze swept over them. "What is all this commotion?" One of the students flinched, then answered carefully, lowering his head as he spoke. "Ah, there's a rumor spreading that Lady Luina von Schallart McQueen has gone missing." Soon after, inside the vast lecture hall, Deculine von Grahan-Eucline stood at the front dais beneath the eyes of hundreds of students. His posture remained straight, his expression calm, and his voice carried clearly across every row. In this world, magical calamities take countless forms. Mana storms that tear through the sky, rains of fire that fall like judgment, poisonous dust mists that swallow entire regions, and many more. "But if you truly intend to call yourselves mages," Deculine continued, his tone steady and unshaken, "then you must not look at such things merely as disasters. To a mage, they are nothing more than pure combinations of elements brought together under extreme conditions." Though his lecture continued without a single break in rhythm, Deculine von Grahan-Eucline's mind was not fully in the classroom. Luina von Schallart McQueen had disappeared, and now every suspicious stare in the university seemed to settle on him. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, like countless tiny needles pressing into his skin from every direction. At this point, dealing with the ignorance of newly enlisted soldiers almost seemed easier. Still, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine dismissed the matter inwardly. There was no point in allowing himself to be disturbed by idle suspicion. This incident had nothing to do with him, and before long, the truth behind Luina's disappearance would reveal itself on its own. Without letting even the slightest unease show on his face, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine resumed the lesson, as if nothing had happened. We must examine every phenomenon around us through the eyes of a mage. Only by doing so can we reach past fear and confusion and understand the true nature hidden beneath the surface. The next day inside Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's office, the quiet was suddenly shattered when the door flew open. His assistant rushed in, visibly flustered, barely able to keep his voice steady. "Master, you need to come out immediately. Someone from the Magical Security Bureau has arrived and is asking to see you." Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's brows drew together slightly. Without wasting a word, he rose and stepped out into the corridor. Waiting outside was a middle-aged woman with a sharp, cold presence, her eyes calm but piercing. She was Deputy Director Lilia Premian of the Magical Security Bureau. "Professor Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine, it has been quite some time," Lilia Premian said. Deculine did not bother with pleasantries. His voice was flat and emotionless as he asked, "What matter is important enough for the Deputy Director herself to come here?" Lilia met his gaze directly and answered without hesitation. "I came for one reason only. Miss Luina von Schlerath-McQueen has disappeared." Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine raised one eyebrow, his expression showing neither guilt nor surprise. "And what does that have to do with me? Are you here to accuse me?" Lilia Premian remained composed. "Not exactly. I am gathering clues for the investigation. However, there is a strong possibility that Professor Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine was the last person to see her." "Lady Luina attended the royal training on the same day as you, Professor?" Lilia Premian continued, her gaze fixed clearly on Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine. "From that point onward, no one has seen her. Did you notice anything unusual at the time?" Deculine answered immediately, his voice colder than before. "No, I have nothing to say." For a brief moment, Lilia Premian said nothing. She simply studied Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's face, then gave a small nod. "I see, understood." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Deculine standing by himself in the suddenly empty corridor. After returning to his private room, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine closed the door behind him and let out a quiet breath. Even if he had denied it without hesitation, being suspected so openly was still an unpleasant feeling that lingered beneath his calm exterior. Of course, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine understood one thing clearly. If this had been the old Deculine, causing an incident like this would have been well within the range of things he was capable of doing. Then, without warning, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine sensed an unusual current of mana gathering directly in front of him. The air shimmered, and a magic circle slowly took shape, glowing faintly as its light spread through the dim room. Within the magic circle, lines of text began to float in the air, written as though they had been sent from somewhere hidden. "Have you abandoned us, Master? We are still following every order you gave us." Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine read the message carefully, and his eyes narrowed by a fraction. "We are still following your orders," he murmured inwardly, his gaze sharpening on the floating words. Who had sent this to him? A message like that was unmistakably tied to Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's past. It may have come from some connection the original Deculine had left behind, or perhaps from a secret network operating far beneath the surface of the Empire. Receiving such a message at the exact moment Luina von Schlerath-McQueen had disappeared felt far too ominous to dismiss as coincidence. A dark possibility rose in Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine's mind. Could the ones who kidnapped Luina be? Before the thought could fully form, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine suddenly felt something behind him. A presence had appeared where there should have been nothing at all. From the dim space behind him, a shadowy figure emerged, its entire body formed from magical illusion. It had no solid flesh, only a dark, wavering outline shaped by mana. "Master," the illusion called out. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine spun around at once, his heart giving a sudden sharp jolt despite his controlled expression. An illusory apparition. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine recognized its nature immediately, watching the figure with narrowed eyes as the faint light around it trembled. In that instant, Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine understood. The ones behind Luina von Schlerath-McQueen's kidnapping were these people. The guiding illusion gave a small nod, then faded away, leaving behind a thin trail of light that stretched forward like a path meant only for him. The trail led Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine away from the polished halls of the university and toward the dark slums at the edge of the city. Deculine von Grahan-Ukraine followed the faint light deeper and deeper into a damp alleyway where crooked houses leaned against one another as if barely standing. Around him, gaunt children and sickly old people lived in crushing poverty, their hollow eyes reflecting a world far removed from the Empire's bright surface. The illusion appeared again, its voice echoing softly through the narrow alley. This splendid empire has always had two faces, master. Light and darkness exist side by side. If the capital under the emperor represents the light, then the clan district where we live is the darkness hidden beneath it. At last, the faint trail of light came to a stop before an old iron door. Rust clung to its edges, and beyond it, a stairway led downward into what looked like an underground cellar. "We have arrived, master," the illusion said, hovering beside the entrance. "Please go inside." After delivering those words, the illusion's shape wavered one final time, then dissolved completely into the air, leaving Deculine von Grahan-Uklein alone before the iron door. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein pushed the door open and descended the steps. The air below was stale and damp, carrying the unsettling mixture of blood and manna. The scent struck him almost immediately, making his brows tighten ever so slightly. Inside the underground chamber, two mysterious figures wrapped in black cloaks were already waiting for him. The moment Deculine von Grahan-Uklein entered, both of them lowered themselves onto one knee in practiced silence. "Welcome back, master," they said, their voices echoing through the cold, dim room. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein looked down at them with an icy stare. "So it really was you?" His voice carried no warmth. "You claim that you are still carrying out my orders. Then answer me. What command did I give you?" One of the cloaked figures nodded, speaking with absolute seriousness. "Yes, master. The order you gave us long ago was this. If Luina von Schillerat-McQueen ever set foot in that territory, the command was absolute. She was not to be allowed to live." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's suspicions hardened into certainty. As expected, this had all been carried out by the hidden network of agents that belonged to the old Deculine, people who moved silently in the shadows at his command. Fortunately, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein noticed one important thing. He could not see the death variable displayed on them. Even so, from the way they spoke and behaved, these cloaked figures did not seem to possess absolute loyalty toward Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. Their obedience was present, but it was not as pure or unquestioning as it appeared on the surface. "Take me to Luina von Schillerat-McQueen," Deculine von Grahan-Uklein ordered. Immediately. Without hesitation, the cloaked figures rose and guided him toward a deeper room hidden further inside the cellar. At the center of that room sat Luina von Schillerat-McQueen. She was bound tightly to a chair, her body limp and unmoving, with a sack pulled over her head as she remained unconscious. One of the men in black cloaks spoke from beside Deculine von Grahan-Uklein. "We injected an anti-mana toxin into her body. For the next few days she will be unable to use magic." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein stood completely still, staring at the unconscious Luina von Schillerat-McQueen as countless questions rushed through his mind. How was he supposed to deal with this? He had never expected his own subordinates to go so far as to kidnap Luina on their own. The fate of an evildoer was rising strongly over Luina von Schillerat-McQueen. She might be unconscious now, helpless and silent in the chair, but once she woke, she would almost certainly conclude that Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had been the one controlling everything from behind the scenes. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein had to find a way to erase this misunderstanding before it took root. More than that, he needed to eliminate the death variable connected to it before the situation turned against him completely. At that moment, the man in black stepped forward and held out a dossier with both hands. "Master, this is what we needed to deliver to you." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein accepted the dossier and carefully turned through its pages. But after reading only a few lines, his eyes widened slightly. The information written there was. Even so, Deculine von Grahan-Uklein said nothing. He quietly folded the dossier shut and handed it back to the cloaked man. "Well done," he said at last, his voice controlled. "Thanks to this, I found the key to resolving the situation." Deculine von Grahan-Uklein kept his eyes fixed ahead and gave the two cloaked figures a quiet order. "Both of you, leave us for now. I need to speak with Luina von Schillerat-McQueen alone." The two figures hesitated for a heartbeat, exchanging startled glances beneath their hoods. Still, they did not dare question him. They lowered their heads in obedience, stepped back, and silently withdrew from the room. "Your servants will take their leave, master," they said, voices low and deferential, before disappearing beyond the doorway. Once the door shut behind them, the air in the room grew even heavier. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein's expression hardened more than ever, because he understood the situation clearly. One wrong move here, one careless word, and this could end with his death. After some time passed, Luina von Schillerat-McQueen finally began to stir. Her head twitched, her shoulders jerked, and the moment consciousness returned, she thrashed violently against the restraints binding her to the chair. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein lifted one hand and released a controlled flow of magic. With careful precision, he removed the sack covering Luina von Schillerat-McQueen's head, letting the dim light fall across her face. The instant Luina von Schillerat-McQueen saw Deculine von Grahan-Uklein standing in front of her, her eyes widened in horror, and a sharp scream tore out of her throat. "Deculine von Grahan-Uklein!" Luina von Schillerat-McQueen shouted, her voice shaking with fury and fear. If you think everything is going to go exactly the way you planned, I'm a royal supervising instructor now. Luina von Schlorott McQueen snapped, clinging to that title as if it were the only shield she had left. If I report this to the crown, do you really think you'll walk away untouched? Before she could continue, Deculine von Grahan Uklein cut her off with a voice as cold as ice. Luina, you would be wise to choose your words very carefully. Look at your current position, Deculine von Grahan Uklein said, his gaze lowering to the restraints around her body. You are bound, locked in place, and completely unable to use even a trace of your magic. Luina von Schlorott McQueen froze at those words. The anger in her eyes wavered, replaced by the helpless realization that she truly had no way to break free. Her gaze darted across the dark room, taking in the cold walls, the chair, the restraints, and the oppressive silence around her. Then, slowly, she turned her eyes back toward Deculine von Grahan Uklein. So this is what you wanted, Luina von Schlorott McQueen said through clenched teeth, her voice trembling under the weight of the cruel truth. Is this because of the grudges I held against you? Is it because of the fight over the head professor position? You already crushed my honor so miserably, and that still wasn't enough for you? What exactly are you trying to do? Deculine von Grahan Uklein remained silent for a long moment, watching her with unreadable eyes. Then, in a low and measured voice, he answered, That seat of head professor, take it, if you want it. Luina von Schlorott McQueen's eyes flew wide, and panic burst through her voice. What the hell are you talking about? Luina von Schlorott McQueen shouted, twisting against the ropes. You kidnapped me and dragged me into this place, and now you're saying that. Why would you do something like this? Deculine von Grahan Uklein did not answer right away. In his mind, only one thought remained clear. This outcome could no longer be changed. For Deculine von Grahan Uklein, this was the only path he could see. If he wanted to erase the death variable hanging over this situation, he had to handle Luina von Schlorott McQueen this way. Before speaking with Luina von Schlorott McQueen, Deculine von Grahan Uklein had received a report from one of his hidden subordinates. It was not an ordinary report. It was a record of crimes, a notebook filled with the brutal acts committed by the man whose body he now occupied. Page after page revealed a long chain of violence, extortion, and merciless kidnappings carried out by nameless henchmen. As Deculine von Grahan Uklein stared at those blood-red entries, he arrived at a cold and unavoidable conclusion. No matter what he said, Luina von Schlorott McQueen's hatred would never melt away through gentle words or shallow apologies. Her resentment had been carved into those pages through blood and suffering, and a debt written in blood could never be erased by words alone. Now that the conversation had truly begun, Deculine von Grahan Uklein looked at Luina von Schlorott McQueen with calm, calculating eyes, weighing every word before he spoke. He knew very well that killing her or disposing of her in this place would not be a wise choice. Luina von Schlorott McQueen still had an important role to play in the main mission, and losing her here would only create greater problems later. So Deculine von Grahan Uklein needed a different answer. He had to keep Luina von Schlorott McQueen alive, but he also had to make sure she remained firmly under his control. I believe I told you never to step foot in the capital again, Deculine von Grahan Uklein said, his voice quiet but threatening. So why did you come back, Luina? Did you honestly think my warning was nothing more than empty wind? Luina von Schlorott McQueen swallowed hard, then muttered through her anger. I remember your warning perfectly, but I already paid off the debt owed by the McQueen family, so your threat no longer has any power over me. Deculine von Grahan Uklein let out a low, derisive laugh. Paid off? How irresponsible! Luina von Schlorott McQueen glared at him and shot back. What are you talking about? It was clearly paid. Even the interest was settled. Deculine von Grahan Uklein stepped closer until his shadow fell over her, leaning in near her face as he began to explain the trap she had failed to see. Paid off? Deculine von Grahan Uklein said coldly. Don't make me laugh, Luina. There is a thing called compound interest. The 100 million D-line that House Uklein lent to House McQueen 15 years ago at 20% per year has not stayed the same just because you wished it would. By now, the total has grown to more than 1.5 billion, Deculine von Grahan Uklein declared bluntly. And since you have failed to fully repay it, you have officially violated the agreement. Starting tomorrow, I will begin seizing your residence within the Empire. Luina von Schlorott McQueen screamed in outrage. What did you just say? What kind of ridiculous law allows something like that? Luina von Schlorott McQueen shouted, her voice cracking with disbelief. I'll appeal directly to the royal family. You can't do this. Deculine von Grahan Uklein did not flinch. Inwardly, he knew exactly what this was. Of course, it was a malicious clause. Deculine von Grahan Uklein had drafted was not simple at all. It was a cunning, cumulative trap written to mislead the other party as much as possible. The interest was calculated monthly, but the accumulated sum was adjusted quarterly, becoming the basis for the next round of calculation. Even Deculine von Grahan-Ukleinen had to acknowledge how cruel the original Deculine had been in this matter. Still, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to use that unreasonable logic to pressure Louina von Schlart-McQueen. Right now, he had to play the villain. When Deculine von Grahan-Uklein saw that Louina von Schlart-McQueen's despair had reached its peak, he finally let a path of escape appear before her. However, he said, "There is one way out. If you help me become chairman," Deculine von Grahan-Uklein continued, his tone calm and absolute, "then I will erase every debt you owe." A heavy silence settled over the room, thick enough to smother the air between them. Then Deculine von Grahan-Uklein added, "And of course, the head professor's seat will belong to you." Louina von Schlart-McQueen lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly as the impossible choice pressed down on her. For the moment, even her anger seemed crushed beneath the weight of it. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a sheet of paper. "Since I know you are not the type to keep promises," he said evenly, "we will make a contract first," Louina von Schlart-McQueen hissed back. "So you're forcing me again." Louina von Schlart-McQueen clenched her teeth so tightly her jaw trembled. She lifted her head just as Deculine von Grahan-Uklein tossed the document onto her lap. "Read it," he ordered. Terms were written clearly. Article 1. Louina von Schlart-McQueen must maintain absolute silence about everything that happened today. Article 2. She must obey the terms of the contract for 5 full years. And if she broke those terms, the punishment would be the destruction of her mana core. Destruction of the mana core? Louina von Schlart-McQueen's voice cracked in terror, her scream echoing through the cramped room. "Deculine von Grahan-Uklein, this is too much. Don't you think this is cruel?" Before Deculine von Grahan-Uklein left, he threw one final sentence over his shoulder. "If you agree to sign that contract and follow it, I will return what your family lost." The secret technique of House McQueen. Louina von Schlart-McQueen went completely still, as if every breath had been stolen from her chest. The desire to reclaim her family's legacy surged up and swallowed everything else. That family heirloom had been taken by force when Deculine von Grahan-Ukleinen crushed House McQueen, and it was the deepest root of Louina von Schlart-McQueen's hatred, as well as the one thing she wanted back more than anything. Deculine von Grahan-Uklein placed his hand on the heavy wooden latch and paused at the door. Without turning back, he said, "Think very carefully." Then he stepped out into the corridor, and the door slammed shut behind him with a deep, heavy thud. A moment later, the lock turned with a decisive click, leaving Louina von Schlart-McQueen alone in the darkness to wrestle with the future now placed before her. As Deculine von Grahan-Uklein climbed the stone stairs away from Louina von Schlart-McQueen's cell, his thoughts churned restlessly. For now, he had used her family's lost secret technique to threaten her and shake her resolve. But would that truly be enough? If this still failed to remove the death variable, then, all at once, a pale blue notification burst into view before Deculine's eyes, hovering there like a cold flame. The result was clear. One lethal variable had been successfully removed. As compensation, he received an additional 2 points of store currency. A thin, quietly satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Deculine's mouth. In that instant, he understood that the risk he had taken had not only worked, it had paid off far better than expected. Without lingering any longer, Deculine pressed his hand against a heavy door and pushed it open. Beyond it was another room, still and tense, where 2 subordinates stood waiting in complete silence. The moment Deculine stepped inside, his sharp gaze swept across the 2 of them with a chill that made the air feel heavier. Then, in a low and measured voice, he said, "Well done." Deculine gave the praise as if it were nothing more than a passing remark, his tone brief and detached, and he looked ready to turn away and leave the room immediately after saying it. But before he could walk out, one of the subordinates suddenly stepped forward, her voice tight with desperation. "Wait, are you really leaving just like that?" Deculine stopped in place and slowly turned back, his eyes cold enough to silence the room. "Is there still something we need to discuss?" The woman did not retreat even under that icy stare. Instead, her anger boiled over as she shouted back, "We didn't do your dirty work just so you could toss us a few empty words. You gave us your promise, and you need to keep it." Her voice shook, but she forced every word out clearly. "You said it yourself. Once the job was finished, you would pay us and set us free." The tension in the room snapped in an instant. Her brother suddenly moved, stepping in front of her before anyone could react, and struck her across the face hard enough to send her crashing down onto the floor. She lay there for a moment, stunned by the blow, then slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she stared up at him and whispered, "Brother, why?" Her brother did not answer her. He ignored her shocked expression completely and turned toward Deculine instead, lowering his head in apology. "Please forgive my sister's rudeness. It will not happen again." Deculine looked down at the siblings with no visible sympathy or anger, only a calm indifference that made him difficult to read. "It's fine," he said. "Continue. What exactly did I promise you? The man kept his posture lowered as he carefully repeated the terms. In exchange for our service, we were promised our freedom, along with a large sum of money. Deculine studied the two of them in silence for a moment. So that was the agreement. The sister had been forced to swallow her anger for now, but the brother's controlled expression still carried resentment toward him. They had once been the kind of people used to clean up the old Deculine's problems from the shadows, so it was only natural that bitterness and caution still clung to them. Even so, their abilities were valuable, and from the way they carried themselves, Deculine could sense the strong aura of people suited to wealth and power. As for those ugly tasks they had been forced to handle before, Deculine had no intention of ordering anything like that again. If they were treated properly from this point on, they could be kept under control. After only a brief pause, Deculine reached his decision. From today onward, I formally recruit both of you. Naturally, that also includes the payment I promised. He made his position unmistakably clear, his voice calm but firm. I mean exactly what I said. From now on, I'm your employer. The siblings immediately bowed low, their relief and gratitude showing in the depth of the gesture. Thank you, sir. Deculine then added one final condition, his tone leaving no room for argument. And one more thing. Every order I gave you before today is now void. The two accepted his words without hesitation. Understood, master. In that case, you may withdraw. Before leaving them entirely, Deculine gave one last instruction. Come to the manor tomorrow. Once the two siblings departed, the room fell silent again, leaving only Deculine standing there alone in the stillness. A tired sigh slipped from Deculine's lips. One unexpected problem after another had worn down his mind. But at the very least, it seemed this particular chain of trouble had finally been settled. Meanwhile, at the Mage Tower dormitory, the atmosphere was completely different, with quiet corridors stretching through the building as students moved about inside. Ifrine, Luna, and her friend walked side by side down the dormitory hallway, both looking drained after dealing with the painfully high cost of magical materials. Then, without warning, Ifrine came to a sudden stop as surprised voices reached her ears. I think I can see some kind of magic circle. Another voice quickly answered. Really? Let me take a look. Ifrine leaned in to examine it more closely. But the moment she understood exactly where they were standing, her body stiffened and a chill of horror ran through her. This was the very place where that unidentified and mysterious magic circle had appeared at the beginning of the semester. It should have vanished completely, erased, before anyone had even been able to properly react. Then the air around them erupted, bursting apart in a violent flash of crimson light that flooded the corridor. The magic circle that was supposed to have been erased suddenly awakened again, radiating a terrifying force as if it had only been waiting for this moment. A gigantic pillar of dark energy shot straight upward, swallowing part of the dormitory in its surge. In an instant, everything in its path was consumed by a blinding, dreadful light. At that same time, Deculine's car was already heading directly toward the Mage Academy, cutting through the road with purpose. Deculine sat calmly in the back seat, his expression composed as he looked toward the new driver. Ren, how is the driving going? Ren kept his eyes fixed firmly on the road, and answered without the slightest hesitation. Very well, master. Deculine's gaze remained on Ren for a moment, and his thoughts drifted toward the recent changes that had taken place within his household. The brothers, Ren and Anon, were now living in the Euclane Manor and carried out his orders without delay or complaint. Deculine remembered that they had once performed many dirty deeds under the old Deculine's command, but he was firmly resolved never to use them in that way again. He also remembered how completely the two brothers had distrusted him at first, their faces once filled with open hostility whenever they looked his way. Yet after Deculine treated them fairly, that resentment had slowly faded, and they had begun to recognize him as their true master. Even Jeff, who had previously worked as Deculine's driver, had found a better place for himself after being promoted to head of administration. For once, Deculine felt as though his life was finally beginning to move in a better direction. The car came to a sharp stop in front of the academy, and Ren immediately reported from the driver's seat. We've arrived, master. Deculine gave a brief reply. All right. Deculine stepped out of the vehicle and lifted his gaze toward the Mage Academy, staring at the building with a sharp, focused intensity. The moment he faced it, he felt an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy spreading over the entire place, wrapping around the academy like a suffocating shroud. A translucent panel appeared before Deculine's eyes. A main mission had begun. The objective was simple: clear the situation. The completion reward was 2 units of store currency. In front of him, chaos had already swallowed the academy building. Inside, students screamed in panic as crimson walls rose around them and sealed off every exit. Fear spread through the crowd as someone shouted, "What the hell is happening?" Ifrine clenched her teeth as that horrifying energy pressed down around her. When she realized that most of the people trapped inside were ordinary students, anger surged through her fear. Why did this barrier appear around Block 3? Ifrine turned sharply toward a professor who was cowering nearby and shouted, "Professor, we need to break in right now!" The man flinched and snapped back. What? Why? How dare you order me around, you brat? Ephirine glared at him, refusing to back down. You're supposed to be a magic professor. Are you seriously going to abandon everyone trapped inside? Professor Claire, you specialize in the destructive school, don't you? She pressed. But the professor was trembling, sweat running down his face as he struggled to make excuses. My health has been poor lately. Ephirine's frustration sharpened even more. Then what about the dean? Ephirine clicked her tongue, disgusted by the cowardice unfolding right in front of her. After seeing the adults freeze and the professor prove completely useless, she shoved her bag into her friend's hands. Julie, hold this for a moment. Julie stared at her in alarm. What are you going to do? Ephirine's answer came immediately. I'm going in alone. Julie tried to stop her at once. No, that's too dangerous. But Ephirine's eyes stayed fixed on the trapped building. Our friends are still inside. Before Ephirine could move, a cold and arrogant voice cut through the commotion. Stop! Sylvia Josephine Alade appeared behind them. Her gaze locked on Ephirine and Julie with calm intensity. The moment Ephirine noticed her, hatred flashed across her face. Ephirine's patience finally snapped. She glared at Sylvia and spoke through barely restrained anger. I've reached my limit. If you're not going to help, then shut up and stop getting in my way. Ephirine Luna's eyes stayed fixed on the barrier ahead, her voice tight with urgency. I don't have time to stand here arguing with you. In her heart, her disgust for the nobility only deepened. To her, they looked proud and untouchable when things were peaceful. Yet the moment danger appeared, they became completely useless. Professors and nobles who usually carried themselves with such arrogance were now the first ones to shrink back, their confidence vanishing as soon as the crisis unfolded in front of them. When only commoner students were trapped in danger, not a single one of them truly tried to move. Ephirine braced herself to charge straight at the barrier, but Sylvia Josephine Alade blocked her once more. I told you to stop, Ephirine snapped back, her frustration boiling over. Hey, why do you keep getting in my way? Sylvia answered with a tired, almost indifferent tone as though Ephirine's anger barely mattered to her. I'm not interested in you enough to mock you. Don't rush in blindly. Step back, keep quiet, and watch carefully. As soon as Sylvia finished speaking, she raised one hand and swept it toward the crimson barrier in a smooth, controlled motion. A twisting vortex of mana erupted from Sylvia's palm, surging forward like a concentrated storm as it flew directly into the ward. The air shimmered and glittered with raw primal force, the sudden brilliance catching Ephirine completely off guard and forcing her to stare in shock. But the instant Sylvia's magic struck the strange crimson wall, the spell was stopped dead and scattered apart. Sylvia's expression sharpened as she understood the structure of the barrier. Demonic energy has been mixed into it. Mana gets dispersed on contact, so ordinary methods won't break through. Then she turned her cold gaze back toward Ephirine and warned her without softness. You're the one who needs to keep yourself under control before you ruin the operation. This isn't something a newcomer can solve by charging in alone. Ephirine clenched her teeth until her jaw ached, painfully aware of how powerless she was as the magical pressure around the barrier continued to swell. Then the atmosphere shifted all at once. Heavy, authoritative footsteps echoed through the corridor, followed by a firm voice cutting through the panic. What on earth is going on here? Everyone turned at the same time, and there stood Deculine von Grahan Ukraine, approaching with a suitcase in hand and an unreadable expression on his face. The terrified students and staff instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for him. Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with surprise and sudden hope. Deculine, it's Deculine! Deculine swept his gaze across the chaos with a cold, displeased expression. You people are making an unacceptable amount of noise. His attention immediately shifted to the crimson energy twisting before him, and he stared at it closely, studying the way it churned and sealed off the space. But this time, even his comprehension ability failed to give him a clean answer against the strange force in front of him. It appeared to be a form of warding magic, but there was far too little foundational information for his understanding ability to work properly. Because of that, the efficiency of his calculations would be drastically reduced. Deculine immediately changed his approach. Instead of wasting time forcing an answer, he reached out and brought forth Rocklock's purifying staff. The staff carried a special power meant for exorcism and purification, making it perfectly suited for the situation before him. Sensing the faint pulse of demonic energy beating inside the barrier, Deculine prepared to act. When the staff struck down, it tore open a hole in the ward just large enough for Deculine to pass through. Everyone nearby froze and held their breath as shocked voices broke out. Oh, what's happening? The moment the barrier opened, the sinister aura leaking from inside washed over the surrounding people. Several of them began collapsing, clutching their throats as they struggled to breathe. Deculine paid no attention to the spreading panic behind him. Without even the slightest hesitation, he strode straight into the center of danger. The witnesses stood rooted in place, stunned into silence, as Deculine disappeared beyond the ward. Only after he was gone did someone whisper in disbelief, He went inside the barrier, inside the ward. Beyond the crimson wall, the entire world seemed drowned beneath a crushing oppressive energy that pressed down from every direction. Deculine stepped out through a rift in space and landed in the middle of the hall, his presence cutting into the suffocating darkness surrounding the place. In one corner, he spotted a group of students huddled together, their faces pale and drained of blood. The moment they recognized him, the terror in their eyes changed into explosive hope. "Professor Deculine!" They cried out, voices trembling with relief. "We're saved! Oh, thank goodness!" Deculine moved closer and calmly asked, "Is this everyone?" The dorm manager answered in a shaky voice, barely keeping herself together. "There are still a few others. They seem to be trapped on the upper floors." Deculine gave a short nod. "I understand." The dorm manager quickly tried to warn him, fear clear in her voice. "Going any deeper is extremely dangerous. Are you truly going to search for them alone? It's too risky. We don't know what might be waiting ahead." Deculine remained perfectly composed. "It's fine. I have my methods." He released his magic, and the steel fragments inside his suitcase responded at once, rising into the air and beginning to spin around him in a controlled orbit. Deculine glanced back at the frightened students and spoke with steady confidence. "I'll find everyone soon. Stay where you are and don't move." As he advanced, Deculine recalled the training he had forced himself through. No matter how packed his schedule became, he had never allowed himself to neglect personal practice. That relentless discipline had produced results. He had unlocked several new abilities, including basic divine mind, fire control, liquid manipulation, and metal reinforcement, which had now reached 33%. During training, Deculine had driven his body to its limit again and again, engraving the concept of metal reinforcement deep into the very essence of his divine mind. He had even infused part of that magic into his weapons, allowing the burden on his mind to lessen while still maintaining control in battle. And in the end, the system had rewarded him for that tireless cultivation, granting him a special result born from all that effort. Now was the perfect moment to use it. With his newly acquired skill, Deculine quickly located the remaining people trapped inside. It was the sensory ability of the ironwood steel. When Deculine's deep understanding of the pure elements under his command merged with his extensive combat experience, that special privilege awakened. He now possessed something like a second sensory organ, one capable of reaching beyond the limits of ordinary space. After entering the next room, Deculine found another group of students trapped inside. The moment they realized they were not going to die there, they broke down in tears of overwhelming relief. Deculine looked over them, but he knew the task was only halfway finished. A new problem had already appeared. He could withstand the dense demonic atmosphere, but the other mages could not. Around him, students were coughing violently, their lungs struggling under the pressure. There was no time left to slowly calculate and decode the ward, so he had to find another way. Then, in the middle of that suffocating pressure, a sudden realization flashed through Deculine's mind. Wait. A ward matrix on this scale could not possibly be running on ritual power alone. There had to be a recently used activator nearby, something acting as the switch. Deculine's eyes moved across the room as he scanned the area carefully. The culprit was very likely hiding right here among them. He activated object control, narrowing his focus as his senses locked onto the space around him. It was probably right here. The instant Deculine detected the target, one of the steel shards shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. A startled cry rang out from the students. "Ah! What the hell is going on? Professor Deculine?" Deculine's expression turned fierce as the hidden prey finally revealed itself in front of him. His eyes sharpened with certainty. He had known the target had already arrived. "Found you." Deculine looked over everyone in the room, his thoughts cold and precise. Among these people, there was definitely someone hiding in plain sight who had activated the barrier. After only a few seconds of cold calculation, Deculine von Grahan-Ukleinen made his choice. If the culprit was truly among them, then there was no need for hesitation, so he poured mana into the magic stones and made them rise into the air, circling under his control. The stones drifted slowly past each confused student, moving close enough to make everyone stiffen. Uneasy voices broke out at once. "What is that? Professor, what's wrong?" One by one, the floating stones brushed past their faces with frightening precision, passing so close that a few loose strands of hair were cut free and fluttered down. Among the fallen strands, Deculine noticed several red hairs, and the sight carried a strange sign that immediately drew his attention. The corner of Deculine's mouth twitched upward, forming a thin, dangerous smile. At last, he had found the one he was looking for. His gaze settled on the red-haired girl, and his voice turned cold as he delivered his verdict. "So it was you who activated the barrier, manager. Am I wrong?" Being accused so suddenly, the red-haired girl faltered, her face tightening as she hurried to explain. "After class?" "Professor, what are you talking about?" But Deculine cut her off before she could continue. "Don't bother making excuses," Deculine said sharply. "Your origin is engraved into your body. Even if you try to conceal it, you can't hide the truth. The hair you shed is full of ash. So go on, resume your little performance." Even then, The girl frowned and stubbornly denied it, trying to hold her expression steady despite the pressure closing in on her. Deculine's voice sank with contempt as he named what she was. An Ashborn mage. The moment those words reached her, the girl's expression darkened. Then her eyes opened wide, turning icy and hollow enough to chill the air around her. Her face grew even colder, the last trace of panic draining away as her widened eyes fixed on Deculine with a sharp, frozen hostility. Most mages feared that name so much that they either trembled at the thought of it or avoided speaking of its existence entirely. That fear existed for a reason. The Ashes were known as a stronghold for dark mages and criminals who had broken the laws of magic. The truth laid out so clearly, she could no longer deny it. She exhaled in irritation, her mask finally slipping. I don't know how you figured it out, Deculine, but there's one thing you still don't understand. She swept her hand forward, and mana began to gather around her as she summoned her magic. Those born from the Ashes never spare anyone who dares call them Ash. While her chant continued, Deculine's stones suddenly shot forward, slicing through the air straight in her direction. But the stones did not strike her. Instead, they rushed past and darted behind the students, hooking onto their clothing and making them cry out in fear. Deculine had moved that way to save them. A heartbeat later, the students were pulled out of danger and appeared behind him, their faces filled with stunned disbelief. That calm rescue only made the red-haired girl's anger burn hotter. Her hands clenched into fists, and her glare sharpened as if she wanted to tear him apart. Still acting relaxed, are you? Then hurry up and die. The instant she finished speaking, the fire spells she had formed roared forward, rushing straight toward Deculine and the students behind him. In Deculine's eyes, the incoming fireball swelled larger and brighter, closing the distance with a violent rush of heat. But just before the attacks could reach his body, they were wiped away completely, dissolving into the air as if they had never existed. Deculine's voice carried a faint edge of sarcasm as he looked at her. And you still think you can stay at ease? You claimed you would make sure I couldn't live, yet all you can produce is fire of this level? Provoked by his words, her anger flared even higher. That was only a greeting. As she prepared her next attack, confusion flickered inside her mind. What was happening? Was the problem with her own magic? Or perhaps it was something else entirely. This time she launched an ice arrow straight at Deculine and shouted, "Take this!" But the result was exactly the same as before. The ice arrow vanished instantly when it came within only a few steps of Deculine's body. Her fury deepened, and she immediately changed tactics, switching to dark magic attacks without delay. Yet those spells met the same fate, disappearing before they could touch him. Only then did she finally understand what was happening. That man was dispelling every spell she released. Watching her attacks scatter uselessly into the air, she could no longer hold back and shouted in raw anger. Damn it, how could this be happening? Unlike her raging frustration, Deculine remained perfectly calm, his expression steady as he quietly considered the situation. Mana mist surrounded the entire area, thick and abundant. Because of it, Deculine's mana had become nearly endless, and the purity of that mana was higher than it had ever been before. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. Yoclane Pawn Bloodline. Its power awakened when slaying fiends, when facing demons, or when the concentration of mana mist in the air became dense. The bloodline could purify surrounding mana and convert it into his own. Mana refined this way would even rise by one full quality tier. Even with another attack coming toward him, Deculine did not let it disturb his thoughts. Instead, he looked at the Ashborn mage with something close to pity. What a shame. The moment his thought ended, he swung his hand with force and shattered the incoming attack in a single motion. In this place, you cannot be my match. The red-haired girl kept unleashing spell after spell, but Deculine blocked every one of them. Before long, she was breathing hard, her shoulders rising and falling with exhaustion. Damn it! Deculine's tone grew heavier, losing its earlier sarcasm. That is exactly why people like you are called the Ashes. The insult struck deep. The red-haired girl ground her teeth, her face twisting with rage. What did you just say? Deculine continued mercilessly. Trash, lower than waste. Scum thrown away by society. Your talent amounts to nothing more than pathetic struggling, and that filthy, cowardly nature of yours is beyond saving. She listened to every word, but instead of breaking, she gave a derisive laugh. You certainly know how to talk. If you're so capable, why didn't you break the barrier before all the kids died? Or is that beyond you too? Deculine let out a helpless breath, as though her ignorance itself had become tiring. Then allow me to point out the mistake inside that stupid brain of yours. At once, he sent the magic stones shooting past her, driving them toward the space behind her back. The stones slammed down and embedded themselves into the floor, pinning into place with sharp, deliberate force. Deculine explained in a cold voice. Because you were endlessly foolish, you linked the barrier to this building instead of tying it to space itself. The stones began racing through every corner of the building, spreading rapidly through halls, rooms, and hidden gaps. Deculine continued without mercy. That barrier will disappear the moment this building is destroyed. All that proves is just how pathetically lacking your intelligence truly is. His action startled her badly, and she cried out in alarm. Huh. Are you that desperate to die? You're planning to destroy the entire building just to deactivate the barrier? Deculine had no intention of dragging the confrontation out any longer. He simply spoke one name. Alos. The instant the red-haired girl heard that name, her entire body froze in place, and the shock on her face became impossible to hide. Deculine went on without the slightest break in his voice, his sharp gaze already fixed on the person in front of him. Don't think for even a second that I failed to recognize you. The moment those words left his mouth, the magic stones around him began to react. A low vibration spread through the air, and thin beams of light started spilling out from their surfaces. Then, in the very next instant, the stones erupted all at once. Deafening blasts rang out, shaking the space with violent explosions. Alos cried out in terror, her voice cracking as panic took over. You lunatic! Are you seriously trying to get yourself killed for real? Deculine had already seen through what she was planning to do next. His expression stayed calm as he spoke, as if her escape route had been obvious from the start. Either way, you'll just return to your original body, won't you? Realizing that every choice she had was already inside Deculine's calculations, Alos recoiled in fear and shouted in disbelief. Ugh, how could you possibly know that? Deculine did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He reached forward, and mana gathered in front of him, sharpening and taking shape until it formed into a glowing arrow. The magic stone launched forward immediately after that, tearing through the air at terrifying speed as it flew straight toward Alos. It struck her body in an instant, piercing clean through and hurling her backward as the impact sent her flying across the distance. As Alos lost consciousness, the body she had been using could no longer hold its false form. Right away, it changed back into the shape of a puppet. With that, the immediate threat was finally dealt with. Deculine turned back toward the students and called them over in a firm voice. Everyone, gather here. Outside, the ground suddenly began to tremble and fear spread through the group at once. Someone cried out, "Ah, it's shaking! This building looks like it's about to collapse!" Julie reacted right away, grabbing her friend's hand tightly, as she urged her to move. "Ifarine, hurry!" Seeing Julie's urgency, the girl quickly nodded and answered, "All right," and only a few seconds later, the entire building gave way completely, collapsing with a thunderous crash as a massive shockwave burst outward.